The arena fell silent. When the words Beast Tamer escaped the lips of the awakener, my future was sentenced to death. Everyone was laughing at my misfortune. The arrogant city lord frowned, and even my childhood sweetheart comforted me with pity in their voice. Beast tamers are widely recognized as the most money-burning and hardest to succeed ordinary profession. They mocked me for having unprecedented spiritual talent but awakening a worthless profession. Just as I was scorned by everyone, the sky shattered, dark clouds blotted out the sun, and a dragon's roar that shook the ages echoed through Jiang Xuan. The thunderous dragon capable of crushing the entire city. Under the trembling gazes of countless powerful figures, it lowered its proud head to me. It only called out to me once, Master. Chapter 1, Nationwide Job Awakening, and I get blessed by the world from the start? Zhou Yun, Apprentice Profession, Tailor. Feng Hai, Apprentice Profession, Blacksmith. Zhang Lin, 1-star Profession, Martial Artist. At the awakening ceremony in Jiang Xuan First High School, the awakener emotionlessly announced the professions awakened by the youths before him. Listening to the awakener announce their profession, some people were so excited they danced with joy, immediately breaking into a song and dance routine with rap. Others wept bitterly, fainting on the awakening platform like dead dogs. The stage was a chaotic scene, while the audience below grew anxious and uneasy. After all, this was a career awakening that would define their entire lives. If they awakened a combat profession, they could rise to greatness in one step. If they awakened a life profession, they might struggle to achieve anything significant in this lifetime. I'm willing to trade 10 years of my life for a combat profession. Big brother, stop dreaming. With your spiritual affinity barely reaching 80, even awakening an excellent life profession isn't easy, right? Sigh. What can life professions even do? I can't just awaken in the morning and go work at a construction site mixing concrete in the afternoon, can I? I really envy Jiang Xuan and Hualing. We've all spent the same amount of time cultivating spiritual affinity, yet it's so hard for us to even break through 80. They easily surpassed 100. Especially Jiang Xuan yesterday during the test, his spiritual affinity exceeded 120. This is a level of spiritual affinity never seen since the global datization began. I really doubt whether that guy is even human. In the crowd, a girl with a bun hairstyle cheerfully said, "See, Jiang Xuan. Not just me, everyone is questioning whether you're human or not." Responding to the girl's teasing, Jiang Xuan gave a faint smile. It's almost your turn to awaken, and you still have the mood to chat idly? Aren't you afraid of awakening a life-oriented profession? Hearing Jiang Xuan speak up, Hualing immediately pouted and said, Pa, don't jinx it with that crow's mouth of yours. If I really awaken as a support class, I'll cling to you for life, don't even think about escaping. Hearing Hualing's words, Jiang Xuan smiled and turned his gaze toward the awakening platform. Unknowingly, it has been 18 years since I crossed over to this world. Over these years, apart from eating and sleeping, I've been primarily focusing on cultivating my spiritual affinity. Now my spiritual affinity has reached 121. This is already the highest ever recorded. I really wonder what profession I'll awaken because of this. Over here, Jiang Xuan looked at the awakening platform, pondering what profession he might awaken. Meanwhile, on the awakening platform, the awakening master called out a name. Next, Hua Ling. As the awakener's voice fell, everyone present instinctively turned their gaze toward Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling's direction. Hua Ling's turn came so quickly, I wonder what profession she'll awaken. Why even think about it? It's definitely a combat class profession. Hua Ling's spiritual affinity is as high as 109 points, you know. It's just that Jiang Xuan is too extraordinary, making her seem not outstanding in comparison. Aside from Jiang Xuan, she's the one with the highest spiritual affinity in our Jiang Xuan in 100 years. Hearing the summon from the awakener, Hua Ling glanced at Jiang Xuan before lightly humming and stepping onto the awakening platform. Place your hand on the crystal ball and just relax. Upon seeing that the visitor was Hua Ling, the originally cold-faced awakener displayed a rare smile on their face. Hearing this, Hua Ling immediately placed her jade-like small hand on the crystal ball. The moment her hand touched the crystal ball, the previously transparent sphere erupted in a dazzling array of colorful lights. In an instant, various natural elements such as flames, lightning, and frost manifested around Hua Ling. The elements seemed to have gained self-awareness as they began to dance and swirl around Hua Ling. Seeing such a multitude of elements surrounding Hua Ling, everyone present was utterly stunned by the extraordinary phenomenon before their eyes. Holy shit, flames, lightning, frost, flowing water, whirlwinds, every natural element has appeared. On ordinary days, awakening just one natural element would already mean starting as a 3-star profession. Now all the natural elements have actually appeared around Hua Ling. How could this not mean she's about to skyrocket? Watching the various elements manifest around Hua Ling, everyone present was utterly astonished. As the awakener observed the natural elements surrounding Hua Ling and the profession that surfaced in his heart, he too was profoundly shaken. Because this was the first time in his over 20 years as an awakener that he had witnessed such a powerful profession. Although the awakener was deeply shocked by the might of Hua Ling's profession, he remained professional at his core. After steadying his composure slightly, he announced the result. Hua Ling, legendary profession Elemental Mage. At these words, the crowd instantly erupted. Holy shit, did I hear that right? He awakened as a fucking elemental mage? Holy crap. I remember the last time someone awakened as an elemental mage was 300 years ago, that's Sage, right? That's one of the 9 legendary powerhouses of our blue planet. Awakening with such a profession isn't just taking off, it's a goddamn ascension on the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side of the square, hearing the awakener announce Hua Ling's profession, Tang Ming turned to Gao Wei beside him and said with a smile, "Old Gao, congratulations. With an elemental mage in the mix, you're looking at a minimum 3-level promotion for sure." Hearing this, Gao Wei immediately waved his hand and said, "My lord, how could you say such a thing? All of this is solely due to your wise leadership. If it weren't for your protection over our Lin Xuan, keeping us safe from demons and monsters these past 20 years, my school wouldn't have been able to produce such talent." Hearing Gao Wei's flattery, Tang Ming couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth upward. But then, he also turned his gaze to Jiang Xuan's position in the square. Still, if even Hua Ling could awaken to a divine tier class like the elemental mage, I'm starting to get curious. What kind of profession will Jiang Xuan awaken? After all, since the global datization began, this kid is the only one in history whose spiritual affinity exceeded 120 before awakening. TSK. The more I heard, the more curious I became. Listening to Tang Ming speak, Gao Wei beside him also nodded in agreement. After all, even Hua Ling had awakened such a formidable elemental mage. They were truly curious to see what profession Jiang Xuan, who was 10 times more perverse than Hua Ling, would awaken. The moment she learned she had awakened as an elemental mage, Hua Ling waved her little hand, and the cyan wind elements immediately lifted her off the awakening platform. Jiang Xuan, aren't I amazing? As soon as she stepped off the awakening platform, Hua Ling immediately began showing off her newly awakened profession to Jiang Xuan. Faced with Hua Ling's smugness, Jiang Xuan let out a light chuckle and remarked, "Looks pretty decent." Hey, what do you mean by decent? This is an elemental mage, the same profession as the great sage. Once I grow stronger, no one will be able to beat me. Seeing that Jiang Xuan failed to provide any emotional value, Hua Ling immediately expressed some dissatisfaction. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to say something to Hua Ling, the awakener on the awakening platform called out Jiang Xuan's name. Next, Jiang Xuan. Hearing his name called, Jiang Xuan turned his gaze to Hua Ling beside him and chuckled softly. The elemental mage is good, but I think my class will be even better. Without waiting for Hua Ling to respond, Jiang Xuan smiled and walked toward the awakening platform. Watching Jiang Xuan's retreating figure, Hua Ling let out a light snort and said, "Humph, boasting without even awakening. I'm really curious to see what kind of profession you'll awaken that could possibly surpass mine." Not only was Hua Ling looking at Jiang Xuan, but everyone present, including even the distant city lord of Lingchuan, Tang Ming, and Principal Gao Wei of Yizhong, all turned their gazes toward the awakening platform. After all, everyone was eager to see what profession Jiang Xuan, whose spiritual affinity had shattered historical records, would awaken. Just place your hand on the crystal ball. As Jiang Xuan approached, the awakener beamed and spoke. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan immediately placed his hand on the crystal ball. The moment his hand touched the crystal ball, Jiang Xuan heard a whisper beside his ear. You possess extraordinary talent. The world gazes upon you and bestows its blessing. Chapter 2, Innate Myth, 1 Realm, 1 Myth Level? A blessing from the world? Hearing the sudden whisper, Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned. Just as Jiang Xuan was astonished, the crystal ball began to emit a glow. A moment later, the awakener, who had been expecting Jiang Xuan to manifest anomalies like Hua Ling, immediately froze with a stiff smile on his face. He then glanced at Jiang Xuan standing before him and finally spoke slowly. Jiang Xuan, 1-star profession, Beast Master. The awakener's voice wasn't loud, but at that moment, since everyone present was curious about what profession Jiang Xuan would awaken, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Thus, though the awakener's voice was soft, it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Beast Tamer? Jiang Xuan actually awakened to such a profession? There's no denying that Beast Tamer is indeed a powerful profession, but Jiang Xuan's spiritual affinity is so high, yet he only awakened as a Beast Tamer in the end? It seems strong spiritual affinity doesn't necessarily guarantee awakening to an extraordinary profession. I don't know why, but when I saw this scene, I suddenly felt that my awakened blacksmith profession didn't seem so bad after all. But if I remember correctly, Jiang Xuan's family background wasn't very good, was it? Beastmasters are still universally recognized as the most financially demanding profession. At first glance, Jiang Xuan's future prospects don't seem too bright. On the other side of the square, Tang Ming, who had been all smiles just moments ago, now froze with a stiffened expression, his brows furrowing. This shouldn't be happening. Such a high level of spiritual affinity, how could he only awaken a 1-star profession, Beast Tamer? This shouldn't be a mistake, right? Not only was Tang Ming puzzled, but Gao Wei, who was also looking at Jiang Xuan on the distant awakening platform, had a similarly bewildered expression on his face. After all, in their eyes, Jiang Xuan shouldn't have awakened such an ordinary profession. Just as everyone was surprised that Jiang Xuan had only awakened as a Beast Tamer, such an ordinary profession. On the awakening platform, Jiang Xuan's information panel appeared before his eyes. Jiang Xuan level, LV1 realm, novice occupation, beastmaster strength, 5 agility, 6 constitution, 6 spiritual awareness, 12 skills, none world's blessing. Innate myth. Looking at the information panel before him, Jiang Xuan wasn't surprised by the first 4 items. These were standard data entries, but the last line about world's blessing was something Jiang Xuan had never seen before. Innate myth? Is this the ability granted to me by the world's blessing? Puzzled, Jiang Xuan clicked to view the detailed information about innate myth. Innate myth, rule tier. At each cultivation realm, you can randomly contract a mythical bloodline beast companion. With every realm breakthrough, you can contract another mythical bloodline beast companion. Is this for real? Staring at the information before him, Jiang Xuan froze in astonishment. It must be understood that in this digitized world, even demons and monsters have bloodline tier classifications. The lowest is black iron, followed by bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starlight, lunar eclipse, solar radiance, legendary, and mythic. Beastmasters have long been considered the most financially demanding profession, which is also tied to bloodline tiers. For a beast companion to possess sufficient combat power, its bloodline tier must be high. The higher a beast companion's bloodline tier, the harder it is to obtain, and consequently, the more expensive it becomes. Beastmasters cannot become stronger by increasing their own levels like other professions. The strength of a beastmaster is directly proportional to their pet beasts. Therefore, for a beastmaster to be powerful, they must spend a huge amount of money to contract high bloodline pet beasts. Not to mention the future nurturing, skill acquisition, and bloodline upgrades of the pet beasts, all of which require significant expenses. With the help of this innate divine ability, Jiang Xuan can now directly contract the most formidable divine-blooded beast. A divine bloodline means that as long as this beast doesn't suffer any mishaps, it is destined to grow into a divine existence in the future. Yet, in the 500 years of the data era, not a single divine existence has appeared in this world. The strongest beings so far have only reached the level of 9 legendary existences. In this world, not only can you not buy demons and monsters with mythical bloodlines, you can't even come across a single one. Yet Jiang Xuan randomly obtains one at every cultivation realm. This blessing is simply too overpowered. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan was truly and utterly shocked by the formidable blessing bestowed by this powerful world. When Jiang Xuan understood the world's blessing ability, he also keenly noticed the spiritual energy within his body beginning to circulate. An unknown creature was forming a soul pact with him, just as Jiang Xuan stood frozen on the awakening platform. Suddenly, a graceful figure swiftly appeared on the awakening platform. Soon after, a familiar voice reached Jiang Xuan's ears. Jiang Xuan, are you alright? Snapped back to reality by the voice, Jiang Xuan finally noticed that Hua Ling, who had been below the platform, was now standing beside him. However, Hua Ling, who had just been wearing a proud expression moments ago, was now looking at Jiang Xuan with concern. Seeing Jiang Xuan not responding to her, Hua Ling mistakenly thought that Jiang Xuan hadn't recovered from awakening as a beast tamer, such an ordinary profession, and quickly spoke up to comfort him. Jiang Xuan, being a beast tamer isn't such a bad profession either. Although it consumes a bit more resources, don't forget, I awakened as an elemental mage. When I become stronger, whichever demon you want to contract, I'll help you capture it. As Hua Ling had just begun to offer words of comfort, Tang Ming's voice rang out from the distance. Hua Ling is right, beast tamers are indeed a bit plain. But I believe with your talent, Jiang Xuan, you can still make a name for yourself in the world. Coincidentally, I also obtained a demonic beast egg with golden bloodline while dungeon crawling a few days ago. If you don't mind, please accept it. As he spoke, a demonic beast egg materialized out of thin air in front of Jiang Xuan. As for Tang Ming, although he didn't know Jiang Xuan had only awakened as a beast tamer, but throughout history, those with high spiritual affinity have never achieved low accomplishments in the future. Moreover, Tang Ming had observed Jiang Xuan's character and conduct firsthand. He knew that with Jiang Xuan's diligence, even if his profession was ordinary, his future achievements would still be remarkable. However, looking at the demon egg before him, Jiang Xuan shook his head. Thank you for your generosity, City Lord. However, Jiang Xuan couldn't accept the demon egg. What? Not good enough? Seeing Jiang Xuan refuse, Tang Ming frowned. Jiang Xuan continued shaking his head, not because he looked down on it. It's just that I already have a contracted beast. Hearing Jiang Xuan speak, not only was Tang Ming stunned, but everyone present was also taken aback. He already has a contracted beast? Jiang Xuan, wasn't he just awakened? When did he contract a beast? Jiang Xuan, isn't he a bit confused in the head because he awakened to a profession with such an extreme disparity? Or is Jiang Xuan pretending to be crazy to avoid accepting this demon egg that possesses only the golden bloodline? At this moment, not only were the others confused, but even Hua Ling beside him subtly nudged Jiang Xuan, signaling him to stop talking. Clearly, Hua Ling, like everyone else, thought that Jiang Xuan would not look favorably upon a mere golden-blooded demon egg. That's why I used such words to decline. Oh, you've already contracted a beast? Then why not show everyone how it's done? Tang Ming's expression darkened. In Tang Ming's view, as the lord of Lingchuan City, even if Jiang Xuan genuinely looked down on this golden-blooded demon egg, he could have accepted it without contracting it, it wouldn't have mattered. But being rejected so publicly really made Tang Ming feel a bit humiliated. Tang Ming, filled with righteous indignation, naturally wanted to teach Jiang Xuan a proper lesson. The city lord had shown nothing but kindness, yet Jiang Xuan treated him like a fool. The city lord's expression visibly darkened. Tsk, Jiang Xuan awakened to such an ordinary profession, yet still has such lofty ambitions but meager abilities. I doubt he'll amount to anything in this lifetime. Hearing Tang Ming's words, those who had already been jealous of Jiang Xuan were naturally delighted to see him make a fool of himself. Just as everyone was waiting for Jiang Xuan to embarrass himself, a thunderous boom suddenly echoed across the sky. The previously clear sky instantly darkened with thick clouds. Roar! In an instant, a dragon's roar that shook the heavens resounded throughout the entire Lingchuan. Was that the sound of a dragon? Could it be that the dragon clan has come to attack Lingchuan? Hearing the dragon's roar beside his ears, Tang Ming, who had been filled with anger just moments before, was startled and immediately looked up at the sky. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and a massive dragon head, large enough to blot out the sun and moon, slowly emerged, surrounded by endless flashes of lightning. Gazing at the dragon head, the crowd, who had initially wanted to see Jiang Xuan become a laughingstock, now had no such thoughts at all. Under the terrifying dragon's might, everyone present trembled uncontrollably, their heartbeats racing wildly. Even Tang Ming, the strongest 4-star professional in all of Lingchuan, began to tremble in response. Faced with ordinary dragons, Tang Ming might still have had the courage to strike. But now, gazing at the dragon's head that seemed to blot out the sky and feeling its primal, ancient pressure, Tang Ming couldn't even think of fighting back. He no longer had the strength to stand up. The dragon's head emerged from the clouds, not causing any destruction to Lingchuan, yet it continued descending toward the ground. As the dragon's head drew nearer, everyone's heart rate skyrocketed to their limits. Countless people succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, fainting on the spot. Just as everyone thought the dragon head, brimming with endless lightning, would completely crush the entire Lingchuan, the dragon head unexpectedly stopped in front of Jiang Xuan. Then, before everyone's eyes, this dragon head, whose oppressive presence made countless people breathless, lowered its head to Jiang Xuan. A powerful and ancient voice echoed throughout Lingchuan. Master! Chapter 3, Lord of 10,000 Thunders, Mythical Pet Beast, Primordial Thunder Dragon. Wait, did I hear that right? This divine dragon before our eyes actually called Jiang Xuan Master? This is insane. Am I hallucinating? Isn't Jiang Xuan just an ordinary beast tamer? Why on earth would this divine dragon choose to acknowledge him as its master? Witnessing the dragon submit to Jiang Xuan, the crowd was utterly shaken to their core. People would rather believe this was all an illusion than accept the reality before their eyes. After all, what makes Jiang Xuan so special? Aside from the shock and confusion among the crowd, Tang Ming, who had initially wanted to embarrass Jiang Xuan, now had sweat trickling down his temples. Though Tang Ming was already standing on the ground, under the terrifying aura of the divine dragon before him, his body still trembled uncontrollably. But he wasn't angry because of it. Instead, he felt somewhat relieved. Relieved that he hadn't chosen to attack Jiang Xuan. Otherwise, instead of just standing there trembling, he would have already been utterly destroyed. However, compared to everyone's fear of this divine dragon that had acknowledged Jiang Xuan as its master, Hua Ling, who was beside Jiang Xuan, seemed completely unfazed. Instead, she boldly approached and even scrutinized the divine dragon before Jiang Xuan. Such pure lightning energy. My thunder element is actually trembling. Sensing the flickering lightning around the dragon's body, Hua Ling also turned her gaze to the somewhat shaky thunder element beside her. Due to awakening as an elemental mage, Hua Ling's control and perception of the elements have become extremely strong. Although Hua Ling has just awakened, the thunder element she has condensed makes her second to none on Blue Star. There is probably no one who dares claim to be the best. Yet even my nearly peerless thunder element trembles before this divine dragon. Hua Ling was naturally very surprised. But what made Hua Ling even more puzzled was, how did Jiang Xuan manage to contract such a powerful divine dragon right before her eyes? However, as she gazed at the divine dragon in front of her, Hua Ling suddenly felt that her elemental mage profession didn't seem quite so impressive anymore. The thought of losing to Jiang Xuan once again. Hua Ling's cherry-red lips pursed, and her slightly chubby mouth instantly puffed up like a little balloon. That despicable guy. He's just awakened as a beastmaster, yet he's still this ridiculously overpowered. Could it be that I'll lose to this guy for the rest of my life? Hannah Ringo here was deeply resentful about her defeat. But on the other side, Jiang Xuan looked at the divine dragon bowing its head in submission before him and slowly reached out to place his hand upon its forehead. At the very moment Jiang Xuan's hand touched the divine dragon's head, the once majestic divine dragon, as mighty as heaven and earth, instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning that vanished into Jiang Xuan's palm. Pet, Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon % level, LV 1% strength, 10% agility, 10% constitution, 10% spirit. 10 tier, Black Iron Elemental Attribute, Lightning Bloodline Rank, Mythical talent. Lord of 10,000 Thunders, immune to and absorbs all thunder elemental attacks, 90% reduction in thunder skill consumption and cooldown time. Lightning skill power boost 100%. Skills. Tier 1 Lightning Flash, Level 1, Tier 1 Lightning Ball, Level 1, Tier 1 Lightning Dash, Level 1. Tier 1 Lightning Claw, Level 1, Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon? That name is truly imposing. Judging from the systems panel, the base stats are quite impressive. It's just that this mythical talent dominion of 10,000 thunderbolts is a bit too overpowering, isn't it? Reading the description of the mythical talent dominion of 10,000 thunderbolts, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but gasp in shock. Although Jiang Xuan had already imagined that a pet beast with mythical bloodline would be overpowered, this was just way too outrageous. That said, the more ridiculously powerful Jiang Xuan's beast companion appeared, the more exhilarated he naturally felt. Although the beastmaster profession doesn't grant strong combat capabilities early on like other battle-oriented classes do. However, as their level increases, tamed beasts can share their own abilities with their beastmasters. The higher the realm, the more abilities a beast companion can share with its beastmaster. It is precisely because of the sharing ability that beastmasters remain inconspicuous in the early stages, but once they reach the mid-phase, aside from a few divine-level professions, almost no one could match the beast tamer. Keep in mind that renowned beastmasters nowadays typically focus on cultivating only 2 or 3 powerful beast companions in their entire lifetime. Yet, with each realm Jiang Xuan advances, he can contract another beast companion with mythical bloodline. To be honest, Jiang Xuan can't even imagine how strong he would become once he becomes a 4-star or 5-star beastmaster. At the moment Jiang Xuan finished reading the information, he keenly noticed lightning beginning to flicker on his left arm. As the lightning flashes reached their peak, Jiang Xuan saw an exact replica of the one that had just appeared in the dark clouds, but proportionally scaled-down dark purple little dragons coiled around his right and left arms. As soon as Jiang Xuan looked at it, the dark purple little dragon grinned and let out an adorable, childish cry. Such an adorable baby dragon. The moment Hualing noticed the little dragon that had appeared on Jiang Xuan's left arm, she was immediately captivated by its cuteness. She then reached out to pat its head. Whoa! However, the little dragon, which had been grinning foolishly at Jiang Xuan, instantly changed its expression upon seeing Hualing's approaching hand. From its mouth, a burst of lightning was immediately spat toward Hualing. The little dragon spewed lightning, and Hualing didn't react in time. However, the swirling earth element around her instantly transformed into a thick earthen wall, shielding Hualing. In elemental attributes, earth counteracts lightning. Logically speaking, within the same tier of skills, the earth element completely overwhelms the lightning element. Moreover, Hualing's earth element is condensed from the spirits of nature. One could say its quality is the strongest on Blue Star. Yet even this earth wall, formed from such condensed earth element, should logically have easily blocked the little dragon's lightning. But a shocking scene unfolded. The solid earth wall, condensed from earth element, not only failed to block the lightning. Even upon contact, it was instantly pierced through by the lightning, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Peering through the opening, one could see a charred, shadowy pit on the ground, scorched by lightning energy. The cave entrance is not large, but its depth definitely reaches over a meter. Gazing at the dark abyss on the ground, Hualing, who was floating nearby supported by the wind element, couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear in her heart. You should know that with the earth wall's obstruction from the earth element, that lightning strike just now blasted a 1-meter deep hole in the ground. She couldn't imagine how horrific her condition would have been if the wind element hadn't pulled her away just now. Hualing, are you okay? Seeing little dragon suddenly attack Hualing, Jiang Xuan quickly showed concern for Hualing's condition. After all, if the little dragon really damaged Hualing, it would cost a lot of money to compensate. I'm fine. Only after hearing Jiang Xuan's words did Hualing snap out of her daze from the little dragon's attack and speak up to say she was fine. However, Hualing, floating in midair, glanced at the dark abyss and then at the dark purple little dragon on Jiang Xuan's shoulder. For a moment, she suddenly felt that the little dragon before her wasn't quite as cute anymore. It's good that you're fine. Hearing that Hualing was unharmed, Jiang Xuan finally let out a sigh of relief. However, looking at the little dragon perched on his shoulder, its nostrils still flickering with lightning as it glared at Hualing with hostility, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. This child seems a bit shy. It's best if you keep your distance for now. What Jiang Xuan said is right. As soon as Jiang Xuan finished speaking, Tamer, who had been standing silently by the side, slowly began to speak. Dragons are inherently aloof and proud. Aside from their masters, it's rare for them to take a liking to strangers. If it isn't necessary, it's better to stay away from them. As he spoke, Tang Ming's gaze turned toward the earthen wall with a gaping hole and the deep pit on the ground. He couldn't help but take a deep breath of cool air, his heart filled with astonishment. Despite being only level 1, the power of its lightning already rivals that of a level 10 demon. The bloodline level of this little dragon is probably at least solar flare grade, and it wouldn't be surprising if it reached legendary. With the existence of this dragon, Jiang Xuan's future should at least be that of an 8-star beast tamer. And it's even possible he could become a 9-star legendary beast tamer. Thinking this through, Tang Ming realized that Jiang Xuan's earlier rejection of the demon egg he offered was actually quite understandable, wasn't it? But when he thought back to how aggressively he had just treated Jiang Xuan, Tang Ming wished he could slap himself right then and there. Wasn't it just a matter of losing face to a junior? Damn it, is losing a little dignity really such a shameful thing? Originally, just sending a decent gift to express your feelings would have sufficed. Now, if you don't go all out and give a big gift, do you really think you can move on? Tang Ming, you're truly more of a hindrance than a help. But at this point, I have no choice but to give that thing away. Chapter 3, Master of 10,000 Thunders, Mythical Pet Beast Ancestral Thunder Dragon. Did I hear that correctly? That divine dragon before us actually called Jiang Xuan Master? This is insane. Am I hallucinating? Isn't Jiang Xuan just an ordinary beast tamer? Why on earth would this divine dragon choose to recognize him as its master? Witnessing the divine dragon pledge allegiance to Jiang Xuan, the crowd's hearts trembled violently. They would rather believe it was all an illusion than accept the reality unfolding before their eyes. After all, what did Jiang Xuan possibly have to offer? Beyond the astonishment and bewilderment of the crowd, Tang Ming, who had intended to humiliate Jiang Xuan, felt beads of sweat trickling down his temples. Though he now stood firmly on the ground, his body still trembled involuntarily under the terrifying pressure emanating from the divine dragon before him. Yet he felt no anger. Instead, a faint sense of relief washed over him. Relief that he hadn't chosen to attack Jiang Xuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't merely be trembling in place right now. He would have been utterly annihilated. Yet while everyone else felt fear toward this divine dragon that had recognized Jiang Xuan as its master, Hua Ling beside Jiang Xuan seemed completely unfazed. Instead, she boldly approached and even began scrutinizing the divine dragon before Jiang Xuan. Such pure lightning energy. My lightning element is trembling. Perceiving the lightning flashes surrounding the divine dragon, Hua Ling glanced at the trembling lightning element beside her. Having awakened as an elemental mage, Hua Ling possessed extraordinary control and perception over elements. Though Hua Ling had only recently awakened, she dared claim second place in the entire Blue Star for the quality of her condensed lightning element. Few, if any, could claim first. Yet even her nearly unmatched lightning element was trembling in fear before this divine dragon. Hua Ling was naturally astonished. But what puzzled her even more was, how on earth did Jiang Xuan manage to contract such a powerful divine dragon? Yet gazing at this divine dragon, Hua Ling suddenly felt her own elemental mage profession seemed rather lackluster. The thought of losing to Jiang Xuan once again made her pout. Hua Ling's cherry red lips pressed together, her baby fat mouth puffing out like a little balloon. That damn brat. He's only awakened as a beast master. How can he be so freaking overpowered? Am I doomed to lose to this guy for the rest of my life? Here, Hua Ling seethed with resentment over her defeat. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan gazed at the divine dragon bowing before him in submission. Slowly, he placed his hand upon its forehead. The instant Jiang Xuan's hand touched the dragon's head, the majestic dragon, once as imposing as the heavens themselves, instantly transformed into a bolt of thunder that surged through Jiang Xuan's palm and into his body. Pet Beast, Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. Level, LV.1. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Spiritual Awareness, 10. Realm, Black Iron. Elemental Affinity, Lightning. Bloodline Tier, Mythic. Mythic Talent, Sovereign of 10,000 Thunders, immune to and absorbs all lightning elemental attacks, reduces lightning skill mana cost and cooldown by 90%, increases lightning skill damage by 100%. Skills, Tier 1 Lightning Flash LV1, Tier 1 Lightning Orb LV1, Tier 1 Lightning Bolt LV1, Tier 1 Lightning Claw LV1. The Ancestral Dragon of Thunder? That name sure is imposing. Judging by the stats the system shows, the base stats are pretty impressive. But this Mythic Talent Master of 10,000 Thunders is downright absurd. Reading the description of the Mythic Talent Master of all Thunder, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. While he had anticipated that a pet beast with a mythical bloodline would be formidable, this was simply too absurd. That said, the more overpowered his pet beast became, the more excited Jiang Xuan felt inside. While beast tamers couldn't match the innate combat prowess of other combat classes in the early stages. But as their realm increased, the beast could share its abilities with the beast master. The higher the realm, the greater the abilities the beast could share. It was precisely because of this ability sharing that beast masters remained inconspicuous in the early stages. Yet once they reached the mid-levels, save for a handful of god-tier professions, almost no one could stand against a beast master. Consider that renowned beast masters typically dedicate their entire lives to cultivating only 2 or 3 powerful pets. But with each realm Jiang Xuan ascends, he gains the ability to contract a mythical bloodline beast. Frankly, Jiang Xuan dared not imagine just how powerful he would become once he reached a 4-star or 5-star beast master. Just as Jiang Xuan finished reading the information, he keenly sensed lightning beginning to flicker on his left arm. As the lightning flared to its peak, Jiang Xuan saw a dark purple dragon identical to the one in the dark clouds, but scaled down in every proportion coil around his right and left arms. Ah! The moment Jiang Xuan looked at it, the dark purple dragon grinned, emitting a soft, babyish cry. Ah! What an adorable little dragon! Spotting the little dragon on Jiang Xuan's left arm, Hua Ling was instantly captivated by its adorable appearance and reached out to stroke its head. Ah woo! However, the dragon, who had been grinning foolishly at Jiang Xuan, instantly changed expression upon seeing Hua Ling's outstretched hand. It immediately spat a burst of lightning at her. Ah! The dragon's lightning bolt shot forth, catching Hua Ling off guard. But the earth element swirling around her instantly solidified into a thick wall, shielding her from the attack. Among elemental attributes, earth elementals counter lightning elementals. In theory, at the same skill level, earth completely overpowers lightning. Moreover, Hua Ling's earth element was condensed from the essence of nature itself. Its quality could be considered the strongest on Blue Star. Yet, this very wall of earth formed by her elemental power should have effortlessly blocked the young dragon's lightning bolt. Yet a shocking sight unfolded. The solid earth wall, formed by the very essence of earth, not only failed to block the lightning bolt but was instantly pierced through upon contact, leaving a gaping hole as wide as a bowl. Through the hole, a dark, scorched pit could be seen on the ground, charred by the lightning's energy. The opening was small, but the pit itself plunged at least a meter deep. Gazing at the dark pit on the ground, Hua Ling, suspended nearby by the wind element, felt a wave of dread wash over her. After all, even with the earth elemental wall blocking it, that bolt of lightning had just pierced a 1 meter deep hole in the ground. She dared not imagine how gruesome her own state would have been had the wind elemental not pulled her away just then. Hua Ling, are you okay? Seeing the little dragon suddenly attack Hua Ling, Jiang Xuan immediately grew concerned for her condition. After all, if the little dragon had truly damaged Hua Ling, that would mean a hefty compensation bill. Ha! Oh, I'm fine. Hua Ling snapped out of her daze at Jiang Xuan's words, finally responding that she was fine. But as she floated in midair, Hua Ling glanced at the gloomy cavern, then at the dark purple dragon perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder. For a moment, the little dragon before her eyes didn't seem quite so adorable anymore. Glad you're okay. Relieved to hear Hua Ling was unharmed, Jiang Xuan exhaled softly. But glancing at the dragon on his shoulder still glaring at Hua Ling with lightning flickering in its nostrils, its hostility unabated, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. This little one seems a bit shy around strangers. It's best you keep your distance for now. Jiang Xuan is correct. Tang Ming, who had stood silently nearby for some time, finally spoke up. Dragons are naturally proud and aloof. They rarely warm to strangers beyond their masters. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best to keep your distance. As he spoke, Tang Ming's gaze fell upon the earthen wall beside them, now breached by a gaping hole, and the deep pit gouged into the ground. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, astonishment welling within him. Clearly only level 1, yet the power of that lightning bolt rivals that of a level 10 demon? This little dragon's bloodline rank must be at least sun level, and even reaching legendary wouldn't be surprising. With this dragon's existence, Jiang Xuan should at least become an 8-star beast master in the future. Even a 9-star legendary beast master isn't impossible. Reflecting on this, Tang Ming realized it was perfectly normal for Jiang Xuan to have dismissed the demonic beast egg he'd offered earlier. But recalling his own aggressive demeanor toward Jiang Xuan moments ago, Tang Ming wanted to slap himself right then and there. So what if a junior had embarrassed him? Was losing a bit of face really that humiliating? Originally, a modest gift to show goodwill would have sufficed. Now look at him splurging on a grand gift and expecting to turn the page? Tang Ming, you're good for nothing but making a mess. But at this point, I have no choice but to give that thing. Chapter 4, Tang Ming's Apology. 3-star equipment, teleportation scroll. Jiang Xuan, congratulations on contracting such a powerful beast companion. I admit I got a bit carried away earlier. Please don't hold it against me. At that moment, Tang Ming shed his previous aggressive demeanor. Not only did a smile spread across his face, but it even added a few more wrinkles. You're too kind, Lord City Master. The demonic egg you gifted me is already a most generous present. Seeing Tang Ming's apologetic expression, Jiang Xuan immediately responded with humility. Though Jiang Xuan had never warmed to the opportunistic Tang Ming, he had no choice but to respect him as Lord of Lingchuan City. He would still have to remain in Lingchuan until after his professional entrance exams. Facing the most powerful and influential landowner in Lingchuan, Jiang Xuan knew full well that with his current feeble strength, he absolutely could not afford to offend him. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Tang Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he was genuinely afraid Jiang Xuan might hold a grudge against him. If anyone else had clashed with him, Tang Ming might have ignored it or even taken care of them discreetly. But Jiang Xuan was someone closely watched by the Empire's high-ranking officials. If Tang Ming took action, those influential figures would inevitably uncover it. He and Jiang Xuan weren't locked in a life or death struggle. Wasn't it better for everyone to get along peacefully than to risk everything? Seeing that Jiang Xuan held no grudge against him, Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and continued with a smile. The demon egg I sent earlier was a bit hastily arranged. But honestly, it wasn't particularly useful to me anyway. If you don't mind, Xiao Jiang, feel free to keep it. It could serve as food for your pet beast to perfectly good use. Hearing Tang Ming's words, Jiang Xuan showed little reaction, but the others present reacted strongly. Holy crap, using a golden bloodline demon egg as food? A single golden bloodline demon egg starts at $1 million on the official market. That's extravagant. Just as everyone gasped at Tang Ming's extravagant gesture, Tang Ming, who had been holding nothing moments before, now held a yellowed, ancient-looking parchment scroll. Jiang Xuan, catch. With that, Tang Ming tossed the parchment scroll into the air. As if possessed by a spirit, the scroll flew directly toward Jiang Xuan. At that moment, Jiang Xuan was puzzled by the parchment scroll Tang Ming had handed over, unsure of his intentions. As the scroll approached him, before Jiang Xuan could reach out to catch it, the little dragon on his left arm had already moved closer to sniff it. After sensing nothing unusual about it, the little dragon opened its mouth, caught the scroll mid-air, and promptly delivered it to Jiang Xuan. The instant Jiang Xuan grasped the scroll, its basic information appeared before his eyes. Treasure, teleportation scroll. Effect, allows the holder to freely teleport to any instance they wish to enter. The description was brief, just 2 lines. Yet those 2 lines alone made Jiang Xuan's eyes light up. A teleportation scroll? Why has Tang Ming suddenly become so generous? Staring at the information before him, Jiang Xuan glanced at Tang Ming with surprise. Judging by the description, this teleportation scroll wasn't particularly remarkable. But across the entire Blue Star, teleportation scrolls were considered one of the essential artifacts that all classes except spatial-type practitioners must possess. Its power allowed the bearer to teleport into any instance on Blue Star. Blue Star had already undergone global digitalization. Yet Blue Star's instances were scattered across the entire globe. To enter a specific instance, one must physically travel to its location. Therefore, for many adventurers, they can only farm the instances available in their local area. Keep in mind that the majority of instances have daily limits on monster spawns and resource drops. Once the limit is reached, players must wait until the next day to farm again. But with this teleportation scroll, once one instance reached its limit, Jiang Xuan could teleport to farm other instances. Not to mention, with this teleportation scroll, if Jiang Xuan needed specific materials, he could farm dungeons himself to become self-sufficient. Though the teleportation scroll offered no direct power boost, such a treasure commanded a staggering 30 million in the open market. Even so, once listed for sale, it would be snapped up in seconds. That Tang Ming would now directly gift him such a precious treasure was something Jiang Xuan truly hadn't anticipated. Lord City Master, this gift is simply. Before Jiang Xuan could finish speaking, Tang Ming waved his hand with a smile. I'm getting old. This item holds little use for me anymore. You are still young, with boundless potential ahead. Consider this my gift to mark your awakening. Though Tang Ming claimed he had no use for it, a pang of regret still tugged at his heart. After all, this was the most precious treasure in his possession. Had he not offended Jiang Xuan earlier and had his son not been so disappointing merely awakening to an ordinary combat profession requiring vast resources to cultivate, he would never have parted with such a precious treasure. Then thank you, Lord City Master. Seeing Tang Ming speak thus, Jiang Xuan offered his gratitude. Besides Jiang Xuan receiving Tang Ming's reward, Hua Ling was also gifted a treasure by Tang Ming, a 3-star level weapon, a magical spirit staff. Though Hua Ling couldn't fully harness the weapon's power just yet, it still represented a significant upgrade for her. After bestowing gifts upon Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling, Tang Ming departed. Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling also descended from the awakening platform. The awakening ceremony continued, but no further astonishing professions emerged in the subsequent sessions. Truthfully, the other awakenings present weren't particularly weak either. It was simply that Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling's brilliance was too dazzling. This made the others seem somewhat dim by comparison. As the ceremony concluded, Principal Gao Wei stepped forward to offer a few words. His words were simple. First, he expressed his delight at the successful conclusion of today's ceremony. Second, he urged everyone to remember that the Global Vocational College entrance exam was just 1 month away. To achieve outstanding results, one must demonstrate exceptional performance. Only through earnest dedication and relentless effort could they ultimately gain admission to their dream schools. Listening to Gao Wei's words, Jiang Xuan glanced at the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon circling his shoulder. Indeed, there are only 29 days left until the exam. My profession isn't exceptional. I can't expect to be noticed by the 9 legendary academies solely based on my profession's prestige, like Hua Ling did. Therefore, to gain admission to one of the 9 legendary academies, I must demonstrate extraordinary ability. With that thought, Jiang Xuan clenched his fist, resolving that he couldn't afford even a moment's slack in the coming month. He'd start by clearing the school's beginner dungeon. Just as Jiang Xuan resolved to tackle the dungeon, he received an invitation from Hua Ling. Jiang Xuan, are you busy later? If you're free, wanna run a dungeon together? Chapter 5, Hua Ling Speed Challenge, Dungeon, Tower of Trials. Run a dungeon? Faced with Hua Ling's invitation, Jiang Xuan hesitated. After a moment, he shook his head and declined Hua Ling. I think I'll pass. Why? Seeing herself rejected, Hua Ling looked puzzled. While Hua Ling acknowledged that Jiang Xuan's contracted beast was formidable, her own strength wasn't exactly weak either. As a beast master, I have to split experience points with my pet beast, which means my leveling speed is slower than other classes. If we team up to run a dungeon, I'll only gain a quarter of the experience I'd normally get from clearing it once. Teaming up does significantly reduce the chance of getting hurt. But for me, the rate of experience gain is still too slow. Facing Hua Ling's confusion, Jiang Xuan explained the reasoning behind it. Hua Ling froze upon hearing this, but upon reflection, she realized Jiang Xuan's words made perfect sense. After all, Beast Masters were universally acknowledged as the slowest class to level up, no contest. It was important to remember that the global college entrance exam wasn't just about the excellence of one's profession, it also placed extremely high demands on combat prowess. Alright then, Hua Ling replied, sounding slightly displeased. Seeing her slight disappointment, Jiang Xuan chuckled. While teaming up isn't ideal right now, once our levels rise, or when we tackle some challenging dungeons in the future, then it won't be too late for us to team up. There are less than 30 days left until the exams. Leveling up is the top priority right now. Hua Ling listened to Jiang Xuan's words and realized he was right. At their current low levels, the demons in accessible dungeons weren't formidable. But once they leveled up and faced powerful dungeons in the future, teaming up then would indeed be more effective. Right. Then let's go grind levels right now. With that, Hua Ling immediately grabbed Jiang Xuan's hand and dashed toward the school's sole beginner dungeon. The reason Rinkai First High School stood as the top secondary school in all of Rinkai City. This was because Rinkai First High itself possessed a newbie dungeon specifically designed for beginners to level up. While newbie dungeons were plentiful on Blue Star, the vast majority were located in wilderness areas. Those appearing within cities were extremely rare. Rin River First High School's possession of this dungeon. This allowed it to produce large numbers of outstanding professionals every year. The newcomer dungeon at Rinkai First Middle School is called the Tower of Trials. It is a stage-based dungeon. The Tower of Trials consists of 9 distinct levels. Upon entering, selecting a challenge will spawn a considerable number of monsters in each level. While the number of monsters in the dungeon isn't particularly large, the monsters within the Tower of Trials can respawn infinitely. This means the Tower of Trials can be challenged an unlimited number of times. Therefore, this location serves as an excellent spot for leveling up. If there's one drawback, it's that the monsters within this dungeon are quite low level. Once a player surpasses level 6, the experience gained from these monsters becomes negligible. Even so, the Tower of Trials remains an outstanding dungeon for new adventurers. Dragged along by Hua Ling, Jiang Xuan arrived at the entrance of the Trial Tower. Only, the once empty Tower of Trials was now packed with people. Indeed, those students who had just completed their class awakenings had also come to grind the dungeon. While the vast majority pursued life skills, history had seen legends rise from such professions. Take the legendary artisan, Gervardo, one of the 9 great legendary adventurers. He had awakened to the blacksmithing profession, one of the life skills. Yet ultimately, he ascended to the ranks of the 9 great legends through his blacksmithing profession. Thus, he became an idol and source of motivation for many who awakened to crafting professions. After all, the Divine Craftsman Academy, one of the 9 legendary academies, is specifically designed for those pursuing life professions. As long as one meets the required standards, they can enter the Divine Artisan Academy for advanced training. Thus, even many awakened craftspeople come to challenge the Tower of Trials, striving to level up. But while the dream is grand, reality is harsh. Being purely crafting focused, they possess virtually no combat prowess. Not long after Jiang Xuan arrived at the trial tower, he witnessed several students emerge from the tower, severely wounded, their faces etched with despair. But Jiang Xuan offered no words of comfort. After all, that was the rule of this world. The victor takes all, and failure becomes the defining mark of countless lives. Gazing up at the towering trial tower before her, Hua Ling's eyes lit up the moment she arrived. A mischievous idea formed in her mind. This time, she had a brilliant plan to defeat Jiang Xuan herself. With that thought, Hua Ling turned her gaze to Jiang Xuan beside her. Jiang Xuan, since we're not teaming up, how about we race to see who can clear the school's newbie dungeon faster? I admit I'm no match for you in this class awakening. But if we race through dungeons, I'll definitely beat you. As she spoke, Hua Ling placed her hands on her hips with a hint of pride. The elements at her side began to dance, cheering on their mistress. Jiang Xuan was taken aback by Hua Ling's proposal, but a smile played on his lips. Why does this girl always think she can beat me? Could it be that I'm putting too much pressure on her? But as he spoke, Jiang Xuan's gaze drifted to the thunder source Primordial Dragon coiled around his left arm, now fast asleep. A faint smile touched his lips. But it's perfect timing. I was planning to test the ancestral Dragon of Thunder's combat prowess in a dungeon run anyway. If you insist on a contest, I suppose I can't refuse. With that thought, Jiang Xuan looked at Hua Ling and chuckled lightly. If you're not afraid of losing, I'd be happy to oblige. Put. How can you be so cocky? You're definitely going to be the one losing later. Hearing Jiang Xuan immediately concede defeat, Hua Ling instantly stuck out her tongue in displeasure. Yet, despite her pout, a proud expression spread across her face at Jiang Xuan's acceptance of her challenge. After all, in her eyes, the winner of this match was undoubtedly going to be her. Upon hearing that Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling were competing again, the crowd buzzed with whispers. Hua Ling's challenging Jiang Xuan again? But this time it's a dungeon speedrun. Who do you think has the better odds? I'd say Hua Ling. Jiang Xuan's dragon contract is indeed powerful, but it's only level 1 right now. He'll have to go solo in the dungeon, right? But Hua Ling has a full 9 elemental spirits assisting her. It'd be tough for her to lose this time. As the crowd began discussing who would emerge victorious between Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling, Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling simultaneously entered the newbie dungeon, the Tower of Trials. Their dungeon speedrun officially commenced. Chapter 6, Trial? Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon, you call this a trial? Is this what the interior of the Tower of Trials looks like? A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and Jiang Xuan found himself inside the Tower of Trials. The interior was simple, a vast battlefield surrounded by darkness and void. Challenger detected. Shall you proceed with the Trial Tower challenge? Hearing the prompt sound in his ears, Jiang Xuan remained silent. Before challenging the tower, he wanted to first understand the nature of the 4 skills currently mastered by the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon. After all, without knowing the mechanics of these abilities, he was bound to be at a disadvantage in combat. Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon, that name's a bit too long. Little dragon, how about I just call you Thunder Source from now on? Jiang Xuan suggested, looking at the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon perched on his shoulder. The Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon had no objection to Jiang Xuan's suggestion. To it, a name was merely a label. As its master, Jiang Xuan could call it whatever he pleased. Even if he called it puppy, it wouldn't mind. Seeing the Lei Yuan Ancestral Dragon's consent, Jiang Xuan ruffled the little creature's head and chuckled, "We'll be challenging the dungeon soon. Lei Yuan, first let me familiarize myself with the 4 skills you currently possess." Upon hearing Jiang Xuan speak, the Lei Yuan Zhu Long understood. It immediately slid down from Jiang Xuan's arm. The next second, a bolt of lightning formed in Lei Yuan Zolong's mouth. In an instant, the lightning burst forth. This time, the lightning from the Primordial Dragon's mouth formed a continuous spray. Under the relentless assault, the once even ground was instantly gouged open by a massive gash. So this lightning beam is a sustained skill? It's actually more powerful than I imagined. However, the spiritual energy consumption is quite high. It drains 3 points per second. Even at full power, this lightning beam can only last for 40 seconds. Watching the Thunder Dragon unleash its lightning, Jiang Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Soon after, the Primordial Dragon of Thunder demonstrated its skills before Jiang Xuan: Thunder Sphere, Lightning Flash, and Thunder Claw. The Thunderball was straightforward. The Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon condensed the lightning in its mouth into a thunderous orb. Compared to the instant lightning beams it could unleash before, the Thunder Orb required about 1 second to condense. Because all the lightning elements were condensed together, the Thunderball's power was more than double that of the lightning beam. Each use consumed 10 points of spiritual energy. However, it lacks the instant cast ability of the lightning beam, and its flight speed is not particularly fast. It can only be considered a finishing move for critical moments. As for the lightning flash skill, it's quite straightforward. The Thunder Ancestral Dragon directly transforms its body into lightning elements. During this elemental state, the Thunder Ancestral Dragon possesses no physical form. Physical attacks have no effect on it whatsoever. Only elemental attacks can inflict damage upon it. Upon seeing the lightning flash skill, Jiang Xuan instinctively realized that this seemingly low-tier ability was undoubtedly a god-tier skill. If used effectively, it possessed the power to turn the tide of battle. Its sole drawback was the immense spiritual energy consumption. Even with the aid of the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon's mythic talent, Master of 10,000 Thunders, each second of Thunder Flash consumed 10 points of spiritual energy. Given the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon's current spiritual energy reserves, it could sustain the skill for no more than 12 seconds. Therefore, the Lightning Flash skill could only be kept as a last resort option. As for the Thunder Claw skill, it's relatively straightforward. The Thunder Ancestral Dragon channels lightning elements into its claws, enchanting them with lightning magic. When it attacks an opponent, the claws deal additional lightning elemental damage. Its spiritual energy consumption is minimal, requiring only 3 points per use. Moreover, a single enchantment lasts for a full minute. Watching the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon finish demonstrating its skills, Jiang Xuan stroked his chin and remarked, "It seems Thunder Origin's standard skills these days are Lightning Flash and Thunder Claw. Against immobile demons, the Thunderball can be surprisingly effective. As for the Lightning Flash skill, it's best to use that sparingly for now." Having gained a thorough understanding of the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's abilities, Jiang Xuan signaled for the dragon to cease its demonstration. Once the Primordial Dragon of Thunder had rested and fully replenished its spiritual energy, Jiang Xuan made up his mind. "I challenge the dungeon." As the thought formed, the previously plain platform flickered with light. 3 fox-like demons, shrouded in white mist, appeared before Jiang Xuan. Mist Fox LV.1 would attribute Black Iron Bloodline. As the three Mist Foxes solidified into tangible forms, the dungeon prompt sounded once more in Jiang Xuan's ear. Challenge begins. First gate, defeat the Mist Foxes. Now, gazing at the three materialized Mist Foxes before him, Jiang Xuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Lei Yuan, shatter them. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed. A bolt of lightning erupted directly from Lei Yuan's mouth. With a flash, the newly materialized Mist Foxes were instantly shattered by Lei Yuan. As the three Mist Foxes perished, a notification chimed in Jiang Xuan's ear. Defeated LV1 Mist Fox, experience +1. Defeated LV1 Mist Fox, experience +1. Defeated LV.1 Mist Fox, experience +1. As the three notifications sounded, Jiang Xuan glanced at his experience bar. Experience points, 1.5 100. So, I really have to split my experience points with Lei Yuan. Looks like I'll have to grind dungeons relentlessly to catch up with the main group. Seeing that he had clearly gained 3 points of experience but only received 1.5 points, Jiang Xuan knew he must double his efforts to become stronger than others. Congratulations! Challenger has successfully cleared Stage 1. Stage 2, defeat 5 Level 1 Mist Foxes. As the prompt sounded, Jiang Xuan and Lei Yuan immediately plunged into the next battle. Outside the trial tower of Rinkoa First High School, Hua Ling and her 9 elemental spirits emerged from the trial tower. Simultaneously, a melodious voice echoed throughout the entire trial tower. Congratulations to Challenger Hua Ling for clearing the trial tower in 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Congratulations to Challenger Hua Ling for setting a new record for clearing the trial tower. Holy crap, she cleared it in under 4 minutes? I thought the previous record was set 10 years ago. That record was nearly 5 minutes. Hua Ling's combat prowess is absolutely terrifying. And this is her very first time in the Tower of Trials, mind you. I can't even imagine how fast she'll clear it once she gets familiar with the monster's mechanics. The system notification blaring beside them sent shockwaves through the crowd gathered around the trial tower. After all, this record had stood for a full decade. For Hua Ling to shatter it on her very first attempt? That sounded downright absurd. At that moment, Hua Ling listened to the notification sound by her ear. Her gaze swept around the area. Upon realizing Jiang Xuan was nowhere to be seen, she couldn't help but pout her lips in delight. Because she knew she had finally defeated Jiang Xuan head-on. Before Hua Ling could savor her victory for even a few seconds, she spotted Jiang Xuan emerging from the trial tower. Spotting him, Hua Ling immediately ran up, her voice tinged with pride. Ha! Jiang Xuan, this time I've finally beaten you. But the moment her words fell, the trial tower sounded its alert once more. Congratulations to Challenger Jiang Xuan for clearing the trial tower in 1 minute and 32 seconds. Congratulations to Challenger Jiang Xuan for setting a new record for clearing the trial tower. Chapter 7, The College Entrance Exam Pledge with Hua Ling. The Dragon Spine Empire's sect leader. The dungeon notification echoed continuously over the skies of Lingchuan First High School. At that moment, Hua Ling, who had believed she would easily defeat Jiang Xuan, stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape, utterly speechless. Hua Ling had also attempted the trial tower earlier. She knew exactly how formidable the monsters within the trial tower were. Even as an elemental mage, defeating these monsters took her considerable time. She had pushed herself to the absolute limit to achieve a record of 3 minutes and 47 seconds. By all accounts, this record represented the absolute limit of the trial tower. The trial tower had existed for over a century, and Hua Ling's record was undeniably the fastest in 100 years without a doubt. Yet Jiang Xuan shattered this very record outright. What was truly absurd was that Jiang Xuan's completion time was nearly 2 minutes faster than hers. This was what astonished Hua Ling the most and left her utterly baffled. Beyond Hua Ling's astonishment, everyone else present was also stunned by Jiang Xuan's record-breaking speed. Holy crap! 1 minute and 37 seconds? Did I hear that right? But this trial tower has 9 floors in total. Jiang Xuan cleared it in 1 minute and 37 seconds? That means he finished each floor in under 10 seconds? Damn it! Is he even human? His pet beast is only level 1, how can it be this powerful? Just as everyone was stunned by Jiang Xuan's record, a hearty laugh echoed from afar. Truly, every age has its own talented individuals, each dominating the scene for centuries. As the laughter echoed, the crowd watched Gao Wei approach. Principal, good day. Upon seeing Gao Wei, everyone present greeted him in unison. Jiang Xuan, it seems your innate pet beast possesses formidable combat prowess. Gao Wei observed the Thunder Source Primordial Dragon on Jiang Xuan's left arm, his eyes flickering. Principal, you flatter me. It's just that the Thunder Origin's abilities happen to counter the monsters in the trial tower. Jiang Xuan responded modestly to Gao Wei's praise. You're still being so humble in front of me, kid. Though when I first learned you'd awakened as a beastmaster, I had no idea how to explain it to your aunt. Now that your beast companion is this formidable, Xuxin shouldn't worry too much about you. Gao Wei chuckled. Xuxin Jiang Xuan's aunt. Though she was his aunt, she was only a year older than Jiang Xuan. They were technically separated by generations, but since Jiang Xuan's maternal grandparents had passed away early, the two had grown up together since childhood. Though technically an aunt, Xuxin and Jiang Xuan were more like siblings. Like Jiang Xuan, Xuxin possessed extraordinary talent. Before the awakening ceremony, her spiritual affinity had already reached 113. That was 4 points higher than Hua Ling's. On the same day last year, Xu Xian also awakened the hidden profession, Psychic Master. During last year's college entrance exams, Xuxin successfully gained admission to the Mind Academy, one of the 9 legendary institutions. Though Xuxin had entered the Mind Academy, she still felt uneasy about Jiang Xuan. Therefore, she entrusted Gao Wei to look after him. In truth, Jiang Xuan's background was quite respectable. Both his parents were combat professionals, each having reached the 3-star level. From childhood onward, Jiang Xuan enjoyed a life of relative affluence. However, everything changed 3 years ago when his parents vanished while attempting to break through to the 4-star level in a dungeon. That was when Jiang Xuan's family fell into decline. To be honest, if it weren't for the rule that unawakened practitioners couldn't enter the 9 great academies, Xuxin would have taken Jiang Xuan to the Mind Academy last year. Thank you for your concern, Headmaster, Jiang Xuan replied with a smile. By the way, that girl Xuxin hasn't been in touch much lately. Did she enter a breakthrough dungeon? Gao Wei inquired. Jiang Xuan nodded. Yeah, my aunt reached level 30. She entered the breakthrough dungeon a few days ago, aiming to push through and become a 3-star professional. Hearing this, Gao Wei couldn't help but sigh with regret. He'd awakened over 30 years ago and was still only a 3-star practitioner. To be on the verge of becoming a 3-star professional at just 19. Indeed, that girl's talent is truly astonishing. Jiang Xuan, you'd better work hard if you want to keep up with your auntie. Gao Wei patted Jiang Xuan's shoulder as he sighed. I'm here to warn you, things outside the city aren't safe lately. If you've reached your strength limits, you'd be wise to team up and run dungeons outside the city. Now is the time to focus on leveling up. I won't disturb your training. With that, Gao Wei turned and left. Watching Gao Wei's retreating figure, Hua Ling turned her gaze to Jiang Xuan and exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Xuan, Sister Xuxin is about to break through to the 3-star realm? Hearing Hua Ling speak, Jiang Xuan nodded. Yeah, the Mind Academy has a cultivation technique that suits her perfectly. That's why her combat strength has improved so rapidly over the past year, and her leveling progress has naturally been exceptionally swift. Hearing of Xuxin's rapid progress, Hua Ling's mind began to wander. She glanced at Jiang Xuan and said, Jiang Xuan, I admit you won this speed competition. I won't compete with you for a while. Let's settle it at the college entrance exams. When that time comes, I absolutely won't lose to you. Before Jiang Xuan could respond, Hua Ling turned and entered the trial tower to continue leveling up. Watching Hua Ling's earnest and diligent demeanor, Jiang Xuan smiled. Does this girl really think I'm her inner demon? But that's fine. Having someone constantly chasing my heels puts some pressure on me, giving me more motivation to grind levels. Auntie's already at level 30. If I want to catch up to her, I'll have to work twice as hard. With that thought, Jiang Xuan likewise turned without hesitation and entered the trial tower to continue grinding levels. Meanwhile, at the Lord of Rinkawa's residence. Master, the strange phenomenon in Lingchuan was caused by that child Jiang Xuan awakening his profession. Tang Ming spoke with utmost respect as the elder's spectral form materialized before him. Oh? That child, Jiang Xuan? I do recall him. What profession did he awaken? The old man stroked his beard as he inquired. His profession is rather unassuming, merely a beast master. But his beast master seems different from others. His pet beast doesn't require a contract, it was awakened with him. So that celestial anomaly was caused by his innate beast companion. Master, I suspect that beast's bloodline rank may very well have reached legendary level, Tang Ming stated. A pet beast with legendary bloodline? That's truly unheard of. The old man exclaimed in astonishment. But considering this child's spiritual affinity had already reached 121 before awakening, it doesn't seem so strange after all. Upon hearing that Lin Chuan remained calm, the old man stroked his beard and exhaled in relief. Very well. Since it's not a demonic assault on Lin Chuan, I can rest easy. As for Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling, keep a close eye on those two. If they break through to the 1-star realm before the college entrance exams, take them to the Cloud Peak Tower for some training. Tang Ming froze at the mention of the Cloud Peak Tower. The Cloud Peak Tower? Master, isn't that a bit too hasty? Hearing this, the old man replied calmly, since ancient times, every great power has been forged through hardship. For these two children, the monsters in ordinary dungeons likely pose little challenge anymore. Only within the Cloud Peak Tower can they undergo sufficient tempering. As he finished speaking, a faint gleam flickered in the old man's deep eyes, accompanied by a quiet sigh within his heart. After all, my time is drawing near. It is time to seek the next leader of the Dragon Spine Empire. Chapter 8, Insane Leveling. Moans in the Shadow Forest. Time flew by. One day later, Jiang Xuan's figure emerged from the trial tower. The Tower of Trials notification sounded. Congratulations to challenger Jiang Xuan for clearing the trial tower in 29 seconds. Congratulations to challenger Jiang Xuan for setting a new record in the trial tower. Hearing the announcement, the other students lingering around the tower merely glanced up at Jiang Xuan. Then they went back to their own business. The reason everyone remained so indifferent to Jiang Xuan's record-breaking feat was largely because, within this single day, Jiang Xuan had shattered records far too many times. He essentially broke a record every time he entered a dungeon. At first, everyone was stunned by how effortlessly he shattered his own records, as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. But as the frequency increased, they grew numb to his record-breaking feats. In fact, if Jiang Xuan emerged from the trial tower without breaking a single record, that would be what truly puzzled them. As his record-breaking became routine, everyone grew accustomed to his extraordinary feats. However, as the day passed, both Jiang Xuan and the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon underwent tremendous changes in their power. Jiang Xuan. Level, LV 6. Strength, 5. Agility, 6+2. Constitution, 6+2. Perception, 12+2. Experience points, 4600. Pet Beast, Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. Level, LV 6. Strength, 10+15. Agility, 10+15. Constitution, 10+15. Spiritual Perception, 10+15. Realm, Black Iron. Elemental Affinity, Lightning. Bloodline Tier, Mythic. Mythic Talent, Master of 10,000 Thunders. Increases Thunder-type skill power by 160%. Skills, Tier 1 Lightning Flash L6, Tier 1 Lightning Orb L3, Tier 1 Lightning Bolt L2, Tier 1 Lightning Claw L5. Jiang Xuan and the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon had both reached the level 6 tier. Jiang Xuan's changes were minimal. His level increase only granted additional attribute points. Currently in the apprentice stage, he gains only 1 attribute point per level. Strength represents melee power in physical combat prowess, typically favored by warriors. Since he doesn't need to engage in close combat, Jiang Xuan didn't boost strength. Instead, he evenly distributed points across the other 3 attributes. His overall build remained straightforward. However, the combat prowess of the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon underwent a qualitative transformation. This is because the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's bloodline level has reached mythical standards. Each level increase grants it an additional 10 attribute points. As a dual cultivator of combat techniques and arts, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon also required attributes for speed and defense. Plus, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's attribute points were simply too abundant. Jiang Xuan opted for an evenly distributed stat allocation for the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon. Not only did the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's attributes receive a significant boost, its mythic talent, the Lightning Type Power Skill Amplification, has increased from 100% to 160%. While a 60% increase may seem modest on paper, it's crucial to note that the dragon's skill level has also advanced. A level 6 lightning bolt now spans the width of a dinner plate, up from the thickness of a bowl's rim. Combined with this 60% power boost, demons in the Tower of Trials are essentially one-shot kills the moment they show their heads. Precisely because the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's combat effectiveness skyrockets exponentially with each level, Jiang Xuan's clearing speed continues to accelerate. If only the Trial Tower allowed challenging all 9 floors monsters in one go. Jiang Xuan felt breaking the 1-second clear record wouldn't be impossible. Although Jiang Xuan split all dungeon experience evenly with the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon, the sheer speed of his runs meant his leveling pace hasn't fallen too far behind. In fact, Jiang Xuan's current level was even slightly higher than Hua Ling's. After all, when Jiang Xuan had last seen Hua Ling, her level had only just reached LV.5. At that time, Jiang Xuan's level was already infinitely close to level 6. As expected, once you hit level 6, the monsters in the Trial Tower grant significantly less experience. Looks like I'll have to find other dungeons to grind in. Seeing that his experience points had only increased by 2 after clearing the entire instance, Jiang Xuan knew the Trial Tower was no longer viable for grinding. The principal did mention that dungeons outside the city are somewhat dangerous and it's best to enter in a party. But Hua Ling hasn't reached level 6 yet, which is the minimum requirement to enter dungeons. I can't just stop leveling up to wait for her. With that thought, Jiang Xuan pulled out his phone and sent Hua Ling a message, instructing her to contact him once she reached level 6. Then, Jiang Xuan took out the teleportation scroll Tang Meng had given him earlier. With a flick of his thoughts, Jiang Xuan vanished from his spot. When Jiang Xuan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dimly lit, eerily foreboding forest. Welcome to the dungeon, outer perimeter of the Shadow Forest. Indeed, Jiang Xuan had now arrived at the Shadow Forest dungeon, located in the wilderness outside Lingchuan City. However, due to its vast size, the entire forest was divided into 3 distinct instances: the outer perimeter, the central zone, and the core. The demons in the outer perimeter possess the weakest levels. Even the weakest enemies here are at level 6. The strongest demons reach a staggering level 12. So while it's the outer rim, it's still no place for the average person. Is this the Shadow Forest? Jiang Xuan had long heard of the Shadow Forest's fame and seen its photos online, but seeing it in person still captivated him with its bizarre scenery. Just as Jiang Xuan was surveying the Shadow Forest, the next instant, a figure suddenly lunged at him from the side. He focused his gaze and recognized it as a wolf-like demon creature, standing 1 meter tall at the shoulder with eyes as oily as green oil. Shadow Wolf, LV-6, Dark Attribute, Bronze Bloodline. Thunder Source. Startled by the creature charging toward him, Jiang Xuan immediately called out the name of the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. Before his voice even echoed, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon, already alert to the disturbance, instantly departed from Jiang Xuan's left arm. Originally no thicker than Jiang Xuan's wrist, Lei Yuan's form expanded by a full circle. The next instant, terrifying thunder surged from the right front claw of the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. Skill, Thunder Claw, activated. The next instant, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon swung its Thunder Claw with a fierce. A crackling sound echoed through the air. The Thunder Claw instantly pierced through the demon's chest. The next instant, the wolf-like demon dissolved into a cloud of data and vanished. Defeated Shadow Wolf LV.6, experience +6. Congratulations! You have obtained material, inferior wolf skin. As the notification chimed in his ear, Jiang Xuan noticed a wolf pelt had appeared in his system inventory. Running his fingers over the low-grade wolf pelt in his inventory, Jiang Xuan murmured, "So this is the specific material that only drops after killing a living demon? It feels surprisingly authentic to the touch. It's not exactly a precious material, but the buyback price in town is still 50 per piece. Selling a few should cover Lei Yuan's meals just fine. After all, this guy's appetite is a bit too big." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan glanced at the Lei Yuan Zulong beside him. Though Lei Yuan Zulong was only level 6, its appetite was terrifyingly huge. Yesterday alone, it had devoured nearly half of Jiang Xuan's monthly living expenses in one sitting. And keep in mind, Jiang Xuan wasn't buying any precious demon meat. Even so, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon now devoured nearly 30 pounds per meal. Jiang Xuan found it hard to imagine just how terrifying the dragon's appetite would become once it fully matured. For a moment, Jiang Xuan finally understood why beast tamers were called a profession for the wealthy. Even if Jiang Xuan didn't have to worry about his pet beast's bloodline grade, this voracious appetite alone was a major challenge. Still, with the ability to farm resources for profit now, Jiang Xuan no longer had to beg his aunt for living expenses. Thus, as Jiang Xuan began frantically hunting demons and monsters on the outskirts of the Shadow Forest to grind levels and gather resources, a pained, utterly feeble moan suddenly pierced Jiang Xuan's ears. Chapter 9, The Remnants of the Cult Leaders Group. Level 10? Still one shot. Hearing the faint moan beside him, Jiang Xuan followed the sound with his gaze. But when his gaze followed the sound, he saw a figure covered in blood, clad in guard armor, weakly staring at him beside a large tree not far away. Jiang Xuan instantly recognized the armor as the standard issue of the Rinkai Army. The Rinkai Army, Rinkai City's exclusive military force. Under normal circumstances, each city's military was only responsible for guarding the wilderness dungeons outside the city walls, preventing the demons and monsters within those dungeons from entering the city. A portion of the troops also patrolled these dungeons. Therefore, upon seeing the Rinkai Army armor, Jiang Xuan hurried forward and asked, "Are you all right?" Hearing Jiang Xuan's inquiry, the figure, who had been drifting in and out of consciousness, suddenly snapped awake and snapped back. "Get lost! You bastards! I'll take you all down with me." The voice belonged to a woman, but her unstable state alarmed Jiang Xuan. He shook her body twice and urged, "Hey, look closely. I'm not the enemy." Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the woman, who had just been about to pick up the blood-stained long sword beside her to fight Jiang Xuan, paused. But when she saw the school uniform of Rinkai first high on Jiang Xuan, the woman who had been about to attack him lowered her spear and lay back down beside the tree. Still, gazing at Jiang Xuan before her, she urgently exclaimed, "Quick, you must leave this place immediately. Go back to Rinkai and report that the cult of the king's followers are here in the Shadow Forest." Hearing her words, Jiang Xuan froze in surprise. The Church King's Corps? Weren't they wiped out? How could they be here in the Shadow Forest? The Pope's Guard, a profoundly mysterious organization on Blue Star. This group emerged on Blue Star 100 years ago. Unlike most dungeons in the wild, which are populated by demons and monsters, every member of the Pontifical Order is human. These individuals call themselves the Divine Revelators, existing solely to hunt down all practitioners in this world. For this reason, the Pope's Order was designated an SSS-level threat by the Seven Nations Alliance, prompting a joint campaign to eliminate them. Under the combined assault of the Seven Nations, the Patriarch's Order was annihilated 50 years ago. Yet the emergence of the Shadow Forest now, belonging to a force that had been destroyed 50 years ago, naturally struck Jiang Xuan as peculiar. Strange as it was, the Pope's sex reappearance also explained why Gao Wei had warned him about the dangers of wilderness instances. There was no denying that leveling up was incredibly satisfying. But Jiang Xuan still valued his own life above all else. "Can you still move? Put away your armor. I'll get you out of the instance." Hearing Jiang Xuan speak, the woman wanted him to leave first, but who wouldn't want to live a little longer in this beautiful world? When Jiang Xuan offered to save her, she didn't refuse. With a flick of her thoughts, she retracted the heavy armor covering her body. The next moment, Jiang Xuan saw a woman before him, jet black hair cascading down her shoulders, an oval face, and dark purple eyes that flickered with lightning. Though her complexion was poor from excessive blood loss, she was still undeniably beautiful. Not to mention, beneath the heavy armor, she wore only form-fitting undergarments. While not revealing the form-fitting fabric, her curvaceous figure was displayed to perfection. Undeniably, such a voluptuous figure held immense appeal for a young man like Jiang Xuan, brimming with youthful vigor. But Jiang Xuan, having lived 2 lifetimes, knew well the saying that lust is a double-edged sword. Moreover, the Shadow Forest was still haunted by the cult leader's followers. Even if Jiang Xuan was captivated by the woman before him, he harbored no impure thoughts. Instead, he immediately hoisted her onto his shoulders and headed toward the exit of the instance. As for the Thunder Ancestral Dragon, Jiang Xuan didn't keep it by his side. Instead, he sent it out to scout ahead. "Are you holding up okay? We should chat a bit, or else I'm genuinely worried you might suddenly pass out." Glancing at the woman beside him, Jiang Xuan feared she might pass out like a dead dog. He kept chatting to keep her conscious. If she truly fainted, it would be extremely difficult for him to carry her out of the forest. Facing Jiang Xuan's suggestion, the woman nodded in understanding. And so, the two walked toward the forest's edge, chatting as they went. Through their conversation, Jiang Xuan learned the woman's name and identity. Her name was Lei Jiyue, currently the captain of the 3rd Patrol Squad of the Lingchuan Legion, with the profession of lightning swordsman. A 1-star professional, level 20. 22 years old, she had graduated from the Dragon Spine Military Academy just 2 months prior. Thanks to her outstanding academic record, she was recruited directly into the Lingchuan Legion upon graduation and immediately appointed as patrol squad captain. Originally, Lei Jiyue had viewed today's patrol as routine. But unexpectedly, they encountered remnants of the cult of the Divine King. Their leader was exceptionally powerful, a 2-star professional at level 30. Though Thunderblade swordsmen weren't a hidden class, their innate mastery of lightning elements granted them combat prowess surpassing most other professions. Yet no matter how formidable Lei Jiyue was, he couldn't match someone who surpassed him by an entire realm. Thus, under the enemy's assault, the entire patrol squad was wiped out. She had fought desperately to break through the encirclement. But now, with her spiritual energy completely depleted, she was no different from an ordinary, unawakened weakling. Learning of Lei Jiyue's plight, Jiang Xuan realized the Shadow Forest was far more perilous than he had imagined. Thus, he hastened his pace. But just as Jiang Xuan was about to lead Lei Jiyue to the dungeon exit, a mocking voice echoed from ahead. "Ha, looks like the boss was right after all. We really did catch up to this right at the exit. But I never expected her to be this hot. Guys, we're in for a treat today." Following the sound, Jiang Xuan saw 3 figures cloaked in long robes appear before him, their faces hidden. Their strength, however, was nothing to write home about. The leader was the strongest, but he only reached level 10. The other 2 were level 8 and level 7 respectively. The moment he saw the trio before him, Jiang Xuan hadn't even opened his mouth. Lei Jiyue, who had been supported by Jiang Xuan all along, immediately pushed him away. The next moment, that suit of armor reappeared on her body. She then shouted at Jiang Xuan, "I'll hold them off here. You get out of here." With that, Lei Jiyue prepared to charge forward with her long sword drawn, ready to engage the 3. But just as Lei Jiyue was about to act, Jiang Xuan stepped forward, blocking her path. "Sister Lei, you're still gravely injured. Leave these 3 to me." Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Lei Jiyue froze in surprise. Clearly, she hadn't expected him to say such a thing. As Lei Jiyue stood frozen in shock, the leader of the group in the distance burst into loud laughter. "A mere level 6 brat, and he dares to talk such big talk? Trying to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress, huh? Then later, I'll break every bone in your body and make you watch as we ravage the woman you adore." As the leader spoke, the 2 men beside him let out lecherous chuckles. Clearly, neither of them held Jiang Xuan, a low-level student, in any regard. Not only did the trio look down on Jiang Xuan, but even Lei Jiyue, standing nearby, spoke up. "Jiang Xuan, you should leave now. This isn't a fight you can get involved in." With that, Lei Jiyue prepared to muster his last ounce of strength to escort Jiang Xuan out of the dungeon. But just as Lei Jiyue was about to act, Jiang Xuan slowly raised his hand. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning streaked toward him from behind at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. Its target was the man leading the trio. In an instant, the man who had been laughing heartily with his head thrown back hadn't even had time to react. A thunderous crash echoed. His laughter abruptly ceased. Looking up, they saw the leader's head had already been severed from his body. The man collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. Now, witnessing the strongest of the 3 figures in the distance being taken down in an instant, Lei Jiyue stared at the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon beside Jiang Xuan, its body shimmering with lightning, appearing majestic and formidable, and sharing the same level 6 rank as Jiang Xuan, and she was utterly dumbfounded. "Jiang Xuan, is this dragon your pet beast? Chapter 10, First Tier Skill Book Spirit Shield, the God of the Patriarch Sect? Didn't you say you were just an ordinary beast tamer? Gazing at the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon before her, Lei Jiyue was astonished. As a lightning swordsman, Lei Jiyue possessed far superior perception of lightning elements compared to practitioners of other professions. She could keenly sense the exceptionally high quality of lightning elemental energy emanating from the Ancestral Thunder Dragon. It was well known that dragon-type demons inherently possessed extremely high bloodline grades. For ordinary sub-dragon demonic beasts, their bloodline rank starts at Platinum. Pure dragon-blooded demons, however, began at the Starlight rank. Therefore, gazing upon the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon before her, Lei Jiyue was utterly and completely stunned. Seeing Lei Jiyue's astonished expression, Jiang Xuan smiled. I truly only awakened the ordinary profession of Beastmaster. It's just that Lei Yuan, this child, was the pet beast I naturally acquired upon awakening my profession. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan stroked the Lei Yuan Primordial Dragon's head. Responding to Jiang Xuan's touch, the Lei Yuan Ancestral Dragon shed its previous cold demeanor, even closing its eyes to savor the sensation. Listening to Jiang Xuan's explanation, Lei Jiyue felt even more astonished. After all, though she wasn't a student of the 9 legendary academies, she possessed considerable knowledge. Based on her understanding of this world, in the 500 years since global digitization, a Beastmaster possessing a had never existed. This thought brought Lei Jiyue back to Jiang Xuan's name. Initially, when she first heard it, the name had felt vaguely familiar, but her severe injuries had prevented her from dwelling on it. Now, witnessing Jiang Xuan instantly defeat the opponent's strongest fighter, Lei Jiyue finally recalled that the student in Lingchuan City who had achieved the highest spiritual affinity in the 500 years since global digitization also bore the name Jiang Xuan. The realization struck her like a thunderclap. You're that Jiang Xuan with a spiritual affinity rating of 121? Hearing Lei Jiyue's exclamation, Jiang Xuan remained silent but nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Jiang Xuan's nod, Lei Jiyue sucked in a sharp breath. But upon seeing the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon beside Jiang Xuan, she suddenly realized it wasn't surprising at all that he possessed such a powerful spirit beast. After all, he was the first person in history to achieve a spiritual affinity rating of 121. Starting out with a pure dragon-blooded demon beast as a contract partner, wasn't that perfectly normal? Meanwhile, the 2 remaining individuals tasked with blocking Lei Jiyue's path witnessed their leader's body severed and perishing on the spot. The 2 who had believed they could easily deal with Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue immediately turned tail and fled without a second glance. Watching their fleeing figures, Lei Jiyue immediately commanded, "Quick! Don't let them escape!" At Lei Jiyue's command, Jiang Xuan raised his hand without a word. In an instant, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon transformed back into thunder. With a flash, the level 8 black-robed figure was instantly pierced through the chest by the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon, dying on the spot. Lei Yuan, take 1 prisoner back alive. Hearing Jiang Xuan's command, the remaining 7th level black-robed figure, though struck by the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon, had only its legs severed. Then, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon dragged the 7th level black-robed figure back to Jiang Xuan's side as if hauling a dead dog. The Ancestral Dragon's assault had been brutally violent. The already frail black-robed figure had fainted on the spot from the excruciating pain of having both legs severed. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere turned peaceful. Seeing the crisis averted, Lei Jiyue shed her armor. But gazing up at the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon suspended midair, Lei Jiyue couldn't help but marvel. Your pet beast's combat prowess is truly astonishing. Those 3 were clearly so much higher in rank than it. Yet they couldn't even fight back against it. Hearing Lei Jiyue's praise, Jiang Xuan glanced at the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon in the sky and chuckled. Yeah, this guy's combat prowess is pretty formidable. Sister Lei, let's stop chatting and hurry up. If we delay, it'll be difficult once the rest of the Sect King's group arrives. Li Ziyao nodded in agreement at Jiang Xuan's words. With Jiang Xuan's support, Lei Jiyue immediately continued toward the nearby dungeon exit. However, as Jiang Xuan passed by the corpse of the leader, he noticed a book lying beside it. What's this? Jiang Xuan frowned at the book lying on the ground. Noticing Jiang Xuan's confusion, Lei Jiyue followed his gaze and spotted the book on the ground as well. It's actually a skill book? How could someone from the king's cult carry something so precious? Jiang Xuan, hurry up and pick it up. Let's see what skills are inside. At Lei Jiyue's prompting, Jiang Xuan didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the skill book. Skill book, Spirit Shield. Grade, Tier 1. Effect, continuously consumes spiritual energy to stack a protective shield layer on the user. Upon touching the skill book, detailed information about it appeared before Jiang Xuan's eyes. Reading the information before him, Jiang Xuan drew in a sharp breath, his heart surging with delight. This skill book contains the beginner's optimal defensive skill Spirit Shield. For Jiang Xuan, his awakened profession was Beast Tamer. Before advancing to 1-star rank, he possessed no combat strength whatsoever, not even the ability to protect himself. Thus, when grinding dungeons in the wild, Jiang Xuan could only rely on the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon to protect him. Though he now appeared formidable, his strength was entirely borrowed from his beast companion. To say he was utterly powerless on his own would not be an exaggeration. However, even if Jiang Xuan acquired the skill Spirit Shield, his combat would still depend entirely on the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. Nevertheless, this would grant Jiang Xuan a formidable level of self-defense capability. For the Spirit Shield skill was highly unique. Unless attacked by a second-tier skill. Otherwise, this skill cannot be broken through until the user's own spiritual energy is depleted. It must be understood that Jiang Xuan's combat relies entirely on the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. His own spiritual energy remained entirely untouched. As long as the opponent isn't exceptionally powerful, Jiang Xuan can effortlessly block their attacks with his Spirit Shield. This means Jiang Xuan no longer needs to be overly cautious. A Spirit Shield, huh? That's actually a pretty good skill for brother Jiang Xuan. Lei Jiyue was somewhat surprised to learn the skill in this manual was the Spirit Shield. After all, she hadn't expected a skill book from someone in the Teaching Kings group to be so perfectly suited for Jiang Xuan. I forgot to tell you. Go search these members of the Patriarchal Order and see if you can find any other treasures. Seeing Jiang Xuan pick up a precious skill book, Lei Jiyue naturally wondered if the members of the Patriarchs group might carry other valuable treasures. Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan immediately set to work upon Lei Jiyue's prompting. However, after searching them thoroughly, aside from some common, ordinary resources, Jiang Xuan didn't find any other precious treasures. Still, after calculating the value, he estimated he could sell these resources for at least 5,000 or 6,000. That would cover Lei Yuan Zulong's food expenses for the next few days. After finishing the resource collection, Jiang Xuan led Lei Zhixiao out of the instance. No sooner had Jiang Xuan departed than several figures materialized at the outskirts of the Shadow Forest. Boss, Zhou Xiao, and the others are dead. They were pierced through by a powerful lightning-based skill. After a hooded figure inspected the two corpses, he hurried off to report the information to the leader of the hooded group. Powerful lightning-based skills, huh? Seems the one who attacked earlier was a skilled opponent. The leader of the black-robed figures pondered, then said, "It's a pity we didn't manage to hunt down that woman. But with the kills these past days, we've gathered enough professions. Return to the core area. It is time to welcome back our god." Chapter 11, Commander Rinkoa, Classified Instance, Undead Cavern. Look, that looks like Captain Lei. Jiang Xuan supported Lei Jiyue as they emerged from the Shadowwood Forest. The Rinkai soldiers stationed outside the dungeon immediately noticed Jiang Xuan's group. Upon recognizing Lei Jiyue in Jiang Xuan's arms, they all rushed over. "Captain Lei, how did you sustain such severe injuries? Are you all right?" Seeing Lei Jiyue covered in blood, everyone immediately began asking about his condition. "I'm holding up for now. Quickly send someone to fetch Colonel Xiao. Tell him I have something very important to report." Upon hearing Lei Jiyue's instructions, several quick-moving individuals nodded in understanding and jogged off to the barracks to make the call. Lei Jiyue turned to look at Jiang Xuan. For the first time since arriving, a faint smile touched her previously expressionless face. "Brother Jiang Xuan, I truly owe you this time. If not for you, I might have truly lost my life in there." Facing Lei Jiyao's gratitude, Jiang Xuan joked, "Sister Lei, don't mention it. As a resident of Lingchuan, helping the Lingchuan army is only natural. If you insist on thanking me, maybe 100,000 or so would do." Hearing this, Lei Jiyue smiled and glanced at him. "Alright then, 0527, go fetch my phone." Seeing Lei Jiyue actually preparing to transfer money, Jiang Xuan waved his hands hastily. "Sis Lei, I was just joking." Lei Jiyue chuckled. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. If you're free, why don't you accompany me into the camp? You've done a great service. Once Colonel Xiao arrives, you'll definitely be rewarded. The monetary reward might be modest, but you might be able to get something you like from the quartermaster's office." Hearing Lei Jiyue speak thus, Jiang Xuan, who had originally intended to leave immediately and continue grinding dungeons, abandoned his plans to depart. After all, while the Lingchuan Legion didn't possess the vast resources of the border army, the resources it possessed were truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. If he could gain access to the Rin River Legion's quartermaster's office, Jiang Xuan might just discover treasures perfectly suited to him. Lured by the prospect of such treasures, Jiang Xuan chose to stay. He immediately helped Lei Jiyue into the camp. At that moment, everyone in the camp watched Lei Jiyue, usually impassive and cold as an ice queen, now chatting and laughing with Jiang Xuan. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, murmuring among themselves, "That kid's got some serious luck. I've never seen Captain Lei smile before, but she hasn't stopped smiling at him since just now. Hey! That kid saved Captain Lei, of course she's grateful. Damn! If this were some TV drama, Captain Lei would probably offer herself to him. God, just kill me now." While outsiders gossiped enviously about Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue, inside the main camp tent, after Jiang Xuan helped Lei Jiyue onto the bed and had the army medic tend to her injuries. With nothing else to do, Jiang Xuan pulled out the Spirit Shield skill book he'd just found and began studying it. Level 1 skill Spirit Shield being studied. Skill study successful. As the notification chime sounded, Jiang Xuan noticed the skill section of his personal information panel had changed. Skill, Tier 1 Skill Spirit Shield Level 1. Having successfully mastered Spirit Shield, Jiang Xuan immediately began testing its effects within the tent. With a thought, he felt his spiritual energy rapidly draining from his body. The next instant, a massive shield materialized before him, towering as high as he was, entirely formed from condensed spiritual energy. Is this the Spirit Shield? Gazing at the spirit energy shield before him, larger than his own frame, Jiang Xuan pondered. It seems quite sturdy. But the rate at which it's consuming my spiritual energy is a bit alarming. His spiritual energy, which had been as high as 726, now stood at just over 600. To maintain the shield, he was losing roughly 30 spiritual energy points per second. Casting it once costs 100 spirit energy. To keep the shield active, it will consume 30 spirit energy per second. Calculating that, the shield can persist for 20 seconds before my spiritual energy is depleted. 20 seconds isn't long, but given Lei Yuan's current combat prowess, no creature should be able to withstand his assault for that duration. With this realization, Jiang Xuan gained a basic understanding of the spirit shield. After Jiang Xuan had grasped the shield's mechanics, a man nearly 2 meters tall entered the tent. Clad in Lingchuan army combat fatigues, his muscular frame exuded power. Captain Lei, are you alright? The moment he entered, the man immediately looked toward Lei Zhiyue, who lay on the bed with bandages applied by the medic. He shook his head. Commander Xiao, I'm fine. Thanks to this Jiang Xuan, I managed to escape the encirclement of the cult leader's troops. Hearing Lei Zhiyue say he was fine, the burly man, who had been visibly anxious, finally exhaled in relief. He then turned his gaze to Jiang Xuan, seated nearby, and saluted him solemnly. I am Xiao Feng, current commander of the Lingchuan Legion under the Dragon Spine Empire's military banner. Thank you for saving me, Captain Lei. Seeing Xiao Feng's solemn demeanor, Jiang Xuan felt momentarily at a loss. After all, this was his first encounter with such a situation. Commander Xiao, you're overdoing it. I merely encountered Sister Lei in the forest. If not for her, I wouldn't have known the Shadow Forest was so perilous. As he spoke, Xiao Feng turned his gaze toward Lei Zhiyue, his brows furrowing. Earlier you mentioned the Pope's Guard. Could it be that those who attacked you were members of the Pope's Guard? Yes. They wore black robes and bore the markings of the Pope's Guard. I believe they were members of the Pope's Guard, Lei Zhiyue replied. We encountered the Cult King's Corps again just as we were leaving the Shadow Forest. Jiang Xuan spared one of them. Captain Xiao, you can interrogate him personally. However, the Shadow Forest is now extremely dangerous. I still hope the commander will order a temporary lockdown of the Shadow Forest, prohibiting anyone from entering. Listening to Lei Zhiyue's account, Xiao Feng nodded in understanding. He immediately ordered his men to seal off the Shadow Forest. Xiao Feng turned his gaze to Jiang Xuan beside him and said, Jiang Xuan, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude this time. I will report your actions to higher command. Rest assured, your heroic deeds will be rewarded generously by the Lingchuan Legion. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, Jiang Xuan nodded in gratitude. He then turned to Lei Zhiyue, who lay on the bed, and said, Sister Lei, there are only 28 days left until the college entrance exams. I need to hurry and level up. I'll be leaving now. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan started to leave, but Lei Zhiyue hurriedly asked, Jiang Xuan, where are you going to level up? The Shadow Forest is completely sealed off now. At Lei Zhiyue's words, Jiang Xuan fell silent. Though he and Lei Zhiyue were quite close, teleportation scrolls were simply too precious. With Xiao Feng present, he dared not reveal his plans. After all, he knew well the saying, a man is not guilty for possessing a treasure, but for harboring it. While Jiang Xuan pondered how to respond to Lei Zhiyue turned to Xiao Feng beside him and said, Captain Xiao, may I request permission for Jiang Xuan? Allow him to enter the undead cavern our legion is tasked with suppressing? Hearing Lei Zhiyue speak, Jiang Xuan, who had been about to leave, froze in surprise. Ha! Lingchuan has a necromancer's cavern? Chapter 12, Sparring with Xiao Feng? The astonishing power of the lightning sphere. The undead cavern. Jiang Xuan had heard of this instance, a sealed dungeon teeming with undead entities. Sealed dungeons differ from ordinary ones. They were instances that had undergone sealing modifications by the state. Without state authorization, even if Jiang Xuan possessed a teleportation scroll, he couldn't enter these sealed instances. Jiang Xuan had long harbored ambitions to raid the undead cavern. It was home to a dense concentration of undead-attributed demons. In the Shadowwood Forest, encountering a demon might mean walking a considerable distance. But inside the undead cavern? Demons were literally everywhere. Leveling up in the necropolis would be far faster than grinding in the Shadowwood. If he could truly gain access to the necropolis, his experience points would skyrocket at an astonishing rate. Yet just as Jiang Xuan's excitement surged, Xiao Feng beside him wore a look of unease. Captain Lei, applying isn't the issue. But the undead cavern is dangerous even for well-trained soldiers. Jiang Xuan is just a new recruit. The undead cavern is a bit dangerous, isn't it? Hearing Xiao Feng speak thus, Lei Zhiyue glanced at Jiang Xuan and said, Captain Xiao, I know Jiang Xuan's capabilities well. The undead cavern should pose no problem for him. Hearing this, Xiao Feng looked at Jiang Xuan, who remained silent and still shook his head. Captain Lei, I understand you don't want to delay this kid's leveling. But if ordinary people suffer casualties in the necropolis, I cannot bear that responsibility. However, since you, Captain Lei, hold such high regard for this youth, I suppose I could make an exception. I will suppress my cultivation to the apprentice stage. If this kid can defeat me at the novice level, I'll grant him access to the undead cavern. Listening to Xiao Feng's words, Lei Zhiyue frowned. Lei Zhiyue was well aware of Xiao Feng's strength. Level 32, 3-star realm, and his profession was earth-heavy armor, having already undergone one class change. Though his advanced age made breaking through to the 4-star realm nearly impossible in this lifetime. But having awakened an earth attribute defensive class, his defensive capabilities were astonishingly high. Undeniably, Jiang Xuan's Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon was formidable. Yet earth elemental properties counter lightning elemental properties, and Xiao Feng, battle-hardened through countless conflicts, possessed defensive capabilities that placed him among the elite even within the 3-star realm. For Jiang Xuan to defeat him, Lei Zhiyue couldn't help but feel that this seemingly simple-minded Captain Xiao was being unfairly targeted. Before Lei Zhiyue could voice his dissatisfaction, Jiang Xuan immediately interjected from the side, Commander Xiao, shall we begin the assessment now? For Xiao Feng, his original intent was to set a high bar, hoping Lei Zhiyue would back down. But he truly hadn't expected Jiang Xuan to willingly agree to a duel. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Lei Zhiyue protested, Jiang Xuan, you. Sister Lei, you know my capabilities. Rest assured, I trust Commander Xiao will give me a chance. Seeing Jiang Xuan's confident demeanor, Xiao Feng suddenly found him rather intriguing. He immediately chuckled, alright. If you don't mind, shall we spar at the training ground in the barracks? That suits me perfectly. Jiang Xuan replied. With that, Jiang Xuan and Xiao Feng stepped out of the tent. Lei Zhiyue, who had been resting to recover from his injuries, disregarded his need for rest and had himself supported out of the tent by a medic. Upon hearing that Battalion Commander Xiao intended to spar with a student who had only just awakened his profession, those still in the camp rushed over to watch the match. Isn't that the kid who saved Captain Lei? Why is he suddenly challenging Commander Xiao? Could it be because of Captain Lei? Dude, you're crazy to even say that. We won't get into the reasons, but this kid sure has some guts. Commander Xiao was the third-place winner in the last Dragonspine Empire Legion tournament. Even if he suppresses his cultivation to the novice stage, this isn't something a newcomer can match. How long do you think it'll take before this kid loses? I'll take 30. He'll be defeated within 10 seconds. I'll take 50. The outcome will be decided within 3 moves. As the crowd around the training ground swelled, whispers of speculation filled the air. Yet not a single person present believed Xiao Feng would lose to Jiang Xuan. Not even Lei Zhiyue, who had witnessed Jiang Xuan's combat prowess firsthand. This wasn't because Lei Zhiyue doubted Jiang Xuan's abilities, but because Xiao Feng's combat prowess was simply too elite among peers. Jiang Xuan, you're the newcomer. I'll let you have the first 3 moves. Xiao Feng declared confidently to Jiang Xuan across the training ground. Hearing Xiao Feng's blatant underestimation, Jiang Xuan felt a surge of excitement. In that case, forgive me for being impolite. Thunder Source, prepare for battle. As Jiang Xuan's command echoed, the ancestral dragon Lei Yuan, who had been sleeping hidden within his sleeve, instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared mid-air. Roar! A dragon's cry echoed throughout the entire camp. At that moment, gazing upon the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon in the sky, even those who had previously doubted Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. Is this a pure dragon-blooded demon? Holy crap! This guy's bloodline grade must be at least Starlight tier. Damn! What the hell is his background? He's just awakened as a beastmaster, a common profession, yet he has a pure dragon-blooded demon beast as his pet. As they gazed upon the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon soaring overhead, not only were the onlookers stunned, but Xiao Feng, who had previously underestimated Jiang Xuan, also wore a look of grave concern. For Xiao Feng, his profession was indeed earth-heavy armor. But converted, his profession's ceiling was only up to 4 stars. Yet the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon in the sky had a minimum ceiling of 6 stars, potentially even higher. Naturally, Xiao Feng felt immense pressure. Just what is this kid's background? Gazing at the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon suspended mid-air, Xiao Feng pondered. But while Xiao Feng pondered internally, Jiang Xuan showed no hesitation whatsoever. He immediately shouted, Thunder Origin, maximum power Thunder Sphere. At Jiang Xuan's command, lightning flashed from the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon's mouth. Moments later, a thunderball the size of a basketball materialized within its jaws. Crackle! Crackle! Not only was the ball massive, but countless bolts of lightning danced across its surface. Holy, you call this a thunderball? Holy! I thought lightning orbs were only fist-sized at most? When the hell did they get this big? Damn! Is this kid really just a rookie who awakened his profession a day ago? Seeing the thunderball in the mouth of the Thunder Ancestral Dragon, everyone present was stunned. Even Xiao Feng, who had previously looked down on Jiang Xuan, paled. In an instant, spiritual energy surged within him. First tier skill Earth Armor activated. Armor composed entirely of earth materialized around Xiao Feng's entire body. Clearly, Xiao Feng too had been startled by the sheer size of the thunderball before him. Just as Xiao Feng's earth armor solidified around his body, the Thunder Ancestral Dragon spat its thunderball directly at Xiao Feng. Seeing the thunderball hurtling toward him, Xiao Feng dared not relax for a moment. He immediately braced his legs, preparing to endure the full force of the thunderball head-on. But before the thunderball could even reach Xiao Feng, in that instant, Xiao Feng sensed a terrifying surge of thunder elements swirling behind him. "Captain, watch your back." With the warning, Xiao Feng finally noticed the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon, which had been mid-air moments before, now positioned directly behind him. From its maw, a bolt of lightning shot toward him in an instant. Though Xiao Feng reacted in time, the Ancestral Thunder Dragon's attack was simply too swift. The lightning instantly coiled around Xiao Feng's body. The next second, the thunderball arrived before Xiao Feng. With a thunderous boom, the lightning sphere exploded. Xiao Feng's body was instantly covered in dust. As the dust settled, Xiao Feng stood unscathed where he had been, but the earthen armor covering him had vanished. In its place stood a set of dark yellow heavy armor that appeared incredibly cumbersome and as thick as the earth itself. This is Commander Zhao's third tier innate skill, Earthen Heavy Armor. Commander Zhao, he actually lost? Chapter 13, Xiao Feng's shock. A hidden boss in the dungeon? Seeing the armor manifesting on Xiao Feng, everyone present wore expressions of astonishment. There was no denying that Jiang Xuan's pet beast had delivered a devastating attack just now. But surely that didn't warrant Xiao Feng resorting to a third tier skill? Just as everyone was stunned by why Xiao Feng had directly used a third tier skill, Xiao Feng stood rooted to the spot, his earthen heavy armor radiating a heavy aura of earth elemental energy. His gaze toward Jiang Xuan held a hint of shock and disbelief. As an earth-based defensive class, he should naturally possess high resistance to lightning skills. Though Xiao Feng had suppressed his cultivation level, his class had already undergone a transformation. His true combat strength far surpassed that of a typical novice-level practitioner. Yet even so, his defenses had been breached by Jiang Xuan's pet beast. Due to his class's self-preservation mechanism, his innate skill, Earthen Heavy Armor, had activated automatically. Seeing this, Xiao Feng looked up at the sky, where the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon circled beside Jiang Xuan, its body crackling with lightning and radiating an imposing aura. He sighed softly. "I used a skill beyond my tier. I concede this match." As Xiao Feng conceded defeat, a smile spread across Jiang Xuan's face. He knew Xiao Feng's defeat meant he had earned the right to enter the Necropolis Cavern. The mere thought of the countless demons and monsters within the necropolis filled Jiang Xuan with excitement. He sensed that just one trip into the necropolis could bring his level dangerously close to 10. "I never expected you to be this formidable, kid. I'm starting to doubt whether you even awakened as a beastmaster." Though the defeat left Xiao Feng feeling somewhat humiliated, he wasn't the petty type. Instead, he generously praised Jiang Xuan. Seeing Jiang Xuan's victory, Lei Jue, who had been watching nearby, breathed a sigh of relief and spoke up, "Captain, he's no ordinary beastmaster." "Doesn't the name Jiang Xuan sound familiar to you?" Xiao Feng froze at Lei Jiao's words. Upon reflection, the name did indeed ring a bell. Moments later, Xiao Feng's eyes widened in shock. "Could you be that Jiang Xuan from Rinkai First High School, the one who shattered the historical record for spiritual affinity?" Hearing Xiao Feng's words, Jiang Xuan scratched his nose and nodded modestly. Seeing Jiang Xuan confirm his guess, Xiao Feng sucked in a sharp breath. Yet the next second, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Looking at it this way, losing to you isn't so embarrassing after all. You're the hottest topic in Lingchuan these days, kid. Just the other day, I returned from the imperial capital, and even there, people were talking about you." Hearing Xiao Feng's open-hearted laughter, the astonished gazes of those present turned toward Jiang Xuan. "Ha? This kid is that Jiang Xuan? But with such high spirit affinity, how come he only awakened as a beastmaster? Are you stupid? Haven't you seen that pure dragon-blooded beast by his side? This kid's family background isn't great, his parents died young. Do you really think he could afford to buy this beast? Whoa! Now that you mention it, isn't his profession actually beastmaster? In my opinion, it's a terrifying profession on par with the 9 legendary professions." Listening to the crowd's speculation about him, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but marvel at their vivid imaginations. But if you really thought about it, Jiang Xuan was indeed special. Not because of his profession, but because he possessed a mythical talent no one else had. "Captain Xiao, does this mean I'm qualified to enter the undead cavern?" Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the crowd, who had been debating his profession moments ago, all froze in surprise. "Did I hear that correctly? This Jiang Xuan wants to enter the undead cavern? That's a place even 1-star professionals rarely dare to enter, you know. He's a mere apprentice professional and wants to go somewhere that dangerous? Has he had enough of living?" Everyone was baffled by Jiang Xuan's plan to enter the necropolis. After all, in their eyes, the necropolis was even more perilous than the Shadowwood Forest. The demons of the Shadowwood Forest were formidable, but their numbers were limited. But the undead cavern? It was teeming with an endless horde of undead creatures stretching as far as the eye could see. You defeated me, so you do have the right to enter the necropolis. But that place is extremely dangerous. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Xiaofeng inquired. Jiang Xuan understood the other's concern for his safety and replied, if I encounter danger, I will retreat. Seeing Jiang Xuan's determination to enter, Xiaofeng ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Alright, since you truly wish to go, follow me. And so, after bidding farewell to Lei Jiuyue, Jiang Xuan followed Xiaofeng to the headquarters of the Lingchuan Legion. Through Xiaofeng's authorization, Jiang Xuan swiftly entered the undead cavern. Inside, chilling winds whistled through the cavern, the air thick with the stench of decay. The moment he stepped inside, Jiang Xuan spotted several skeleton demons hovering near the cave entrance. Skeleton Warrior, LV.7, Undead Attribute, Bronze Bloodline. Their level is slightly higher than the Shadow Wolves. But remember, my lightning element is a natural counter to undead. No sooner had the thought crossed Jiang Xuan's mind than the skeleton-like demons seemed to sense his presence. They raised their weapons and charged toward him. Watching the charging skeleton warriors, Jiang Xuan showed no sign of nervousness. Before he could utter a word, the Thunder Ancestral Dragon beside him transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering the skeleton warriors to pieces. Defeated LV.7 Skeleton Warrior, EXP plus 7. Defeated LV.7 Skeleton Mage, EXP plus 7. Defeated LV.7 Skeleton Swordsman, EXP plus 7. Congratulations! You have obtained material, Decayed Bone Fragment 6. Within seconds, Jiang Xuan had already gained 42 EXP. Though 21 points were shared with the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon, this still thrilled Jiang Xuan for quite some time. Gazing at the deeper caverns filled with more skeleton warriors, Jiang Xuan's eyes flashed with determination. For a moment, it was unclear who was the hunter and who was the prey. Time flew by. 3 hours later, deep within the undead cavern. After the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon dispatched the final skeleton warrior in the cavern, Jiang Xuan opened his information panel. Jiang Xuan. Level, LV9. HP, 900-900. Spirit Power, 1089-1089. Experience Points, 843-900. Only 57 more EXP points to reach level 10. As expected, the leveling speed in this undead cavern is truly incomparable to ordinary dungeons. If I hadn't entered the undead cavern, it would have taken me at least 5 days to reach level 10. Seeing his level nearing 10, Jiang Xuan was overjoyed. But just as Jiang Xuan was basking in his joy, the countless skeletal warrior corpses he had slain began trembling behind him. Moments later, the entire cavern shook. What's happening? Could it be an earthquake? As Jiang Xuan pondered this, he turned to look behind him. There, the countless scattered bones on the ground began to converge. Finally, Jiang Xuan witnessed a colossal skeleton standing 3 meters tall before him. It wielded a massive bone sword, its eyes blazing with a crimson glow. Gazing at this colossal skeleton, Jiang Xuan noticed the information icon above its head. Undead Cavern Boss Skeleton Lord LV13. Chapter 14, The Life-Saving Spirit Shield. Level up. Is this the dungeon boss? Staring at the colossal skeleton before him, Jiang Xuan's heart skipped a beat. He never imagined this dungeon would even have a boss. He knew a thing or two about the undead cavern. It was a natural leveling spot. However, for most adventurers, leveling up inside the undead caverns was far too dangerous. After all, the sheer number of undead fiends was overwhelming. For high-level players, killing these undead demons simply wasn't worth the effort. Thus, most people in this world remained unaware that a boss lurked within the undead caverns. The mechanism to trigger the boss requires defeating every single undead demon. But since Jiang Xuan leveled up so intensely, and the Lei Yuan Zulong itself didn't consume much spiritual energy, coupled with its utterly terrifying combat power, Jiang Xuan had completely cleared the entire undead cavern of its undead creatures. Thus, Jiang Xuan directly triggered the undead cavern's boss challenge mechanism. If anyone else saw this skeleton lord before them, they might flee in terror on the spot. But for Jiang Xuan, his first thought upon seeing this boss wasn't to run, it was to take it down. Its health isn't high, only 3,000. Let's see how much damage Lei Yuan can deal to it. With that thought, Jiang Xuan turned to the Thunder Origin Primordial Dragon beside him and commanded loudly, Thunder Origin, unleash the Thunder Sphere. At Jiang Xuan's command, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon immediately spat a basketball-sized thunderbolt toward the Skeleton Lord. Though the Skeleton Lord was massive and imposing, its weakness lay in its sluggish speed. The Thunder Dragon's lightning orb wasn't particularly fast. Yet evading it proved difficult for the Skeleton Lord. Thus, the Skeleton Lord took the Thunderball's attack head-on. As the Thunderball struck the Skeleton Lord, Jiang Xuan watched in astonishment as the Colossus's health plummeted from 3,000 to 2,500. It actually knocked off 500 HP in one hit? Whoa, is the Thunder Orb that powerful? Since his previous opponents, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragons, had been one-shot by him, Jiang Xuan had no idea how high their skill damage actually was. Now witnessing a mere level 4 Thunder Orb deal 500 damage in one blow, While the elemental advantage over undead played a role, such devastating power at the novice stage was simply unmatched. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel stunned. After all, this damage output was truly absurdly high. No wonder Commander Shao was forced to unleash his ultimate skill earlier. For a moment, he considered testing whether the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon could hold its own against the Skeleton Lord. Now it seemed the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon could dispatch the Skeleton Lord with surprising ease. In that case, let's just take this guy out. Jiang Xuan exclaimed excitedly upon witnessing this. After all, as a dungeon boss, the Skeleton Lord offered significantly more experience than the previous minions. Defeating the Skeleton Lord might even allow Jiang Xuan to jump straight to level 10. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon understood his intent. Thunder surged around its entire body as it instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, streaking toward the distant Skeleton Lord. Boom! 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 The Thunder Ancestral Dragon's attacks were terrifying. Though skills like Lightning Flash, Thunder Claw, and Lightning Bolt weren't as powerful as Thunderball, their extremely rapid firing rate made them devastating. The Skeleton Lord, who had originally possessed 2,500 health points, saw its vitality plummet to just 1,000 within mere seconds. As the Skeleton Lord's health dropped to 1,000. Roar! The relentlessly attacked Skeleton Lord let out a furious roar. The next second, a green flame suddenly erupted from the hollowed-out chest of the Skeleton Lord. This boss actually has a second phase? Jiang Xuan watched the Skeleton Lord's transformation with surprise. The instant the Skeleton Lord entered its second phase, Jiang Xuan suddenly saw the entire ground erupt in green flames. As the green flames surged upward, Jiang Xuan felt the ground beneath his feet turn as cold and desolate as the nine hells. Damn it! This thing has an AoE skill too? Seeing the green flames already rising beneath his feet, Jiang Xuan knew it was too late to escape. So, spotting the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon rushing to his aid in the distance, he shouted, "Don't worry about me. Take that bastard down first." As he spoke, spiritual energy surged within him. First tier skill, Spirit Shield, activate. In an instant, a massive shield formed entirely of spiritual energy materialized beneath his feet. Whoosh! The fiercely surging green flames were suppressed by Jiang Xuan's Spirit Shield, temporarily failing to harm him. However, the intense scorching of the green flames caused the depletion rate of Jiang Xuan's spiritual energy to increase exponentially. In just 1 second, nearly 200 points of his spiritual energy had been depleted. At this rate, his remaining spiritual energy would last no more than 10 seconds. Therefore, to emerge unscathed, he must swiftly eliminate the Skeleton Lord within 10 seconds. Thunder Source, hurry! Feeling the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy, Jiang Xuan roared. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the Thunder Origin Primordial Dragon understood his intent. In an instant, a thunderball coalesced in his mouth. Then, thunder and lightning coalesced from his twin claws. Then, he charged straight toward the Skeleton Lord. The Skeleton Lord, wielding his massive sword, attempted to block the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's assault. But the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's speed was simply too swift. With a thunderous boom, the Thunder Dragon's Thunderball exploded directly on the Skeleton Lord's body. Its thunderclaws reached straight for the green flames burning within the Skeleton Lord's chest. Sizzle! Though the green flames burned fiercely, they offered no resistance against the Thunder Ancestral Dragon's lightning and were instantly crushed. In an instant, the green flames that had been rising beneath Jiang Xuan's feet vanished as well. As the flames faded, the once vibrant Skeleton Lord seemed to lose its life in an instant, crumbling to pieces on the spot. The next second, a notification tone sounded beside Jiang Xuan's ear. Congratulations! Challenger has successfully defeated the Undead Cavern boss Skeleton Lord. Experience points plus 130. Congratulations on obtaining Material Perfect Bone Fragment 5. Congratulations on obtaining Equipment White Bone Crown. As the notification faded, Jiang Xuan saw that his experience points, which had been just 57 short of leveling up, suddenly surged by 65 points. In an instant, Jiang Xuan's level shot up from 9 to 10. The moment he reached level 10, the system notification sounded. Congratulations on reaching level 10. As your level has reached the current realm's cap, your level can only continue to increase after clearing the 1-star breakthrough dungeon. As the system notification sounded, Jiang Xuan noticed a 1-star breakthrough instance appear in his mind, one he could enter anytime, anywhere. Finally reached level 10. Seeing the Skeleton Lord defeated by the Thunder Origin Primordial Dragon and his own level reaching 10, Jiang Xuan felt immense joy despite his severe spiritual energy depletion. Yet despite his joy, the sight of the Skeleton Lord crashing to the ground still stirred a hint of apprehension within him. If I hadn't learned the Spirit Shield skill earlier, facing that Skeleton Lord's attack just now, I probably wouldn't have died, but I would have been badly beaten. But once I reach the 1-star realm, I'll be able to share in the power of the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. That should give me some self-defense capabilities. Who would have thought the Skeleton Lord would drop an item? Let me see what this equipment can do. With that, Jiang Xuan's gaze fell upon the newly dropped item in his backpack, the White Bone Crown. Chapter 15, Unlimited Growth Equipment White Bone Crown? Equipment, White Bone Crown. Grade, 1 star. Base stats, Strength +3, Spiritual Awareness +5. Equipment skill, Shelter of the Dead when health falls below 10%, triggers, Skeletal Substitute, granting immunity to lethal damage and restoring 20% of maximum health. 24-hour cooldown. Undead Servant. The wearer may summon one undead servant, inheriting 50% of the wearer's attributes. Regal presence. Each time an undead fiend is slain, the White Bone Crown absorbs its undead soul. Upon accumulating a certain number of souls, the equipment's grade will ascend. Gazing at the White Bone Crown in his inventory, Jiang Xuan saw its detailed information appear before his eyes. This is actually an upgradable item? No wonder a 1-star item has 3 skills. Reading the crown's description, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but gasp. Jiang Xuan possessed some knowledge of equipment. However, in his experience, most low-star equipment in this world was practically indistinguishable from plain, unadorned items. Yet the bone crown that had just dropped before him possessed rather lackluster stat bonuses, merely boosting HP and spirit power. But these skills were downright insane. Especially the first skill, Shelter of the Dead. This was a genuine life-saving skill. Selling this equipment skill alone would easily fetch 10 million. As for the skill Regal Presence, that truly astonished Jiang Xuan. He genuinely hadn't expected the White Bone Crown to be a growth-type item. The vast majority of equipment lacks growth potential. A 1-star item will remain a 1-star item for its entire lifetime. However, a very small number of special equipment pieces possess growth potential. Such gear may appear plain, but in reality, it can accompany a professional adventurer for their entire career. Growing equipment like the White Bone Crown is typically treasured by major factions and rarely finds its way into the hands of commoners. Compared to the skills of undead minions, this seems rather plain. After all, Jiang Xuan was a beastmaster, and each level up only granted him a single attribute point. Even with the Skeleton Crown's slight stat bonuses, its impact on enhancing Jiang Xuan's undead minions would be minimal. Thus, while the White Bone Crown was decent for Jiang Xuan, its primary use was merely as a life-saving measure. Moreover, Jiang Xuan himself wasn't a combatant. When the Thunder Ancestral Dragon slew undead demons, he wasn't sure if the White Bone Crown would accumulate undead souls. So it seems this White Bone Crown is good, but for me, it's not very useful. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Just as he pondered, his gaze shifted to the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon, which had returned to his side. His eyes lit up as he noticed the empty space between the thunder horns on its forehead. Could this White Bone Crown be equipped by Lei Yuan? The thought struck him, and he immediately opened the Lei Yuan Primordial Dragon's information panel. Pet Beast, Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. Level, LV 10. Strength, 40. Agility, 30. Constitution, 30. Spiritual Perception, 30. Realm, Black Iron. Elemental Affinity, Lightning. Bloodline Tier, Mythic. Mythic Talent, Sovereign of all Thunder, immune to and absorbs all lightning elemental attacks, reduces lightning skill mana cost and cooldown by 90%, increases lightning skill damage by 200%. Skills, Tier 1 Lightning Flash level 8, Tier 1 Lightning Orb level 5, Tier 1 Lightning Bolt level 3, Tier 1 Lightning Claw level 6. Compared to me, Lei Yuan has far more attribute points. If Lei Yuan could equip the White Bone Crown, this undead minion's combat power would be significantly stronger. With that thought, Jiang Xuan immediately retrieved the Bone Throne from his backpack. A crown roughly the size of a rice bowl, appearing somewhat fractured and composed of white bones, materialized in Jiang Xuan's hand. Thunder Source, see if you can wear this on your head. Hearing this, the ancestral dragon Lei Yuan blinked at the bone crown in Jiang Xuan's hand. Though puzzled by the nature of the object in Jiang Xuan's hand, the Lei Yuan Zhu dragon did not refuse his suggestion. Its form drifted down before Jiang Xuan, the dragon's head lowering toward him, allowing Jiang Xuan to try placing the skeletal crown upon its head. Watching the Lei Yuan ancestral dragon lower its head, Jiang Xuan reached out and placed the white bone crown upon its head. The moment the crown touched the dragon's head, the thunder elemental energy within the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon surged wildly into the crown. Moments later, the crown shed its previous eerie aura. Instead, enveloped in thunderous energy, it now radiated an indescribable sense of majesty. Empowered by the crown, the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon, already radiating overwhelming dominance and extraordinary might, now exuded an additional aura of regal authority. Did the equipment slot successfully? Observing how the bone crown had been reshaped by the Thunder Ancestral Dragon into its own unique form, Jiang Xuan also noticed a dragon-like skeleton, roughly 30 centimeters in length and nearly identical in appearance to the dragon itself, appearing beside the Thunder Ancestral Dragon. Skeletal Servant. Level, LV 10. Strength, 22. Agility, 15. Constitution, 15. Perception, 18. Elemental Affinity, Undead. Skill, Level 1 Bone Reorganization. Staring at the skeletal minion stats, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but marvel that this creature's attribute panel was even more impressive than his own. But upon examining the skeleton minion skill bar, Jiang Xuan stroked his chin and turned to the Thunder Origin Primordial Dragon before him. Thunder Origin, he asked, what exactly is this bone reorganization? Could you demonstrate it? Upon hearing this, the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon nodded. Jiang Xuan watched as the bones on the skeletal minion, which had previously maintained a dragon-like form, began to shift and transform. Soon, the skeletal minion transformed into a 30 centimeters long bone blade, radiating a potent aura of undead energy. Observing the blade before him, Jiang Xuan glanced at the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon's left claw and inquired, Thunder Origin, could you have it wrap around your claw while still retaining its claw-like form? Hearing this, the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon tilted its head, surprised by Jiang Xuan's request. Though surprised, the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon communicated with the skeletal servant. Immediately, the skeletal minion began to reshape itself. Soon, Jiang Xuan saw a skeletal claw gauntlet appear on the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon's left claw, similarly saturated with vast amounts of undead energy. Thunder Source, unleash the Thunder Claw skill. Jiang Xuan fixed his gaze on the dragon's forepaw as he issued the command. At his command, thunder surged within the Thunder ancestral dragon. His left claw, now clad in the skeletal gauntlet, became wrapped in a colossal surge of thunder elemental energy. Logically, the moment thunder elements appeared, the undead energy should have dissipated immediately. Yet the undead energy clinging to the skeletal claw sheath seemed immune to the thunder element's intrusion, allowing both forces to coexist directly. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan's face lit up with delight. Thunder Origin, he commanded, attack the ground. At his command, the Thunder ancestral dragon savagely slammed its claw into the ground. In an instant, a massive, deep claw mark gouged into the earth. Within the gash, Jiang Xuan observed remnants of both lightning element and undead energy lingering. Whoa, this attack actually deals damage from two elements? Moreover, due to the skeletal minion's own monstrous attributes, its attachment significantly enhances the ancestral dragon Lei Yuan's melee combat power. At this realization, Jiang Xuan drew in a sharp breath. This skeleton servant is far more formidable than I imagined. No. It should be said that this skeletal minion is far more formidable in Thunder Source's hands than in anyone else's. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan felt pure elation welling up inside him. Originally, Jiang Xuan had only intended to test whether the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon could equip the White Bone Crown. Little did he expect that equipping the White Bone Crown to the Lei Yuan ancestral dragon would bring him such a tremendous surprise. Seeing this, his combat power surged once more. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but glance at the one-star breakthrough dungeon. Logically speaking, one should prepare thoroughly before entering the one-star breakthrough dungeon. After all, the one-star breakthrough dungeon was far more challenging than any dungeon accessible at the Apprentice realm. But now, witnessing the Thunder Source ancestral dragon's combat power skyrocket, Jiang Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why not try breaking through first? With that thought, Jiang Xuan hesitated no longer and immediately selected the one-star breakthrough dungeon. Meanwhile, at Rinkai First High School's trial tower, Hualing strode out of the trial tower with her head held high, a look of pride and arrogance on her face. Her level indicator now read LV.6. Yay! I finally hit level 6. Now Jiang Xuan won't be able to catch up to me. Just as Hualing hesitated, she instinctively pulled out her phone. Her previously jubilant expression froze instantly upon seeing Jiang Xuan's message from 3 hours ago. No way! He hit level 6 3 hours ago? That's way too fast. Chapter 16, One-Star Breakthrough Dungeon? Easy peasy. Learning that Jiang Xuan had reached level 6, Hualing was utterly stunned. After all, as a beast tamer, his leveling speed should be much slower than that of a typical adventurer. Yet Jiang Xuan had reached level 6 3 hours ahead of schedule. This alone demonstrated just how fast Jiang Xuan could clear dungeons. Despite being defeated by Jiang Xuan once again, Hualing didn't let it get her down. Instead, a proud expression flashed across her pretty face. Oomph. So what if you beat me once? I'll win back all these losses someday. But the principal said Shadow Forest is dangerous. I should contact Jiang Xuan and team up with him to grind levels. With that thought, Hualing sent Jiang Xuan a message. When Jiang Xuan didn't reply immediately, Hualing pouted slightly, feeling a bit upset. Jiang Xuan, is this guy really that serious about leveling up? He won't even reply to my message. After waiting 5 minutes without a reply, Hualing, who had been slightly annoyed, suddenly sensed something was off. Normally, Jiang Xuan would reply to Hualing's messages, if not instantly, then at least within 3 minutes. Under normal circumstances, it would take no more than 3 minutes. But Hualing had waited a full 5 minutes without receiving a reply. Combined with Gao Wei's earlier warning about the Shadow Forest being dangerous lately, Hualing instinctively feared Jiang Xuan was in trouble. Thus, the once proud Hualing immediately dialed Jiang Xuan's number. Beep beep beep. The number you have dialed is currently out of service. Please try again later. Hearing the automated message, Hualing's expression darkened instantly. Could something really have happened to Jiang Xuan? The thought instantly banished any lingering pout from her mind. She immediately dialed the number for Principal Gao Wei of First High. The moment the call connected, Hualing blurted out anxiously, "Principal, I suspect something terrible has happened to Jiang Xuan." At the same time, Jiang Xuan, who had been in the undead cavern, now appeared above a lake. Unlike ordinary lakes, this one appeared to be a lake, yet when Jiang Xuan stepped onto it, he felt no sensation of walking on water. When Jiang Xuan stepped onto it, the lake did ripple with ripples. Though called a lake, its entire surface resembled a mirror. It perfectly reflected the scenery of the sky above. The beauty of this scene was unlike anything Jiang Xuan had ever witnessed. Though the scenery was breathtaking, Jiang Xuan felt no inclination to admire it. Instead, he felt a growing sense of tension. For he knew something about the one-star breakthrough dungeon. Breakthrough dungeons were arguably the most challenging dungeons in existence, without exception. Back then, his aunt Xuxin possessed extraordinary talent. Yet, she had to attempt the one-star breakthrough dungeon 3 times before finally succeeding. Thus, the White Bone Crown had indeed granted the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon a tremendous boost in combat prowess. Still, Jiang Xuan remained uncertain whether he could clear the one-star breakthrough dungeon in a single attempt. As tension gripped Jiang Xuan's heart, a notification chime sounded beside his ear. Welcome to the one-star breakthrough dungeon, Mirror Lake, Challenger. You must complete 3 challenges to clear this instance. Are you prepared to begin the challenge? Listening to the system voice beside him, Jiang Xuan turned his gaze to the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon beside him. Meeting Jiang Xuan's gaze, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon immediately let out a long, piercing cry to the heavens. In an instant, thunder surged from its body, and the skeletal claw gauntlet on its left paw radiated intense undead energy. Clearly, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon was signaling its readiness. In response, Jiang Xuan silently commanded, "Begin the challenge." As soon as Jiang Xuan's voice fell, with a swish, a demonic figure abruptly materialized upon the previously tranquil lake surface. This demonic beast resembled a tiger, appearing less robust, yet with a pair of wings sprouting from its back, giving it an extraordinary presence. First gate, defeat the Windwing Tiger. As the prompt sounded, Jiang Xuan's vision displayed the Windwing Tiger's basic information. Windwing Tiger, LVE 10, Wind Attribute, Golden Bloodline. And Gold Bloodline Demon right off the bat? Seeing the demon's bloodline rank already at Golden Bloodline, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but be astonished. He knew breaking through the dungeon would be tough, but he hadn't expected it to be this difficult right from the start. After all, he had never encountered a demon with a Golden Bloodline before. Without his contract with the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon, facing this Windwing Tiger would have left him stretched thin. But Jiang Xuan was no ordinary beast tamer. Fixing his gaze on the Windwing Tiger before him, Jiang Xuan immediately commanded, Thunder Origin, Thunder Flash Approach, then Thunder Claw. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon in midair instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward the distant Windwing Tiger. Before the Windwing Tiger could react, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon had already closed in. The next instant, lightning flashed from its left claw, now encased in a skeletal gauntlet. With a sharp crack, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon's claw slammed into the Windwing Tiger's body. Roar! Having endured the Thunder Ancestral Dragon's strike, the Windwing Tiger let out a wretched howl. Then, the once imposing creature vanished into the mirror-like lake. Seeing the Windwing Tiger die instantly, Jiang Xuan was somewhat surprised. Ha! One swipe and it's dead? That's a bit too fragile, isn't it? Just as Jiang Xuan was taken aback, the Windwing Tiger, which had seemingly vanished, reappeared. Compared to its previous emaciated form, this Windwing Tiger now bristled with bulging muscles, radiating the unmistakable regal aura of a demonic tiger lord. Second gate, defeat the Windwing Mountain Lord. As the prompt sounded, Jiang Xuan noticed the Windwing Tiger's information had changed. Windwing Mountain Lord, LV.10, Wind Attribute, Platinum Bloodline. Bloodline level increased? Jiang Xuan mused. As expected, breaking through a 1-star dungeon isn't as simple as I imagined. Thunder Origin, keep up the Thunder Claw. Hearing Jiang Xuan's command, the Thunder Origin Primordial Dragon slammed another claw onto the Windwing Mountain Lord. Though the Windwing Mountain Lord appeared formidable, its body offered no resistance whatsoever upon contact with the Primordial Dragon Lei Yuan's claw, its form dissipating once more. Watching the Windwing Mountain Lord vanish once more, Jiang Xuan frowned. Instant kill again? Could this be an illusion? Just as Jiang Xuan hesitated, the Windwing Mountain Lord's form reappeared. Third gate, defeat the Windwing Mountain Lord. The prompt sounded, and the information before Jiang Xuan changed once more. Windwing Mountain King, LV.12, Wind Element, Platinum Bloodline. The Windwing Mountain Lord had barely materialized when, before Jiang Xuan could utter a word, the attack from the Thunder Ancestral Dragon had already struck. Crack! This time, the Windwing Mountain King managed to withstand the Primordial Dragon of Thunder's claw strike. But as terrifying thunder elemental energy and undead energy surged into its body, the Windwing Mountain King's form simply dissipated. As the Windwing Mountain King vanished, a notification chimed in Jiang Xuan's ear. Congratulations, Challenger! You have successfully cleared the 1-star breakthrough dungeon. Congratulations, Challenger! You have become a 1-star professional. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Jiang Xuan glanced at his personal information and saw his cultivation level had reached the 1-star tier. He felt completely dazed. Wasn't the 1-star breakthrough dungeon supposed to be incredibly difficult? I just cleared it that easily? Before Jiang Xuan could fully process the shock, the system voice sounded again. Due to your cultivation advancement attracting the world's attention once more, a blessing has been bestowed upon you. Chapter 17, World's Blessing Resource Critical Hit, Second Pet Beast. The world bestowed blessings again? Is this for real? Hearing the notification sound, Jiang Xuan immediately opened his information panel to investigate. Staring at his information panel, Jiang Xuan was startled to discover a new section, World Blessing. A brand new blessing had appeared, Resource Critical Hit. Resource Critical Hit rule level. Each time you obtain resource materials from a dungeon, you will receive a random critical hit. Resource Critical Hit? What does this mean? Just as Jiang Xuan hesitated, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ear. You defeated the Windwing Mountain King. Experience plus 120. You obtained material, Spirit Wind Tiger Wing 1. The notification had barely faded when another alert sounded in Jiang Xuan's ear. Resource Critical Hit activated. Congratulations, host, on achieving a 100x critical hit. Congratulations, host, on obtaining material, Hurricane Sky Tiger Wing 1. As the system voice faded, Jiang Xuan watched as the Spirit Wind Tiger Wing in his backpack, originally a 4-star material, instantly transformed into a 6-star material, Hurricane Heavenly Tiger Wing. Watching the material in his backpack undergo such a transformation before his very eyes, Jiang Xuan's pupils contracted involuntarily. This blessing can actually upgrade resource tiers? This is just too insane. In this era of global datafication, while various resources could be looted from demons and monsters in dungeons, in most cases, low-grade resources hold little value. However, the higher the grade, the greater the value, often doubling in worth. The higher the grade, the greater the difficulty in obtaining them. The Windwing Mountain King Jiang Xuan just defeated was only level 12. This creature's level would easily reach at least LV.45 or higher. In this world, there are many low-level practitioners. Yet the vast majority would only reach level 10 in their entire lives. The 1-star breakthrough dungeon is simply too difficult for them to conquer. If even a 1-star breakthrough dungeon is this difficult, it speaks volumes about how challenging the others must be. Therefore, the higher the grade of a resource, the more precious it becomes in the outside world. The Spirit Wind Tiger Wing, a 4-star material, is an exceptional wind attribute resource. It's the ultimate choice for crafting 4-star equipment for wind attribute classes. Thus, its market price is astronomically high. A single piece fetches a staggering 3 million. Originally, Jiang Xuan had already scored big by obtaining such a precious material through drops. But this new world's blessing has forcibly elevated the Spirit Wind Tiger Wing's grade to 6 stars. Keep in mind that 6-star materials are already hard currency in the realm of the powerful. Its value transcends monetary measurement. If Jiang Xuan were willing, he could even trade this Hurricane Sky Tiger Wing for a single intervention from a 7-star professional. After all, 7-star professionals were exceedingly rare across the entire Blue Star. Thus, Jiang Xuan, who had previously been unclear about the purpose of this resource critical hit, immediately grasped just how absurdly powerful this newly awakened blessing truly was. With this blessing, Jiang Xuan would never have to worry about money again. The only regret was that this resource critical strike hadn't appeared before he defeated the Skeleton Lord. Had it appeared then, he dared not imagine how powerful the White Bone Crown could have become. Though tinged with regret, overall, this resource critical strike brought Jiang Xuan immense delight. Even as Jiang Xuan reveled in the thrill of possessing this new world blessing, he suddenly felt his soul forge a contract with a powerful entity. Feeling the shift within his soul, Jiang Xuan froze for a moment before his face broke into a delighted smile. I was so caught up in the excitement of the new world blessing, I completely forgot I could contract a second beast companion. Just as Jiang Xuan's mind began to wonder what his second pet beast might look like, Jiang Xuan suddenly sensed a shift in his surroundings. Before he could fully process it, the mirror lake, still bathed in spring's enchanting scenery, was enveloped by a faint pink mist. Is this spiritual energy? Staring at the purplish-red mist suspended in the air, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but startle. For Jiang Xuan, this was no stranger. His aunt was a rare psychic-type professional, a psychic mage. Back when she first awakened her abilities, she had used Jiang Xuan as a test subject more times than he could count. Thus, Jiang Xuan was no stranger to the energy of psychic elements. In this world, 16 elemental attributes existed. These elemental attributes were also categorized as common or rare. Wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, lightning, light, and dark. These 9 belong to the natural elements. Of these 9, all except light and dark are common, ordinary attributes. The remaining 7 attributes are time, space, life, spirit, undead, machine, and chaos. Among these, the chaos element is particularly unique. The other 6 are extremely rare, high-tier attributes. Jiang Xuan's aunt, Shuexan, was able to challenge the 3-star breakthrough dungeon within just 1 year. This was directly related to her rare profession as a psionicist. Now that the spirit element had appeared before Jiang Xuan, it signaled that the second spirit beast he was about to contract would very likely possess the spirit attribute. This prospect filled Jiang Xuan with excitement. He knew all too well just how formidable the mental attribute could be. A pet beast possessing mythical bloodlines and carrying the mental attribute itself. He dared not imagine just how formidable such a creature could become. Just as Jiang Xuan's heart swelled with joy, the mental energies began to coalesce. A nine-tailed fox appeared before Jiang Xuan, its fur snow-white yet rippling with pink currents of light. A triple lotus crown floated above its head, its center adorned with an eye that seemed fantastically ethereal. Its ear tips were translucent like glass, trailing pale pink streams of light that resembled a starry river. The light cascaded down its shoulders, condensing into a misty veil of thousand dream silk, adding an air of elegance and mystery. Its 9 tails, naturally unfurled, appeared both ethereal and tangible. With each casual flick, they carried dreamlike, multicolored matter in their wake. Beneath its feet, the mirror-like lake surface transformed into a dreamlike lotus. With each step toward Jiang Xuan, a more ethereal lotus blossomed beneath its feet. As the 9-tailed fox approached Jiang Xuan, its 9 ethereal tails enveloped Jiang Xuan completely. The next instant, a sweet, seductive voice whispered in Jiang Xuan's ear. Master. As the voice faded, the 9-tailed fox's body began to shrink steadily. Eventually, it transformed into a kitten-sized form. Though its form had diminished, it still appeared as a breathtakingly beautiful little fox, as if stepped straight out of a dream. As he gazed at the tiny fox before him, detailed information about it appeared before Jiang Xuan's eyes. Pet beast, Lingmeng Fox Master. Level, LV 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Spiritual awareness, 100. Realm, Bronze. Elemental affinity, Spirit. Bloodline tier, Mythic. Mythic talent, Dreamweaver immune to and absorbs all psychic attacks, immune to all physical attacks, psychic skills have no cooldown. When facing opponents weaker than oneself, they cannot escape the created illusions. Psychic skill power increases by 200%. Skills, Tier 2 Dreamweaver Level 1, Tier 2 Psychic / Level 1, Tier 1 Telekinesis Level 1, Tier 1 Dream Entry Level 1, Tier 1 Skill Illusory Dream Level 1. Chapter 18, Mythical Being Lingmeng Fox Lord. Combat power skyrockets. Staring at the Spirit Dream Fox Lord's stats before him, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but gasp. Compared to the balanced development of the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon, the Spirit Dream Fox Lord's growth was extremely skewed. She had not allocated a single point to strength, agility, or constitution. Instead, she had poured all her attribute points into spiritual awareness. At first glance, this seemed unbalanced, but the reason behind Lingmeng Fox Lord's allocation was simple. Those 3 basic attributes were utterly useless to her. According to the information panel, the Lingmeng Fox Lord is inherently immune to all physical attacks. This means that even if you slash at her with a blade, she won't suffer the slightest injury. Since it possesses no physical form, its current manifestation is merely spiritual energy. Thus, the Constitution attribute is useless. Without a body, concepts like strength and agility simply don't apply. This is precisely why the Spirit Dream Fox Lord appears deformed yet possesses truly monstrous attributes. Beyond that, the Spirit Dream Fox Lord's mythical talents are equally extraordinary. Immunity to psychic attacks, no cooldown on psychic skills, guaranteed hits against targets with lower spiritual awareness, and a 200% power boost to psychic skills. All of these can be considered god-tier talents. Originally, Jiang Xuan had feared his second pet might become too similar to the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. But now it was clear they weren't even in the same league. Since you're called Lingmeng Fox Lord, I'll just call you Lingmeng from now on. Jiang Xuan smiled as he looked at the Spirit Dream Fox Lord before him. Hearing this, Lingmeng Fox Lord obediently nodded her head. Then, the little creature transformed into a wisp of spirit mist and drifted onto Jiang Xuan's shoulder. Though Lingmeng Fox Lord appeared seated on Jiang Xuan's shoulder, he felt no weight whatsoever. With the contract between Lingmeng Fox Lord and Jiang Xuan sealed, Jiang Xuan discovered that after his own cultivation realm had risen, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon's realm had also ascended to bronze. Simultaneously, it had mastered a new second-tier skill, Heavenly Thunder Summoning. Beyond that, Jiang Xuan's attributes underwent significant changes. Jiang Xuan. Level, LV 10. Strength, 5 + 4 + 1. Agility, 9 + 4 + 1. Constitution, 9 + 4 + 1. Spiritual Perception, 15 + 3 + 10. Realm, 1 star. Class, Beast Master. Skills, Tier 1 Spirit Shield Level 1, Tier 1 Lightning Flash Level 1, Tier 1 Lightning Orb Level 1, Tier 1 Lightning Claw Level 1, Tier 1 Psychokinesis Level 1. Indeed, after reaching the 1-star realm, Jiang Xuan could now share the attributes and abilities of his contracted beast. His 4 attributes had now reached an absurdly high level. His current strength was such that he could hold his own against even some melee classes of the same level. Not to mention his already abnormally high spiritual awareness for his level, which had now reached a staggering 28. This level of spiritual awareness was rare even among 2-star practitioners, let alone 1-star ones. Moreover, Jiang Xuan had inherited 4 skills. 3 lightning-based skills and 1 psychic-based skill. The Jiang Xuan of today is no longer the helpless, defenseless individual he once was. He was now a truly formidable practitioner. One who stands unmatched among his peers. Truthfully, under normal circumstances, a Beastmaster's combat prowess isn't exceptionally formidable in the early stages. After all, it's extremely difficult for a typical Beastmaster to contract even 1 diamond bloodline pet beast in the early stages. Someone like Jiang Xuan, who contracted 2 mythical bloodline pets in one go, is unheard of in the past 500 years. This was precisely why Jiang Xuan possessed considerable combat prowess despite being only level 10. I never imagined my combat strength would increase so dramatically after breaking through to the 1-star realm. Watching his stats skyrocket, Jiang Xuan clenched his fists in excitement. Instantly, he could keenly sense his strength had more than doubled compared to before. The breakthrough is complete. It's time to return to Lingchuan. With that thought, Jiang Xuan mentally commanded his departure from the breakthrough instance. A flash of light later, Jiang Xuan emerged from the breakthrough instance and found himself back in the undead cavern. Since the monsters in the undead cavern had been completely wiped out by Jiang Xuan, if he wished to clear the instance again, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave the undead cavern. The instant he stepped out of the undead cavern, 4 familiar figures suddenly appeared before him. Ha! Hualing, Principal Gao, City Lord Tang? What are you all doing here? Seeing the group gathered before the undead cavern, Jiang Xuan asked in confusion. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the group who had been discussing how to enter the instance to rescue him just moments ago froze in surprise. Only then did they react, finally noticing Jiang Xuan standing before them. The moment she saw him, Hualing instantly transformed into a gust of wind and threw herself into Jiang Xuan's arms. Immediately, Jiang Xuan heard her sobbing softly. You jerk! You didn't reply to my messages or answer my calls. I thought you were dead. As she spoke, Hualing punched Jiang Xuan's chest hard with her tiny fist. Seeing Jiang Xuan appear, Xiaofeng, Tang Ming, and Gao Wei, who had all been extremely tense, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. For the 3 of them, if anything happened to Jiang Xuan, they'd be in big trouble. Gao Wei's anxiety stemmed directly from Shuxin's pressure. After all, she had personally entrusted Jiang Xuan to his care. If Jiang Xuan had truly met with trouble, Gao Wei felt Xu Xian would have wanted to kill him. As for Tang Ming, the pressure came from the Dragon Spine sect master. After all, the Grand Master had instructed him yesterday to take good care of Jiang Xuan, only for something to go wrong the very next day. If the sect leader found out, Tang Ming felt his entire future prospects would be ruined. Therefore, seeing that Jiang Xuan was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just as they were about to ask why they couldn't reach Jiang Xuan, as a 4-star practitioner, Tang Ming keenly sensed that Jiang Xuan's aura was now worlds apart from before. Simultaneously, Tang Ming discovered that Jiang Xuan's level had abruptly reached 10. Jiang Xuan, you're already level 10? As soon as Tang Ming spoke, Gao Wei and Xiaofeng both froze in shock. Even Hualing, who had been nestled in Jiang Xuan's arms, paused her crying momentarily. Prompted by Tang Ming's remark, everyone else finally noticed that Jiang Xuan's level had surged to a staggering LV.10. Jiang Xuan, weren't you only level 6 just over 3 hours ago? How did your level suddenly jump to 10? Xiaofeng stared in disbelief at Jiang Xuan's new level. Facing Xiaofeng's question, Jiang Xuan replied, there were tons of monsters in the undead cavern. I just kept grinding and grinding until I finished them all. Then after defeating the dungeon boss, my level jumped to 10. Jiang Xuan's words were calm, but this seemingly ordinary statement sent shockwaves through Xiaofeng's mind. As commander of the Lingchuan Legion, Xiaofeng knew exactly how many demons lurked within the undead cavern. Under normal circumstances, even if Xiaofeng suppressed his cultivation to novice level to grind there, it would take at least a full day and night to clear all the undead demons inside. Not to mention the dungeon's boss, the Skeleton Lord, was a bronze tier foe a novice level adventurer couldn't even scratch it. Yet Jiang Xuan had slain this creature? That was simply absurd. While Xiaofeng was still reeling from the sheer power of Jiang Xuan's combat prowess, Hualing, nestled in Jiang Xuan's embrace, marveled inwardly at how rapidly his level had risen. Amidst her astonishment, Hualing noticed the enchanting little fox perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder. Jiang Xuan, what's that on your shoulder? At Hualing's inquiry, everyone else also noticed the Lingmeng Fox Lord perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder. Oh, this is Lingmeng. My newly contracted spirit beast, Jiang Xuan explained. Newly contracted spirit beast? Tang Ming exclaimed. His eyes widened as he stared at the Lingmeng Fox Lord perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder, exclaiming in astonishment. What? Jiang Xuan, you've already reached the 1-star realm? Chapter 19, a legendary level pet beast? The Cloud Peak Tower. Hearing Tang Ming's words, everyone present froze in shock. But when they saw the Lingmeng Fox Lord perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder, their jaws dropped in unison. Beast tamers differ from most professions. Under normal circumstances, a beast master could only contract 1 pet beast per realm. For an apprentice to contract a second beast was practically impossible. Although dungeons and the real world were two separate realms, information exchange between them had advanced remarkably well. Even within dungeons, news could still reach them. The only instance where messages cannot be received is within the breakthrough dungeon. Hearing Tang Ming's explanation and seeing the Lingmeng Fox Lord perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder, everyone finally understood why they couldn't reach him earlier. He hadn't gone offline, he'd entered a 1-star breakthrough instance. What's even more unbelievable is, this was Jiang Xuan's very first time entering a breakthrough dungeon, and he hadn't prepared at all. Yet he had managed to clear the 1-star breakthrough dungeon outright. This was simply too unbelievable. Seeing the gaping expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Xuan scratched his head and said, "Once I hit level 10, I just wanted to try breaking through. And then, I cleared it." His tone remained calm. Yet these words sent shockwaves through the minds of the 3 people before him. Each of them stared at Jiang Xuan as if he were a monster. For Tang Ming, Xiaofeng, and Gao Wei as those who had been through it themselves. They had been thoroughly tormented by the 1-star breakthrough dungeon. Tang Ming possessed the highest natural talent among them, yet even he had to attempt the challenge 7 times before finally defeating the demonic beast within the 1-star breakthrough dungeon. As for Xiaofeng and Gao Wei, their talents were not as exceptional as Tang Ming's. Their professions were also far more ordinary compared to Tang Ming's back then. Back then, each of them had to attempt the dungeon 20 or 30 times before finally succeeding. Keep in mind, even that counted as relatively few attempts for them. For most combat practitioners, breaking through without failing over 100 times is nearly impossible. Yet Jiang Xuan cleared it on his first attempt without any preparation. And from the way he spoke, it seemed like this 1-star breakthrough dungeon hadn't even caused him any stress. This is ridiculous. Beyond that, the trio's gaze shifted to the Lingmeng Fox Lord perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder. Though they couldn't discern its exact details, the ethereal form of the Lingmeng Fox Lord and the terrifying spiritual energy constantly radiating from its body were undeniable. This was a rare psychic element. Based on this elemental attribute alone, this little fox was no ordinary creature. Not to mention the spiritual energy radiating from its body, which was no weaker than the thunder energy clinging to the surface of the thunder origin ancestral dragon beside it. Thus, the trio could readily conclude that this little fox was scarcely inferior to the dragon Jiang Xuan had first contracted. "Jiang Xuan, did you contract this beast during your dungeon breakthrough?" Gao Wei inquired. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan shook his head. "No. Not?" The others were astonished. "Then how did you contract it?" Facing their inquiries, Jiang Xuan explained, "Like Lei Yuan, Ling Meng is one of my innate pets. When my cultivation reached the 1-star realm, Ling Meng naturally manifested as my pet beast." Jiang Xuan's tone was calm, as if stating an utterly ordinary fact. Yet the moment those words left his lips, they sent shockwaves through the hearts of everyone present. At that moment, Hua Ling, nestled in Jiang Xuan's embrace, lifted her head, eyes wide with utter bewilderment. "What? Are you saying that every time you break through a cultivation realm, you can contract a spirit beast with combat power comparable to Lei Yuan?" Hearing this, Jiang Xuan nodded. "That's how it works, in theory." Hearing this, Xiaofeng completely lost his composure, sucking in a sharp breath. As the commander of the Lingchuan Legion, Xiaofeng had encountered far more professional practitioners than anyone present. He had encountered many powerful beast tamers. For these beast tamers, cultivating and leveling up their pets might be a headache. But their greatest headache was securing high-quality contract pets. After all, a beastmaster's strength was directly proportional to the combat power of their pets. Securing a contract with a high-quality beast, however, proved exceedingly difficult. Yet Jiang Xuan had no worries whatsoever in this regard. As long as his cultivation realm advanced, he could possess a top-tier beast companion. Was Jiang Xuan really an awakened beastmaster? With innate pet abilities like this, he's practically on par with legendary professions. At that moment, everyone finally understood what kind of god-defying boost Jiang Xuan's exceptionally high spirit affinity had granted him. While the others were reeling from the absurdity of Jiang Xuan's class, Jiang Xuan gazed at Hualing nestled in his arms and smiled. "What's wrong? Is my lap that comfortable? You've been lying here this long and still won't get up?" Hualing, who had been stunned by Jiang Xuan's monstrous abilities, froze upon hearing his words. Only then did she realize she was still lying in Jiang Xuan's lap. Her face flushed crimson, and like a startled bird, she scrambled away to the side. I was just worried about you. Absolutely. Absolutely not because I like you." Before Jiang Xuan could respond, Hualing blurted out loudly. Hearing Hualing's words, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but smile. "Wow, just blurting out what's on your mind like that, is that even okay?" The Hualing's mouth says no, body says yes reaction only made Jiang Xuan find her even more adorable. "It's fine, I was just saying. If you don't mind, you can lean on me anytime." Watching Hualing's flustered expression, Jiang Xuan teased. You. I'm not talking to you anymore." At Jiang Xuan's words, Hualing's face flushed crimson like a bubble teapot. Seeing her cheeks flush all the way to her ears, Jiang Xuan finally chuckled. "Alright, I was just joking. But the Shadow Forest has been sealed off recently. If you want to grind levels, the Undead Cavern is your best bet. But to enter the Undead Cavern, you'll need to get Captain Zhao's approval. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Hua Ling turned her gaze to Xiao Feng beside her. Noticing both pairs of eyes on him, Xiao Feng looked at Hua Ling with a hint of resignation. You can indeed go in. But you must defeat me, who has suppressed my cultivation level, just like Jiang Xuan did. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, Tang Ming and Gao Wei also looked at Jiang Xuan with some surprise. They knew full well how formidable Xiao Feng's combat prowess was. Xiao Feng's appointment as commander of the Lingchuan Legion was no accident. He possessed undeniable talent. Yet Jiang Xuan had defeated Xiao Feng, who was at the same cultivation level. For a moment, Tang Ming and Gao Wei turned their gaze toward the Thunder Source ancestral dragon beside Jiang Xuan. A wild thought began to form in their minds. Could this dragon be a legendary bloodline pet beast? While the two were reeling from this shock, Hua Ling, determined to keep pace with Jiang Xuan's progress, chose to challenge Xiao Feng herself. As the two dashed off to an open area for the challenge, Tang Ming turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan, recalling the words the sect master had spoken to him yesterday. Thus, Tang Ming approached Jiang Xuan and said, Jiang Xuan, since your cultivation has reached the 1-star realm, would you be interested in trying the Cloud Peak Tower? Chapter 20, The Trials of the Cloud Peak Tower. The gathering of geniuses from all nations. The Cloud Peak Tower? Hearing Tang Ming's words, Jiang Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Of course, Jiang Xuan knew about the Cloud Peak Tower. It was a dungeon similar to the Trial Tower at Rinkai First High School. However, the Trial Tower was an apprentice-level instance. This meant only those at the apprentice level could enter the Trial Tower. If one's strength exceeded that level, they would lose eligibility to enter. The Cloud Peak Tower, however, was different. It was an unrestricted level instance. Anyone who has awakened their profession can venture inside. Compared to simple dungeons like the Tower of Trials, the Cloud Peak Tower is significantly more challenging. It is said to soar 1,000 stories high. Upon clearing each floor, the tower assigns a rating to that level. The higher the rating, the more generous the rewards granted by the tower. Moreover, the Cloud Peak Tower maintains 2 leaderboards. One is called the Cloud Tier Leaderboard, which records the top 10 players who have reached the highest floor of the Cloud Peak Tower. The other is the Peak Leaderboard, which records the latest clear times for each floor of the tower. So don't underestimate the Cloud Peak Tower. It attracts countless powerful practitioners every year. Under normal circumstances, most adventurers only attempt the Cloud Peak Tower once they've reached the 2-star level of strength. Because the challenges on each floor of the Cloud Peak Tower are extremely difficult. Their difficulty rivals that of breakthrough instances. Thus, over the past 5 centuries of recorded data, countless challengers have attempted the Cloud Peak Tower. Yet the highest anyone has ever reached is merely the 988th floor. The remaining 12 floors have remained unconquered for over a century. It must be noted that this record was set by time sorceress Jiang Xuan, widely acknowledged as the strongest among the 9 legendary beings. Her combat prowess was said to surpass even the combined strength of the other 8 legends. Yet even she only managed to reach the 988th floor. This alone demonstrates just how incredibly difficult it is to break through the 1000th layer. Though the Cloud Peak Tower is notoriously difficult, it is said that breaking through the 1000th floor might grant the possibility of ascending to mythic rank. Yet in 5 centuries, not a single soul has achieved it. Thus, Tang Ming's invitation came as a surprise to Jiang Xuan. Surprise aside, the Undead Cavern had become unsuitable for Jiang Xuan. After all, the demons within could no longer provide him with sufficient experience. Repeating the grind there wouldn't just make leveling up 4 times difficult, it would make leveling up even once a struggle. High-tier practitioners simply couldn't gain experience from low-tier monsters. To grow stronger, Jiang Xuan had no choice but to tackle dungeons matching his own level. While Jiang Xuan possessed teleportation scrolls granting access to any instance on Blue Star. But the monsters in these accessible dungeons were far too few compared to those in the Undead Cavern. Yet the Cloud Peak Tower was unlike most other dungeons. It was said that even the first floor contained an overwhelming number of demons. With sufficient strength, the Cloud Peak Tower could become an exceptional leveling spot rivaling the Undead Cavern. Thus, when faced with Tang Ming's invitation, Jiang Xuan didn't hesitate long before nodding his agreement. Since the city lord has invited me, I'll give it a try. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's willingness to venture into the Cloud Peak Tower, Tang Ming's face broke into a smile. The youth truly amazes me. Jiang Xuan, with your fearless spirit. Your future accomplishments will surely be remarkable. Just as the conversation reached this point, a loud thud echoed from the distance. The duel between Hua Ling and Xiao Feng had concluded. There was no denying that Xiao Feng's combat prowess was truly formidable. However, due to his own suppressed cultivation level and the fact that Hua Ling's profession was that of an elemental mage, Xiao Feng initially held the upper hand through his exceptional combat experience. Yet Hua Ling's 9 natural elemental spirits functioned like 9 additional arms. Ultimately, with the assistance of various elemental skills, Xiao Feng was defeated by Hua Ling. Though their duel lacked the shock value of Jiang Xuan's instant kill, It still left Xiaofeng deeply impressed by Hua Ling's formidable combat prowess. Jiang Xuan, I've earned my spot in the Necropolis cave too. Just wait. My leveling speed won't be any slower than yours. No sooner had Hua Ling finished her taunt than she dashed into the Necropolis to grind levels. Seeing Hua Ling striving to catch up, Jiang Xuan didn't slack off either. Turning to Tang Ming beside him, he asked, Lord City Master, shall we depart now? Upon hearing this, Tang Ming and Jiang Xuan formed a party. With the aid of a teleportation scroll, the two immediately headed for the Cloud Peak Tower. The Cloud Peak Tower stood in Cloud Peak City, the highest city on Blue Star. The city itself was built around the tower. Although the tower lay within the borders of the Dragon Spine Empire, Yundian City itself was not under Dragon Spine Empire's jurisdiction, but rather governed jointly by the 7 nations. With the aid of the teleportation scroll, Jiang Xuan and Tang Ming arrived in Cloud Peak City. Upon arriving in Cloud Peak City, Jiang Xuan immediately beheld this colossal tower rising 10,000 zhang high, piercing deep into the clouds. Its height was so immense that Jiang Xuan could not see its summit with a single glance. This must be the Cloud Peak Tower. Jiang Xuan, should we rest for a bit before attempting the challenge? Tang Ming spoke up beside him as he gazed at the familiar Cloud Peak Tower. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan nodded. After all, the tower's difficulty was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Jiang Xuan had only recently broken through to the 1-star realm and hadn't yet fully grasped the extent of his newfound abilities. Therefore, he naturally needed some time to rest and gain a deeper understanding of his combat strength against the Spirit Dream Fox Lord and the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. While Jiang Xuan rested at the tea house near the tower's entrance, he kept seeing people entering and exiting the Cloud Peak Tower. The vast majority of those entering were young adults. However, Jiang Xuan also noticed several individuals around his own age entering the tower. A dark-skinned youth, bearing a hammer twice his height on his back and appearing to hail from the Kanglan archipelago, entered the tower under the watchful gaze of a 7-star elder. 2 identical twin girls dressed in Western-style finery also entered the tower under the watchful eye of a 7-star professional clad in heavy knight's armor. Beyond these, Jiang Xuan also noticed numerous young men and women wearing the uniforms of the 9 legendary academies entering and exiting the Cloud Peak Tower. Watching these youths come and go, Tang Ming spoke slowly from the side. Jiang Xuan, did you see those people? Remember, these individuals will all become formidable opponents on your future path. Only by defeating them can you become stronger. Hearing Tang Ming's words, Jiang Xuan understood his meaning and nodded in acknowledgement. Alright, if you're ready, prepare to enter. Just as Jiang Xuan and Tang Ming were conversing, a voice tinged with mockery and arrogance drifted into their ears. Well, if it isn't old Tang himself? Been a while. Back at the Cloud Peak Tower again? What's up? You wouldn't be dragging your so-called heaven-sent prodigy here to embarrass yourself again, would you? Chapter 21, Lord Jiang Tua of Fengshao City 6-star equipment blueprint. Hearing the words beside his ear, Tang Ming frowned. When he turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw the person before him, the smile that had been on his face instantly turned cold. Noticing Tang Ming's icy expression, Jiang Xuan beside him also spotted the 2 figures appearing nearby. One was a middle-aged man, the other a youth with short hair. Tang Ming, long time no see. So this is the prodigy you brought along? Looks pretty ordinary to me. Surely not another failure like your worthless son 3 years ago. Before the man could finish speaking, Tang Ming materialized a dark elemental spear in his hand. Jiang Tua, what do you mean by that? Tang Ming's voice was icy. What? You think you can fight me? Glaring at the spear in Tang Ming's grasp, Jiang Tua sneered, this is Cloud Peak City. If you dare raise a hand here, you can kiss your future visits goodbye. Jiang Tuo's sarcastic tone infuriated Tang Ming, but he knew the rules of Cloud Peak City well. Private duels were strictly forbidden within the city. Anyone caught initiating a fight would not only face hefty fines but also be permanently banned from Cloud Peak City. Rage boiled within Tang Ming, yet he ultimately forced himself to hold back. The spear formed from dark elemental energy in his hand finally dissipated. Watching Tang Ming seethe, Jiang Tuo's expression grew even more arrogant. However, Jiang Tuo refrained from further provoking Tang Ming, instead shifting his gaze to Jiang Xuan standing nearby. You're Lingchuan City's most outstanding newcomer this year? As he spoke, a pair of phantom glasses suddenly materialized before Jiang Tuo's eyes. Moments later, Jiang Tuo burst into loud laughter. Ha! I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a beast master. Turning to Tang Ming, Jiang Tuo chuckled, Tang Ming, is there no one else in Lingchuan? This year, you've only brought a beast tamer to challenge the Cloud Peak Tower. What? Aren't you afraid this kid will wet his pants in terror from the demons inside the Cloud Peak Tower, just like your useless son did 3 years ago? Hearing Jiang Tuo mention his son again, Tang Ming, whose anger had been barely contained. At that moment, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. Jiang Tuo, what exactly are you trying to do? Watching Tang Ming, clearly enraged to the point of fury yet unable to strike back, Jiang Tuo felt an exhilarating thrill surge through him. To Jiang Tuo, he and Tang Ming were old acquaintances. They had both been top students at the Dragon Spine Imperial Capital Academy. At the academy, Tang Ming had always been the top student of their class. Jiang Xuan, however, had perpetually been the eternal runner-up, perpetually overshadowed by Tang Ming. Naturally, Jiang Xuan harbored resentment over being perpetually overshadowed by Tang Ming. Yet every time he challenged Tang Ming, Jiang Xuan failed. Even the girl he liked most ended up marrying Tang Ming. This only fueled Jiang Xuan's resentment toward Tang Ming. Later, due to their outstanding academic achievements at school, both were appointed as rulers of their respective territories. Though their encounters grew fewer, Jiang Xuan's hostility toward Tang Ming never diminished. Whenever they met, Jiang Xuan would taunt Tang Ming with a few barbs, but Tang Ming paid them no mind. However, everything changed 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Tang Ming's son had just awakened his profession. In terms of innate talent, Tang Ming's son showed no lack of promise. He had awakened the Dark Gunner profession, inherited directly from Tang Ming. This was a dark element profession. According to the profession rating system, there was a high probability of breaking through to 5 stars before the job change. At first, Tang Ming believed his son was a prodigy. Therefore, once his son reached a 1-star strength level, Tang Ming brought him to challenge the Cloud Peak Tower. However, having been pampered since childhood, despite awakening such a formidable profession, he lacked the resilience to endure hardship. In the end, forget about challenging the Cloud Peak Tower, he was so terrified by the powerful demons inside. He was so terrified he wet himself and fled on the spot. Coincidentally, Jiang Xuan had witnessed the entire scene back then. Consequently, Jiang Xuan never failed to bring up this incident whenever he encountered Tang Ming. This incident was utterly humiliating. What's more, before his own son attempted the challenge, Tang Ming had even boasted that his son would at least break through to the 3rd level. Only to end up in such a humiliating state. Naturally, Tang Ming felt utterly ashamed. Ever since that incident 3 years ago, every time the two met, Jiang Xuan would manage to push Tang Ming over the edge. Now that Jiang Xuan brought it up again, Tang Ming felt like he could kill him. Facing Tang Ming's fury, Jiang Xuan remained utterly unfazed, replying with a carefree expression, "No big deal. Just giving you a heads up. Just so you don't embarrass yourself in front of everyone again." At this point, Jiang Xuan glanced at the youth beside him and said, "Let me introduce you to Zhou Yuntian, the pride of Fengxiao City." As he spoke, the refined youth beside Jiang Xuan stepped forward to stand before them. "This one is Zhou Yuntian." "Greetings, City Lord Tang," Zhou Yuntian said, clasping his fists in a bow. Watching Zhou Yuntian's introduction, Jiang Xuan beamed with pride. Yuntian's profession is that of a rainstorm master, rated at a 6-star level. That's far more formidable than the beast master you have by your side. Old Tang, let me give you some advice. You shouldn't bring out a kid like this to embarrass yourself in public. It's not just your face at stake, it's the reputation of all Lingchuan. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan shot Jiang Xuan a look filled with contempt. A beast master? What kind of trash profession dares to challenge the Cloud Peak Tower? Faced with Jiang Xuan's contempt, Jiang Xuan was naturally enraged by this man before him. He retorted immediately, "Lord Jiang, you shouldn't speak like that. Gervardo once said, there are no weak professions, only weak practitioners." Hearing Jiang Xuan speak, Jiang Xuan glanced at him, his face twisted in mockery. "Young man, it seems you're quite confident in your abilities, huh?" Jiang Xuan replied calmly, not overly confident. "I simply find your words somewhat inappropriate, Lord City Master." Hearing this, Jiang Xuan glanced at Tang Ming and sneered, "Tang Ming, I never expected your Lingchuan to truly produce such talent." His words trailing off, Jiang Xuan turned to Jiang Xuan with a smile. "Kid, if you're not convinced, we can settle this with a contest." "How exactly?" Jiang Xuan asked. "Since we're in Yundian City, let's settle it here in the Yundian Tower." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan pointed toward the Cloud Peak Tower beside them. "I won't take advantage of you. If you manage to clear the same number of floors as Yuntian, then the 6-star equipment blueprint, 9 Heavens Wind and Thunder Wings is yours." As he spoke, a blueprint appeared in Jiang Xuan's hand. As Jiang Xuan gazed at the blueprint before him, its detailed information immediately appeared before his eyes. 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings Forging Blueprint. Grade, 6-star. Forging materials, 6-star Wind Elemental Demon Wings 1, 6-star Lightning Elemental Demon Wings 1, Lightning Element Crystals 100, Wind Element Crystals 100. As he scanned the blueprint's specifications, Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up. After all, he happened to possess a 6-star Wind Elemental Demon Wing, the Hurricane Sky Tiger Wing. He hadn't known what to do with this 6-star material, but now it was like a dream come true. The perfect solution arrived just when he needed it. With this forging blueprint, all Jiang Xuan needed was to collect a 6th-star Lightning Demon's Wing, and he could directly craft this 6th-star equipment. Facing Jiang Xuan, who seemed eager to see him fail, Jiang Xuan showed no hesitation whatsoever. "All right. I accept this challenge." Chapter 22, Breaking Records right off the bat? A 10,000-fold resource bonanza. Though Jiang Xuan had made a wager with Jiang Xuan, his voice remained calm. His composed demeanor suggested he was utterly certain of victory. Glancing at the wager between them, Jiang Xuan chuckled lightly. "A wager must be fair. If I lose, I give you this 6-star blueprint. But what happens if you lose?" No sooner had Jiang Tua finished speaking than Tang Ming's voice cut in. If he loses, I'll compensate you with an equipment blueprint of equal grade. And if Jiang Xuan wins, I'll slap myself. Tang Ming's voice carried a hint of anger. After all, if not for the fact that he was in Cloud Peak City, he would have already slapped this worthless Jiang Tua across the face several times. Unlike Jiang Tuo's underestimation of Jiang Xuan, Tang Ming knew exactly how powerful Jiang Xuan was. As a Beastmaster, leveling up should have been incredibly difficult for him, yet he reached the top tier of level 10 in just a single day. Moreover, he had successfully cleared the 1-star breakthrough dungeon on his very first attempt. It was important to note that Jiang Xuan had achieved all this without any assistance. There were plenty of peers in the Cloud Peak Tower who outranked Jiang Xuan. Yet the vast majority of them had essentially been cultivated through sheer financial investment. Therefore, purely in terms of combat prowess, Tang Ming held great confidence in Jiang Xuan. That's precisely why he'd been itching to give Jiang Tua a good thrashing, hence his proposal. Upon hearing Tang Ming speak, Jiang Tua actually found it amusing. Ha, Tang Ming, I accept your wager. But if you lose, I'll give you a good thrashing too. In Jiang Tuo's view, Jiang Xuan and Zhou Yuntian were simply incomparable. How could a 1-star Beastmaster possibly be stronger than a 6-star Rainmaster? And so, with both Tang Ming and Jiang Tua convinced of their inevitable victory, the wager was sealed. Seeing the two city lords wager their own breakthrough levels against Jiang Xuan's, Zhou Yuntian turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan, his expression brimming with confidence. While I admire your audacity to speak to Lord Jiang like that, but the victor of this match will be none other than me. Hearing Zhou Yuntian's confident words, Jiang Xuan merely gave him a calm glance. Then he added, I hope your strength matches the boldness of your words. With that, Jiang Xuan stepped into the Cloud Peak Tower. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Zhou Yuntian didn't get angry. After all, as a Beastmaster, Jiang Xuan had already reached level 10. He had even reached the 1-star realm, clearly indicating his privileged upbringing. Therefore, in Zhou Yuntian's eyes, Jiang Xuan's hot temper was perfectly normal. Besides, what did it matter if Jiang Xuan had a fiery temper? He was merely a beast tamer. How could he possibly compare to my rainstorm master? In his eyes, Jiang Xuan was nothing more than a wealthy young master. But whose family wasn't wealthy? With that thought, Zhou Yuntian strode confidently into the Cloud Peak Tower. As both Zhou Yuntian and Jiang Xuan entered the Cloud Peak Tower, Jiang Tua, standing nearby, shot Tang Ming a look so smug his lips nearly curled to the sky. The thought of being able to slap Tang Ming hard across the face in a moment filled Jiang Tua with immense excitement. After all, he had waited a full 30 years for this day. A flash of light, and Jiang Xuan found himself inside the Cloud Peak Tower. The entire interior of the Cloud Peak Tower was pitch black. All Jiang Xuan could make out was a massive spiral staircase at the tower's center. However, the entrance to this staircase was obscured by a swirling cloud formation. So this is the interior of the Cloud Peak Tower? Jiang Xuan murmured to himself. Just as he was pondering, a notification tone sounded by his ear. Challenger detected. Would you like to proceed with the challenge for the first floor of the Cloud Peak Tower? Listening to the prompt, Jiang Xuan stroked his chin. Seems this Cloud Peak Tower instance is similar to the Trial Tower instance. In that case, his words trailed off as a gleam flashed in Jiang Xuan's eyes. Come forth, Lei Yuan, Ling Meng. The words barely left his mouth when a bolt of lightning appeared beside Jiang Xuan. The figure of the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon materialized before Jiang Xuan. Having reached the Bronze Realm, the Ancestral Dragon Lei Yuan's form was now significantly larger than before. Its current form was now as thick as a basin. Though it still appeared relatively young overall, its imposing presence was markedly stronger than before. Although the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon could shrink its body, even when reduced in size, its weight remained unchanged. With Jiang Xuan's current strength, he was unable to bear the weight of the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon coiled around his arm. Therefore, Jiang Xuan retracted the little creature into his pet beast space. The moment the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon vanished, an ethereal mist materialized beside Jiang Xuan. The next instant, the Lingmeng Fox Lord appeared on Jiang Xuan's shoulder. As for the Lingmeng Fox Lord, though it lacked a physical form, this little creature disliked making public appearances. Thus, it usually remained within Jiang Xuan's pet beast space. Lei Yuan, Ling Meng, you'll be facing formidable opponents shortly. Are you both prepared? The moment Jiang Xuan spoke, the primordial dragon Lei Yuan let out a thunderous dragon roar. Its voice boomed with such power that lightning surged around its body as it roared. Clearly, the warlike Lei Yuan primordial dragon had long been eager to test the strength of this new body. As for Lingmeng the Fox Lord, though she showed little outward reaction, Jiang Xuan could sense the spiritual energy within her beginning to surge. Clearly, this little one was also prepared for battle. In that case, I challenge the first layer. No sooner had Jiang Xuan's words fallen than a notification chime sounded beside his ear. Challenge to the first level of the Cloud Peak Tower begins. The prompt faded, and the Cloud Peak Tower, previously shrouded in pitch darkness, suddenly brightened. Along with the tower's illumination, Jiang Xuan saw countless demonic creatures, at least 100 of them, begin to materialize within the tower. Mountain-scaled leopard, LV10, earth attribute, silver bloodline. Black-eyed ape, LV.10, dark attribute, silver bloodline. Goblin warrior, LV.10, neutral attribute, silver bloodline. As Jiang Xuan scanned the tower, he caught glimpses of these demons' basic information. However, upon seeing these demonic creatures' details, Jiang Xuan froze in place. Ha! Is this all the monsters on the first floor of the Cloud Peak Tower? Why are they all uniformly level 10? And not a single one has a bloodline rank higher than gold? Could there be a second wave of monsters on this first floor? Uncertain, Jiang Xuan glanced at the demons before him and turned to the Thunder Origin Primordial Dragon beside him. Thunder Origin, these demons are yours to handle. Go ahead. Let's test out that second tier skill you learned 10,000 Thunder Summon. At Jiang Xuan's command, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon understood. It instantly transformed into a bolt of thunder, soaring toward the swarm of demons and monsters above. The next second, lightning began to flicker across Lei Yuan Zulu's body. A terrifying thunderous power began to coalesce within its body. The moment these demons and monsters solidified into physical form, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed. Centered on the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon, terrifying bolts of lightning erupted within a 100-meter radius beneath him. Roar! Before these newly materialized demons could launch their attack, in an instant they were obliterated by the thunderbolts unleashed by the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon. Before a single second had passed, a notification tone sounded beside Jiang Xuan's ear. Ding! Congratulations, Challenger! You have successfully cleared the first floor of the Cloud Peak Tower. Having cleared the stage in just 0.3 seconds, you have broken the first floor clearance record. Your performance rating for this run is SSS grade. Congratulations on receiving your reward, 1-star equipment Cloud Peak Robe. Ding! Detecting host resource acquisition. Resource critical strike activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a 10,000x critical hit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a 5-star equipment item, Cloud Peak Glazed Robe. Chapter 23, 5-star gear. Breaking records like drinking water? As the notification chime faded from his ears. Ha! This means I cleared it? Hearing this, Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Didn't they say the Cloud Peak Tower was incredibly difficult? Just as Jiang Xuan was puzzled, he noticed a 5-star equipment piece appear in his inventory. Equipment, Cloud Peak Glazed Robe. Grade, 5-star. Suitable class, Mage type. Attributes, Spiritual Awareness plus 300. Equipment skill, Jade Body. Using this skill places the user in Jade Body state for 30 seconds. During this state, spiritual energy consumption is 0. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This 1-star Cloud Peak Robe actually got a resource critical hit and transformed into a 5-star Cloud Peak Glazed Robe. And it instantly boosts spiritual awareness by 300? Staring at the Cloud Peak Jade Robe drop from the dungeon, Jiang Xuan was taken aback. After all, he truly hadn't expected clearing this first stage to be so effortless. What surprised Jiang Xuan most was his World Blessing Resource Critical Strike had triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. The originally 1-star Cloud Peak Robe had been instantly upgraded to a 5-star piece of gear. But what felt most exhilarating to Jiang Xuan was that this 5-star gear skill was downright insane. The effect of the glass body actually allows any skill to be used freely within 30 seconds. This gear, both in its effect and attribute bonuses, is absolutely perfect for Ling Meng. Studying the equipment details before him, Jiang Xuan turned his gaze to Ling Meng Fox Lord, who had remained idle beside him. He then spoke up, Ling Meng, try this on. With that, he tossed the Cloud Peak Jade Robe to Ling Meng. Without hesitation, Ling Meng Fox Lord slipped the Cloud Peak Glass Robe over her shoulders. In an instant, the already ethereal and dreamlike Ling Meng Fox Lord was draped in a garment as light and translucent as glass, yet exquisitely beautiful. As the garment took effect, Jiang Xuan observed Ling Meng Fox Lord's spiritual awareness surge by a full 60 points. The reason for the modest 60-point increase was primarily due to Ling Meng Fox Lord's cultivation level being only bronze. For wearers whose cultivation level falls short of the equipment's requirement, the gear's attribute bonuses are diminished. Thus, the Cloud Peak Jade Robe currently only manifested 20% of its true power. Yet for Ling Meng Fox Lord, this was still a significant boost. After all, the Spirit Dream Fox Lord's spiritual awareness was currently only 100 points. Doubling that figure instantly means the skill's power will multiply exponentially. Seems the Cloud Peak Tower isn't as difficult as I imagined. I really don't get why my aunt kept complaining about how hard the Cloud Peak Tower was. Seeing how effortlessly he cleared the first stage, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit smug. After all, in his eyes, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming. Yet they couldn't even withstand his Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon's level 1 second tier skill. These demons' combat prowess was truly nothing to write home about. Still, after taking down over 100 of them, Jiang Xuan noticed his experience points had surged significantly. Experience points, 403,1000. Indeed, clearing the stage just now had caused Jiang Xuan's experience to skyrocket by 400 points. Under normal circumstances, clearing a single floor would guarantee at least one level up. The Cloud Peak Tower not only teemed with demons but also offered substantial experience points for defeating them. A look of excitement spread across Jiang Xuan's face. He then looked at the staircase in the center, where the clouds had parted to reveal its true form. Who knew the Cloud Peak Tower would be such a great spot for leveling up? Since that's the case, Lei Yuan, Ling Meng, let's head to the second floor. With that, Jiang Xuan led Lei Yuan the Primordial Dragon and Ling Meng the Fox Lord toward the second level of the Cloud Peak Tower. Meanwhile, outside the Cloud Peak Tower. Tang Ming, I really don't get it. For that kid, you actually chose to make such a huge wager with me. Aren't you afraid you might lose? Zhang Tuo watched Tang Ming as he spoke cheerfully, flexing his wrists. He seemed to be limbering up, preparing to show off his skills and give Tang Ming a thorough beating later. Hearing Zhang Tuo's words, Tang Ming shot him a cold stare and said, Zhang Tuo, I suggest you worry about yourself instead. Instead of warming up your wrists, you'd better warm up your neck. Don't let me slap you to death in a moment. Ha! Tang Ming, you haven't gone completely mad from your son's influence, have you? That kid? A mere beast tamer? How could he possibly compare to Zhou Yuntian? Just as Zhang Tuo finished mocking Tang Ming. Meanwhile, 3 chimes suddenly rang out from atop the Cloud Peak Tower. Clang! Ding! Ding! Congratulations to challenger Jiang Xuan for breaking the first floor record of the Cloud Peak Tower with a time of 0.3 seconds. As the 3 chimes faded, an announcement echoed throughout the entire Cloud Peak City. Hearing the announcement, the bustling crowd of Cloud Peak City froze in shock. Holy crap, clearing the first floor in 0.3 seconds? This guy must be cheating. Wait, wasn't the first floor supposed to have 100 demons of the same level? How did he wipe them all out instantly? Could Jiang Xuan have awakened a legendary class? Holy crap, has another super monster emerged on Blue Star? Hearing the notification sound, everyone present was utterly stunned. After all, everyone knew how challenging the Cloud Peak Tower was. Especially the first floor. It was notoriously difficult. The reason for its difficulty was straightforward. Entrants had to slay 100 demons matching their own level. Keep in mind, that's 100 demons in all matching their own level. Though these demons possessed relatively weak bloodline grades, the combined might of 100 of them was far beyond what ordinary individuals could match. Those who make it to Cloud Peak City are essentially the cream of the crop among their peers. Yet even these individuals find the first level daunting. This alone speaks volumes about the sheer difficulty of the first layer. Now someone had instantly wiped out all the monsters on the first layer. The crowd present was naturally stunned beyond measure. Amidst this collective awe, Jiang Tuo, who had been laughing heartily moments before, suddenly paled. He knew that the youth Tang Ming had brought along was none other than Jiang Xuan. At that moment, witnessing Jiang Xuan shatter the first level record, Tang Ming, whose expression had been sour moments before, burst into laughter. Then, with a teasing expression, Tang Ming turned to Jiang Tuo and said, Well, Jiang Tuo, Jiang Xuan just shattered the first level barrier record. What about that Zhou Yuntian you brought? Why haven't I seen him? Hearing Tang Ming speak, Jiang Tuo's expression darkened, but he stubbornly retorted, Tang Ming, what are you so pleased about? Are you sure this Jiang Xuan is the same one you brought? I reckon these two are just namesakes. A trashy beast master? How could he possibly break the record? Hearing Jiang Tuo's words, Tang Ming didn't call him out. Instead, he wore a faint, mocking smile, watching Jiang Tuo like a fish floundering on dry land, doomed for slaughter. After all, in Tang Ming's eyes, Jiang Xuan's first move had already sealed Jiang Tuo's defeat. Just as Jiang Tuo finished speaking, the Cloud Peak City announcement sounded again. Congratulations to challenger Jiang Xuan for breaking the record on the second floor of the Cloud Peak Tower with a time of 1.8 seconds. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire city. For a moment, the 2 7-star professionals who had been waiting outside the Cloud Peak Tower also looked up in shock at the second level of the tower. Among them, the dark-skinned elder frowned deeply and spoke. Breaking the record twice in a row? What on earth is this Jiang Xuan's background? Chapter 24, Unbeatable after clearing 3 floors? What about my 10 floors? Charo, do you know this Jiang Xuan? The dark-skinned elder, Charo, was still reeling from the shock of Jiang Xuan shattering the records for 2 consecutive floors of the Cloud Peak Tower. Meanwhile, the figure clad in silver white knight armor strode over. Upon hearing the question, Charo shook his head. I'm no fortune teller, how would I know? But judging by the name, he should be from the Dragon Spine Empire. Kulabali, aren't you quite familiar with people from the Dragon Spine Empire? How come even you haven't heard of this Jiang Xuan? Hearing Charlot's question, the knight named Kulabali shook his head as well. I've never heard of him either. But breaking 2 layers in one go. I reckon this Jiang Xuan must have awakened some legendary class, right? Gazing at the Cloud Peak Tower, Kulabali offered his perspective. Upon hearing this, Charo didn't deny it but nodded his head. My thoughts align with yours. This Jiang Xuan must be an awakened legendary class. Who would have thought that after the Dragon Spine Empire produced that time mage a century ago, another legendary class practitioner has emerged from the Dragon Spine Empire? Hearing Charo mention the renowned time mage, Jiang Xuan, Kulabali beside him couldn't help but sigh softly. That Jiang Xuan truly was a prodigy. In just 30 years, she leaped straight to the legendary realm. It's just a pity that greed knows no bounds. In her quest to touch the unattainable divine throne, she, a time mage, ultimately became trapped within the river of time itself. Truth be told, had Jiang Xuan not perished, the Dragon Spine Empire would be at least 100 times more prosperous than it is today. Listening to Kulabali's words, Charo nodded. True. Now, the Dragon Spine is merely under Kongqing's watch. Otherwise, it would have been devoured whole by the Thunder Prison Court up north long ago. Zalo sighed. Never mind. With so many eyes around, we'd be wise to keep such talk to ourselves. But this Jiang Xuan broke through 2 layers in one go. He even shattered the record outright. I reckon this kid has reached his limit. A 1-star practitioner doesn't possess much spiritual energy. Those 2 area of effect instant kill skills must have drained every last bit of spiritual energy from him. So, now that Jiang Xuan has emerged, should we arrange a meeting? After all, this kid is bound to be a key talent for Dragon Spine to cultivate in the future. Building rapport now might pay off later. He could prove useful to us. Listening to Charo's words, Kulabali nodded. Once the boy emerges, we'll meet him together. Hearing Kulabali's words, Charo said nothing. Thus, the 2 stood outside the Cloud Peak Tower, waiting for Jiang Xuan to emerge. However, as they waited, the 2 men saw no sign of Jiang Xuan. This prompted Charo to furrow his brow. Why hasn't Jiang Xuan emerged yet? Just as Charo and Kulabali were puzzled. The next moment, an announcement echoed once more across the skies above Cloud Peak City. Ding! Congratulations to challenger Jiang Xuan for breaking the 3rd floor record with a time of 3.8 seconds. The announcement echoed through Cloud Peak City, instantly stunning Charo and Kulabali, who had been waiting for Jiang Xuan's emergence. What? This Jiang Xuan has broken the Cloud Peak Tower record again? What class did this guy awaken? How can his spiritual power be so abundant? While the 2 stared in disbelief, Jiang Tuo on the other side watched the Cloud Peak Tower with eyes bulging almost out of their sockets. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Ming, this Jiang Xuan is just a namesake of the one you brought. How could a mere beastmaster break the records for 3 consecutive floors of the Cloud Peak Tower? Tang Ming paid no mind to Jiang Tuo, who was visibly falling apart. Instead, he mimicked Jiang Tuo's earlier movements, beginning to loosen up his joints. He looked ready to give Jiang Tuo a thorough beating. While everyone in Cloud Peak City was stunned by Jiang Xuan's monstrous breakthrough ability. On the other side, the Cloud Peak City notification chime blared incessantly. The incessant chime echoed above the city. Ding! Congratulations to challenger Jiang Xuan for breaking the 4th layer record with a time of 3.8 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to challenger Jiang Xuan for breaking the 5th layer record with a time of 8.9 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to challenger Jiang Xuan for breaking the 6th layer record with a time of 6.2 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to challenger Jiang Xuan for breaking the 9th layer record with a time of 11.8 seconds. As the notification chimes echoed relentlessly above Cloud Peak City. The chime, unheard for 6 or 7 decades, now echoed endlessly as if it cost nothing. To the residents of Cloud Peak City, this had become numbing. Is this Jiang Xuan exploiting some damn glitch? Breaking records on 9 consecutive levels? How is that even possible? Even the world-renowned legendary Jiang Xuan isn't this strong. Is this guy seriously aiming to break the record for 10 layers straight? As the crowd listened to the Cloud Peak City announcement, stunned and speechless. Outside the Cloud Peak Tower, a flash of light flickered. Zhou Yuntian emerged from the Cloud Peak Tower. Though his attire appeared dazzling, Zhou Yuntian's expression betrayed profound exhaustion. Though Zhou Yuntian was a 6-star Rainmaster, the demons within the Cloud Peak Tower were formidable in both strength and sheer numbers. The battle had been grueling, yet Zhou Yuntian now felt exhilarated. For just moments ago, he had broken through 3 floors of the Cloud Peak Tower in one go. To be honest, this record wasn't particularly impressive in the history of the Cloud Peak Tower. It was still an incredibly insane feat. Seeing his own formidable combat prowess, Zhou Yuntian was naturally thrilled and delighted. The moment Zhou Yuntian emerged from the Cloud Peak Tower, a flash of light flickered beside him. Jiang Xuan's figure materialized beside Zhou Yuntian. Spotting Jiang Xuan beside him, Zhou Yuntian immediately boasted, "Jiang Xuan, I suggest you go admit defeat to City Lord Jiang. I just broke through 3 layers of the Cloud Peak Tower in one go. If you concede now, I'm sure Lord Jiang, with his magnanimity, will forgive your earlier disrespect." As he spoke, Zhou Yuntian raised his hand. On his wrist was a number formed entirely of clouds, 3. This number represented the level of the Cloud Peak Tower he had just conquered. However, this number only appeared near Cloud Peak City once one left its vicinity, it vanished. Observing Zhou Yuntian's smug display, Jiang Xuan merely glanced at him. Before Jiang Xuan could speak. Clang! Clang! Ding! 3 chimes rang out above Cloud Peak City. The alert from Cloud Peak City sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations to challenger Jiang Xuan for breaking the 10th floor record with a time of 9.9 seconds. Zhou Yuntian, huh? Chapter 25, Jiang Tuo's humiliation and the alignments of powerful figures. The 10th layer? How is that possible? You're just a mere beast master, how could you possibly break through the 10th layer? Hearing the notification from the Cloud Peak City ringing in his ears, Zhou Yuntian's previously confident expression instantly turned to utter shock. After all, in Zhou Yuntian's eyes, Jiang Xuan was nothing more than an ordinary beast tamer. Admittedly, Jiang Xuan had broken through to the 1-star realm within a single day, which was indeed impressive. But let's be honest, breaking through to the 1-star realm wasn't particularly difficult. Under normal circumstances, as long as one had some guidance on their own leveling speed, it shouldn't be too difficult. Secondly, while the 1-star breakthrough dungeon was challenging, centuries of development had yielded extensive research on it. The first breakthrough was undoubtedly difficult, but under normal circumstances, with the support of some valuable resources, it's practically guaranteed to succeed within 8 attempts. Therefore, in Zhou Yuntian's eyes, Jiang Xuan was just another wealthy young master, much like himself. And Zhou Yuntian knew all too well what the behavior of wealthy young masters was like. Thus, from the very beginning, Zhou Yuntian hadn't paid Jiang Xuan much mind. But now, Jiang Xuan had not only broken through to the 10th layer in one go, he had even shattered the record for the 10th layer. This naturally left Zhou Yuntian stunned and bewildered. Because in Zhou Yuntian's view, achieving a breakthrough to the 10th layer in one go and shattering its record at that was practically harder than climbing to the heavens. As Zhou Yuntian stared at Jiang Xuan in utter shock, his mind racing to comprehend how the other had achieved such a feat. Meanwhile, Jiang Tuo and Tang Ming appeared beside Jiang Xuan. Looking at Jiang Xuan before them, Tang Ming and Jiang Tuo now seemed like polar opposites. Jiang Tuo, who had been gloating moments ago, now wore a grim expression. Meanwhile, Tang Ming, who had been looking grim, now wore a radiant glow. Jiang Tuo, you made your bet, now honor it. Hand over that 6-star equipment blueprint. And make sure you hold your face out properly. As he spoke, Tang Ming flexed his wrist, clearly itching to beat Jiang Tuo senseless. Yet despite Tang Ming's words, Jiang Tuo still clung to hope as he looked at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, I refuse to believe you broke through to the 10th layer, let alone shattered the 10th layer record. Dare you show me your wrist? Let me see the breakthrough level on your wrist? To Jiang Tuo, professional ratings were strictly compartmentalized. In his view, a low-tier profession was a low-tier profession. They were forever unworthy of comparison to high-tier professions. Therefore, even as the alert tones from Cloud Peak City rang incessantly, Jiang Tuo refused to believe that Jiang Xuan, a mere beast master, could possibly achieve such a rating. Just as Jiang Tuo glared at Jiang Xuan with bloodshot eyes, Tang Ming and Zhou Yuntian beside him also turned their gaze toward Jiang Xuan. After all, they too were curious whether Jiang Xuan had genuinely broken every record to reach the 10th floor. Seeing Jiang Tuo's expression, Jiang Xuan remained silent. He simply extended his arm slowly. The next second, with a flash, a golden light instantly illuminated the summit of the Cloud Peak Tower. Then, under the gaze of everyone present, the golden light instantly transformed into a golden cloud. It drifted down and settled upon Jiang Xuan's wrist. Immediately, a large, brilliantly golden character, composed entirely of clouds, appeared on Jiang Xuan's wrist. Staring at the golden cross on Jiang Xuan's wrist, Jiang Tuo lost his composure and roared in fury. Damn it! How the hell is this possible? Just as Jiang Tuo roared in fury, everyone else present turned their gaze toward Jiang Xuan. That's Jiang Xuan? Huh, he just looks kinda handsome, doesn't seem that strong though? He really broke through to the 10th layer consecutively? Dude, you're not jealous he's both good looking and a badass, are you? Holy crap, don't put words in my mouth. As the crowd here spotted Jiang Xuan, they began whispering and speculating about him. Meanwhile, upon seeing the golden cloud cross on Jiang Xuan's wrist, they instantly recognized the youth before them as the one they'd been waiting for all along. As they looked at Jiang Xuan, a flash of recognition lit up in Charo and Coulibaly's eyes. Both activated their insight skills to probe Jiang Xuan's information. However, upon seeing Jiang Xuan's details, both wore expressions of astonishment and bewilderment. Charo, did you see that? This Jiang Xuan's profession is merely a beastmaster. Could my insight skill be malfunctioning? Staring at Jiang Xuan's data, Coulibaly was utterly dumbfounded. Hearing Coulibaly's question, Charo beside him gave a wry smile. Well, I'm not sure either. Because all I see is that Jiang Xuan's profession is also just a beast tamer. Logically speaking, as 7-star professionals, detecting a 1-star professional should allow us to easily uncover his detailed information. But this beastmaster profession is just a bit too absurd, isn't it? Could it be someone used a skill on Jiang Xuan to make his profession only show as beastmaster? Having lived for over a century, Charo was well-traveled and knowledgeable. He immediately voiced this conjecture. Hearing Charo's words, Coulibaly frowned beside him. Altering personal information? Such an ability, isn't that something only Shi Ningxuan could do? And Shi Ningxuan is currently trapped within the river of time. There's simply no one on the entire Blue Star capable of doing this now. Shaking his head at Coulibaly's words, Charo replied, "That, I cannot say. Perhaps your Jiang Xuan being trapped in the River of Time is merely a ruse concocted by the Dragon Spine Empire. In any case, Jiang Xuan's profession is certainly more than just a beastmaster." Charo continued, "Enough of this speculation. What Jiang Xuan's profession is doesn't matter. All we need to know is that he's a genius so rare they come along once in a century." Unlike Coulibaly, who was bound by rigid rules, Charo, accustomed to freedom since childhood, had no desire to pry further. After all, for Charo, Jiang Xuan's exact profession didn't matter. All he needed was for Jiang Xuan to be formidable. With that said, Charo strode toward Jiang Xuan's location. Observing Charo's actions, Coulibaly pondered for a moment before following suit. Meanwhile, Jiang Tuo presented his treasured 6-star equipment blueprint, 9 skies, wind and thunder wings. After receiving a slap from Tang Ming, he stormed out of Cloud Peak City, dragging the still bewildered Zhou Yuntian along with him. As he departed, Jiang Tuo shot Jiang Xuan a gaze that could practically spit fire. Jiang Xuan paid it little mind. After all, Jiang Tuo had provoked him first. This was merely him reaping what he had sown. What Jiang Xuan found slightly regrettable, however, was that the Cloud Peak Tower operated on its own self-regulating mechanism. Each person could only ascend 10 floors per day. At the 1-star realm, the maximum breakthrough limit was 100 floors. Thus, it wasn't that Jiang Xuan had exhausted his strength, but rather that the Cloud Peak Tower had reached its limit. Despite only reaching the 10th floor, Jiang Xuan's level had skyrocketed from LV.10 to LV.12. It was important to note that Jiang Xuan now had contracts with 2 pet beasts. The amount of experience required for him to level up was truly staggering. Thus, his current rate of leveling up was already exceptionally high. With the Cloud Peak Tower breakthrough complete, Jiang Xuan naturally prepared to return to Jiangxuan with Tang Ming. Just as the two were about to depart, Charo and Coulibaly appeared before Jiang Xuan. A smile instantly spread across Charo's deeply wrinkled face as he addressed Jiang Xuan. "You must be Jiang Xuan, the one who broke through all 10 floors of the Cloud Peak Tower in one go?" "I am Zero, and this is Coulibaly. We would like to make your acquaintance, young friend." Before the two could finish speaking, before Jiang Xuan could respond, Tang Ming beside him was startled. For the two before him were no ordinary figures. They were 2 renowned 7-star professionals whose names echoed across the entire Blue Star. Frenzy Battle Sovereign Charo. Celestial Saint Knight Coulibaly. Chapter 26, The Gift. Forging 6-star equipment. Seeing Charlot and Coulibaly before him, Tang Ming couldn't help but feel profoundly shaken. After all, for Tang Ming, these two had been legendary figures on Blue Star since his childhood. Especially Charo, don't be fooled by his polite demeanor. But remember, his profession is that of a frenzy fighter. Once the fighting began, he transformed into a beast. Once in a wilderness dungeon, Charo single-handedly took down a level-matched wilderness boss. In front of everyone, he literally smashed the boss's skull to pieces. Just hearing this story alone shows how brutal and bloody Charo's fighting style is. As for Coulibaly, compared to Charo, he wasn't quite as savage. But Coulibaly is no pushover either. Unlike Charo's innate power, Coulibaly is one of the rare professionals who climbed step by step to the top through sheer determination. His initial awakened class wasn't particularly formidable. 1-star profession, Knight Squire. Honestly, in the Unicorn Alliance, the Knight Squire class is practically a dime a dozen. Yet despite this, Coulibaly single-handedly achieved the rare feat of completing 3 class changes from a 1-star class. Ultimately, Coulibaly evolved from an ordinary youth into the strongest knight under the Unicorn Alliance's ecclesiastical court. Despite belonging to the Holy See, Coulibaly's character wasn't particularly saintly. Having grown up in constant struggle, Coulibaly is far more ruthless than anyone else. In truth, Tang Ming had noticed Charo and Coulibaly were also in Cloud Peak City earlier. However, due to his relatively low strength, he wasn't familiar with these 2 influential figures and dared not approach them to curry favor. After all, approaching them would surely be like pressing a warm cheek against someone else's cold shoulder. Not to mention that disgusting Jiang Tuo was still present. If Tang Ming had actually tried to cozy up, given Jiang Tuo's smug, petty expression earlier, Tang Ming knew he'd be thoroughly disgusted by Jiang Tuo. What Tang Ming never could have imagined, however, these 2 influential figures he dared not approach himself had now personally come to Jiang Xuan's side, initiating their own attempts to befriend him. This left Tang Ming stunned, yet upon recalling what Jiang Xuan had just accomplished, it suddenly made perfect sense. After all, a mere teenager had not only cleared all 10 floors of the Cloud Peak Tower in one go, he had even shattered all previous records for the tower's first 10 floors. Frankly, with such an impressive display, it wasn't just these 2 7-star powerhouses. Even many 8-star practitioners would likely seek out Jiang Xuan just to make their presence known. Listening to Charo's self-introduction, Jiang Xuan looked at the elderly man before him, dark-skinned, with kind, benevolent features. Previously, Jiang Xuan might not have been very familiar with the old man. But upon hearing the name Charo, he instantly recognized the old man's identity. Responding to the elder's overture, Jiang Xuan smiled and nodded. Greetings, both of you. May I ask what brings you two here? Charo smiled slightly at Jiang Xuan's words. Haha, we're not here for any particular reason. We simply witnessed you break through 10 layers in one go, even shattering all previous records. We simply felt you were a prodigy among men and wished to make your acquaintance. As he spoke, a sapphire appeared in Jia Luo's hand. As a token of our first meeting, I didn't bring much in the way of gifts. This is a gem unique to the 6-star dungeon of Beck Island, the Dekong Sea, called Carolite. It possesses the ability to store and extract spiritual energy. If you, young Jiang Xuan, would not mind, please accept it. As he spoke, Jarua extended the sapphire in his hand toward Jiang Xuan. As he looked at the sapphire Charo had presented, detailed information appeared before Jiang Xuan's eyes. Treasure, Carol Stone. Grade, 6-star. Effect, stores spiritual energy for later extraction and personal use. The Carol Stone's function seemed straightforward, but when Jiang Xuan took the stone and infused it with his own spiritual energy, he realized that even after channeling half his spiritual energy into the fist-sized stone, not a single speck of luminous energy appeared at its base. This meant the spiritual energy within him wasn't even enough to fill a corner of the Carol Stone. For practitioners, spiritual energy was an absolutely vital resource. Once spiritual energy was depleted, only melee classes with exceptional innate strength and physical constitution could continue fighting. They would be utterly defenseless in combat. Thus, many practitioners would spend large sums to acquire treasures for storing spiritual energy. However, these treasures come at an exorbitant price. Typically, a 3-star spirit energy storage artifact can be exchanged for 3 3-star artifacts. And the amount of spiritual energy these treasures can store is not large. This alone speaks volumes about their exorbitant cost. The Carol Stone in Jiang Xuan's possession, however, held a quantity of stored spiritual energy that was practically a divine artifact for him at this stage. In his spare time, Jiang Xuan stored the spiritual energy within his body into this Carol Stone. In times of danger, this artifact could help prolong his life. Therefore, upon seeing Charo bestow such a precious treasure upon him, Jiang Xuan was somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Korabali, witnessing Charo bestow such an extravagant gift upon Jiang Xuan, couldn't help but inwardly curse Charo as a sly fox. After all, if Charo could afford such a lavish gift, he couldn't very well be stingy in return. Now, as Kulabali gazed at the 6-star equipment scroll in Jiang Xuan's hand, his eyes lit up. Instantly, a miniature pair of wings materialized in his own palm. I didn't prepare a gift either. I see you have this equipment blueprint. This is the 6-star material, Sky-Shattering Thunderwing, dropped by the Dark Thunder Griffin King. It's a bit modest, but I hope it serves you well. With that, Kulabali presented the Heaven-Shattering Thunderwing to Jiang Xuan. As he examined the Heaven-Shattering Thunderwing, Jiang Xuan's expression remained composed, yet his heart surged with elation. After all, what Jiang Xuan lacked most right now was the wings of a 6-star lightning-type demon beast. He had originally planned to use the precious resources obtained from the Cloud P Tower to trade for a 6-star lightning-type demon's wing at the resource exchange. Now, it was as if someone had brought him a pillow just as he was nodding off. Seeing such a generous gift, Jiang Xuan was overjoyed. Instantly, his impression of the two before him soared. Thus, after the pair presented Jiang Xuan with their precious gift, the three began chatting. Moments later, when the dark-skinned youth bearing a massive hammer and the twin girls emerged from the Cloud Peak Tower, Charo and Kulibali finally departed. Jiang Xuan and Tang Ming also made their way back. Grandpa, do you know that man? I saw you chatting with him for quite a while. As Charo approached, the dark-skinned youth, Sadal, asked. Hearing this, Charo glanced at Jiang Xuan's retreating figure and sighed, that young man. He'll likely become a formidable rival for you in the future. Hearing Charo's words, Sadal scoffed dismissively. Just him? That scrawny frame? I could crush him with a single hammer blow. Hearing Sadal's words, Charo smiled. Ha, I know my Sadal is formidable. But remember, there's always someone better out there. Still, you two are the same age. I imagine it won't be long before you meet again at the Global College Entrance Exam. Then he'll see just how high his combat strength really is. Listening to Zero's words, Sadar watched Jiang Xuan's retreating figure and silently took note. He resolved within himself that he would thoroughly beat this guy at the Global College Entrance Exam. After all, only he could become the strongest person recognized by his grandfather. Meanwhile, the twin girls, introduced by Kulabali, also developed an interest in Jiang Xuan. They too eagerly anticipated their meeting at the Global College Entrance Exam. As for Jiang Xuan, he remained unaware of these thoughts. Having returned to Lingchuan, he was now impatiently purchasing lightning and wind element crystals to begin forging his 6-star equipment, the 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings. Chapter 27, the sect leader shock a 3-star equipment worth 5 million. Lingchuan City Lord's Mansion. Tang Ming, is this true? This Jiang Xuan, not only did he break through to the 10th floor of the Cloud Peak Tower in one go, he even shattered all the records previously set by Shi Ningxuan? Gazing at Tang Ming before him, the Phantom Elder projected through the crystal ball wore an expression of profound astonishment. The Phantom Elder knew how incredibly difficult it was to break the records of the Cloud Peak Tower. After all, the last person to set a record in the Cloud Peak Tower was Jiang Xuan, the professional practitioner hailed as the strongest on the entire Blue Star. Though Jiang Xuan had been missing for over 80 years, the younger generation of this era had gradually forgotten this legendary figure. But Ming Jihong, a contemporary of Jiang Xuan, he had witnessed Jiang Xuan's formidable power firsthand. Yet even Jiang Xuan failed to achieve this record. Jiang Xuan has managed to achieve. This truly astonished Ming Jihong to no end. For in his view, it was utterly impossible. But seeing Ming Jihong's shock, Tang Ming took a deep breath and said, "Master, I'm telling the truth. Not only was I present at the time, but Jiang Tua, the lord of Fengshou City, was there too. Also present were Zhao Luo from the Kanglan Archipelago and Kulabali from the Unicorn Alliance. They personally witnessed Jiang Xuan shatter the record by breaking through 10 layers in one go. In fact, Zhao Luo and Kulabali even came over personally to present Jiang Xuan with 2 6-star resources as gifts." Listening to Tang Ming's words, Ming Jihong couldn't help but frown. Both of those guys came over to present treasures? These two aren't the type to rise early without a profit. Both of them bringing gifts? This clearly shows they want to befriend Jiang Xuan. As the head of the Dragon Spine Empire, Ming Jihong had some understanding of these powerful figures from other nations. Truth be told, practitioners who had reached the 7-star rank and beyond were essentially shrewd individuals. They were more than willing to invest heavily in promising practitioners. After all, to these high-ranking figures, such resources had essentially lost their value. Holding on to them was merely holding on to them. Better to invest them in promising young talents. If the investment fails, it doesn't matter. It's merely the loss of a precious treasure. But if the investment succeeds, it could forge a bond of friendship with this prodigy. Perhaps the bond won't run deep. At the very least, you'll know each other. Who knows? Perhaps this single act of support could lead to future assistance for oneself or one's family. Therefore, masters are often eager to invest in talented juniors with potential. In truth, Ming Jihong was no exception. Compared to some bigwigs who like to be generous with their money, Charo and Kulibali were the type who rarely invested in others. Yet now, even these two have come forward to invest in Jiang Xuan. This alone speaks volumes about how profoundly Jiang Xuan's actions have shaken him. Tang Ming, I'm aware of this matter. In the coming days, please keep a close eye on Jiang Xuan. Once his story breaks, I expect people worldwide will take notice of him. I'll be returning to Longji in about 2 weeks. Until then, you must ensure his complete safety." Hearing Ming Jihong's words, Tang Ming immediately nodded in understanding. Then, with a flash of light from the crystal ball, Ming Jihong's figure vanished. Meanwhile, at Jiang Xuan's residence. "Whoa, 100 lightning element crystals and 100 wind element crystals, you want 2 million for these? That price is a bit steep, don't you think?" On the resource exchange website, Jiang Xuan stared at the total in his shopping cart. Jiang Xuan felt his head spin. After all, he truly hadn't expected these 2 items to be so expensive. Forget it. I'll recycle the unused resources I have on hand first and see how much I can get. With that, Jiang Xuan opened his backpack and uploaded all the unused resources he had previously farmed from the Shadow Forest and the Undead Caverns to the resource exchange. Current total resource value, 20,000. Though he uploaded a large quantity of resources, when he saw the recycling prices weren't particularly high, a look of resignation spread across his face. "Looks like I'll have to sell some resources from the Cloud Peak Tower." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan glanced at the resources stored within the Cloud Peak Tower. Ultimately, he chose to upload a 3-star equipment item he had no use for, the Cloud Peak Warhammer. Within the Cloud Peak Tower, Jiang Xuan had broken 10 stage records. Thus, he received 10 Cloud Peak equipment rewards in total. With the aid of resource critical hits, each of these 10 Cloud Peak items was at least 3-star quality. But whether due to bad luck or other reasons, Jiang Xuan only managed to obtain 2 5-star equipment pieces. One was the 5-star Cloud Peak Jade Robe, already equipped on Lingmeng Fox. The other was the 5-star equipment, Cloud Peak Primordial Sword. Equipment, Cloud Peak Primordial Sword. Grade, 5-star. Compatibility, Swordsman class. Attributes, Strength plus 150, Agility plus 150, Spiritual Perception plus 150. Equipment skill, Primordial/condenses one's spiritual energy to unleash a mixed attribute sword chi. Jiang Xuan did not give this Cloud Peak Omni-Elemental sword to his pet beast, choosing instead to keep it for himself. Compared to his beast companions, this weapon proved far more compatible with Jiang Xuan himself. Although Jiang Xuan's profession was Beastmaster, his class type was actually all class. This meant his development path was entirely malleable. He could become a swordsman if he wished, or a mage if that was his path. He simply lacked the innate talents of a swordsman or mage. The reason Jiang Xuan wielded the Cloud Peak Chaos Sword himself was primarily due to its skill, Chaos Slash. The Chaos Slash skill fuses the user's spiritual energy to unleash a slash of sword energy. It must be noted that Jiang Xuan currently has contracts with 2 spirit beasts. One is the Thunder Source Primordial Dragon, granting him the element of thunder. The other is the Spirit Dream Fox Lord, which grants him the spirit attribute. Thus, when Jiang Xuan wields the Primordial Slash now, he can unleash a sword energy that simultaneously combines both thunder and spirit attributes. It's important to note that multi-element practitioners are rare in themselves. Moreover, attacks fusing multiple elements possess far greater power than those of a single attribute. Thus, the Han Yuan sword and Jiang Xuan were a perfect match. Consequently, this 3-star Warhammer holds little value for Jiang Xuan. As soon as Jiang Xuan uploaded his 3-star equipment, the Cloud Peak Warhammer, Jiang Xuan immediately received a private message. One force breaks all arts, bro, are you really selling this Cloud Peak Warhammer? Xian, name your price, I'm genuinely selling. One force breaks all laws, how about 5 million? At that moment, staring at the chat interface, the user named One Force Breaks All Laws had directly offered 5 million. Jiang Xuan froze in place. Ha? 5 million? Holy crap, this Cloud Peak Warhammer just has slightly better stats, right? How can it cost more than double a regular 3-star piece of gear? Chapter 28, 9 Skies Win Thunder Wings acquired. Seeing the other party's bid, Jiang Xuan felt puzzled. Could it be that this Cloud Peak gear is fundamentally different from regular equipment? With that thought, Jiang Xuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pulled out his phone and began searching online. Whoa, this Cloud Peak gear is actually one of the rare types that can level up. No wonder it's so valuable. Reading the detailed explanation on the webpage, Jiang Xuan realized with a flash of insight. Indeed, unlike regular gear, any equipment bearing the name Cloud Peak was uniformly upgradable. However, the growth mechanics of Cloud Peak gear differed from those of the White Bone Crown. The Skeleton Crown's growth required absorbing the souls of undead creatures. Yundian gear, on the other hand, required absorbing 10 other Yundian items of the same star rating as its base. Simply put, if Jiang Xuan found his 5-star Cloud Peak Primordial Sword useful, he could use this Cloud Peak Mixed Element Sword as the base. Then, he could select any 10 other 5-star Cloud Peak equipment pieces to fuse and upgrade it. Through this process, Jiang Xuan can obtain a 6-star Cloud Peak Sword type equipment piece. One reason for the premium pricing of Cloud Peak gear is this very process. The second reason is that Cloud Peak equipment has all attributes maxed out for its tier. Under normal circumstances, whether an item is crafted or obtained as a dungeon drop, the attribute bonuses are always random. Sometimes one stat gets a slight boost, other times another stat gains a small increase. In short, stat increases are highly unpredictable, which explains why even among 3-star gear, some items command higher prices while others are cheaper. But Cloud Peak gear eliminates this concern. Their attribute bonuses are guaranteed to be the highest among items of the same star rating. Thus, Cloud Peak gear enjoys immense popularity in the marketplace. Cloud Peak gear has countless advantages, but its sole drawback is its extreme rarity. Because Cloud Peak gear is only obtainable from the Cloud Peak Tower. Moreover, the drop rate is extremely low. Typically, you'd need to clear the tower 100 times to obtain a single piece. Even then, the equipment might not be suitable for the user. Thus, Cloud Peak gear is typically traded among players of the same star rating. It's rare for someone like Jiang Xuan to list it for sale outright. Hence, the buyer paid 5 million outright for it. Brute force overcomes all. Hey bro, what do you think? Fair price? Seeing Jiang Xuan hadn't replied for ages, the buyer panicked he'd offered too little and hurriedly asked. Seeing the other party's urgent message, Jiang Xuan had also received several offers from others. The offers from others weren't small either. Most started at 4 million. But it was still far short of 5 million. In response, Jiang Xuan finally replied to the guy's message. Xian, no problem, place your order and I'll ship it out immediately. One force breaks all laws, bro, you're generous. The order came through the moment the message landed. Seeing the 5 million yuan clearly displayed on the invoice, Jiang Xuan immediately dispatched the Cloud Peak Warhammer. The moment the item was shipped, Jiang Xuan's phone buzzed with a notification. Your databank debit card account received 5,000,000 data coins via online interbank transfer on March 3rd. Current account balance, 5,023,234.91 data coins. Seeing the notification on his phone, Jiang Xuan's lips immediately curled upward. Who'd have thought 5 million would land in my lap like that? If it weren't for the world blessing, resource critical hit, I wouldn't have earned this 5 million. Seeing the 5 million effortlessly deposited into his account, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but marvel at the power of this resource critical hit. After all, while he had broken the record. But every time he broke a record, the Cloud Peak equipment he received was only 1 star. Without the resource critical strikes assistance, Jiang Xuan would never have obtained so many 4-star, let alone 2 5-star, Cloud Peak equipment pieces. As for the 3-star Cloud Peak Warhammer, selling it felt a bit wasteful, but it did help him secure the funds. Moreover, the Cloud Peak Tower record seemed downright easy to Jiang Xuan. With the resource critical hits assistance, he truly felt no regret parting with the 3-star Cloud Peak gear. With the money in hand, Jiang Xuan immediately purchased the lightning element and wind element crystals he needed from the resource exchange. With cash in hand, his payment process was smooth and effortless. Moments later, he received the crystals he'd ordered. With the crystals in hand, Jiang Xuan wasted no time. He immediately retrieved the 6-star equipment blueprint, 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings he had obtained earlier from Jiang Xuan. Opening the blueprint, he retrieved the Hurricane Sky Tiger Wings and the Heaven Shattering Thunder Wings. He then placed these two materials, now shrunk to the size of his palm, onto the blueprint. The next instant, a notification sounded in Jiang Xuan's ear. Equipment crafting detected. Do you wish to craft the 6-star equipment, 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings? As the prompt sounded, Jiang Xuan thought to himself, craft. The moment his thought formed, the 6-star equipment blueprint before him burst into light. In an instant, the elemental crystals that had been in his backpack vanished completely. Then, the two wings, which had been no larger than the palm of a hand, suddenly grew enormous. These wings were so vast they nearly filled Jiang Xuan's entire room. To be honest, Jiang Xuan suspected this was only because his room was too small. Otherwise, these wings dropped from the Starlight Bloodline demons would likely measure at least 20 meters in length. As the two wings filled the entire room, illuminated by the blueprint's glow, the two wings began to fuse together before Jiang Xuan's eyes. Snap! Whoosh! The roar of thunder and the howl of wind echoed in Jiang Xuan's ears. The spiritual energies of thunder and wind elements throughout the room converged to their peak. Amidst the thunder and gale, Jiang Xuan witnessed a pair of wings materialize before his eyes. The left wing bore a translucent, glass-like texture, with swirling currents visible within. The right wing was formed from a dark purple metallic skeleton, radiating lightning. Most significantly, at the center of these wings lay a small, cyan-purple orb resembling a yin-yang fish. On the purple left side of the sphere was the character Sun, written in flowing wind. On the green right side of the sphere, the character Thunder was inscribed in lightning. Equipment, 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings. Grade, 6-star. Compatibility, all classes. Attributes, spiritual awareness plus 183, agility plus 371. Equipment skill, Eye of Thunder and Wind allows the wearer to summon wind and thunder attributes at will. 9 Heavens Calamity allows the wearer to expend vast amounts of spirit energy to form a domain. Within this domain, the wearer can consume spirit energy to unleash massive wind and thunder attacks upon everything within. Gazing at the 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings before him, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but let a smile spread across his lips. I never imagined these 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings would be this powerful. With this gear, my self-defense capabilities have improved significantly. Moreover, this gear can be paired with the Cloud Peak Glazed Robe. With the Glazed Body's enhancement, this 9 Heavens Tribulation is nothing short of a super killer move. Examining the equipment details of the 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Tribulation, Jiang Xuan was utterly exhilarated. Its effects were simply absurdly powerful. Just as Jiang Xuan finished forging the 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings, his phone rang on the other side. The caller was Hua Ling. Is this Hua Ling calling? Could she have reached level 10 already? With that thought, Jiang Xuan answered the call. The moment Jiang Xuan answered, a voice on the other end immediately started complaining. Hello? Hello? Jiang Xuan, you broke all the records for the first 10 floors of the Cloud Peak Tower in one go? Are you even human? Chapter 29, Viral Sensation, Lei Jiyue wants a date? Listening to Hua Ling's fierce rant, Jiang Xuan replied, Huh? I just broke through the Cloud Peak Tower not too long ago, right? How did you even know about that? Facing the question, Hua Ling pursed her lips. Are you seriously that out of touch with the world? The whole internet is buzzing about you clearing the Cloud Peak Tower, okay? You're an internet sensation now. As she spoke, Hua Ling sent Jiang Xuan a link. The link led to a short video news clip. Its headline read, Shocking. Unknown male high schooler Jiang Xuan breaks record by clearing 10 floors of the Cloud Peak Tower in one go. Has the Dragon Spine Empire given birth to a new genius? The video played the Cloud Peak City announcement announcing Jiang Xuan's record-breaking 10 consecutive floors in the Cloud Peak Tower, along with footage capturing his appearance. Though the distance made his features appear blurry, those familiar with him could instantly recognize the person in the footage as Jiang Xuan. This news was released less than 30 minutes ago. Yet it had already reached a staggering 8 million views, with likes soaring to a staggering 1 million. Clicking into the comments section, Jiang Xuan saw a wide array of reactions to his feat. Holy, is this guy cheating? He just awakened a day ago and he's already this badass? Wait, when Ningxuang broke the record, she maxed out at 3 layers in one go, right? This Jiang Xuan cleared 10 layers straight up. I seriously doubt if Yundian City's daily cap is only 10 layers, otherwise, he could have broken even more. No way. Jiang Xuan must be exploiting some bug in Cloud Peak City. You Dragon Spine Empire folks are always pulling these cheap tricks. Maybe Ningxuang taught him this stuff. You stinking dog from Thunder Prison, send me the address if you've got the balls. You worthless beggar, too weak to do anything but spew this bull. I'm right here in the Imperial Court. Come find me on the main street if you've got the guts. I'll rip that hood off your head and slap you silly. The comments section was flooded with posts, though some expressed admiration for Jiang Xuan. Some even asked for his contact info or expressed interest in dating him. Yet the overwhelming majority remained skeptical of his record-breaking ascent through 10 floors of the Cloud Peak Tower in one go. After all, for most people in this world, they were just ordinary practitioners. The Cloud Peak Tower? They'd only heard of it. Very few in this world had actually set foot there. Jiang Xuan paid little heed to their arguments, though. In fact, he saw their refusal to acknowledge his prowess as a blessing in disguise. After all, fame brings trouble, and strength invites trouble. Before he had sufficient strength, Jiang Xuan believed it was best to play it safe. See? I told you so. You're already an internet sensation. And even some pretty girls want to date you. Hua Ling's voice carried a hint of envy over the phone. Hearing her words, Jiang Xuan chuckled. That sounds a bit off to me. What, you want some too? Hearing Jiang Xuan's direct question, Hua Ling, who had been feeling a bit jealous moments ago, fell silent. Then, with a touch of pride, she declared loudly, "Humph. Like I would. I'm hanging up now. I need to prepare for my breakthrough to the one-star realm. Jiang Xuan, I'll surpass you sooner or later." With that, Hua Ling hung up without giving Jiang Xuan a chance to respond. Listening to the dial tone, Jiang Xuan smiled. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Jiang Xuan understood the psychology of young girls like Hua Ling quite well. But did Hua Ling really reach level 10 so quickly? Looks like the undead cavern didn't pose much of a challenge for her after all. It probably won't be long before Hua Ling reaches the one-star realm. Upon learning of Hua Ling's power growth, Jiang Xuan murmured to himself. Although Hua Ling's progress was remarkably swift, Jiang Xuan felt little anxiety. After all, Jiang Xuan himself had already reached the one-star realm. With his current combat prowess, as long as he performs normally in the global college entrance exam, entering the legendary academy should be a sure thing. Moreover, running dungeons now served little purpose for Jiang Xuan. Monsters in ordinary dungeons were sparsely distributed. Even if Jiang Xuan spent an entire day grinding these monsters, his experience gains would be minimal. Rather than grinding these dungeons, Jiang Xuan would be better off conserving his energy for tomorrow's battle at the Cloud Peak Tower. As for this idle time, Jiang Xuan chose to dedicate it to honing his skills. After advancing to the one-star realm, Jiang Xuan's strength had indeed grown. However, without sufficient training, he still lacked a firm grasp of his abilities. He had tested them briefly in the Cloud Peak Tower. Though he now possessed attributes surpassing his peers through his pet beast's shared abilities and had mastered numerous skills, his ability to apply them effectively remained severely lacking. As the old saying goes, jack of all trades, master of none. Now that he had also mastered the Cloud Peak mixed element sword, to truly wield this equipment effectively, he naturally needed to learn how to wield a sword. After all, he wasn't a swordsman by profession and held no innate advantage in wielding blades. Therefore, for Jiang Xuan now, settling down was more important than grinding levels. The core task is to transform these superficial powers into genuine combat strength. But learning swordsmanship? That's proving rather difficult. Figuring it out on my own definitely won't work. As for finding a teacher, there's certainly no sword master here in Rinkawa. This is becoming rather troublesome. When learning any skill, the most crucial step is mastering the fundamentals. And the best way to get started is to find a good teacher. If the teacher is subpar, the pace of learning will slow down considerably. Just as Jiang Xuan was agonizing over how to find a teacher, someone suddenly came to mind. Hey, isn't Sister Lei the lightning sword master? Plus, Sister Lei mentioned she's been training with swords since childhood, and her family lineage traces back to a powerful 6-star swordsman. If I learn from her, getting started should be pretty easy, right? With that thought, Jiang Xuan immediately called Lei Jiyue. Seeing Jiang Xuan's call, Lei Jiyue was somewhat surprised, but she answered nonetheless. Upon learning Jiang Xuan wanted to study swordsmanship under her, Lei Jiyue was somewhat astonished, yet she didn't refuse. After all, in Lei Jiyue's eyes, Jiang Xuan was her savior. He had saved her life. What harm was there in teaching him swordsmanship? Thus, Lei Jiyue promptly agreed to Jiang Xuan's request. They arranged to meet at the Lingchuan Gymnasium in half an hour. After hanging up, Jiang Xuan ate a light meal before hurrying out. Lei Jiyue, having changed into civilian clothes, also left the military camp. Just as Lei Jiyue stepped out of the barracks. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng received a report about Lei Jiyue leaving the barracks. Jiyue left the barracks? Where did she go? Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. Unknown, but Captain Lei was wearing civilian clothes, seemed to have applied a bit of makeup, and appeared more relaxed than usual when leaving the barracks. During the check-in, she mentioned she was going to meet someone, the sentry on the other end of the line reported. At the sentry's words, Xiaofeng froze. After all, Lei Jiyue had only been in Lingchuan for a short while. She had virtually no friends here. Even when she left the barracks on ordinary days, she rarely wore makeup. Yet today she was wearing makeup and claimed she was going out to meet a friend. As the old saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Seeing Lei Jiyue act this way, Xiaofeng immediately furrowed his brow. Could it be that this little minx snuck out for a date? Chapter 30, Lei Jiyue's past, the ancient god of the teaching king core. At this thought, Xiaofeng's expression darkened. I'm aware of this matter. Go coordinate with the Public Security Bureau and keep an eye on Captain Lei's whereabouts for me. Report back to me the moment you find out where she's headed. With that, Xiaofeng ended the call. Sitting in his office, Xiaofeng suddenly felt a headache coming on. His gaze drifted to a framed photo of two people sitting on the desk beside him. The photo was old, looking at least 20 years old. One person in the photo was Xiaofeng, looking far more youthful than he did now. He looked like a fresh-faced young man just stepping into the world. The other person appeared slightly older than Xiaofeng. Yet he possessed striking good looks, bearing a striking resemblance to Lei Zhiyue. Gazing at the man in the photograph, Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh softly. Old Lei. Your daughter might just be falling in love. Should I intervene or not? The man in the photo was Lei Yun, Xiaofeng's dearest friend, comrade in arms, and even the man who saved his life on the brutal battlefield. 20 years ago, Xiaofeng, a civilian, enlisted in the military. In the barracks, he met Lei Yun. Though 5 or 6 years apart in age, they quickly became close friends who shared everything. Xiaofeng's profession back then was merely a 1-star class, shield bearer. In the military camp, he truly belonged to the unremarkable type. Yet with Lei Yun's guidance, Xiaofeng gradually rose from obscurity. Today, he stands as one of the most accomplished 3-star professionals in the entire Dragon Spine. Everything Xiaofeng had achieved today could be attributed entirely to Lei Yun's guidance. In contrast to Xiaofeng's unassuming nature, Lei Yun had always been an exceptional talent among his peers from a young age. At 19, he was a 1-star professional. At 23, he became a 2-star professional. At just 26 years old, he had already become a 3-star professional. Though he couldn't compare to the prodigies of the 9 legendary academies, his growth rate suggested his potential ceiling wouldn't be weaker than Tang Ning's. It was even conceivable that he could reach the rank of a 6-star professional within his lifetime. Yet 15 years ago, the war between the Dragon Spine Empire and the Thunder Prison Royal Court claimed the life of this rising star of the military. Truthfully, the one who should have fallen in that war was Xiaofeng. Yet Lei Yun saved Xiaofeng, only to be killed by 4 4-star professionals working together. Lei Yun's death left Xiaofeng with profound guilt. 300 years ago, the Lei family had produced a 6-star professional, but now the family had fallen into decline. Lei Yun had left behind a wife and daughter. 3 years after Lei Yun's death, his wife passed away as well, overcome by grief. In this world, Lei Yun had only one daughter left. That person was Lei Zhiyue. To Xiaofeng, Lei Zhiyue was Lei Yun's daughter, and equally, she was his own daughter. Therefore, Xiaofeng showered Lei Zhiyue with extraordinary care. Lei Zhiyue's admission to the Dragon Spine Military Academy and even her recruitment into the Lingchuan Legion were all Xiaofeng's arrangements. 2 days ago, Lei Zhiyue suffered severe injuries in the Shadow Forest, and Xiaofeng was absolutely terrified. He genuinely feared something might happen to her. Because Xiaofeng treated Lei Zhiyue as if she were his own daughter. Now, learning that Lei Zhiyue was going out alone to meet a friend, Xiaofeng felt conflicted. After all, Xiaofeng had no idea who this friend Lei Zhiyue intended to meet. He feared Lei Zhiyue might be associating with the wrong crowd. But he was equally afraid Lei Zhixia would resent him for being too overprotective. Thinking about it, Xiaofeng felt a headache coming on. Never mind. What's the point of worrying? Zhiyue is still young, so I really need to keep a closer eye on her. For now, I'll go with her to see what kind of people she wants to meet. If it's a normal person, that's fine. But if it's some punk kid. At that moment, the pen in Xiaofeng's hand snapped clean in two under his grip. With that thought, Xiaofeng rose and walked out of his office. At the same time, in the core of Shadow Forest, the ancient god's cavern, countless members of the cult of the Divine King gathered around a pool that glowed with multicolored light yet appeared eerily strange. The leader of the cult of the Divine King knelt on both knees, his face filled with devotion as he prayed before the pool. Carapulos, Wachabata. He murmured incessantly. Beside the pool, members of the cult of the Divine King continuously tossed the corpses of adventurers one by one into the eerie water. As the bodies accumulated, the pool's waters grew increasingly luminous and dazzling. Suddenly, the space around the pool began to warp and distort. As the distortions intensified, the leader of the Pontifical Order chanted his incantation with increasing volume. In the next instant, the pool water surged 10 meters high. With a roaring crash, the water dispersed. Above the once empty pool, a bizarre and grotesque humanoid statue now stood. Though humanoid in form, this statue possessed 6 arms extending from its back. Each arm held a peculiar magical artifact. Among them were daggers with eyes, a staff seemingly forged from human leg bones. Among these artifacts was even a drum. Outwardly, the drum appeared unremarkable. Yet upon seeing it, the members of the Patriarchal Council present felt their skin crawl. An innate dread welled up from the depths of their souls. As for the statue's head, it bore no resemblance to a traditional human face. Instead, it bore an entirely unfamiliar form. From its jawline sprouted numerous tentacle-like whiskers. Now, witnessing this statue emerge before them, the leader of the devotee corps, who had been kneeling devoutly by the pool, revealed a look of excitement and proclaimed loudly, "Devout believer Truz pays homage to the ancient god." As the leader of the Pontifical Council finished speaking, the surrounding members of the cult of the Divine King immediately knelt where they stood, prostrating themselves before the eerie statue. We pay homage, ancient god. As the crowd prostrated themselves, the statue visibly trembled. The next moment, the eerie statue emitted a voice that sounded strange yet distinctly recognizable as Blue Star language. Food, food. I sense food. Bring it to me. The eerie statue's voice faded. The tentacle-like whiskers hanging from its chin fell into the water. The next moment, the pool water began to churn. The beard, which had previously resembled stone, transformed into a dull gray octopus tentacle. It shot toward the leader of the cult of the divine king, Truz. A location instantly appeared in his mind. That location was precisely where the ancient god had marked the sustenance he required. Gazing at the location appearing in his mind, Truz murmured thoughtfully. Is this the gymnasium in Rinkawa? If it's the gymnasium, then the combat strength of the food the ancient god demands shouldn't be too high. With that thought, Truz turned to the others beside him. Zhang Er, Wen Quan, Gru, Wachuo. Follow me to Ling Chuan. Let's find food for the Lord. Chapter 31, The Queen of Queens. Is Jiang Xuan a sword prodigy? Grass sprouted, birds chirped, and spring breezes caressed the face. The sky stretched clear and blue, brimming with the vitality of spring. As March arrived, the city gradually came alive. Rin River City, Gymnasium. Compared to prodigies like Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling, the vast majority of practitioners in this world are quite ordinary. Facing dungeons, they possess almost no ability to clear them. Therefore, to grow stronger, many come to the gymnasium to learn and hone their combat skills. This helps them better overcome dungeons. With less than a month remaining until the global entrance exams, their training naturally becomes more intense. The gym was packed to the rafters. Outside the gym, Jiang Xuan sat by the flower bed, ice cream cone in hand, waiting for Lei Jiyue's arrival. Didn't Sister Ziyue say she'd be here in half an hour? It's almost 35 minutes now, and she still hasn't shown up? Glancing at his watch, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but complain. As for the ice cream cone in Jiang Xuan's hand, he hadn't taken a single bite. Instead, Ling Meng in his arms was licking it greedily. Before long, the entire ice cream cone had vanished into Ling Meng's belly. Squeak! Seeing the ice cream cone devoured, Ling Meng instantly transformed into a pink mist and floated onto Jiang Xuan's shoulder. She then began rubbing her fluffy little face against Jiang Xuan, acting all cute and cuddly. Raimu, you've already eaten 3. You really shouldn't have any more. Seeing the clingy Ling Meng, Jiang Xuan sighed and patted the little creature's head as he refused. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan refuse her another ice cream cone, Ling Meng, who had been snuggling close to him, instantly pulled away. Instead, she flew to the front of Jiang Xuan, locking eyes with him through her large, watery eyes, her gaze filled with pitiful innocence. That little expression seemed to say, just one more. Just one more would be fine. Seeing Ling Meng's pouty expression, Jiang Xuan sighed helplessly. After all, Jiang Xuan was the type who yielded to softness but not to force. If Ling Meng threw a tantrum or made a scene, Jiang Xuan wouldn't have given in to this little one. But who could resist her when she acted so sweetly? Faced with such a little fox, Jiang Xuan simply couldn't stay angry. Alright. This is the last one for this morning. With that, Jiang Xuan stood up and took Ling Meng to buy ice cream cones. The moment she saw Jiang Xuan taking her to buy ice cream, a radiant smile blossomed across Ling Meng's pretty little face. Her face beamed with triumph over her victory. Truthfully, Jiang Xuan hadn't been deliberately withholding ice cream from Ling Meng. With his current savings, he could easily buy every ice cream cone on the entire stall. But eating too much ice cream wasn't good for one's health. But then Jiang Xuan thought about it. Ling Meng didn't seem to have a physical body, so eating too much probably wouldn't matter. What puzzled Jiang Xuan even more, though? If Ling Meng had no physical form, where did the ice cream she consumed go? This made Jiang Xuan increasingly curious about Ling Meng's bodily functions. Compared to Ling Meng's insatiable love for ice cream, Lei Yuan couldn't care less about it. That guy was a pragmatist who preferred devouring raw meat in huge bites. Just moments ago, Jiang Xuan had purchased 300 pounds of raw beef for Lei Yuan. Right now, the guy was in the pet beast space, devouring meat by the mouthful. After Jiang Xuan bought Ling Meng an ice cream cone, a familiar, crisp, and cool voice rang in his ear. Jiang Xuan. The voice fell, and Jiang Xuan turned to see Lei Jiyue, who hadn't been visible earlier, now standing beside him. Lei Jiyue's outfit today wasn't like the armor she wore in the Shadow Forest, nor did she have that tight-fitting suit that accentuated her figure to the extreme. Instead, she wore a relatively simple, casual outfit. Sneakers, wide leg pants, a white t-shirt, a waist-length jacket, and a baseball cap that partially hid her hair. Though Lei Jixiao's attire was plain, it did nothing to conceal her stunning figure or exquisite features. Honestly, this outfit might not stand out on the street. But on Lei Jixiao, it was undeniably eye-catching. As Jiang Xuan and Lei Jixiao met, Jiang Xuan noticed at least 5 people sizing Lei Jixiao up with their eyes. This alone spoke volumes about Lei Jixiao's extraordinary charm. More importantly, Lei Jiyue's figure was simply stunning. As the saying goes, where there's milk, there's a mother, and Lei Jiyue was the epitome of womanly charm. Sis Jiyue, you're here. Looks like you're recovering well. Jiang Xuan smiled upon seeing Lei Jiyue before him. With the healer's help, and since it was just external injuries, a day of rest is all it takes. I didn't keep you waiting long, did I? Lei Jiyue asked. Not at all. Here, Sister Jiyue, have an ice cream cone first. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan handed the ice cream cone in his hand to Lei Jiyue. Seeing the ice cream offered by Jiang Xuan, Lei Jiyue accepted it without hesitation. Thanks. By the way, is this your new contract beast? As she spoke, Lei Jiyue noticed Ling Meng on her shoulder, curled up with her tail wrapped around herself, licking the ice cream cone and devouring it in big bites. Yeah, this is Ling Meng, my second pet beast. Jiang Xuan replied. Upon hearing this, Lei Jiyue examined Ling Meng on Jiang Xuan's shoulder more closely. Compared to the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon that had previously accompanied Jiang Xuan, Ling Meng the Fox Lord didn't give Lei Jiyue a strong sense of pressure. In fact, she gave off no pressure at all. It seemed more like a mascot by Jiang Xuan's side. Though Lei Jiyue was somewhat surprised that Jiang Xuan would contract such a beast, she knew it was none of her business to pry. Thus, she looked at Jiang Xuan and said, while I agree to teach you, I still need to assess your talent in the way of the sword first. If your talent is average, I wouldn't recommend pursuing it. After all, without the boost from a profession, reaching mastery in swordsmanship is quite difficult. Jiang Xuan nodded in understanding at Lei Jiyue's words. Just as their conversation ended, Ling Meng, who had been perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder, had already moved to Lei Jiyue's shoulder. Unlike Lei Yuanzulong's aloof demeanor, Ling Meng now stared intently at the ice cream in Lei Jiyue's hand. Ling Meng. Seeing Ling Meng's expression, Jiang Xuan knew exactly what the little creature was after. However, Ling Meng paid no heed to Jiang Xuan's call. Instead, she looked at Lei Jiyue with teary eyes. You want this? Seeing Ling Meng's pouty expression, Lei Jiyue couldn't help but smile. Rui Meng nodded her little head. Then you can have it. Lei Jiyue handed the ice cream to Ling Meng. The moment she received it, Ling Meng began devouring it with obvious delight. Watching Ling Meng's antics, Jiang Xuan was speechless. Jiao, don't spoil her like that. Let me buy you another one. No thanks, I'm not really into sweets. Let's head into the gymnasium. Understanding her meaning, Jiang Xuan nodded and followed Lei Jiyue inside. The gymnasium was spacious. Having made an advance reservation, Jiang Xuan quickly arrived at a training room. Upon entering, Lei Jiyue immediately picked up a wooden sword from the room. He then looked at Jiang Xuan and said, since this is your first time learning, I'll teach you a simple one. As she spoke, Lei Jiyue's eyes suddenly sharpened. In an instant, her previously unassuming aura transformed into that of a battle-hardened swordsman. The next second, Lei Jiyue thrust the wooden sword forward with a fierce jab. After the strike, her demeanor relaxed back to normal. She handed the sword to Jiang Xuan and said, that was the simplest thrusting technique. Try mimicking it. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan took the wooden sword. In that moment, Jiang Xuan's mind began to recall Lei Jiyue's earlier movements. But just as he was recalling them, Ling Meng perched on his shoulder suddenly brightened her eyes. In that instant, Jiang Xuan, who had been recalling the sword technique in his mind, suddenly felt his head grow heavy. The next instant, Jiang Xuan felt himself plunged into an illusory dream. Within this dreamlike realm, Jiang Xuan felt himself transformed directly into Lei Jiyue wielding the sword. The very next second, Jiang Xuan, who had been completely devoid of any aura moments before, suddenly felt his eyes brighten. His body now radiated an aura nearly identical to Lei Jiyue's moments before. Perceiving the shift in Jiang Xuan's aura, Lei Jiyue froze in surprise. Is this sword momentum? But Jiang Xuan never studied swordsmanship, did he? How could he possibly radiate sword intent? Just as Lei Jiyue was bewildered, Jiang Xuan thrust forward with sudden ferocity. The thrust was clean and crisp, fierce and swift. It was almost indistinguishable from Lei Jiyue's earlier strike. Now, witnessing Jiang Xuan's first attempt at thrusting, he could perform a move that didn't fall short of his own. Lei Jiyue was even more bewildered. After all, it had taken Lei Jiyue 18 years of training to master such a majestic sword technique. Now Jiang Xuan had mastered it after just a single lesson. This naturally sent shockwaves through Lei Jiyue's mind. Could it be that Jiang Xuan was a sword prodigy of a caliber rarely seen throughout the ages? Chapter 32, Mastering the Sword, The Hunt for the Teaching King's Group. While Lei Jiyue was deeply shaken by Jiang Xuan's display. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan gradually emerged from the illusory dream he had just experienced. In an instant, the memory of his sword thrust flashed through Jiang Xuan's mind. Though he had previously understood little about thrusting techniques, now grasped the core technique that had enabled that strike. The precise movements of his legs, waist, and arms played back with crystal-clear clarity in his mind. Astonished by this sudden shift, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel bewildered. What on earth is going on? Where did these memories in my mind come from? Just as Jiang Xuan was reeling from the shock, Ling Meng perched on his shoulder let out a soft snort. Poof! The smug smile on her tiny face seemed to boast of her own prowess. Watching Ling Meng's smug expression, Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly and began communicating with her telepathically. Ling Meng, did you create these memories? In response to Jiang Xuan's inquiry, Ling Meng also connected with him telepathically. Through their mental exchange, Jiang Xuan learned why he had suddenly entered the illusory dream. It was because Ling Meng had used her skill, Illusory Dream. Illusory Dream was Ling Meng's unique first-tier skill. Its effect was to pull the target into an illusory dreamscape. Within the illusory dream, Ling Meng then employed her second-tier skill, Dream Weaving, upon Jiang Xuan. Weaving dreams was also a skill unique to Ling Meng. Its effect is to weave the dreamscape. The illusory sword form Lei Jiyue had just wielded was woven by Ling Meng. Jiang Xuan could personally perceive Lei Jiyue's sword movements. This was Ling Meng's third skill, Dream Entry. It allowed Jiang Xuan to fully immerse himself within the dreamscape Ling Meng had woven. This allowed Jiang Xuan to experience the intricate subtleties of Lei Jiyue's thrusting sword technique as if he were truly there. Now, listening to Ling Meng's explanation, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Truthfully, Jiang Xuan knew Ling Meng possessed formidable combat prowess. Back at the Cloud Peak Tower, Ling Meng had single-handedly shattered the spirits of those demons with her terrifying psychic power. However, Jiang Xuan had never witnessed her use the three skills, Dream Weaving, Dream Entry, and Illusory Dream. According to Ling Meng's explanation at the time, these three skills were single-target abilities, unsuitable for dealing with hordes of demons. But what Jiang Xuan never imagined was that these three skills could not only be used against opponents, but also on oneself. After all, according to Ling Meng, any action within this world could be replicated through her dreams. She could even replicate many skills within her dreams. The only restriction was that the skill's rank couldn't exceed Raimu's own cultivation level. This meant that if Jiang Xuan desired, he could learn virtually any skill in this world. However, such learning did not mean instant mastery upon acquiring the memory. True mastery requires extensive practice. But Ling Meng directly imprinted the core techniques of these abilities into his memory. Honestly, this drastically reduces the learning cost. After all, learning is a painful process. It's like learning an instrument. Mastering the basics alone takes days. But imagine if someone implanted a master's unique technique directly into your brain. All you need to do is imitate and practice that segment over and over. This drastically cuts down the time needed to learn. Therefore, Raimu's ability isn't just impressive, it's downright formidable. After all, swordsmanship itself isn't considered a particularly formidable ability. But the higher you go, the rarer those advanced skills and techniques become. For 6-star practitioners, mastering even a single 6-star skill proves exceedingly difficult. Under normal circumstances, skill acquisition involves 2 steps. First is the skill book, which is the simplest and most efficient method. But the price of a 6-star skill book is shockingly high. The second is to analyze the skill and learn it from scratch. Even for those with exceptional comprehension, mastering a 6-star skill typically requires at least a year or 2. But for Jiang Xuan, Ling Meng only needed to glance at it once, and he could simulate it on the spot. Jiang Xuan might only need a few days of practice to master it completely. This was what Jiang Xuan found most astonishing about Ling Meng. I never imagined Ling Meng could be so incredibly useful. Seems my understanding of Ling Meng was rather limited before. Sensing Jiang Xuan's newfound regard for her, a hint of pride flashed across Ling Meng's small face. But this little one promptly began negotiating terms with Jiang Xuan. From now on, every time Jiang Xuan requested a lesson, he'd have to pay with an ice cream cone. Payment was due after each training session. If he tried to run a tab, she wouldn't grant him the ability the next time. Jiang Xuan was speechless at Ling Meng's demands. Good grief! Did you fall head over heels for ice cream cones, you little fox? But Jiang Xuan didn't refuse. After all, ice cream wasn't worth much. If the child likes it, let her have it. And so, Jiang Xuan and Ling Meng reached an agreement. Meanwhile, Lei Jiyue's gaze toward Jiang Xuan had also changed. After all, she truly hadn't expected Jiang Xuan's comprehension to be this high. However, Lei Jiyue wanted to determine whether Jiang Xuan truly possessed innate talent in the way of the sword, or if that earlier move had been mere luck. Thus, Lei Jiyue began demonstrating other fundamental sword techniques for Jiang Xuan on the spot. With Ling Meng's assistance, Jiang Xuan grasped these fundamental techniques with remarkable ease. With each effortless execution of techniques identical to his own, Lei Jixiao's heart skipped a beat. After all, Lei Jiyue considered himself a rare swordsmanship prodigy within his family, having trained for 10 lifetimes. He was considered a rare swordsmanship prodigy within his clan. Yet the sword skills he had honed over 18 years of practice were being mastered effortlessly by Jiang Xuan. This sudden realization sent a wave of self-doubt washing over Lei Jiyue. Was he truly suited for the path of swordsmanship? While Lei Jiyue was consumed by self-doubt, Jiang Xuan remained completely oblivious. With Ling Meng's assistance, he began practicing the fundamental sword techniques Lei Jiyue had taught him over and over again. Within just 2 hours, Jiang Xuan had practiced these techniques over 1,000 times. With that intensive practice, he could now reproduce about 50% of the techniques without Ling Meng's guidance. When Lei Jiyue saw Jiang Xuan's movements suddenly stiffen, he was taken aback. After learning the reason, Lei Jiyue finally understood why Jiang Xuan's movements had been so precise earlier. This level of precision had only been achieved with Ling Meng's assistance. This was his true level of skill. Having previously regarded Ling Meng as mediocre, Lei Jiyue now recognized her extraordinary talent. However, according to Lei Jiyue's assessment, although Jiang Xuan's movements were noticeably stiffer compared to before, his performance had already reached the level of minor mastery in swordsmanship. 2 hours to reach minor mastery in swordsmanship. Though it was still far below Jiang Xuan's previous performance, it still left Jiang Xuan profoundly shaken. The 2-hour training session concluded, bringing them to midday. Since Ling Meng insisted on settling the bill, and Jiang Xuan was also feeling hungry. Thus, Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue concluded their morning training session. They prepared to leave the gym and find somewhere to eat. Just as Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue stepped out of the gym. Meanwhile, the ancient god's tentacle in the hands of Truz, leader of the king's guard, began to stir. Guided by the tentacles, Truz spotted Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue emerging from the gymnasium in the distance. At the same time, he instantly recognized them as the two who had escaped from the Shadow Forest long ago. Who would have thought the food the ancient god craved would be these two? Since we failed to eliminate you in the Shadow Forest, then eliminating you now is no delay. As the words fell, Troas made a gesture with his hand. The 6 members of the Patriarch's guard accompanying him understood his intent. The hunt had officially begun. Chapter 33, Jade Body, 6th tier skill Mystic Thunder 9 strike combo. As True's voice faded, the 6 core members of the Patriarchal guard who followed him. Each of them spread out. As the 6 spread out, each of the 6 drew their own equipment. Mages, warriors, druids, and other classes appeared. However, their strength was generally not very high, with the strongest only reaching level 20. They were all 1-star adventurers, not a single one having stepped into the 2-star tier. But don't underestimate these individuals in ordinary society, they would already be considered decent combatants. After all, the vast majority of people in this world couldn't even reach the level of a 1-star class. The 6 prepared for battle, yet they did not immediately attack Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue. Instead, each took up a position, murmuring incantations. As the incantations flowed, expressions of agony contorted their faces. Some who had appeared youthful moments before instantly took on weathered, aged looks. Though their appearances aged, their previously weak auras also received a boost. In an instant, these individuals, who had previously possessed only 1-star professional strength, now wielded power comparable to that of 2-star professionals. As their power surged, the 6 charged toward Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue with blinding speed. Their speed was astonishing, particularly that of a short, stocky man. As an assassin by profession, the moment his combat power amplified, wielding a 1-star dagger sharp enough to slice through iron like mud, he had already arrived beside Lei Jiyue. The assassin appeared like a shadow. Only in that instant did Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue react. Sis Jiyue, watch out. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to forge a protective shield for Lei Jiyue. But Jiang Xuan's spiritual perception was exceptionally heightened. Yet the skill level of his spirit shield had not advanced. Therefore, even though Jiang Xuan couldn't instantly form a spirit shield. At that very moment, as Jiang Xuan watched the assassin's dagger about to pierce Lei Jiyue's snow-white neck, a furious shout rang out beside his ear. Squeak! The next instant, Jiang Xuan felt the spiritual energy surging wildly around him. In an instant, the assassin, who had been moving with lightning speed, seemed to have fallen into some unknown, illusory quagmire. The dagger, which had been a mere 3 millimeters from piercing Lei Jiyue's throat, could not advance even a fraction further. What the hell is going on? Why can't I control my body? Could it be that the blessing from the ancient god has gone awry? Just as the assassin was dazed and confused, the next instant, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A flash of pink light blurred his vision. Then, from his perspective, his body seemed to be falling endlessly. Just as the assassin wondered what was happening, he realized it wasn't his body falling, but his head. His body remained standing upright, not moving an inch. The assassin's head was severed from his body in an instant. Truz, who had believed hunting down Jiang Xuan would be a breeze, now wore a look of utter astonishment. What skill did that little fox just use? How did she take out Dongsuan in one hit? For Truz, a 3-star professional and leader of the Pope's Guard, he knew exactly how formidable his assassin subordinate, Dongsuan, truly was. Honestly, among the 1-star professionals in the Patriarch's Corps, Dongsuan was the most formidable fighter. With the blessing of the ancient god, it wasn't impossible for him to assassinate some 2-star professionals. Yet now, Dongsuan had been taken down so seemingly effortlessly. And it wasn't Lei Jiyue or Jiang Xuan who struck the blow. Instead, it was a small fox that looked somewhat like a silver spear wax head. This was something Taros truly never could have imagined. At that moment, Truz stared at the distant slash embedded half a meter deep into the ground, radiating a faint pink energy. This is a psychic type attack. And its power rivals that of a top-tier 3rd-tier skill. Upon realizing this, Truz wasted no time in unleashing all his spiritual energy. He knew these two seemingly young dragon spine people were not as easy to deal with as they appeared. Attack that fox first. As soon as Truz spoke, the 5 others understood. Originally planning to split into 2 groups, they instantly converged to surround Jiang Xuan. Watching the five charge at Jiang Xuan, Lei Jiue snapped back to her senses. Realizing she had once again been pulled back from the brink of death by Jiang Xuan, her gaze toward him grew complex. Then, as Lei Jiue stared at Jiang Xuan, lightning began to surge wildly from her body. Jiang Xuan, you must leave immediately and report to the barracks that members of the Teaching King Corps have been spotted in Lingchuan. As she spoke, Lei Jiue had already donned the combat armor of the Lingchuan Legion. Simultaneously, a greatsword crackling with lightning appeared in her grasp. In the next instant, with not a trace of fear on her face, Lei Jiue charged straight at the group before her. As a lightning swordsman by profession, Lei Jiue possessed innate mastery over lightning attributes, granting her extraordinary burst speed. With lightning surging around her, she appeared before the 5 members of the Patriarch's Guard in an instant. Though Lei Jiue's strength was inferior to these members of the Patriarch's Guard, she showed no sign of panic as she faced 5 opponents alone with her sword. Instead, she moved with crisp, decisive motions, weaving and darting between them. Jiang Xuan, you must flee now. I won't hold them off for long. Though Lei Jiue's swordsmanship had reached perfection, 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands. She could hold them off for a short while, but as time dragged on, Lei Jiue would inevitably be overwhelmed. Hearing Lei Jiue's words, Jiang Xuan's gaze fell upon the 5 figures before him, their movements fierce and their strikes ruthlessly decisive. He immediately turned to Ling Meng beside him and asked, Ling Meng, with the spiritual energy currently within you, are you confident you can pin all 5 of them in place? Facing Jiang Xuan's question, Ling Meng glanced at the 5 figures. Instantly, her previously plain appearance transformed as the 5-star equipment cloud peak jade robe Jiang Xuan had given her earlier materialized around her. Squeak! With the support of the glazed body, we can try? Jiang Xuan pondered. Ling Meng nodded. Jiao, target their vital points for the attack. No sooner had Jiang Xuan's voice faded than Lei Jiue hadn't even processed what was happening. The next instant, Ling Meng, who had been perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder, began to float into the air. The cloud peak glazed robe she wore instantly transformed Ling Meng's body into a glazed form. Moments later, the few who had been attacking suddenly felt their heads grow heavy. Their bodies became utterly uncontrollable. Watching the 5 opponents who had been fiercely clashing with him stiffen instantly, Lei Jiue knew immediately that Jiang Xuan was responsible for this. Though she was astonished at how Jiang Xuan had managed this feat. But Lei Jiue, battle-hardened by countless conflicts, would not let this opportunity slip. A dazzling thunderbolt erupted from the blade of her sword. Crackle! Lei Jiue's short hair began to fly wildly like a storm. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from Lei Jiue's mouth. Ninefold thunder strike. As the words fell, Lei Jiue vanished from her spot like a bolt of lightning. Transformed into a bolt of lightning, she darted between the 5 figures. Wherever the thunder struck, sword beams followed. A crisp clang echoed through the air. Lei Jiue's long sword was already sheathed. The 5 who had been fighting her now lay dead beneath her blade. Just as Lei Jiue finished off the 5 with her ninefold thunder strike. Before Jiang Xuan could even react, he was dragged into a dream by Ling Meng. With Ling Meng's guidance, Jiang Xuan instantly mastered the technique of the ninefold thunder strike. When Jiang Xuan awoke from the dream, he was astonished to find a new skill had appeared in his skill bar. 6th tier skill, ninefold thunder strike. Chapter 34, a level 30 undead knight? Xiao Feng to the rescue. This, a 6th tier skill. I just learned it like that? Staring at the 6th tier skill in his skill bar, Jiang Xuan wore a look of utter bewilderment. Though with his current strength, he could only unleash attacks equivalent to a tier 2 skill at best. But this 6th tier skill would remain viable at least until he became a 5-star professional. Therefore, seeing Lei Jiue merely demonstrate it, he immediately understood just how formidable this seemingly cute little creature truly was. He instantly realized just how formidable this seemingly cute little creature truly was. True, it wasn't as powerful as the Thunder Source ancestral dragon. But what could be done? This little creature was a monster capable of powerfully aiding its own growth. In terms of utility, Ling Meng might even surpass the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon. Jiang Xuan, was it Ling Meng who froze all those people just now? Having taken down 5 opponents, Lei Jiue instantly felt the pressure ease considerably. Looking at Ling Meng, who had landed on Jiang Xuan's shoulder yet still glowed with a translucent, glass-like sheen, Lei Jiue asked in surprise. Yeah, just the simplest psychic skill. When that assassin ambushed us earlier, Ling Meng also used psychokinesis to immobilize it. But there were too many opponents earlier, and Ling Meng had already expended a lot of energy. That's why she activated her equipment skill Blast Body. Jiang Xuan's tone remained calm, yet Lei Jiue was profoundly shaken by his words. Lei Jiue was well aware of psychokinesis, a tier 1 skill. Though merely a tier 1 skill, it belonged to the mental attribute category. Its effects far surpassed those of many other tier 1 skills. Last year, during the global college entrance exams, a psychic named Shushin. He had mastered the telekinesis skill to an extraordinary level. He single-handedly defeated a group of 2-star practitioners. This alone demonstrates just how formidable psychokinesis truly is. However, under normal circumstances, the mental energy of any living being is finite. Using psychic power on one person might not consume too much energy. But directing psychic energy at 5 people simultaneously drains mental energy at an astonishing rate. Focusing on 5 targets simultaneously is said to require over 100 times the normal mental energy expenditure. Yet Ling Meng accomplished such feats effortlessly. How could Lei Jiyue not be astonished? Originally, Lei Jiyue had thought Ling Meng's ability to aid Jiang Xuan's learning was already beyond the ordinary. But now it seemed this little girl's level of extraordinary talent far exceeded his wildest expectations. As Lei Jiyue's mind reeled from the profound shock delivered by Jiang Xuan and Ling Meng, in the distance, Truz was also profoundly shaken by the scene that had just unfolded. It's actually a group psychic ability. What on earth is that fox's background? And that woman is clearly only a 1-star powerhouse, yet she can unleash a 6th-tier skill. It seems the food the ancient god desires isn't so simple after all. With that thought, Truz drew a deep breath. A staff instantly materialized in his hand. Unlike ordinary wands, this one looked sinister, carved with countless human heads contorted in agony. Gurus Kachina Harotos. Tross raised the staff high. In an instant, terrifying undead energy surged forth from his body. Sensing the overwhelming undead energy, Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue, who had been chatting and laughing moments before, instantly grew grim. They knew their opponent hadn't been completely eliminated. As the two turned their gaze toward the shadowy undead energy, they saw a skeletal monster mounted on a bone steed, clad in armor, appear before them. Undead Knight, LV 30, Silver Realm, Undead Attribute, Platinum Bloodline. A level 30 Undead Knight? Seeing this Undead Knight materialize before them, Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue's expressions darkened. To be honest, in Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue's estimation, the previous 6 opponents were all 1-star practitioners. Though their combat strength had increased under the influence of special arcane arts, they ultimately remained confined within the realm of 1-star practitioners. The Undead Knight before them, however, was a genuine silver-tier existence. Compared to practitioners, this equated to a 2-star practitioner. Moreover, he was among the strongest of the 2-star professionals. Not to mention the Undead Knight possessed platinum bloodlines. The sheer pressure he radiated was overwhelming. Jiao, maybe we should run? Jiang Xuan spoke up, staring at the Undead Knight before them. Hearing this, Lei Jiyue glanced at the countless curious onlookers gathering around. She took a deep breath and said, "You go first. Contact the people in Ringkawa. I'll try to distract it. If we leave it unchecked, not a single person here will survive." As she spoke, Lei Jiyue tossed a pager to Jiang Xuan. She drew her long sword and prepared for battle. Seeing Lei Jiyue's resolve, Jiang Xuan knew she had no intention of leaving. Truthfully, if Lei Jiyue stayed, Jiang Xuan had already abandoned any thoughts of leaving himself. Because leaving would mean abandoning Lei Jiyue. If they were strangers, Jiang Xuan wouldn't have cared. But not only did they know each other, Lei Jiyue was, in a sense, his teacher. As a child raised under the red flag, Jiang Xuan couldn't bring himself to be so heartless. Since Sister Jiyue isn't leaving, I won't either. As the words fell, the surroundings instantly darkened. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning surged forth. The figure of the Primordial Dragon of Thunder appeared beside Jiang Xuan. Roar! The moment the Thunder Source ancestral dragon appeared, it let out a thunderous roar. After all, it had long been aware of the battle unfolding outside. It had originally intended to join the fray, but who would have thought the battle would end before it could step in? Now that another fight had broken out, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon was determined to lend a hand. As the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon materialized, the ancient god's tentacle in Truz's hand began to tremble. Which dragon is the ancient god seeking his sustenance? Watching the tentacles tremble, Truz was astonished. In that case, let the Undead Knights eliminate them. Surprised though he was, seeing that the strength of these few before him was far weaker than his own, Taros immediately ordered the Undead Knights to attack. As the Undead Knights charged forward atop their massive steeds, Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue were just about to act. A domineering and furious voice boomed out. "Oomph! Daring to kill within the city walls. The Pope's Guard, have you truly had enough of living?" As the words fell, a sharp whistling sound filled the air. A massive, earth-colored shield at least 3 meters tall swooped in from the distance. In the next instant, the shield slammed directly into the Undead Knight. A thunderous crash echoed. The Undead Knight, who had radiated such overwhelming pressure moments before, instantly shattered and collapsed. Emerging from the knight's remains was a man clad in armor. Standing tall and towering over the wreckage, his face twisted with fury as he glared at Truz, who stood in the distance holding the necromancer's staff. This man was none other than Lingchuan Legion Commander Xiaofeng. Chapter 35, The Lei Family Sword Technique. Lei Jiyue's shyness. Xiaofeng was furious. He truly never imagined the members of the Patriarch's Guard would dare commit murder openly within Lingchuan City. After all, just 2 days ago, when Lei Jiyue was in danger, Xiaofeng had already come to despise the members of the Patriarch's Guard to his very core. Over these past 2 days, Xiao Feng had practically combed through the entire shadow forest. Yet he still hadn't found a single member of the cult leaders group. Xiao Feng was already seething with pent-up frustration, with nowhere to vent his rage. Now these bastards dared to target Lei Zhiyuan again. Xiao Feng had no desire to spare any survivors. He just wanted to pound Truz into mincemeat, punch after punch. Earth Spear! Xiao Feng roared furiously. Instantly, vast quantities of earth element gathered in his hands. The next moment, a spear formed entirely of mud appeared in Xiao Feng's grasp. In an instant, Xiao Feng, spear in hand, charged toward Truz like a heavy truck. Seeing Xiao Feng charging straight at him, fear flashed across Truz's face. As fellow 3-star practitioners, Truz could sense just how formidable Xiao Feng's combat prowess truly was. Compounding this, Truz's profession was merely that of a necromancer. He possessed little combat prowess himself. His pride and joy, the undead knight, had already been taken down. Truz knew he stood no chance against Xiao Feng. Thus, a teleportation scroll instantly materialized in Truz's hand. Then, Truz vanished from the square. Witnessing Truz's sudden vanishing act, Xiao Feng let out a roar. Damn it! That bastard actually had a teleportation scroll. Seeing Truz teleport away, Xiao Feng felt thoroughly annoyed. But his frustration was useless. After all, he didn't possess a teleportation scroll himself. Even if he did, he wouldn't know which instance Truz had teleported to. Unless there was a spatial attribute class present. Or someone could have taken him out before he activated the scroll. Otherwise, catching this guy would be incredibly difficult. After all, a teleportation scroll could fetch 30 million. There was a reason for that. Watching Truz depart, Xiao Feng seethed with anger, but he could do nothing but let it go. Captain Lei, are you alright? Xiao Feng turned to look at Lei Zhiyue, inquiring about his condition. But just as Xiao Feng turned around, he saw that the person beside Lei Zhiyue was none other than Jiang Xuan. Xiao Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. Why is Zhiyue with Jiang Xuan? In Xiao Feng's view, Lei Zhiyue and Jiang Xuan shouldn't be very familiar with each other. How could these two be together? As Xiao Feng pondered this, Lei Zhiyue shed the armor covering her body and softly said, "Thank you, Captain Xiao, for your help. Jiang Xuan and I have nothing going on." As she spoke, Lei Zhiyue gave her hair a few tugs and murmured softly. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan beside him chuckled. Yeah, we really owe it to Commander Zhao's timely arrival. Otherwise, facing such a big guy, Sister Ziyue and I wouldn't have known how to handle it. But Commander Xiao, what brings you here? Jiang Xuan looked at Xiao Feng with puzzlement. Although this was within Lingchuan City, it was quite a distance from the Lingchuan Legion's base. As the Legion commander, Xiao Feng's presence near the stadium genuinely piqued his curiosity. Faced with Jiang Xuan's puzzled look, Xiao Feng momentarily didn't know how to respond. After all, he couldn't exactly say he'd come to break Jiang Xuan's legs, could he? Commander Xiao, I have a friend here at the stadium. Today, he happened to be hosting a banquet for you, which is likely why he's in the vicinity. Seeing Xiao Feng's awkward expression, Lei Zhiyue, unfazed by such situations, stepped in to offer an explanation. After all, Lei Zhiyue and Xiao Feng had known each other for many years. She knew her stubborn uncle all too well. He must have assumed Xiao Feng was dating someone and was here to cause trouble for Jiang Xuan. After all, such incidents weren't unprecedented. Lei Zhiyue was exceptionally attractive and highly accomplished. Naturally, she had no shortage of admirers at school and in the barracks. But every time, Xiao Feng had stepped in to turn them away. That's why rumors had been swirling around the barracks. If it had been anyone else, Xiao Feng would have dealt with it harshly. But Jiang Xuan was the person Tang City Lord valued most. It was even rumored that Jiang Xuan was under the watchful eye of the Dragon Spine's high command. Even if Xiao Feng was stubborn, he knew better than to offend Jiang Xuan. That's why he'd been stammering for half a day, unsure how to broach the subject. Seeing Lei Zhiyue come to his rescue, Xiao Feng immediately shot him a grateful glance. I happen to be heading to a dinner meeting. I happened to pass by and sense the fight here, so I investigated, Xiao Feng explained. Jiang Xuan nodded. Commander Xiao, you truly are dedicated to your duties. Hearing Jiang Xuan's praise, Xiao Feng's face flushed slightly. But glancing at Jiang Xuan and Lei Zhiyue, he couldn't help but ask with a hint of curiosity, what brings the two of you here? Jiang Xuan replied, I managed to get my hands on a sword inside the Cloud Peak Tower. So I thought I'd learn some sword techniques for self-defense. You know the situation in Lingchuan, Commander Xiao. There aren't many sword masters around. I recall Sister Ziyue's profession is lightning swordsman, so that's why I reached out to her. Whoa, Lei Zhiyue is teaching Jiang Xuan swordsmanship? Listening to Jiang Xuan's explanation, Xiao Feng stared blankly at Lei Zhiyue. After all, the Lei family's sword techniques were never passed on to outsiders. Only members of the Lei family could learn them. And now Lei Zhiyue was teaching Jiang Xuan swordsmanship. Could it be that Lei Zhiyue truly has feelings for Jiang Xuan? Noticing Xiao Feng's astonished gaze, Lei Zhiyue immediately explained, I'm only teaching him some basic sword techniques. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng remained silent, merely observing Lei Zhiyue and Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, however, remained oblivious to Xiao Feng's scrutiny. His focus was now fixed on the undead knight Xiao Feng had just slain. He turned to Lei Yuan Zonglong beside him and asked, Lei Yuan, can you absorb this undead knight's soul? Hearing this, Lei Yuan remained silent, merely glancing at the skeletal dragonling beside him. Noticing Lei Yuan's gaze, the skeletal dragon looked toward the distant skeleton of the undead knight and let out a creaking sound. You don't know either? Observing the skeleton dragon's response, Jiang Xuan pondered before speaking. Let's give it a try. Who knows, it might work. With that thought, Jiang Xuan turned to Xiaofeng and said, Captain Xiao, I think I might have a use for that undead knight skeleton. May I go take a look? Hearing Jiang Xuan's request, Xiaofeng nodded immediately. Of course, no problem. With that, Jiang Xuan set off toward the skeletal remains of the undead knight, accompanied by Lei Yuan. At that moment, Xiaofeng watched Jiang Xuan's retreating figure, along with the already sizable Lei Yuan Zilong beside him and the Lingmeng Fox Lord perched on his shoulder. He pondered for a moment. He then turned to Lei Jiyue beside him and murmured softly, Ziyue. Truthfully, if you're willing to pass down the Lei family sword techniques to Jiang Xuan, I won't object. Lei Jiyue, huh? This. Hearing Xiaofeng's words, Lei Jiyue's gaze instinctively shifted toward Jiang Xuan. She understood perfectly well the implication behind Xiaofeng's words. Truthfully, as Lei Jiyue studied Jiang Xuan, memories flooded her mind of being saved by him twice. Even when he'd chosen not to abandon her and face formidable foes together. Her lovely face flushed slightly. Because she realized she might actually have feelings for Jiang Xuan. Chapter 36, White Bone Crown Upgrade, Ancient God's Transformation. Lei Jiyue, her cheeks slightly flushed, glanced at Jiang Xuan in the distance. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan remained oblivious to Lei Jiyue's state. His full attention was now focused on the skeletal remains of the undead knight Xiaofeng had just dispatched. Lei Yuan, have Xiaogu devour it and see what happens. Jiang Xuan addressed Lei Yuan, the primordial dragon beside him. Upon hearing this, the skeletal attendant Xiaogu sensed Lei Yuan's intent. It immediately flew up above the skeleton knight's remains. Creak. Xiaogu emitted a creaking sound as its bones rubbed together. In the next instant, vast amounts of undead energy began to emanate from Xiaogu's body. As the energy surged, the once dragon-shaped Xiaogu instantly transformed into a massive maw. The gaping maw opened wide, and Xiaogu sucked in with tremendous force. The skeletal remains of the undead knight, scattered across the ground, instantly transformed into an emerald green beam of light that shot into Xiaogu's body. As Xiaogu absorbed the knight's energy. Whoosh! The undead energy within Xiaogu underwent a transformation. The once slender little bone now had bones twice as thick. Simultaneously, its size expanded from being only as large as an arm to roughly the size of a thigh. More importantly, when Little Bone transformed back into its bone dragon form, its size wasn't just several times larger than before, its overall structure appeared far more intricate. If the previous Xiaogu was a simple bone dragon cobbled together from a few bones, the current Xiaogu had doubled its bone count, evolving into an exquisitely refined bone dragon. Observing the transformed Xiaogu before him, Jiang Xuan also noticed that the information displayed on the white bone crown atop Lei Yuan's head had changed. Equipment, White Bone Crown. Grade, 2-star. Base attributes, Strength plus 26, Spiritual Awareness plus 32. Equipment skill, Shelter of the Dead when health falls below 20%, triggers Skeletal Substitute, granting immunity to lethal damage and restoring 25% of maximum health. Cooldown, 18 hours. Undead Servant, the wearer may summon one undead servant, inheriting 55% of the wearer's attributes. Regal Presence, each time an undead fiend is slain, the white bone crown absorbs its undead soul. Upon accumulating a certain number of souls, the equipment's tier will ascend. Skeletal Minion. Level, LV 12. Strength, 35. Agility, 22. Constitution, 22. Spirit, 36. Elemental Affinity, Undead. Skills, Level 2 Bone Reorganization, Level 1 Undead Curse. Whoa, after devouring the undead energy of that Death Knight, this white bone crown actually upgraded. Not only have its base stats significantly increased, but even skills like Undead Sanctuary and Undead Minion have received enhancements. Little Bone's 4-dimensional attribute bonuses from Lei Yuan have also increased considerably. Not only has Bone Reconstruction become a Tier 2 skill, but it's also learned a Tier 1 skill, Undead Curse. Observing the changes in the White Bone Crown and Little Bone, Jiang Xuan was somewhat astonished. For Jiang Xuan, absorbing the energy of the Necromancer Knight had been nothing more than a spur-of-the-moment idea. But he never imagined the undead energy provided by this knight would be sufficient for the White Bone Crown to advance in rank. Lei Yuan, can Little Bone transform into a sword? Observing Xiaogu's increasingly intricate form, Jiang Xuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Lei Yuan blinked, while Xiaogu beside him showed no hesitation whatsoever. What had appeared as a bone dragon instantly underwent transformation and, moments later, a 3-meter-long bone sword, sharp as a razor, floated in midair. Lei Yuan extended his hand and grasped the bone sword within his dragon claw. Zzzzz. Lei Yuan infused the sword with the thunder element within his body. In an instant, the bone sword transformed into a thunder bone sword. It shed its previous eerie aura, gaining an air of dominance instead. Watching Lei Yuan clutching the Thunder Bone Sword, Jiang Xuan's eyes gradually brightened. Whoa, if Lei Yuan were to learn swordsmanship too. With Little Bone's assistance, Lei Yuan's close combat abilities could see a tremendous boost. With combat prowess strong enough, even facing opponents beyond his current realm wouldn't be too taxing to handle. This thought made Jiang Xuan increasingly convinced of the soundness of his plan. After all, while Lei Yuan's ranged combat skills were quite solid, his close quarters abilities were somewhat lacking. He only possessed one skill, Thunder Claw. But if Lei Yuan mastered swordsmanship, the image of a swift and agile dragon wielding one or even four great swords filled Jiang Xuan without just imagining it. Not to mention that Jiang Xuan now possessed the 6th tier skill, Mystic Thunder 9-strike combo. This meant he could now teach Lei Yuan this skill as well. Teaching a beast sword technique seemed utterly foolish to most. After all, while demons possessed intelligence, their learning abilities were widely acknowledged to be lacking. Over the past 500 years, many beast tamers had indeed attempted to teach their pets human techniques. But without exception, they all failed. Human techniques were simply too complex for demonic beasts to grasp. But Jiang Xuan is different. He has Ling Meng by his side. With Ling Meng's assistance, unless Lei Yuan Zulu was utterly foolish. Otherwise, Lei Yuan would at least become a master swordsman in the future. Such skill would be sufficient. After all, Lei Yuan was ultimately a mythical bloodline pet beast. Its growth potential, capacity for development, and intelligence were far beyond what ordinary demons could match. With this realization, Jiang Xuan gained a fresh perspective on cultivating Lei Yuan. Meanwhile, in the hidden dungeon of the Shadow Forest, Ancient God's Cavern. Damn it! If only that Legion Commander Rinkai hadn't been there. I would have definitely brought back food for the Ancient God. Returning to the Ancient God's Cavern, Truce's face darkened. He seethed with rage over his failure this time. If only my class could advance to Necromancer. Even if that bastard himself came to fight me, I wouldn't fear him in the slightest. At this thought, Truce slammed his fist against the wall in fury. After all, in his view, his defeat against Xiaofeng was entirely due to his class being at a disadvantage. Xiaofeng's class was simply too overpowered. His defense was incredibly high, and his attack power was no slouch either. Truce was merely a necromancer. His combat prowess simply couldn't compare to Xiaofeng's. Just as anger surged within Truce's heart, the ancient god's tentacle in his embrace stirred. Is the ancient god summoning me? Feeling the tentacles shift, Truce was taken aback. Guided by the tentacle, he soon arrived beside the pool within the ancient god's cavern. The statue still hovered above the pool. But the moment Truce arrived, the statue spoke. I shall transform you. But, you must bring back the sustenance I demand. As it spoke, the once calm waters suddenly churned violently. The water crashed violently against the ground. In an instant, Truce, who had been standing on the shore, was swept into the pool. The instant Truce entered the pool, a vast, eerie, and chilling undead energy surged toward his body. At that moment, every aspect of Truce underwent an unprecedented transformation. Chapter 37, The Cloud Peak Spirit Bottle, Xiao Jianzong Chun Yudi. Having survived the assassination attempt by the Patriarch's Guard, Xiaofeng feared Jiang Xuan and Lei Zhiyue might cause more trouble. Therefore, Xiaofeng stated that if Jiang Xuan ever needed training in the future, he could go directly to the military camp to find Lei Zhiyue. As for the cult leader's faction, their actions had become far too brazen. Truthfully, killing Lei Zhiyue was enough to make Xiaofeng furious. But if Jiang Xuan were to face danger, it wouldn't be so simple. Tang Ming, and even many high-ranking members of the Dragon Spine, would go berserk. Therefore, Xiaofeng reported today's assassination attempt to Tang Ming. Upon hearing that the cult of the Divine King dared to bring men into Lingchuan City to kill, and that their target was none other than Jiang Xuan, Tang Ming was so enraged on the spot that he wished to dig up the ancestors of the Patriarch's Guard and scatter their ashes to the winds. After all, Jiang Xuan was the person Ming Lao had personally entrusted him to protect. How dare the King's Guard attempt such an open assassination? In response, Tang Ming, who normally did next to no work. At this moment, he joined forces with the Lingchuan Legion and marched in full force into the Shadow Forest. As Tang Ming put it, even if they had to tear the entire Shadow Forest apart, they would wipe out every last member of the Patriarch's Guard. The Rinkai army surged into the Shadow Forest. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan's life was quite pleasant. Thanks to the substantial experience points the Cloud Peak Tower provided, he no longer pursued leveling with the same fervor as before. Instead, he devoted each day to steady training and study. In fact, with time to spare, Jiang Xuan even began writing a diary. March 4th, sunny. A new day begins with conquering the Cloud Peak Tower. Everyone says the Cloud Peak Tower gets twice as hard starting from the 11th floor compared to the first 10. But why do I feel absolutely no pressure at all? Lei Yuan wiped out all the monsters in one go again. Now I'm starting to wonder if I'm even in the right tower. Cloud Peak Tower record, 20th floor, record breaks, 20. Today's level, LV.13. Critical resource drops are so satisfying: 5 3-star Cloud Peak earpieces, 4 4-star Cloud Peak earpieces, and even 1 5-star Cloud Peak earpiece, the Cloud Peak Celestial Cloak. This cloak is awesome, looks super stylish when worn. Trained with Sister Ziyue again today. Can't deny she's got a killer figure. But for some reason, Sister Ziyue seemed a bit off today. Every time she looked at me, her face would turn all red. Could it be that I'm just too handsome? After 3 attempts, Hualing finally broke through to the 1-star realm. The little brat says she'll break all my trial records tomorrow. But how could this little brat possibly match my awesomeness? Today, I taught Lei Yuan sword techniques and unexpectedly discovered his talent for swordsmanship seems to surpass even mine. After just half an hour of practice, he's already reached the minor achievement stage. Well, what can I say? My pet beast is simply too exceptional. Day 3.5, Rain. Cloud Peak Tower progress, 30th floor, record-breaking opportunities, 30. Today's level, LV.14. After contracting with Ling Meng, leveling up has slowed down considerably. Seems like the monsters in Cloud Peak Tower suddenly offer much less EXP. During today's record attempt, I obtained a 5-star accessory, Cloud Peak Experience Talisman. This is a great item. With it, my EXP gain speed increases by 30%. This is absolutely fantastic. Ran into Senior Charo again in Cloud Peak Tower today. He introduced me to a dark-skinned kid. Charo says this kid is his grandson, Sadal. Though he's slight in build, he's a natural-born 7-star class, the wielder of the Divine Hammer of Judgment. This kid packs a serious punch. He even cleared the 30th floor of Cloud Peak Tower. But for some reason, he keeps giving me weird looks. Could this kid be? No way, I gotta keep my distance from this guy. Hua Ling also went to the Cloud Peak Tower. She cleared 10 floors but didn't break any records. Oh. Today's sword training was delightful. Sister Ziyue said I've nearly mastered the foundational sword techniques and she has little left to teach me. But if I'm willing, she'd be honored to impart the Lei clan's secret sword art, the Mystic Thunder Sword technique. This is a 7-star sword technique. Sister Ziyue is the best. I told Sister Ziyue about the Lei Yuan ancestral dragon learning swordsmanship. When Sister Ziyue saw a dragon wielding a sword, I could tell her gaze toward me was filled with astonishment. But Sister Ziyue is getting more and more captivating. During training today, I swear her gaze toward me was practically dripping with desire. Oh no, am I turning into a succubus? March 6th, cloudy. Giving up today. Not writing. March 7th, sunny. Another day of slacking off. March 8th, cloudy. Jiang Xuan, oh Jiang Xuan. How could you sink so low? Didn't we agree to write daily entries? March 9th, sunny. Slacking off feels so good. And so, with daily breakthroughs in cultivation, a week passed. Within the 80th floor of the Cloud Peak Tower, Jiang Xuan stared at the colossal bear before him, its shoulders towering 3 meters high. Earth Demon Bear, LV-17, Earth Attribute, Diamond Bloodline. Despite the overwhelming physical presence of the Earth Demon Bear before him, Jiang Xuan remained calm. Thunder Source, 9-fold Thunder Slash. The words flowed slowly from Jiang Xuan's lips. The next second, with a sharp whoosh, a bolt of thunder shot out from beside Jiang Xuan. The next moment, crackle crackle crackle. Jiang Xuan felt the lightning dance before his eyes in a dizzying blur. The health bar above the Earth Demon Bear's head began darkening at an alarming rate. 3 seconds later, the lightning vanished. The once mighty Earth Demon Bear now lay on the ground, its body gradually fading into virtuality. Experience plus 1741. Cloud Peak Experience Talisman activated. Experience points plus 1952. Congratulations to Challenger Jiang Xuan for clearing Cloud Peak Tower in 3.8 seconds. Congratulations to Challenger Jiang Xuan for breaking the record for clearing the 80th floor of the Cloud Peak Tower. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the 1-star equipment, Cloud Peak Spirit Nurturing Vessel. Ding! Resource Critical Strike activated. 10,000x Critical Hit activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 5-star equipment item, Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits Bottle. As the notification chime faded, Jiang Xuan examined the information for the Cloud Peak Universal Spirit Bottle within his system inventory, brimming with gear. Treasure, Cloud Peak Universal Spirit Bottle. Grade, 5-star. Equipment skill, Universal Elixir absorbs any substance containing spiritual energy, converting it into Universal Elixir. With sufficient Universal Elixir, it can be transformed into various 5-star and lower grade pills. Is this a functional treasure? Reading the description of the Cloud Peak Universal Elixir bottle before him, Jiang Xuan was somewhat surprised. Functional treasures differ from equipment. Typically, equipment directly enhances the wearer. However, treasures belong to the category of long-term cultivation and growth for the holder. Compared to equipment, treasures were far less common. And special treasures like the Cloud Peak Universal Spirit Bottle, capable of transforming into elixirs, were even rarer. In this world, only alchemists possess the profession to refine pills. Alchemists are a profession unique to the Dragon Spine Empire, not only scarce in number but also extremely rare to encounter. Moreover, the higher the star rating of the elixir, the greater the cultivation level required of the alchemist. Now that the Cloud Peak 10,000 spirits bottle could be transformed into all kinds of pills as long as one had sufficient spiritual power, it was truly a thrilling prospect. Currently, Jiang Xuan was frustrated by his insufficient strength, which prevented him from mastering his sword techniques to their fullest potential. With this Cloud Peak 10,000 spirits bottle, he could now refine potent pills for himself. Honestly, this thing is genuinely awesome. I'll head home and buy some resources to try refining a batch of pills first. With that, Jiang Xuan stepped out of the Cloud Peak Tower. The moment he stepped out, golden clouds drifted down from above the tower and settled onto his wrist. Witnessing such a miraculous scene, the people of Cloud Peak City had long since grown accustomed to it. After all, such occurrences were a daily sight for the residents of Cloud Peak City. Jiang Xuan, how did you break the record again? Tell me, are you even human? Spotting Jiang Xuan emerge from the tower, Hua Ling stormed over, her face flushed with indignation. She stared at him as if he were some kind of monster. Hua Ling had also leveled up rapidly during this period. Her level had now reached 17, matching Jiang Xuan's. But compared to Jiang Xuan effortlessly clearing 10 floors of the Cloud Peak Tower daily, even breaking records along the way, Hua Ling was currently stuck at the 67th floor, struggling to advance further. This made Hua Ling wonder who among them had truly awakened a one-star profession and who had awakened a legendary profession. Just as Hua Ling finished speaking to Jiang Xuan, before he could reply, a clear voice rang out beside his ear. "Mr. Jiang Xuan, you've kept us waiting so long." Hearing the clear voice beside him, Jiang Xuan looked over in confusion. Before him stood a youth roughly his own age, dressed in luxurious attire. As he looked at the youth before him, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but frown. For he recognized this youth. None other than Chunyu, the sensation of last year's global college entrance exams, known as the Young Sword Master. Chapter 38, Chunyu's Trial, the Lunar Eclipse Great Demon Egg. Is that Chunyu? Isn't he from the Martial Arts Academy? Why would he come looking for Jiang Xuan? Forgot? Chunyu is from the Thunder Prison Royal Court and he's their strongest prodigy in years. His sudden emergence has the entire Thunder Prison Court practically ecstatic. Moreover, the Emperor of the Thunder Prison Court has personally designated him as one of the candidates for the next Emperor of the Thunder Prison Court. Coming to find Jiang Xuan? I'd say there's a high chance he's here to kill him. What? Kill Jiang Xuan? That's insane. Doesn't the Thunder Prison Court fear triggering a direct war with the Dragon Spine Empire? Put. The Dragon Spine Empire's Elder Ming is on his last legs, and since Time Frost vanished into the River of Time, the whole empire's in a state of succession crisis, okay? It's only recently that Shushin emerged. Shushin is formidable, but a mentalist is only a 6-star profession. High-tier mentalist classes are rare to begin with, and advancing to them is incredibly difficult. So Shushin isn't worth targeting at all. Jiang Xuan's class is nothing special either, but that kid is downright bizarre. He shattered every record on the 80th floor of the Cloud Peak Tower. Even sure Ningxuang hasn't achieved that, okay? The Thunder Prison Royal Court has long harbored ambitions to swallow the entire Dragon Spine Empire whole. So it's no surprise they want Jiang Xuan dead, right? As Chunyu appeared, the crowd in Cloud Peak City immediately began analyzing his intentions. But just as many were speculating that Chunyu had come to kill Jiang Xuan, Chunyu stood rooted to the spot, his smile as gentle as a spring breeze as he gazed at Jiang Xuan. It's better to meet in person than to hear about someone. Lord Jiang Xuan, you truly are a man of remarkable presence. Before Jiang Xuan could respond to Chunyu's flattery, Hua Ling stepped in front of him. What do you want, you of the Thunder Prison Court? At her words, Chunyu chuckled. My lovely lady, I mean you no harm. I merely heard that the Dragon Spine Empire has produced a prodigious young talent. I simply wish to meet you and engage in a friendly spar. Chunyu's words were simple, and the gaze he fixed upon Jiang Xuan was intensely fervent. Don't be fooled by his current refined demeanor. Having only entered the arena a year ago, he already bore the nickname of the fierce duelist. For Chunyu was extremely fond of sparring with others. Especially those prodigies of his own generation. These were the opponents Chunyu most relished challenging. Hearing Chunyu's words, Hua Ling snorted coldly. Who wants to spar with you? You're a full-fledged 2-star professional, already level 30. Why should we spar with you? Because you're so full of yourself? Don't be fooled by Hua Ling's petite frame. By Jiang Xuan's side, she always played the role of the spoiled little sister. But in reality, Hua Ling had a cold personality and was quite sharp-tongued. She only reined in these traits when facing Jiang Xuan. But if she encountered someone who annoyed her, that Sundara, sharp-tongued nature would come out in full force. Listening to Hua Ling's sharp remarks, Chunyu remained unfazed. He maintained his smile throughout. At the same time, an egg appeared in his hand. As Jiang Xuan observed the egg in Chunyu's hand, detailed information appeared before his eyes. Demon Beast, Jade Dragon Steed. Level, LV0 Incubating. Attributes, Lightning, Wind, Fire, Water, Earth. Bloodline Grade, Lunar Eclipse. Skills. This demonic egg contains the Jade Dragon Divine Steed, a unique demon exclusive to my Thunder Prison Royal Court. It is a pure dragon-blooded demon, possessing a lunar eclipse tier bloodline and innate mastery of all 5 elemental attributes. Once fully grown, its combat prowess will be extraordinary. If Lord Jiang Xuan is willing to engage me in combat, regardless of the outcome, this demonic egg shall be yours. Moreover, during our sparring match, I will suppress my level and cultivation to match yours exactly. Listening to Chen Yude's words, Jiang Xuan blinked. Truth be told, Chen Yude's proposal did stir some interest within Jiang Xuan. However, it wasn't the superior race or diverse attributes of the Jade Dragon Divine Steed that captivated him. Rather, he was captivated by the superior bloodline of this Jade Dragon Steed. This wasn't because Jiang Xuan wished to contract this Jade Dragon Steed. Rather, he intended to refine the demonic egg within this Jade Dragon Steed. You see, Jiang Xuan had just obtained the 5-star treasure, the Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits bottle. This bottle's ability was to absorb anything imbued with spiritual energy and convert it into 10,000 spirits elixir. The higher the quality of the absorbed substance, the greater the quantity of 10,000 spirits elixir produced. A lunar eclipse grade demonic egg had no set market price whatsoever. If forced to assign a value, it would be around 100 billion or even higher. After all, demons bearing the lunar eclipse bloodline are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the Jade Dragon Divine Steed was exclusively cultivated by the royal court of the Nether Prison. Therefore, its price can only go up, never down. All he had to do was fight a single battle, and he could obtain such a prime demon egg for alchemy for free. Frankly, how could Jiang Xuan not be tempted? Moreover, Chunyu himself was an 8-star professional cloud sky sword master. The Chunyu family was a renowned swordsmanship lineage even within the Thunder Prison royal court. If he could spar with him, given Lingming's learning ability, he might even pick up some unique sword techniques from Chunyu. Given this situation, Jiang Xuan naturally yearned to test his skills against him. But honestly, something felt off about this. Chunyu had brought forth such a precious item solely to challenge him to a duel. This only deepened Jiang Xuan's suspicion that Chen Yude's intentions were far from pure. Just as Jiang Xuan hesitated over whether to accept the challenge, Hua Ling's voice rang out. You said you'd suppress your cultivation level, so suppress it. What if you change your mind during the fight? I bet you're not selling any good medicine in that crappy gourd. Hearing Hua Ling's words, Jiang Xuan remained silent, but his gaze shifted to Chen Yude. Clearly, his thoughts mirrored Hua Ling's. On that point, my dear sister needn't worry. Lord Jiang Xuan may select a trusted individual to serve as a witness. My rank and cultivation level will be sealed by them. Even if I truly harbored improper intentions toward Lord Jiang Xuan, the noble you trust should be able to subdue me with ease. Chunyu's words were remarkably open-minded, revealing his unwavering determination to challenge Jiang Xuan. Listening to Chunyu's words, Jiang Xuan fell into deep thought before his gaze swept around the room. His eyes lit up instantly as he spotted a familiar face, none other than the mad battle sovereign, Jaluo. Jiang Xuan held a measure of trust in Charo. Senior Charo, I'd like to ask you to serve as the referee for this contest. Would that be acceptable? Hearing Jiang Xuan's invitation, Charo chuckled. Me? Since it's young friend Jiang Xuan who invites me, I suppose I could serve as the referee. After all, I've been eager to see how skilled you are, young friend. Seeing Charo agree, Jiang Xuan turned his gaze to Chenyude. What do you think? Upon seeing Chaluo, Chenyude smiled. Of course, no problem. I have full confidence in Senior Chaluo's credibility. And so, with Jaluo acting as the impartial witness, Jiang Xuan and Chenyude were about to engage in a contest. Given the prominence of both their names, this drew a large crowd from Cloud Peak City to watch. Amidst the crowd, a woman of enchanting beauty watched as Jiang Xuan agreed to the duel with Chenyude. A faint smile curved her lips as she murmured softly. Such a little virgin, lacking any self-control. Just a little teasing and he's hooked. Indeed, no beastmaster can resist the allure of a demon born of the blood moon. Hee, the little guy does look rather endearing, though. Once you've contracted the Jade Dragon Steed, this big sister will spoil you rotten. Chapter 39, Sword Duel with the Sword Sect? New skill, Cloud Shadow Sword. Is that Chenyude? Is that guy sparring with someone again? Yundian City, the battle arena, packed with spectators. Zhu Yifeng spotted Chenyude in the arena and felt a pang of surprise. But who is his opponent? Anyone who can face Chenyude must not be ordinary. But why haven't I seen him before? Lei Yao, do you recognize this man? As he spoke, Zhu Yifeng turned his gaze to the youth beside him. Lei Yao. I don't recall him either. He probably isn't from the Legend Academy. Lei Yao shook his head. Lei Yao, old Zhu, you're here. Just as Zhu Yifeng and Lei Yao were puzzling over who Chenyude's opponent might be, a clear voice rang out. They turned to see a girl approaching them. Miss Yang, what a coincidence. Zhu Yifeng smiled warmly upon seeing Yang Xiaoqiao. Yeah, I didn't expect Chenyude to be sparring with Jiang Xuan at the Cloud Peak Tower either. I'm quite curious about this Jiang Xuan too, so I came to see for myself. Yang Xiaoqiao replied, listening to Zhu Yifeng's words. Jiang Xuan? Who is Jiang Xuan? Lei Yao asked in confusion. Not only Lei Yao was puzzled, but Zhu Yifeng beside him also wore a look of bewilderment. They had never heard that name before. Yang Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes at the two men before her and said, "Guys, have you been training so hard you've gone completely bonkers? You don't even know who Jiang Xuan is? He's the most talked about figure in all of Cloud Peak City right now." Hearing Yang Xiaoqiao speak, Zhu Yifeng and Lei Yao grew even more bewildered. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Yang Xiaoqiao proceeded to recount Jiang Xuan's recent exploits. "Holy crap, Sister Yang, I'm not well read, don't lie to me. This Jiang Xuan only awakened his profession about 10 days ago, and he's already broken through to the 80th floor of the Cloud Peak Tower?" Zhu Yifeng's jaw dropped in utter shock. Of course. Not only did he break through to the 80th floor, but he's now the record holder for the top 80 floors. Yang Xiaoqiao reminded them. Hearing this, Zhu Yifeng turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan in the arena, his face filled with astonishment and confusion. As a student of the legendary academy, Zhu Yifeng knew full well how incredibly difficult it was to advance through the Cloud Peak Tower. Zhu Yifeng's strength had now reached the 2-star stage. Yet he had only managed to break through to the 135th floor. At this level, he was not among the top students at Legend Academy, but he was already considered average. Yet Jiang Xuan had already surpassed the 80th floor before even taking the global entrance exam. And he was the record holder for the first 80 floors. Damn it, this Jiang Xuan is even more of a freak than Shi Ningxuang 100 years ago? Just as Zhu Yifeng was reeling from the shock, the relatively composed Lei Yao frowned and spoke up. "Sis Yang, could it be that Jiang Xuan has awakened a class even more powerful than the legendary ones?" Hearing Lei Yao's question, Zhu Yifeng also turned his gaze to Yang Xiaoqiao, clearly sharing the same doubt. However, in response to their inquiries, Yang Xiaoqiao shook her head. "Actually, no. You might not believe this, but Jiang Xuan's class is simply a beastmaster." "A beast tamer?" Hearing Yang Xiaoqiao speak, both Zhu Yifeng and Lei Yao wore expressions of astonishment. The profession of beast tamer was not unfamiliar to them. But wasn't beastmaster considered a 1-star profession? Although the growth potential of this profession isn't tied to one's own class, but rather to one's pet beast. But everyone knew beastmasters were notoriously weak in the early stages. How the hell could a beastmaster directly break through to the 80th floor? Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Yang Xiaoqiao continued, "The teachers are also quite perplexed about Jiang Xuan. That's why they sent me to investigate Jiang Xuan. Who'd have thought Chun Yude would get ahead of us? But that's fine. Chun Yude is a formidable fighter. I reckon he'll be able to test out all of Jiang Xuan's abilities." As she spoke, a sophisticated instrument materialized in Yang Xiaoqiao's hand. The moment it appeared, it soared into the air above the arena, commencing the recording of the match. Hearing Yang Xiaoqiao's words, Zhu Yifeng and Lei Yao were both taken aback. Even the teachers from Legend Academy were interested in Jiang Xuan? After all, Legendary Academy instructors were uniformly 7-star practitioners at minimum. Suddenly, the two who had previously shown no interest in the match found themselves drawn in, rushing over to the sidelines to watch. Meanwhile, in the arena, "Jiang Xuan, you may strike first." Xunyude stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a 5-star flying sword hovering beside him. His courteous demeanor radiated the aura of a true grandmaster. The title Little Sword Sect was no empty honor. Seeing the humble Xunyude, Jiang Xuan showed no hesitation. The next instant, a flash of light erupted from his hand. A long sword materialized in his grasp. 5-star equipment Cloud Peak Primordial Sword. As the Cloud Peak Omni Sword materialized, every person present wore a look of astonishment. Holy, a 5-star Cloud Peak equipment? Is Jiang Xuan that damn rich? Damn it, even a 7-star practitioner might not have a 5-star Cloud Peak equipment piece. Jiang Xuan, he's got way too much money. Xunyude stared blankly at the Cloud Peak Supreme Sword in Jiang Xuan's hand. The next second, his eyes were glued to the blade in Jiang Xuan's grasp. As a swordsman, it wasn't just about mastering extraordinary sword techniques, one's blade itself had to be extraordinary. Xunyude could tell at a glance that the Cloud Peak Mixed Element Sword in Jiang Xuan's hand was an exceptional blade. Thus, as he gazed upon the blade, Xunyude's heart swelled with envy, yet confusion also crept in. After all, wasn't Jiang Xuan a beastmaster? What was he doing wielding a sword? Xunyude wasn't the only one wondering this, the others present shared the same confusion. "Sister Yang, isn't Jiang Xuan a beastmaster? Why isn't he summoning a beast, but instead pulling out a sword?" Zhu Yifeng wondered. Could this guy be planning to duel Xunyude with a sword? Lei Yao mused. Ha? Has he lost his mind? Xunyude is famed as the most gifted swordsman beneath the sword saint who slays heaven. Jiang Xuan dueling him? That's just asking for trouble. Zhu Yifeng declared. Who knows? Maybe Jiang Xuan has his reasons, Yang Xiaoqiao replied, equally baffled by his actions. Just as everyone was puzzled over why Jiang Xuan had drawn his sword. Crackle! Jiang Xuan, who had seemed plain in ordinary moments before, was suddenly enveloped in a torrent of thunder. The next second, a faint murmur escaped Jiang Xuan's lips. 9-strike thunderbolt. The next moment, a resounding crash echoed. Jiang Xuan drew his sword from its scabbard. He transformed into a bolt of thunder, charging toward Chun Yude at astonishing speed. A single strike filled the arena with surging thunder. Seeing this, Chun Yude, who had been puzzled by Jiang Xuan's use of a sword, now wore a look of shock. The next second, however, Chun Yude's face lit up with delight, and he burst into laughter. What a splendid sword technique! Despite declaring this, Chun Yude showed no sign of panic as Jiang Xuan charged toward him like a bolt of lightning. Instead, the flying sword at his side trembled. In the next instant, the single flying sword transformed into 9. The 9 swords danced in an instant. Boom! 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 9 crisp clangs echoed through the air. Jiang Xuan's 9-fold thunderstrike had been directly blocked by Chun Yude's flying swords. Now back in position, Jiang Xuan watched his 9-fold thunderstrike blocked. Not a trace of anxiety crossed his face, instead, a hint of delight flickered there. For in that instant, the method Chun Yude had used to control his flying sword flashed through Jiang Xuan's mind. Simultaneously, a new Tier 2 skill appeared in his skill bar, Cloud Shadow Sword. The first exchange between the two ended in a stalemate. But Lei Yao, watching from the crowd, observed the lightning flickering around Jiang Xuan. Along with his familiar breathing pattern and the earlier 9-fold thunderstrike technique, his expression turned startled. For he recognized that Jiang Xuan had just wielded the very Xianlei sword technique, a lost art of the Northern Han Lei clan. Chapter 40, Northern Cold Thunder Clan, do not harm my master. Swift thunder pierces the clouds, purple lightning cuts across the sky. Spirit races the thunder's axis, soul soars through the void. This is truly the long-lost Xianlei sword technique. Watching Jiang Xuan wield the Xianlei sword technique, Lei Yao's heart surged with excitement. The North Cold Lei clan 300 years ago, the hereditary family of the 6-star practitioner, the mystic thunder sword master. It must be noted that 3 centuries ago, the overall strength of practitioners was nowhere near what it is today. A 6-star practitioner was already considered formidable combat power back then. The Lei clan had always held this ancestor as their idol, constantly striving to surpass themselves. However, over a century ago, during the cult leader's rebellion, the Lei clan was invaded by the cult leader's faction. Thus, the once glorious family fell into ruin. The Northern Cold Lei clan, to which Lei Yao belonged, was a collateral branch of the Lei family. When the cult leader's faction invaded, the patriarch of the Northern Cold Lei clan was absent from the main family compound, thus escaping the catastrophe. Yet the main branch of the Lei family has not been heard from since that calamity. The scope of the patriarch's rebellion was simply too vast. Moreover, the factions affected by the patriarch's rebellion were essentially annihilated. Thus, the Northern Cold Lei clan regarded the original Lei clan as extinct. The Xianlei sword technique had been lost to history. Yet now, before Lei Yao's very eyes, Jiang Xuan wielded the Lei family's untransmitted secret, the Xianlei sword art. This naturally filled Lei Yao with both delight and astonishment. The delight stemmed from the realization that the Xianlei sword art had not been lost. The astonishment lay in: how could Jiang Xuan, a non-Lei clan member, possibly know the Xianlei sword technique? This won't do. This news must be reported to the family head. With that thought, Lei Yao immediately pulled out his phone to contact the Lei family patriarch. While Lei Yao was in contact with the Lei family head, inside the arena, Jiang Xuan gazed at his newly mastered second-tier skill, Cloud Shadow Sword, a smirk curling his lips. Well done, Ling Meng. I'll give you extra ice cream when we get home. The moment Jiang Xuan spoke, Ling Meng in the pet beast space, thinking of ice cream waiting for her at home, immediately hummed happily. So it's a skill that balances offense and defense? It's quite good, but controlling flying swords might be a bit tricky. Studying the Cloud Shadow Sword's description, Jiang Xuan fell into deep thought. In that case, I'll spar with him more often and learn every trick he has for controlling flying swords. With that thought, thunder once again flickered within Jiang Xuan's body. Ling Meng, record every move he makes. With that command, Jiang Xuan transformed into a streak of lightning once more, charging toward Chun Yude. Though he had only begun studying sword techniques a few days ago, his aptitude was exceptional. With Ling Meng's guidance, his sword skills had already reached a stage of mastery. While perfection remained a distant goal, but it already surpassed 99% of swordsmen. Chun Yude's swordsmanship, however, was clearly at the pinnacle of perfection. Yet Chun Yude showed no anger toward Jiang Xuan for using sword techniques against him. Instead, he treated their exchanges as if he were training alongside Jiang Xuan. As their exchanges intensified, Chun Yude was astonished to discover that after each of his strikes, Jiang Xuan could pinpoint the exact location of his openings. Worse still, Jiang Xuan could even predict his next 2 or even 3 sword moves. Interesting. Very interesting. He's merely a beast master, yet possesses such extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Jiang Xuan, you truly delight me. Watching Jiang Xuan steadily improve through their sparring, Chun Yude felt no irritation. Instead, he began feeding moves to Jiang Xuan like a dedicated teacher. Jiang Xuan didn't resent Chun Yude's deliberate openings. After all, the more moves Chun Yude fed him, the more techniques he could replicate and master. He could even meticulously replicate Chun Yude's techniques for controlling flying swords. Thus, one learned while the other found amusement. With a shared understanding, they clashed wildly in the arena, each parrying and countering the other's sword techniques. The two fought with delight within the arena. Spectators outside the arena watched in astonishment. Holy crap, isn't Jiang Xuan a beast tamer? How can his swordsmanship be this formidable? Xuanyu's swordsmanship is arguably the strongest among the younger generation. Even many 6-star swordsmen admit their pure sword techniques can't match his. Yet Jiang Xuan is actually holding his own against him? This is ridiculous. You're clearly a novice. Xuanyu is obviously holding back. Jiang Xuan's swordplay is fierce, but it's full of openings. Xuanyu could strike him countless times, yet he holds back. He's clearly feeding him moves. But this Jiang Xuan is even more twisted. I can keenly sense that during his sparring with Xuanyu, his own sword techniques are constantly refining. Worse yet, he's even incorporating some of Xuanyu's sword techniques into his own style. Damn it! With that terrifying learning ability, forget about being a beastmaster. Even if he's just a lifestyle practitioner, I doubt his combat prowess would be weak. Watching Jiang Xuan and Xuanyu spar, the stunning woman in the distance touched her cheek, a hint of surprise in her eyes. This Jiang Xuan's learning ability is truly remarkable. Seems his talent lies not in his profession, but in his innate abilities. The beastmaster profession is a bit weak early on, but the further you progress, the stronger you become. If I could just turn this pretty boy into my puppet. With just a little cultivation, I feel my combat strength could jump several tiers. As she spoke, 5 delicate threads emerged from the slender fingers of the alluring woman. Her mesmerizing eyes glistened with a hint of autumn water. It was clear her interest in Jiang Xuan was growing by the moment. Jiang Xuan, I admit you've surpassed my expectations. I'm very satisfied with today's sparring. But today's victor will be none other than me. Feeling he had sparred with Jiang Xuan sufficiently, Xuanyu no longer wished to continue this playful exchange. In an instant, his aura shifted. The next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. The 9 flying swords that had been dancing around him instantly converged into one. With a hum, the swords resonated. The flying swords instantly grew 3 times larger. Xuanyu raised one hand high and roared with all his might. Cloud dust fall. As Xuanyu's words fell, the massive sword nearly 3 meters long plunged from the sky, hurtling straight toward Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, watch out! Seeing Xuanyu unleash his ultimate move, Hualing cried out in concern from the sidelines. But as he watched the massive sword hurtling toward him from the sky, Jiang Xuan showed not a trace of panic. Instead, a smile curved his lips as he thought to himself, 6th-tier skill. Cloud dust fall, huh? This sparring session has truly been worth it. Since you don't want to play anymore, I won't mess around with you either. Jiang Xuan looked up at the colossal sword in the sky. Thunder began to dance wildly around his body. Already radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure, Jiang Xuan's aura intensified even further at that moment. The next instant, just as the giant sword was about to strike Jiang Xuan, a thunderous roar, like a bolt of lightning, echoed across the heavens. Halt! Do not harm my master. Chapter 41, The Thunder Source's Divine Might. The Northern Han Thunder Clan comes looking for trouble? As the thunderous roar echoed, a bolt of thunder instantly materialized behind Jiang Xuan. Within the lightning, a thunderous dragon claw emerged, as large as Jiang Xuan's head, covered in white bone fragments. The next instant, confronting the colossal sword plunging toward the heavens. The dragon claw surged upward, seizing the descending blade mid-air and halting its descent. As the sword's motion froze, a crack of thunder echoed through the sky. The blinding flash made everyone blink. But when they opened their eyes again, a terrifying true dragon, its entire body wrapped in thunder, appeared above the arena. This dragon wasn't exceptionally large. Its waist measured only half a meter in girth, but its massive head and purple eyes, gleaming like lightning itself, radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. The moment the crowd beheld this dragon, were all shaken to the core by the overwhelming dragon's might radiating from it. Even Charlot, a 7-star professional, found himself swallowing hard as he stared at the Thunder Source ancestral dragon before him. For he sensed an immense pressure emanating from this dragon. This pressure did not stem from superior cultivation or rank, but from the very essence of its bloodline. Is this a pure-blooded dragon demon? Holy crap, it's only level 17 and already this massive? This Thunder Dragon's pressure is overwhelming. Its bloodline rank must be Sun level or even legendary, right? Holy crap. I thought Jiang Xuan was strong, but damn, this is just his power. Who knew swordplay was just for fun? His beast companion is the real combat powerhouse. Damn it. What the hell is Jiang Xuan's background? He's clearly just a 1-star beastmaster. How could he possibly contract such a powerful beast? Gazing at the Thunder Source ancestral dragon suspended mid-air, everyone was utterly stunned. Not only that, but Yang Xiaoqiao, Zhuifeng, Lei Yao, the glamorous woman, Xuanyu, and even Cha Luo, all of them now stared at the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon before them, their faces etched with profound shock. They had all assumed Jiang Xuan's extraordinary swordsmanship represented his absolute limit. Who could have imagined? Damn it, his true combat power hadn't even been unleashed yet. Shocked as they were, Chunyu-de wasn't intimidated by the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's overwhelming pressure. Instead, his face lit up with excitement. For Chunyu-de, only challenging the strongest brought him true satisfaction. You're just in time. Jiang Xuan, I underestimated you before. But I told you the ultimate victor of this sparring match will be none other than me. Chun. You. Da. Chunyu-de roared, the sword energy surging around him growing even more fierce. The massive sword seized by the Thunder Ancestral Dragon instantly shrank and returned to Chunyu-de's side. Empowered by Chunyu-de's terrifying sword energy, the 5-star long sword began to split apart continuously. In the blink of an eye, the single flying blade transformed into thousands. 10,000 swords returned to the source. With Chunyu-de's roar, the thousands of flying swords charged directly toward the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon and Jiang Xuan. Facing this dense swarm of flying blades, Jiang Xuan remained unflustered. Swish! A spirit shield materialized before him. The next moment, the long sword in his hand soared into the air, just like Chunyu-de's sword. The Cloud Peak Primordial Sword instantly transformed into 9 blades. Second-tier skill Cloud Shadow Sword, activated. Is that Chunyu-de's Shadow Cloud Sword? Holy crap, Jiang Xuan knows it too? That Cloud Shadow Sword is the exclusive skill of Chunyu-de's profession, the Cloud Sky Sword Master. How did Jiang Xuan learn it? Could he have mastered it during the battle just now? Watching Jiang Xuan unleash the Cloud Shadow Sword, Yang Xiaoqiao gasped in astonishment from afar. Yang Xiaoqiao's exclamation rang out. The changes on the arena stage showed no signs of stopping. Jiang Xuan deployed his Spirit Shield and Cloud Shadow Sword as defensive maneuvers. Meanwhile, the intricate bone claws in Lei Yuanzulong's hands began to shift. With a swish, the bone claws transformed before the onlookers like a mecha suit, morphing into a colossal bone sword. In the next instant, Lei Yuanzulong, wielding the colossal bone sword, let out a thunderous roar. Roar! In an instant, thunderous lightning crackled around the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. 6th-tier skill, Mystic Thunder 9-Strike Slash, activated. Facing the thousands of flying swords charging toward it, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon transformed into a bolt of lightning. It charged straight into the fray. The Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon moved with blinding speed. Its sword techniques surpassed Jiang Xuan's in both mastery and power. The sword's speed pierced the clouds like a sudden thunderclap. Their sharpness was like purple lightning splitting the sky. Countless flying swords before him shattered instantly under the Ancestral Dragon of Thunder's assault, unable to withstand the impact. After shattering several flying swords, the Thunder Ancestral Dragon's 9-fold Thunder Strike had built up to its most terrifying final strike. At that moment, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon no longer targeted the flying swords. Instead, its violet eyes narrowed as it charged straight toward Chunyu-de. This is bad. Seeing the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon's murderous intent, Chaluo's heart sank. His body vanished from the spot in an instant. A thunderous crash echoed. The Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's final strike came crashing down. But this strike did not land on Chunyu-de. Instead, it was caught by both of Chaluo's hands. This is a sparring match, stop at the first sign of injury. Any further would be going too far. Having caught the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon strike, Chaluo spoke slowly. Hearing this, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon glanced at Chaluo before turning his gaze back to Jiang Xuan. After seeing Jiang Xuan nod, Lei Yuanzulong finally shot a cold, icy glance at Chunyu-de. Then, he transformed into a bolt of thunder and vanished. Watching Lei Yuanzulong vanish, Chaluo took a deep breath and glanced at Jiang Xuan. Truth be told, had he witnessed this earlier, he wouldn't have grasped just how terrifying the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's combat prowess truly was. But just now, Charo had personally taken one of the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon strikes. That terrifying destructive force, to be honest, Chaluo felt that even a P2 star, or even a 3-star practitioner, wouldn't be able to walk away unscathed after taking a hit like that. And this was Jiang Xuan's pet beast, merely at the bronze realm. If the combat power gap between them was already this absurd, Chaluo truly couldn't imagine what kind of monster Jiang Xuan would become once he grew stronger. What kind of monster he would become. At that moment, Chunyu-de watched as Charo shielded him from the blow, feeling a sense of relief. Had Charo not intervened, that blow would have either killed him or left him gravely injured. After all, Chunyu-de's cultivation was sealed at the 1-star level. With only a 1-star level of defensive capability, it was nowhere near enough to withstand that previous blow. Thank you, Senior Charo, for saving me, Chunyu-de expressed his gratitude. His words fell, and Chunyu-de's gaze shifted toward Jiang Xuan in the distance. Jiang Xuan, I concede this match. You're formidable, but next time we meet, I won't lose to you again. As he spoke, Chunyu-de tossed the Jade Dragon Demon Egg to Jiang Xuan. This fulfills my earlier promise. Once you enter the Legendary Academy, we'll fight each other with everything we've got. With that, Chunyu-de walked into the Cloud Peak Tower without looking back. Watching Chunyu-de depart so decisively, Jiang Xuan said nothing. After all, he hadn't gone back on his word. This Lunar Eclipse Demon Egg was truly his. Now, as Jiang Xuan gazed at the Lunar Eclipse Demon Egg in his hand, a radiant smile spread across his face. During their earlier duel, Jiang Xuan had keenly sensed that his spiritual perception was not vastly inferior to Chun Yuda's. However, his strength and agility were far weaker than Chun Yuda's. Now, with this Moon Eclipse Demon Egg and the Cloud P10,000 Spirits Bottle, he could compensate for his weaknesses in these areas. Just as Jiang Xuan's heart swelled with joy. A coarse, barbaric voice boomed from the distance. Hey! Who here is Jiang Xuan? Return the Xianlei sword manual to me, the Northern Cold Thunder Clan. Chapter 42, Leishan's Scheme, Jiang Xuan's New Ace? Hearing these arrogant and domineering words ringing in his ears, Jiang Xuan, who had been in a fairly good mood, couldn't help but frown. Following the gaze, he spotted a burly, dark-faced giant seated among the spectators in the arena. Beside this burly, dark-faced giant stood a frantic, flustered youth. Third uncle. Third uncle. Don't shout so loudly. We're here to ask for a favor, not to pick a fight. Lei Yao felt utterly drained. For Lei Yao, the reason he reported Jiang Xuan's mastery of the Xianlei sword technique to the Lei family was primarily to draw the family head's attention, thereby retrieving the Xianlei sword technique. However, his approach was not the brute force demand of his third uncle. After all, the Xianlei sword technique had been lost to the Beihan Lei clan. Jiang Xuan, on the other hand, was a prodigy of heaven, exceptionally talented. He was destined to become a pillar of the Dragon Spine Empire. His future prospects might even rival those of Shi Ningshuang. Yet here comes this third uncle, barking orders left and right. Honestly, if Lei Yao hadn't been no match for this third uncle, he'd have slapped him right across the face on the spot. Damn it, if you can't speak properly, then shut the hell up. But upon hearing Lei Yao's words, Lei Zhen's eyes, as round as copper bells, widened in surprise. Xiao Yao, this matter is none of your concern. It's something our Lei family ancestors never shared with outsiders. For an outsider to wield it is his own fault. Compared to Lei Yao's preference for harmony, Lei Zhen's perspective was quite different. Seeing his third uncle so stubborn, Lei Yao rubbed his face in exasperation. Forget it. I'll try my best to make amends later. If we can get it back, we should. Even if we can't, it's not really my problem. With that thought, Lei Yao turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan in the distance. Clasping his hands respectfully, he addressed him. This humble one is Lei Yao, heir to the Northern Han Lei clan. Greetings, Your Excellency Jiang Xuan. Lei Yao's greeting was impeccably polite, clearly that of someone well versed in etiquette. Upon hearing Lei Yao's words, Jiang Xuan glanced at him twice before nodding. Greetings, Brother Lei. What brings you here? Seeing Jiang Xuan's amicable tone, Lei Yao breathed a sigh of relief. But just as Lei Yao was about to speak, Lei Zhen rudely interjected from the side. So you're the one who learned my Lei family's secret technique, the Xianlei sword art? Kid, I advise you to know your place. Hand over my Xianlei sword technique. Or else you'll regret it. Compared to Lei Yao's calm demeanor, Lei Zhen was downright domineering. But Lei Zhen had every reason to be overbearing. As his aura surged forth, the presence of a 3-star professional radiated from him. Lightning flickered around Lei Zhen's body, his aura becoming equally domineering and ruthless. Is this class a heavy thunder swordsman? Is that Lei Zhen? The second in command of the Northern Han Lei clan? Why is he here causing trouble for Jiang Xuan too? Seeing Lei Zhen's aura radiating, those present recognized him. Likewise, they were puzzled by Lei Zhen's unusually aggressive demeanor. Young friend, couldn't we discuss this calmly? Nothing warrants such a furious outburst. Seeing the impending conflict with Jiang Xuan, Chaluo stepped in to defuse the situation. Hearing Chaluo speak, Lei Zhen clasped his hands in a bow and said, Senior Chaluo, this is a matter concerning our Northern Cold Thunder family. This youth has mastered the Lei family's secret sword techniques. I have come to reclaim this sword technique. I ask that you, Senior Charo, refrain from interfering. Compared to his domineering attitude toward Jiang Xuan, Lei Zhen was much more gentle toward Jia Luo, even becoming polite. Seeing his uncle's demeanor, Lei Yao wore an expression of helplessness. He no longer stood beside Jiang Xuan but instead jogged over to his side. Brother Jiang, I'm truly sorry. My third uncle's personality is just like that. Don't take his words to heart. It's just that seeing you reminded me of our Lei family's Xianlei sword technique. Ever since the chaos of the cult leader over 100 years ago, our Lei family's mystic thunder sword technique has been lost to the world. We had long believed the Xianlei sword technique could never reappear in this world. Who would have thought you mastered this very technique? If you're willing to teach us the Xianlei sword technique, name your price. As long as our Lei family can afford it, we guarantee you'll receive a satisfactory reward. Compared to Lei Zhen's brutality, Lei Yao was far more reasonable. Yet as he listened to their words, Jiang Xuan fell into deep thought. He couldn't tell if they were playing good cop, bad cop. Despite the Lei family's dual tactics of carrot and stick, Jiang Xuan refused to hand over the mystic thunder sword technique. I'm afraid not. This Xianlei sword manual was passed down to me by a friend. If you want it, coming to me is useless. You'll have to find that friend of mine. No sooner had Jiang Xuan finished speaking than Lei Zhen, already ill-tempered, erupted in fury. Kid, you refuse to hand it over? Facing Lei Zhen's fierce glare, Jiang Xuan remained calm. It's not that I don't want to give it. The decision simply isn't mine to make. As Lei Zhen listened to Jiang Xuan's words, lightning flickered around his body. A massive, 500-pound heavy sword instantly materialized in his hand. Since you refuse to hand it over, then I'll beat it out of you. Lei Jin was utterly savage. At this moment, he showed no fear whatsoever for the rules of Yundian City. He immediately swung his heavy sword at Jiang Xuan. Seeing Lei Jin charging forward, Lei Yao beside him urgently cried out, "Third uncle, stop this nonsense." But Lei Yao's pleas fell on deaf ears. Like a raging bull, Lei Jin charged madly toward Jiang Xuan. Seeing Lei Jin wielding his heavy sword like a thunderous beast, Jiang Xuan's expression turned cold. His regard for Lei Jin plummeted to freezing point. Yet as Lei Jin attacked, Jiang Xuan showed not a trace of fear. In an instant, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. Whoosh! Jiang Xuan, who had been standing on the ground, shot into the sky in that instant. Is that the 6-star equipment, 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings? Seeing the wings behind Jiang Xuan half crackling with thunder, half swirling with gale force winds, Zhao Luo, who had been preparing to intervene and block the attack for Jiang Xuan, froze in surprise. Charo knew all about the 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings. After all, he had seen Jiang Xuan's forging blueprint for them during their first meeting. However, crafting the 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings was exceedingly difficult. Undeniably, Kulabali had gifted Jiang Xuan a 6-star lightning element wing. But Jiang Xuan didn't possess another 6-star wind element wing. Yet now, barely a week had passed, and Jiang Xuan had not only acquired a 6-star wind element wing but also forged the 9 Heavens Thunder Wing. This was something Charo truly never could have imagined. Gazing at the 9 Heavens Thunder Wings on Jiang Xuan's back, Yang Xiaoqiao beside him couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. It's actually a 6-star equipment? This Jiang Xuan, did he not even use his full strength in that battle just now? Yang Xiaoqiao had already found Jiang Xuan's performance against Chun Yu earlier utterly terrifying. Yet to discover he still held such a formidable hidden card was naturally astonishing to Yang Xiaoqiao. As Yang Xiaoqiao stood in awe, gazing at the 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings on Jiang Xuan's back, Lei Jin, who had been seething with rage, looking almost mindless, muttered under his breath at that moment. This guy actually has such powerful gear. Damn it, I miscalculated. No, I must see this through to the end. For the future of the Lei family, what does it matter if we offend this Jiang Xuan? My life is already ruined. Xiao Yao is the Lei family's only hope. If we can retrieve the Shenlei sword manual without expending any resources, Xiao Yao's potential might even reach the level of our ancestors. If that happens, the Lei family will flourish and prosper. What does it matter if I sacrifice myself? At this thought, Lei Jin's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. A terrifying thunderous energy erupted from within his body. Boy, you do have something. But this strike, I doubt you can dodge it. Heavy thunder frenzy slash. Lei Jin roared furiously. He immediately raised his heavy sword and charged into the air, engaging Jiang Xuan in fierce combat. Just as Lei Jin was about to rise, a clear, icy female voice rang out. How dare you! The command echoed, and terrifying psychic energy instantly filled the entire arena. Lei Jin, who had been poised to attack, was instantly pinned to the spot by this terrifying psychic force, unable to move an inch. Simultaneously, a silver-haired girl hovered mid-air above the arena, coldly observing Lei Jin below. Chapter 43, The Mental Empress Xuxin is Jiang Xuan's aunt? The girl wore a black and gold gown that shimmered with starlight. A necklace adorned her throat, holding 3 unique pale pink crystals suspended in midair. A translucent silk sash wrapped around her waist, flowing like sheer gauze. Her silver hair fell like snow, its tips glowing with a faint, pale pink light. Her skin was porcelain white, her eyes cold as ice. Though a tear mole graced the corner of her eye, it did little to soften her appearance. Instead, it accentuated her icy, snow-like detachment. At that moment, gazing upon this queen-like figure suspended mid-air, everyone present froze in place. That woman. Is she Shu Xian, who ranked 3rd in last year's global college entrance exam? Holy, it's actually her? But how could her aura be this powerful? Could she have already broken through to the 3-star realm? Holy. A 3-star at 19? This is the same level Shi Ningxuang reached back then, right? Damn. Isn't Xuxin's profession supposed to be a 6-star rated psychic? Her advancement speed is downright insane. But why did she step in to save Jiang Xuan? Could it be she and Jiang Xuan have some connection? As the ice-clad woman materialized mid-air, everyone present instantly recognized her identity. Last year's 3rd-place finisher in the global college entrance exam, the so-called mental empress Shu Xian. With Shu Xian's sudden appearance in midair, Lei Jin, who had been plotting against Jiang Xuan, suddenly felt immense pressure. It wasn't just Lei Jin who felt immense pressure. Even Zhu Yifeng, Lei Yao, and Yang Xiaoqiao, who weren't targeted, stared at Shu Xian in the air, their faces betraying fear. This Shu Xian, she actually succeeded in breaking through to the 3-star realm. This girl is a freaking monster. Damn it! It's only been a year, how could she have grown so fast? Staring at Shu Xian, the trio was inwardly stunned. But while they were stunned, Shu Xian didn't even glance at them. Instead, her cold gaze fixed on Lei Jin below her as she spoke in an icy tone. What? You're not convinced? Still want to fight? Faced with Xu Xian's icy words, Lei Jin, who had been certain of victory against Jiang Xuan, felt sweat trickling down his forehead. Lei Jin was indeed a 3-star professional. But it must be understood that even among 3-star practitioners, there were significant differences. Xu Xian had just broken through to 3 stars, but this was not something an ordinary 3-star practitioner like Lei Jin could compare to. Lei Jin had believed that using the Lei family's private affairs to tie down Xia Luo would greatly increase his chances of obtaining the Xianlei sword manual. Yet he never imagined such a formidable obstacle would suddenly appear. Yet, gazing at Xu Xin suspended midair, Lei Jin refused to concede. "This is a private matter of the Lei family," he declared. "I don't think it's your place to interfere." Hearing Lei Jin's words, Xu Xian's already icy expression turned so cold that frost seemed to form on her face. Gazing down at Lei Jin below her, a translucent longsword instantly materialized in Xu Xian's hand. "I once swore an oath. Whoever dares lay a finger on Jiang Xuan, I will grind his bones to dust. You are the first to challenge my limits. Then die." As he spoke, the translucent long sword in Xu Xian's hand instantly transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Lei Jin's forehead. As the translucent blade neared piercing Lei Jin's skull, a faint thud echoed. A thunder-forged sword abruptly materialized, blocking Xu Xian's translucent blade. Simultaneously, a gentle voice rang out. "Third brother, having committed such a grave error, why haven't you knelt to confess your fault?" As the gentle voice faded, a middle-aged man appeared on the battlefield, his feet stepping on thunder. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Lei Yao immediately exclaimed, "Master." Indeed, the middle-aged man was none other than Lei Jia, the current head of the Beihan Lei clan. Upon hearing Lei Jia speak, Lei Jin lost all his defiance. He immediately knelt on both knees where he stood, kowtowing to Jiang Xuan and Xu Xian as he pleaded, "The sinner, Lei Jin, humbly begs for mercy from both of you, your excellencies." As he spoke, Lei Jin slammed his forehead against the ground 3 times with a thunderous impact. The force of each strike was thunderous. After finishing, blood trickled down Lei Jin's forehead. Witnessing this, Lei Jia smiled faintly. "Jiang Xuan, Xu Xian, my third brother has been overly rash. I beg you not to hold the earlier incident against him." Lei Jia's tone was gentle, starkly contrasting with Lei Jin's earlier brutish manner. Yet upon hearing Lei Jia's words, Xu Xian responded coldly, "He was just about to kill my Jiang Xuan. You think a kowtow settles everything?" Hearing Xu Xin's words, everyone present was startled. "My Jiang Xuan? Whoa, could this Jiang Xuan be Xu Xian's lover?" Instantly, all eyes turned toward Jiang Xuan suspended mid-air. Every face wore a look of astonishment and envy. After all, having such a gifted girlfriend who was devoted to him and even openly declared her feelings, hell, even women would dream of that, let alone men. Noticing the peculiar looks, Hua Ling pouted slightly, looking a bit jealous. Hearing Xu Xin's words, Lei Jia also froze in surprise. In truth, Lei Jia had arrived long ago. While Lei Jin's actions weren't explicitly ordered by him, he had tacitly approved them. After all, they feared Jiang Xuan might demand an exorbitant price. If they could obtain the Xianlei sword technique without wasting any resources, it would undoubtedly be a win-win for the Lei family's future development. As for Lei Jin, sacrificing him for the Lei family's future was a price worth paying. Even Lei Jia himself had entertained such thoughts. Yet seeing the current situation unfold, Lei Jia never imagined Xu Xin and Jiang Xuan were so intimately connected. Frankly, offending Jiang Xuan alone was no great loss. But to offend Xu Xian as well? That would spell disaster for the Lei family's future. After all, Xu Xin's temperament was notorious for its unforgiving nature. Looks like we're going to have to make a significant sacrifice this time. Not only did we fail to pick up the sesame seeds, but we also dropped a huge watermelon. Lei Jia sighed. But looking at Xu Xian before him, he said, this time, the Lei family was in the wrong. I left in such a hurry that I didn't bring any gifts. Rest assured, however, that in a couple of days, the Lei family will pay a visit bearing substantial gifts as an apology. As Lei Jia spoke, Xu Xian glanced at him before a sudden thought struck her. The translucent sword flew back to her side. It then transformed into a sphere of light before fading away. If I haven't received your Lei family's apology in 2 days, I will personally come knocking on your door. Xu Xian spoke coldly, her gaze fixed on Lei Jia. Upon hearing this, Lei Jia finally exhaled in relief and hastily assured her he understood. With the Lei family crisis resolved, Xu Xian finally turned her gaze toward Jiang Xuan. The icy expression she'd worn before the crowd instantly melted into warmth as radiant as the June sun. The next second, completely disregarding the stares of those around them, Xu Xian flashed forward and threw herself into Jiang Xuan's arms. Without a trace of embarrassment, she declared, Xiao Xian, I missed you so much. Watching Xu Xian throw herself into Jiang Xuan's arms like a little woman, everyone present was instantly dumbfounded. Holy crap, wasn't Xu Xian the universally acknowledged Ice Queen? She actually smiles? And with such a bright, joyful smile? Unfazed by the stunned stares, Xu Xian remained nestled in Jiang Xuan's embrace. Though not as curvaceous as Lei Jiyue, Xu Xin's figure was still top tier among young women. Feeling the softness of her body pressed against him, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Auntie, could you please act a little more reserved? Men and women shouldn't be so intimate. Aren't you worried you'll never find a husband? Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the already bewildered crowd fell into even deeper confusion. Ha! The mental empress Xu Xian was actually Jiang Xuan's aunt? Xu Xin was already a prodigy, but Jiang Xuan's expressiveness surpassed even hers. Upon learning this, everyone present was utterly speechless. No way! Two prodigies from the same family. Are peerless prodigies now mass-produced? Chapter 44, Ice Queen? Nah, just a spoiled little auntie. No way, no way. I haven't seen you in nearly a year. I don't want to be apart from you. As she spoke, Xu Xian tightened her grip on Jiang Xuan's arm. Seeing Xu Xin like this, Jiang Xuan felt a bit helpless. In Jiang Xuan's eyes, his little aunt was perfect in every way. Except she was a bit too familiar with him. But faced with her aunt's stubbornness, Jiang Xuan could only sigh inwardly. Well, what could he do? She was his aunt after all. Thus, in Xu Xin's embrace, Jiang Xuan slowly descended to the ground, relieved that the crisis had passed. The moment he touched the ground, Hua Ling came running over. Though she felt a twinge of jealousy seeing Xu Xin holding Jiang Xuan, she still greeted her warmly. Sister Xu Xin, what brings you to Cloud Peak City? Hearing Hua Ling speak, Xu Xin blinked and smiled. Oh, it's little Hua Ling. I didn't expect to see you here too. As for why I'm in Cloud Peak City, well, that's obviously because of my Jiang Xuan. As she spoke, Xu Xin recounted everything that had happened to her recently. Just as Xu Xin emerged from the 3-star breakthrough dungeon, she heard news of an unparalleled prodigy emerging in Cloud Peak City. Not only had they cleared all 70 floors of the Cloud Peak Tower, but they'd even shattered the existing records. Moreover, this person was also named Jiang Xuan, so Xu Xian had come out of curiosity to see for herself. Then she stumbled upon Lei Zhen's attack on Jiang Xuan. Xiao Xian, you're quite something. You've become this formidable in just 10 days. Looks like it won't be long before you surpass me. In response to Xu Xin's praise, Jiang Xuan shed his usual composure and instead replied with a touch of arrogance. Of course. Auntie, I promise to protect you for life. Rest assured, if any danger ever comes your way, I'll handle it all for you. Listening to Jiang Xuan's bold claims, Xu Xin didn't feel disgusted at all, she actually enjoyed it. Her gaze met Jiang Xuan's cold eyes, which rippled like autumn water. Observing the ambiguous chemistry between Jiang Xuan and Xu Xian, Hua Ling knew they'd grown up together and shared an exceptionally close bond. Yet, a pang of jealousy still stirred within her. However, seeing how formidable Xu Xian had become, Hua Ling recalled something Xu Xian had once told her. She immediately spoke up. Jiang Xuan, Xu Xin, you two chat. I'm off to practice. With that, Hua Ling turned and dashed back into the Cloud Peak Tower to continue her trials. Seeing Hua Ling so diligently focused, Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Why is this girl so eager all of a sudden? I was actually going to invite her to eat together. Observing Hua Ling's intense focus, Xu Xin, as a mentalist, could discern her thoughts. She chuckled softly, everyone has their own path. Besides, isn't it admirable that she's training so diligently? Hearing this, Jiang Xuan nodded. True enough. Never mind. Since she's off training, Auntie, do you have time today? Shall we go home? Hearing Jiang Xuan speak, Xu Xian smiled. I specifically took time off work to see you. Let's go home. Hehe, I haven't had your delicious cooking in ages, Xiao Xian. With that, Xu Xian immediately grabbed Jiang Xuan's hand and ran toward the teleportation array. Watching Xu Xin and Jiang Xuan depart, Lei Zhen glanced at Lei Zhen and asked softly, Third brother, are you alright? Lei Zhen shook his head. My life's saved, so I'm fine. But that crazy woman is truly terrifying. She's only 19, yet she managed to pin me down completely. Hearing this, Lei Yao beside him remarked, Third uncle, count yourself lucky. Xu Xin is recognized by the legendary Will, the direct disciple of holy-minded one Ducati. According to the Academy's instructors, Xu Xin has a strong chance of claiming the top freshman spot across all 9 legendary academies this year. Even at the 2-star level, she could already defeat top-tier 3-star professionals. Now that she's reached 3 stars, even facing 4-star professionals wouldn't be too taxing. As he spoke, Lei Yao glanced at Lei Zhe beside him. Xiao Yao is right. That sword strike Xu Xin just used clearly wasn't at full power. Otherwise, with her terrifying mental power, I wouldn't have had time to save you. Enough. No fight, no friendship. The Mystic Thunder Sword technique. This is the key to whether Xiao Yao can grow into a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Our Lei family will exhaust every last resource to reclaim it. Xiao Yaoer, come back to the Lei family with us. We'll discuss how to make amends and what to offer in exchange for the Xianlei sword technique. With that, Lei Zhe departed Cloud Peak City, taking Lei Zhen and Lei Yao with him. Upon learning of the relationship between Jiang Xuan and Xu Xian, Xiao Luo pondered, so Xu Xian and Jiang Xuan are actually like that? I'm rather curious about the backgrounds of these two. As for Yang Xiaoqiao, the one responsible for recording, she too was astonished by Jiang Xian's formidable power and Xu Xian's stark contrast. But upon reviewing the footage she had captured, she couldn't help but sigh. I wonder what the teachers will think when they see this video. With that, Yang Xiao also returned to Legend Academy. In an instant, the once bustling arena grew eerily quiet. Though the crowd thinned, the stunning woman remained. Instead, she stared intently at the direction Jiang Xuan had departed, her beautiful eyes flickering wildly. How interesting. How interesting. Jiang Xuan, Shu Xian. If I can control Jiang Xuan, I'll likely have a high chance of controlling Shu Xian too. In that case, the peerless duo of the Dragon Spine Empire would fall under my control. Ming Jihong, what exactly would you have left to challenge my Thunder Prison Royal Court with then? The entire Dragon Spine Mountains will become territory under the jurisdiction of my Thunder Prison Royal Court. With that final utterance, the enchanting woman vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, in Linchuan City, at the Jiang Xuan residence. So full, so full. Little Xian, your cooking is still so delicious. Xuxin bore no trace of her former ice queen demeanor, instead reclining in her chair and rubbing her rounded belly. Her contented expression clearly showed she was thoroughly satisfied with Jiang Xuan's cooking. Watching Xuxin, who looked anything but ladylike, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but tease her as he cleared the dishes. Auntie, could you at least try to maintain some decorum? Who'd want to marry you looking like this? Xuxin, however, brushed off Jiang Xuan's teasing. Put. I'm not getting married anyway. I'll make you support me for the rest of my life. If I get married, I won't get to eat such delicious meals anymore. Listening to Shu Xian's words, Jiang Xuan was at a loss for words. For Jiang Xuan, having lived 2 lifetimes, his cooking was passable but certainly nothing to write home about. He just couldn't understand why Xuxin loved his cooking so much. He didn't think his cooking was particularly exceptional. Just as Jiang Xuan was puzzling over this, Xuxin turned her gaze to Lingmeng, who was sitting on the sofa nearby. Lingmeng, with her 9 ethereal tails each clutching an ice cream cone, was happily munching away. Though Lingmeng appeared lively and adorable, Xuxin, as a psychic, could keenly sense the terrifyingly potent spiritual energy within her. Honestly, Lingmeng's spiritual energy was so powerful that Xuxin felt she couldn't even hope to catch up. Therefore, this little fox's bloodline grade was undoubtedly formidable. Xuxin was aware that Jiang Xuan's profession was that of a beast tamer. But Xuxin was also well aware of her own family background. Thus, Xuxin looked at Jiang Xuan and asked earnestly, Xiao Xian, where did you get this spirit beast? Chapter 45, Anti-Shock and the Beautiful Woman's Karma. Hearing her aunt's question, Jiang Xuan understood her curiosity about the events unfolding in his life. After all, it had been nearly a year since they last met. His transformation was unlike anything ordinary people experienced, so it was only natural she was curious. Thus, facing Shu Xian, Jiang Xuan recounted the origins of the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon and the Spirit Dream Fox Lord. Though Shu Xian was his aunt, the closest person to him in this world, he did not mention the world's blessing he possessed. After all, the power of the world's blessing was simply too extraordinary. He understood the principle, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Thus, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon and the Spirit Dream Fox Sovereign were both revealed as Jiang Xuan's innate spirit beasts. Hearing Jiang Xuan's explanation, Shu Xian couldn't help but stare in shock. You mean these 2 little beasts with insanely high bloodline grades are your innate pets? And whenever you break through a realm, you can contract a new beast? And this new beast's rank and cultivation level will perfectly match your current ones? Jiang Xuan nodded. That's how it works, in theory. At his words, astonishment spread across Shu Xian's beautiful face, and she could be seen visibly gasping in surprise. Shu Xian was well aware of Jiang Xuan's 2 pet beasts. She had been present when the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon made its appearance earlier. She had witnessed the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon's combat prowess. To be perfectly honest, Shu Xian believed that even if she suppressed her cultivation to match Jiang Xuan's level, her chances of defeating the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon would be less than 30%. As for Ling Meng, Shu Xian had never fought her directly. Yet the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from Ling Meng already signaled her extraordinary prowess. Not to mention, Xuxin could faintly sense the overwhelming pressure Ling Meng exerted over her. Truthfully, when Xuxin first learned Jiang Xuan's awakened profession was Beastmaster, her heart had skipped a beat. It was undeniable that compared to other 1-star rated professions, Beast Tamers possessed a significantly higher ceiling. This world was no stranger to Beastmasters who had reached 5-star, or even 6-star, realms. Moreover, within their respective tiers, they were essentially the cream of the crop. That said, the 6-star realm represented the absolute limit for Beastmasters. After all, the combat structure of a Beastmaster differs fundamentally from other professions. At its core, it is a symbiotic profession with one's beast companion. The more powerful the beast, the stronger the master becomes. Yet the process of leveling up and nurturing a beast demands immense expenditure of energy, wealth, and resources. Had his uncle and sister still been alive, this might have eased Jiang Xuan's burden. But both have been missing for several years now. Now, Jiang Xuan's livelihood depended entirely on her own support. She was indeed formidable now, but she herself consumed vast resources. Had she not gained the recognition of the divine mind user, Dakota, and the unlimited resources provided by the old guard at the Mind Academy, her power wouldn't have grown so rapidly. So, Xu Xin had been fretting over how to secure high-quality demons for Jiang Xuan. But now it seemed she wouldn't have to bother with that at all. Then why do you need that demon egg from Chun Yude? Upon learning Jiang Xuan had no need for a pet beast contract, Xu Xian asked in surprise. Jiang Xuan gave a mysterious smile and produced the Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits bottle. Well, obviously because of this. As he spoke, the Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits bottle appeared on the table. Heh, I happened to come across it. Lately, I've been studying sword techniques and realized I'm lacking in both strength and agility. I was actually thinking of buying some herbs to brew the 10,000 Spirits elixir. All I had to do was fight one battle, and they gave me a lunar eclipse grade demonic egg. Such a surefire deal, of course I accepted. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan placed the jade dragon adorned demonic egg atop the mouth of the Cloud Peak Universal Elixir bottle. The next instant, the Cloud Peak Universal Elixir bottle erupted with a massive surge of spiritual energy. With a whoosh, the jade dragon-like demonic egg was instantly absorbed into the Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits bottle. A prompt instantly appeared before Jiang Xuan's eyes. 10,000 Spirits elixir conversion in progress. Remaining conversion time, 3 days, 18 hours, 13 minutes, 41 seconds. Seeing this notification, Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a wild grin. He knew that with this treasure, the weakness in his own attribute points could finally be compensated for. The core reason professions had rating tiers was the difference in attribute points provided per level increase. A 1-star rated profession grants only 1 attribute point per level. 2-star rated professions grant 2 attribute points per level. Naturally, a 9-star legendary rated profession granted 9 attribute points per level. But it must be noted that Jiang Xuan's pet's level up grants a whopping 10 attribute points per level. Keep in mind that 10 attribute points is the maximum limit. A single level difference equates to a 9-point gap, meaning a 10-level gap amounts to 90 points. At this point, the disparity in attribute points becomes starkly evident. Yet such a gap is not insurmountable. Skill points lacking for subsequent upgrades can be compensated through class changes. Innate deficiencies must be addressed through rare treasures, medicinal herbs, and elixirs. As one's cultivation realm increases, the number of attribute points gained per level multiplies according to the star rating of that realm. Without compensation, this gap would only widen. Thus, while Jiang Xuan has reached level 17, his inherent attributes remain notably weak. Strength, 13. Agility, 12. Constitution, 12. Spiritual perception, 15. Undeniably, Lei Yuan and Ling Meng now provide Jiang Xuan with significant stat boosts. With both enhancements applied, Jiang Xuan's attributes undergo a qualitative leap. Strength, 2113 plus 7 plus 1. Agility, 2012 plus 7 plus 1. Constitution, 2012 plus 7 plus 1. Spiritual perception, 4515 plus 6 plus 24. Indeed, these were Jiang Xuan's attributes after receiving the enhancements from Lei Yuan and Ling Meng. For ordinary 1-star practitioners, Jiang Xuan could easily dominate them. Even Hua Ling's base stats couldn't match his own. But Ling Meng was still a bit too one-sided. Her overwhelmingly powerful spiritual awareness allowed Jiang Xuan to learn skills at an astonishingly fast pace. The downside, however, he grasped skills with remarkable speed. But when it came to actually executing these skills, his physical conditioning simply couldn't keep up. Originally, Jiang Xuan found this situation quite frustrating. But now, with the Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits bottle, Jiang Xuan no longer needed to fret about this issue at the 5-star realm. Watching the Universal Spirit Elixir transform, Jiang Xuan smiled contentedly. Auntie, your profession is only rated at 6 stars, right? Once the Elixir of all spirits is fully condensed, I'll give you some attribute pills. Then you'll definitely become even stronger. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Xu Xian paused in surprise, but warmth soon filled her heart. She truly hadn't expected Jiang Xuan to trust her so deeply. Not only did he show her such a precious 5-star Cloud Peak treasure right before her eyes, but he even offered to share attribute pills with her. For a moment, Xu Xian's eyes glistened as she gazed at Jiang Xuan. While Xu Xian and Jiang Xuan were deep in conversation. At the same moment, within the palace halls of the Thunder Prison Royal Court, a piercing, agonized shriek echoed throughout the entire palace. Within the palace, Tana, who had previously radiated an alluring aura, now stood with disheveled hair, frantically pounding her head like a madwoman. As she pounded, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Jiang Xuan! You dared to use the demonic egg I gave you to refine a pill? If I, Tana, don't kill you, may I never be human again. After spitting out these vicious words, Tana began to lose her mind once more. Indeed, the reason Tana had become this way was precisely because Jiang Xuan had refined the demonic egg of the Jade Dragon Divine Steed. Tana's profession was puppeteer. Her ability allowed her to send a strand of divine consciousness into others, turning them into her puppets. This divine thread was highly concealed, only an 8-star practitioner could detect it. Yet this divine thread possessed a fatal flaw, extreme fragility. If destroyed, she would suffer agony akin to having her heart devoured by 10,000 insects. Tana had believed turning Jiang Xuan into her puppet was a sure thing. But who could have imagined that Jiang Xuan would actually refine such a precious lunar eclipse-grade demonic egg? Tana's divine sense was naturally destroyed in the process, which was why she had descended into such madness. After all, the agony of having one's divine consciousness destroyed was truly an unparalleled torment. Tana reaped what she sowed, enduring inhuman torment. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Forest's ancient god cavern, within the tranquil pool, Tross, who had vanished for a week, slowly emerged from the pool. The Truz of today bore no resemblance to a human being. Instead, his face had become statue-like, not only eerie, but also adorned with tentacle-like whiskers resembling those of an octopus. At that moment, Truz's eyes blazed with an eerie crimson light. A hoarse voice, identical to that of the ancient god statue, emerged from his mouth. Food. I demand food. Chapter 46, The Ancient God's Assault, Jiang Xuan's earth-shattering sword strike. Indeed, after being transformed by the pool's waters, Tross was no longer Tross. His entire body had now been transformed into the form of the ancient god statue. His soul had long been devoured by the ancient god. His body had become an avatar of this ancient octopus-bearded god. Kuroda, Gobata, don't look. At that moment, a strange murmur escaped Truz's lips. The next second, a blinding light erupted around him. One after another, undead knights materialized beside him. Previously, summoning a single undead knight had been Tross's absolute limit. But now, possessed by the ancient god, he summoned 8 at once. Yet as soon as these 8 knights materialized, his body began to rapidly decay. The decay progressed so swiftly that within moments, his hands had already turned to skeletal white bones. The ancient octopus god paid no heed whatsoever to the changes occurring to his physical form. With a flash in its eyes, it vanished from the ancient god's cavern, accompanied by the 8 undead knights. The next second, the octopus ancient god materialized beneath the Jiang family residence in Lingchuan City. Bring me food. Bring it to me. The ancient octopus god growled lowly. The 8 undead knights immediately let out a demonic roar. The next moment, the 8 undead knights charged up the stairs. At that moment, Jiang Xuan was chatting with his aunt about the trivial events of recent days. Raimu, who had been planning to sneak to the fridge for some ice cream, instantly sensed 8 powerful presences racing toward her location. Squeak! Rather than sneaking a bite, Ling Meng immediately alerted Jiang Xuan to the impending danger. Startled by Ling Meng's sudden warning, Jiang Xuan froze, unable to process what was happening. In an instant, Shuxin, who had been wearing casual home clothes, was suddenly clad in the same black silk dress she had worn before. The next moment, her black hair transformed into silver, and terrifying psychic energy surged from her body. As the terrifying psychic power surged, a translucent orb materialized in her hand, instantly solidifying into a shield that blocked the attack before Jiang Xuan. The instant the translucent shield materialized beside Jiang Xuan, a spark flashed. A bone dagger struck directly in front of Jiang Xuan. Now, this bone dagger was less than 1 centimeter from Jiang Xuan's forehead. As the bone dagger was blocked, the figure of a death knight materialized. How dare you! Seeing the undead knight before him attempting to kill Jiang Xuan, Xu Xian immediately flew into a rage. Terrifying psychic energy erupted without restraint. With a thunderous crash, the already dilapidated residential building began to crumble apart. Surrounding walls instantly crumbled into small fragments, even powder. Not only did the surrounding walls crumble under the influence of Xu Xian's terrifying psychic energy, even the level 30 undead knight standing before him was instantly crushed into dust by the terrifying psychic energy. As the entire building underwent this transformation, Jiang Xuan was startled. He had no time to mourn the loss of his home. Instead, he immediately summoned the 9 heavens wind thunder wings with a thought. The twin wings of wind and thunder flapped, allowing Jiang Xuan to stabilize his position midair. When Jiang Xuan looked down, he saw Troas below his building. Alongside him stood 7 undead knights. It's actually him? Though the gloomy sky obscured Truz's features. But he recognized the robes. This was the very same member of the Patriarch's Guard who had attacked him a week ago. You know him? Xu Xian asked, puzzled. Not exactly. He attacked me a week ago, Jiang Xuan replied. Hearing that Jiang Xuan had been attacked by this very man just a week prior, Xu Xian, who was already furious, now reached the boiling point. Without another word, the translucent shield that had been protecting Jiang Xuan flew back into her hand. In the next instant, it transformed into a translucent greatsword. A furious roar erupted from Xu Xian's throat. Spirit Blade. With that cry, the translucent blade charged toward Tross like a bolt of lightning. Watching the charging translucent blade, Tross showed no sign of panic. The undead knight beside him immediately stepped forward to block the attack for Truz. The undead knights Truz summoned now were different from his previous ones. The 7 undead knights by his side possessed exceptional intelligence. Their movements were remarkably agile, a stark contrast to the stiff, sluggish undead creatures Jiang Xuan had encountered before. There was no denying that Xu Xin possessed terrifying combat prowess. But facing 7 opponents alone, she was still struggling slightly. This place is dangerous. You go ahead and find a safe location. I'll resolve this crisis here before coming to find you. Realizing she couldn't secure victory immediately, Xu Xin promptly ordered Jiang Xuan to retreat. Yet as he heard her words, Jiang Xuan offered no reply. Instead, his gaze fixed on the Trojan beneath him. Jiang Xuan's refusal to leave wasn't out of loyalty to his aunt. Instead, it was little bone beside the Thunder Source ancestral dragon in the pet beast space that began wailing loudly. The reason for Xiao Gu's wailing was the undead energy emanating from Trues, which made it salivate with desire. It seemed as though devouring Trues would bring about immense growth. Jiang Xuan understood Xiao Gu's condition. Though it was a skill of the White Bone Crown, it was essentially an embodiment of the Crown's will. Xiao Gu's ravenous desire for Trues signaled that the White Bone Crown could absorb Trues. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan turned to Xu Xian beside him and said, "Auntie, I'm not leaving. Hold off these undead knights for me." The moment Jiang Xuan spoke, Xu Xian, who had been about to say something, froze. Suddenly, she saw the 9 heavens wind thunder wings on Jiang Xuan's back begin to glow. Watching Jiang Xuan's actions, Xu Xian didn't know what he intended to do, but she didn't stop him either. Instead, she obediently helped Jiang Xuan hold off the 7 undead knights. At that moment, Jiang Xuan turned to Ling Meng beside him and said, "Ling Meng, I need to borrow your clothes." At his request, Ling Meng blinked and draped the cloud peak glazed robe over Jiang Xuan's shoulders. As the robe touched his skin, Jiang Xuan felt his spiritual awareness surge to unprecedented heights. At that moment, Jiang Xuan looked down at the Trojan beneath him. A smile curved his lips as he declared, "Theory put into practice after all this time. You'll be the test subject for my ultimate trump card." As soon as the words left his mouth, the cloud peak glazed robe on Jiang Xuan's body instantly became translucent. Equipment skill glazed body activated. Simultaneously, terrifying lightning and gale force winds instantly coalesced around Jiang Xuan, forming a domain. Equipment skill 9 Heavens Tribulation activated. With both equipment skills activated, the Cloud Summit Primordial Sword in Jiang Xuan's hand burst forth with purple, pink, and azure light. In that instant, terrifying lightning, wind, and psychic energies surged madly toward the Cloud Peak Primordial Sword. The next second, the originally 1 meter long Cloud Peak Primordial Sword, now saturated with terrifying spiritual energy. The blade instantly extended by 5 meters, radiating multicolored sword energy. Watching the sword's transformation, Jiang Xuan's lips curled upward as he declared loudly, "Take this strike. Supreme Cleave." Chapter 47, Devouring the Soul Flame, the White Bone Crown Rages upgraded. Jiang Xuan's voice rang out loud and clear. Likewise, the aura he now projected was terrifying. 3 5-star equipment pieces. This was the absolute limit of gear Jiang Xuan could currently command. The fusion of these 3 5-star items amplified Jiang Xuan's aura and spiritual power to a level that now rivaled that of a peak 2-star practitioner. Watching Jiang Xuan raise the Cloud Peak Primordial Sword high, Xu Xian beside him couldn't help but stare in awe. For Xu Xian truly hadn't imagined that in just 1 week, Jiang Xuan's combat prowess had reached such terrifying heights. Truthfully, the sheer power of that sword strike sent a chill down Xu Xian's spine. As Jiang Xuan raised the Cloud Peak Omni Sword high and unleashed the terrifying Omni Sword Slash, the elite warriors of Lingtuan City all sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations. Especially when Tang Ming and Gao Wei sensed the source of this energy surge was coming from Jiang Xuan's residence, both men sprang from their beds without a moment's hesitation. The other, not even bothering to pull on pants, rushed headlong toward Jiang Xuan's location. However, the aura emanating from Jiang Xuan's side was overwhelming. Yet, as Tross gazed upon Jiang Xuan suspended mid-air, a piercing soul-piercing light suddenly flared within its hollow pupils. With a swift motion, Tross extended his arm, now nothing but skeletal bone, instantly unleashing a necromantic curse upon Jiang Xuan. Tru's attack was lightning fast, completed almost in an instant. Yet even so, Ling Meng beside him reacted instantly. Terrifying psychic energy surged within her. Second-tier skill Psychic Slash activated. A 2-meter-long slash, entirely composed of psychic energy, shot straight toward Tru's. Tross, who had been preparing to attack, had his arm severed instantly. As Tru's arm fell to the ground. Skill, Glass Body ended. Jiang Xuan's spiritual energy was drained in an instant. In that very moment, he swung his sword fiercely at Tru's. Jiang Xuan's mixed yuan slash was terrifying. Wherever the sword light struck, it carved a meter-deep gash into the earth. The dust kicked up from the ground instantly buried Tru's form. At that moment, Jiang Xuan clutched the Carol stone given to him by Charo, continuously drawing spiritual energy from it to recover. As the dust settled, Jiang Xuan saw a bone shield appear before him. Where Tru's had once been clad in robes, his entire body now lay stripped bare, revealing a skeleton stripped of flesh. Though Tru's had become skeletal, a strange flame still flickered within its bizarre skull. Simultaneously, as the flame flickered, Jiang Xuan heard an eerie sound emanating from it. "Human! You are formidable. If you choose to submit to me and become a servant of the great Vidharasuka, I shall spare your life." Hearing Tross' words, Jiang Xuan merely smiled. Submit to you? And turn into nothing but bones like you? Sorry, I have no interest in becoming bones. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Tross merely gave an emotionless snort. Stubborn to the end. In that case, you shall become sustenance for my revival. As he spoke, the bone shield in Tross' hand began to shift. The bone shield instantly transformed into a bone-like staff. The moment the bone staff appeared, the flames atop Tross' head instantly transferred onto the staff. In that instant, Tross, who had been standing still, collapsed to the ground as if drained of all strength, his body scattering apart. The moment the flames transferred to the bone staff, the 7 undead knights who had been battling Shushin instantly vanished. The next moment, the remains of the 7 undead knights fused with the bones of Troas on the ground. Within moments, a colossal bone dragon 5 meters tall with twin wings sprouting from its back materialized before Jiang Xuan. Undead Bone Dragon, LV34, Golden Realm, Undead Attribute, Starlight Bloodline. Seeing the undead bone dragon materialize before them, Shushin immediately stepped in front of Jiang Xuan and exclaimed, Jiang Xuan, run. Facing Shushin's concern, Jiang Xuan said nothing, merely placing his hand on her shoulder. He squeezed it gently. Noticing Jiang Xuan's gesture, Shu Xian blinked. Then, gazing at the undead bone dragon before her, she sneered, a mere undead bone dragon? I can destroy it single-handedly. As she spoke, the translucent long blade flew back into her hand. In an instant, the translucent blade transformed into a sword. Then, Shu Xian raised the sword with one hand, taunting the skeletal dragon before her. Blind and arrogant humans. You will pay for your arrogance. The words had barely left its mouth when the skeletal dragon charged toward Shu Xian. Just as the skeletal dragon spread its wings to take flight, Jiang Xuan's voice rang out. Thunder source, now! At Jiang Xuan's command, a crack of thunder echoed through the air. A bolt of thunder instantly descended from the heavens, hurtling directly toward the bone-like staff. As the ancestral dragon of thunder surged toward it, the flames upon the bone staff trembled violently. The undead bone dragon immediately turned and charged toward the thunder source ancestral dragon. The bone staff began transforming into a shield-like form, seemingly to protect the flames upon it. However, the thunder ancestral dragon's speed was formidable. He had long since cultivated the first-tier skill, Lightning Flash, to level 10. Though his lightning speed form still fell far short of true light speed, it had reached supersonic levels. Thus, the moment the bone staff began its transformation, the thunder ancestral dragon had already arrived beside him. The colossal dragon claw instantly crushed the bone staff. Meanwhile, Xiaogu, who had been following close behind Lei Yuan, seized the opportunity and swallowed the flame from the bone staff whole. Nu! As the flames entered Xiaogu's belly, it let out a furious roar. Yet even as it roared, its energy began to be instantly refined by Xiaogu. Sensing its power rapidly dissipating, the flame let out a deafening roar of fury. Wanbian, you bastard! Just you wait. This debt, I will repay it. The flames roared wildly. Little Bone paid no heed to its roar. Instead, she continued to devour the flames with relentless fury. Thus, time ticked away, bit by bit. As Xiaogu devoured more and more of the flames, Jiang Xuan keenly sensed a shift in the aura of the white bone crown. Originally only a 2-star quality white bone crown, was now rapidly ascending in rank. 3 stars. 4 stars. 5 stars. Indeed, after devouring just this tiny bit of flame, the once merely 2-star white bone crown has abruptly reached 5-star quality. And the once plain-looking white bone crown underwent an unprecedented transformation. Chapter 48, The Burning Soul Flame, Lord Rinkawa's Shock. The bone crown now bore no resemblance to its former simplicity. The entire crown was formed by 7 vertebrae interlocked in a ring, each bone plate bearing unique and mysterious runes. At its apex sat an eerie blue, inverted triangular soulfire crystal. In sync with Lei Yuan's breathing, the ghostly blue flames within the crystal pulsed in perfect rhythm. As Jiang Xuan gazed upon the transformed skeleton crown, its basic information appeared before his eyes. Equipment, White Bone Crown. Grade, 5 stars. Base attributes, Strength plus 214, Spiritual Awareness plus 271. Equipment skill, Shelter of the Dead when health falls below 20%, triggers Skeletal Substitute, granting immunity to lethal damage and restoring 25% of maximum health. Cooldown, 9 hours. Undead Servant. The wearer may summon one undead servant, inheriting 70% of the wearer's attributes. Soul Burning Flame. Enemies struck by the wearer become afflicted with Soul Burning Flame, causing them to lose 1% HP per second. Regal Presence. Each time an undead fiend is slain, the bone crown absorbs its undead soul. Upon accumulating a certain number of souls, the equipment's tier will ascend. Skeletal Minion. Level, 17. Strength, 78. Agility, 42. Constitution, 42. Spirit Perception, 80. Elemental Affinity, Undead. Skills, 5th tier Bone Reorganization, 1st tier Undead Curse, 2nd tier Undead Summoning. Soul Burning Flame? Upon upgrading the White Bone Crown to a 5-star equipment piece, it unexpectedly gained a new skill. Jiang Xuan was somewhat taken aback. But when Jiang Xuan saw the effect of this soul-burning flame, he was immediately stunned. Whoa, this is actually a percentage-based damage skill? This is downright insane. Reading the description of soul-burning flame, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. In Jiang Xuan's understanding, the world was filled with formidable skills. Take the skills he'd previously stolen, the ninefold thunder strike and the falling cloud dust. While these skills possessed formidable combat power, their actual effectiveness upon release depended heavily on the user's own strength. Therefore, the stronger Jiang Xuan became, the greater the destructive force of these skills. However, the power of skills ultimately had its limits. Currently, Jiang Xuan could indeed crush any dungeon with his formidable combat prowess. But as his strength continues to grow, the quality of the demons he encounters will also increase. The health pools of demon bosses in these dungeons are measured in the millions. Not to mention the bosses in public dungeons, whose health pools start in the tens of millions. So while Jiang Xuan's combat prowess is formidable, he'll still have his hands full when facing true tank-type demons. But if he possessed percentage-based drain skills, it would be an entirely different story. In this era of global data integration, percentage-based attack skills were as rare as hen's teeth. Should a similar skill book surface, bidding would start in the hundreds of millions. After all, possessing a percentage-based attack skill means that as long as you can stall for enough time, you are guaranteed to defeat your opponent. Such skills prove invaluable for both tank-type and damage-dealing classes alike. Now that the White Bone Crown had evolved, it had actually learned such a new skill. This development left Jiang Xuan somewhat astonished. As for Little Bone, after the White Bone Crown completed its upgrade, it too underwent significant changes. Its body now reached half the size of the Thunder Origin Primordial Dragon. Not only did its bones multiply, but within its dragon-like skull, flames similar to those of the previous Tross ignited. However, while Tross flames were an oily green, Xiaogu's flames were a ghostly blue, matching the newly appeared gem on the White Bone Crown. More importantly, Xiaogu, whom Jiang Xuan had previously perceived as possessing only rudimentary intelligence, now demonstrated cognitive abilities rivaling those of a young adult. Xiao Xian, is your pet's equipment actually growth tier? Observing the changes in the White Bone Crown, Shu Xian couldn't help but feel astonished. For Shu Xian, she knew all too well just how precious growth tier equipment truly was. After all, Xuxin herself possessed a growth tier item, her weapon of choice for battle, the Spirit Pivot. Her Ling Shu was none other than the weapon once wielded by the legendary Saint Mind user, Ducata. According to the teachers at the Mind Academy, in the entire 300 years since its founding, only one growth tier equipment had ever existed. That Jiang Xuan now possessed one as well, naturally astonished Shu Xian. Facing Xuxin's puzzled gaze, Jiang Xuan nodded. Yes, I obtained it after defeating the hidden boss in the Undead Cavern instance within the Rinkai Legion. At this point, Jiang Xuan glanced at the White Bone Crown, now completely transformed from its previous state. He murmured softly, I just didn't expect it to grow so much after devouring that flame earlier. By the way, Auntie, do you know what that flame was? Facing Jiang Xuan's question, Shu Xian glanced at the now skeletonized Truz and shook her head. I really have no idea. Though this creature's appearance is rather peculiar. I guess it was some powerful undead creature. For Shu Xian, attending school primarily focused on learning to control and utilize spiritual energy. As for demonic creatures, she really didn't know much about them. Seeing that even her aunt didn't know, Jiang Xuan didn't press the matter further. Just as the two were speaking, a furious roar echoed from the distance. Take this spear. As he spoke, Tang Ming, still clad in his pajamas but wielding a spear, transformed into a dark streak of light, charging toward them at breakneck speed. As Tang Ming arrived, Jiang Xuan and Shu Xian heard Gao Wei's voice. Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan. Are you okay? Hearing the voices in the distance, Jiang Xuan and Shu Xian spotted the two figures galloping toward them. However, by the time they arrived on horseback, Tang Ming, holding his spear high, noticed that the bone dragon, which had appeared as a small mountain from afar, now lay collapsed on the ground. Jiang Xuan and Shu Xian stood nearby. Seeing the motionless, collapsed undead bone dragon, Tang Ming and Gao Wei froze in surprise. Xuxin, my niece, have you returned to Lingchuan? Gao Wei exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Shu Xian. Hearing this, Tang Ming beside him also sensed the powerful spiritual energy emanating from Xuxin. He glanced again at the fallen skeletal dragon, then sighed softly. I never imagined your strength would have grown so much in just 1 year, Xuxin. Phew, it's a good thing you were in Lingchuan. Otherwise, Jiang Xuan would have been in real danger. For Tang Ming, Jiang Xuan's concern for him was truly heartfelt. Seeing Jiang Xuan safe and sound filled Tang Ming with gratitude toward Shu Xian. Yet, faced with Tang Ming's praise, Shu Xian remained utterly composed. Actually, I didn't really do much to help just now. That skull dragon was killed by Xiao Xian. Tang Ming, Gao Wei, huh? This Golden Realm undead bone dragon was taken down by Jiang Xuan? Holy crap, did I hear that right? Chapter 49, The Four Undead Kings in Jiang Xuan's Academy Choice. As for Tang Ming and Gao Wei, they had sensed the terrifying aura of this undead bone dragon from afar. Honestly, as a 4-star professional, Tang Ming felt he could defeat this bone dragon, but it wouldn't be easy. As for Yao Wei, he estimated his chances of defeating it were less than 30%. Now Xu Xin claimed Jiang Xuan had slain this very dragon. Didn't that ing mean Jiang Xuan's combat prowess now surpassed even Gao Wei's? Holy, Jiang Xuan had only awakened less than half a month ago. At that moment, Gao Wei and Tang Ming stared at Jiang Xuan, their faces frozen in utter bewilderment. Seeing their shock, Jiang Xuan remained calm, letting out a light chuckle. Lord Tang, Headmaster Gao, don't listen to my aunt's nonsense. That bone dragon just now was being held back by her. I merely eliminated the summoner of this bone dragon. Without the drive of necromantic energy, the bone dragon perished. Hearing Jiang Xuan's explanation, Tang Ming and Gao Wei still felt a lingering unease, but it was considerably less than before. After all, a 1-star practitioner had just taken down a bone dragon comparable to a 3-star practitioner. That was downright insane, right? However, upon learning Jiang Xuan had eliminated the summoner of the undead bone dragon, both men's expressions remained unsettled. After all, an entity capable of summoning a skeletal dragon couldn't be weak in combat prowess itself. If Jiang Xuan could take down that opponent, his own combat prowess couldn't be too far behind. As they spoke, guided by Jiang Xuan, the two men came upon the skeletal remains of Tross. The moment Tang Ming saw the peculiar head of Tross, his pupils suddenly contracted. This? Whose undead king's head is this? How is this possible? Hearing Tang Ming recognize the head of Tross, Jiang Xuan also spoke up in confusion. Lord Tang, you recognize this peculiar head? Hearing this, Tang Ming nodded. Yes. I've been investigating the cult of the Shadow King in the Shadow Forest recently. I reviewed the case files from the Patriarch's rebellion a century ago. There was a painting in them depicting this peculiar head. Hearing Tang Ming's words, Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow and asked, that head is? Tang Ming replied, the sole sovereign, one of the 4 great sovereigns of the undead. In the language of the undead, it is called Vidrasuka. A necromantic sovereign exceptionally skilled at augmenting itself by plundering the lifespans of other beings. Vidharasujaka? At the sound of those 6 words, Jiang Xuan's expression shifted in surprise. Because that emerald green flame had mentioned this very name when attempting to recruit him earlier. Learning this, Jiang Xuan glanced at Xiao Gu and his pet beast's face before continuing, what about the other 3 undead lords? Tang Ming shook his head. I have no knowledge of that. Undead creatures are inherently peculiar. We humans possess very little knowledge about them. The root cause of the Patriarch's rebellion was this Vidharasujackson seeking to devour vast quantities of souls, sparking a super-scale war that engulfed the entire Blue Star. According to the records of the Patriarch's Council, this Vidharasujak was apparently vying for the throne of undead sovereign when he was expelled from the undead realm by the other 3 undead monarchs. Beyond that, the files I've reviewed offer little further detail. Listening to Tang Ming's words, Jiang Xuan remained silent. He merely glanced at Xiao Gu within his pet beast space. Remember, when the oily green flame was devoured by Xiao Gu just now, it directly addressed Xiao Gu as 10,000 changes. The tone suggested they were quite familiar with each other. Could it be that Xiao Gu was also one of the 4 great necromancers? This thought left Jiang Xuan puzzled. But witnessing the extraordinary transformation of the white bone crown after its upgrade, it was undeniably remarkable. This sparked some speculation within Jiang Xuan. This necromancer lord successfully revived 100 years ago. Only to be cast directly into the river of time by Lord Time Frost a century ago. Logically, the Church King's faction should have disintegrated long ago. Yet now this necromancer has reappeared. He may have broken through Lady Time Frost's seal. Having reached this conclusion, Tang Ming glanced at Jiang Xuan and said, Jiang Xuan, you can't stay here any longer. But since your home is gone now, I'll arrange a new place for you to stay. I need to seal off this crime scene. As he spoke, Tang Ming raised his hand, and a black glow instantly enveloped the scene. He then turned to Gao Wei beside him. Gao Wei, please examine the scene. I need to report on the situation here. With that, Tang Ming vanished into a streak of black light. Seeing Tang Ming vanish so urgently, Gao Wei knew the situation here was critical. As for Jiang Xuan and Xu Xian, they too understood they might have stumbled upon a major incident demanding the attention of the Empire's highest authorities. Tang Ming had come and gone in a flash. Within minutes, he returned to the scene. Upon his return, Tang Ming immediately arranged accommodations for Jiang Xuan and Xu Xian. The lodgings were indeed luxurious, the most extravagant hotel suite in Lingchuan City. The kind that cost 30,000 a night. Jiang Xuan didn't refuse Tang Ming's arrangement. After all, while he could afford such a place, he wasn't exactly eager to splurge on it. If he could get it for free, why not? As for Xu Xin, after seeing Jiang Xuan had a place to stay, she didn't accompany him to the suite. Instead, she remarked, this place is actually quite nice. But I should be heading out now. Hearing Xu Xin was leaving, Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Auntie, you're leaving so soon? Xu Xin nodded. Yes, I was only here on leave. The teachers at the academy keep a close eye on me. They didn't grant me much leave time for this trip in the first place. As she spoke, Xuxin reached out her delicate jade-like hand and gently stroked Jiang Xuan's cheek. Don't you miss me? Jiang Xuan replied, it's not really about missing you. I just didn't expect you to leave so soon. Xu Xin smiled. That's just how life is at Legend Academy. But you'll be entering Legend Academy soon enough. You'll see for yourself then. At this point, Xu Xian looked at Jiang Xuan and continued, actually, when I found out your awakened profession was Beastmaster, I was quite worried about you. But seeing how you've performed, it turns out I had nothing to worry about. With your abilities, as long as you perform normally, you'll definitely get into Legend Academy. What I'm actually curious about now is, which legendary academy would actually accept someone with your abilities? After all, you're such a unique case. Listening to these comforting words, Jiang Xuan blinked. He was genuinely curious which legendary academy would recruit him. After all, he could potentially enter the Elemental Academy, the Mind Academy, or the Martial Arts Academy. Originally, Jiang Xuan hadn't given it much thought, but now that Xuxin mentioned it, his curiosity was piqued. Alright, no more talk. I'll be waiting for you at the Legendary Academy. With that, Xuxin flashed Jiang Xuan a sweet smile. Then she vanished into a faint pink glow. Watching Xuxin depart, Jiang Xuan smiled. Don't worry, Auntie. We'll meet at Legend Academy. Chapter 50, Sword astonishes all, the Lei family comes to apologize. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Linchuan Legion Training Ground. Sister Zhiyue, taste my blade. Jiang Xuan gripped his wooden sword, his mind reciting the Shenlei sword technique as thunderous light erupted around him. He transformed into a bolt of thunder, charging straight toward Lei Zhiyue. Watching Jiang Xuan charge toward her, Lei Zhiyue's expression grew solemn. Holding her wooden sword, she too was enveloped in flickering thunder. Instantly, they clashed in fierce combat. Their clash filled the air with crackling lightning and purple bolts streaking through the sky. The other members of the Linchuan Legion, who had been training in the same arena, halted their exercises. Their gazes turned toward the location of Jiang Xuan and Lei Zhiyue. Witnessing their pure swordplay duel, everyone was stunned. Holy crap, this Jiang Xuan is insane. He's actually holding his own against Captain Lei with just swordplay alone? Damn it! I remember just 3 days ago, when Jiang Xuan faced Captain Lei, his swordplay wasn't this insane, right? It's only been 3 days, but how does Jiang Xuan seem like a completely different person? His strength, speed, and mastery of swordsmanship, it's like he's a different person entirely. Wait, isn't Jiang Xuan a beastmaster? How come he wields a sword like a proper swordsman now? Watching Jiang Xuan go toe-to-toe with Lei Zhiyue in a pure sword duel, he held his own without any sign of weakness. Everyone present was astonished. After all, the members of the Linchuan Legion were well aware of Lei Zhiyue's swordsmanship. His skill rivaled the strongest among one-star professionals. Even many 2-star swordsmen couldn't match Lei Zhiyue. Frankly, given Lei Zhiyue's combat prowess, her breakthrough to a 2-star professional seemed a sure thing. It was just that Lei Zhiyue's luck had been rather poor. Each time she attempted to break through, she either faced opponents who were too strong or had allies who were too weak. Thus, Lei Zhiyue attempted the breakthrough 10 times, failing each and every one. The 2-star breakthrough dungeon differs from the 1-star breakthrough dungeon. Failing a 2-star breakthrough dungeon resulted in a 7-day ban. This was why Lei Zhixio had yet to advance to the 2-star level. Though Lei Zhiyue hadn't officially reached the 2-star realm, her combat prowess was widely acknowledged to be on par with 2-star standards. Her swordsmanship, in particular, rivaled that of many master swordsmen. Yet even now, Jiang Xuan could hold his own against Lei Zhiyue, a fact that naturally astonished everyone. Indeed, over the past week, Jiang Xuan's combat prowess had surged once more. He had now shattered all records to clear the first 100 floors of the Cloud Peak Tower. His current level had reached LV.19, just one level away from breaking through to LV.20. Moreover, at this stage, the Jade Dragon Divine Steed Demon Egg, transformed by the Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits bottle, had yielded a substantial amount of 10,000 Spirits elixir. Jingxian used the Spirit Essence to aggressively enhance his attributes. His physical constitution was no longer the frail state it once was. Jiang Xuan. Level, 19. Rank, 1 star. Class, Beast Tamer. Strength, 3425 plus 8 plus 1. Agility, 3526 plus 8 plus 1. Constitution, 2516 plus 8 plus 1. Spiritual Perception, 5015 plus 7 plus 28. Technique, Basic Swordplay mastered. Technique, Mystic Thunder Sword Art Initiate. Skills, 6th tier Mystic Thunder 9 Strike / level 1, 6th tier Cloud Dust Fall level 1, 2nd tier Cloud Shadow Sword level 3, 1st tier Spirit Shield level 4, 1st tier Thunder Claw level 3, 1st tier Thunder Light level 3, 1st tier Psychokinesis level 3. World Blessings, Primordial Myth, Resource Critical. Indeed, with the aid of the Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits bottle, Jiang Xuan's attributes now rival those of a top-tier professional. Combined with the attribute boosts from the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon and the Spirit Dream Fox Lord, Jiang Xuan's current class strength rivals that of a 5-star class. This is why Jiang Xuan could now hold his own against Lei Jiyue through sheer physical prowess and mastered swordsmanship. Lei Jiyue was genuinely astonished by the rapid surge in Jiang Xuan's combat prowess. After all, this growth had unfolded right before her eyes. Lei Jiyue had witnessed Jiang Xuan's combat prowess transform dramatically day by day. To be honest, this was merely a pure sword technique duel. If they were to engage in a real, life-or-death battle, Lei Jiyue knew she wouldn't stand a chance against Jiang Xuan, given his formidable equipment alone. Not to mention the Thunder Dragon by Jiang Xuan's side, its growth in the way of the sword was even more terrifying than Jiang Xuan's own. Therefore, in Lei Jiyue's eyes, he was only marginally superior to Jiang Xuan in swordsmanship. And that advantage stemmed solely from his lifelong practice since childhood. But as time passed, if Jiang Xuan continued growing at this terrifying pace, his swordsmanship would inevitably surpass his own. She would ultimately be surpassed by Jiang Xuan in every aspect. Faced with this realization, Lei Jiyue, who had once considered revealing his feelings to Jiang Xuan, fell silent. For Lei Jiyue, he and Jiang Xuan were simply from two different worlds. What good would it do to like Jiang Xuan? Jiang Xuan's future was destined to be lofty and unreachable. He might even rank among the pinnacle of legendary powerhouses. While she was merely a practitioner destined to break through to the 4-star realm at best in this lifetime. Perhaps, in the eyes of many, a 4-star professional was already lofty and exalted. But Lei Jiyue knew that compared to Jiang Xuan's future, she was but a speck of dust in the desert. Lei Jiyue, oh Lei Jiyue. You two are destined to be from different worlds. Stop dreaming about impossible things. Watching Jiang Xuan's sword techniques grow increasingly refined before him, Lei Jiyue murmured to himself. No sooner had Lei Jiyue's inner thoughts faded than Jiang Xuan's voice rang out. Sis Jiyue, blades have no eyes. Don't let your guard down. Noticing Lei Jiyue's movements falter, Jiang Xuan cautioned. Hearing this, Lei Jiyue refocused her mind, and the thunder surging around her grew sharper. Without a word, she gripped her wooden sword and gave her all in the sparring match with Jiang Xuan. While Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue's sparring on the training grounds drew onlookers who stopped in awe. Outside the Lingchuan Legion, 3 figures appeared. These 3 were none other than the trio from the Beihan Lei clan, the clan head, Leijia II in command, Lei Jin, and the hope of the Beihan Lei clan, Lei Yao. Master Lei, we failed to greet you properly. Please forgive our oversight. Upon seeing Leijia arrive and learning of the situation, Xiaofeng stepped out to greet them. Though Xiaofeng did not personally know Leijia, upon learning he was the head of the Northern Cold Lei clan and a 4-star professional, Xiaofeng, being no fool, naturally treated him with the utmost respect. You must be Commander Xiao. I've come seeking Lord Jiang Xuan. I understand he is currently within the Legion? If you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it if you could relay my message to him. Please convey that the North Cold Lei clan brings special gifts and seeks an apology from Lord Jiang Xuan. Upon seeing Xiaofeng, Leijia addressed him politely. Jiang Xuan is currently at the training grounds. The 3 of you may follow me directly. With that, Xiaofeng led the 3 men into the Lingchuan Legion. The moment the 3 arrived at the training grounds of the Lingchuan Legion, a shrill shout rang out. Xianlei 9-strike combo. In the next instant, Lei Jiyue, sword in hand, transformed into a bolt of thunder and charged straight toward Jiang Xuan. At that moment, Leijia and the others were stunned by the sight of Lei Jiyao on the training grounds. For they clearly recognized Lei Jiyao was wielding the Xianlei sword technique. Damn it! Has our Beihan Lei clan's mystic thunder sword technique become commonplace? How come everyone knows how to use it? Chapter 51, Jiang Xuan, when did I become the ancestor of the Lei clan? The 3 Lei family members were utterly shocked. After all, the Xianlei sword technique was their family's closely guarded secret. Jiang Xuan mastering it already had the 3 Lei family members utterly dumbfounded. Now another person actually knew it too. And this person wasn't even that old, yet their mastery of the Xianlei sword art surpassed even Jiang Xuan's. Frankly, how could the Lei family trio not feel utterly stunned? Just as the Lei family trio stood dumbfounded. Facing Lei Jiyue advancing before him, Jiang Xuan remained calm. The wooden sword in his hand instantly transformed into 9 swords, floating in midair. Second tier skill, Cloud Shadow Sword, activated. In the next instant, as Lei Jiyue charged forward, these phantom wooden swords, under Jiang Xuan's control, effortlessly parried Lei Jiyue's terrifying 9-fold thunder strike combo. Witnessing this scene, Lei Yao sucked in a sharp breath. Has Jiang Xuan truly mastered Chun Yuda's Cloud Shadow Sword? But Chun Yuda only used it once, right? This guy mastered it just by watching once? That's insane. Lei Yao was intimately familiar with the Cloud Shadow Sword Jiang Xuan had just unleashed. After all, he had witnessed it firsthand just a week prior during Jiang Xuan's duel with Chun Yuda. However, although everyone present had seen Jiang Xuan wield the Cloud Shadow Sword back then, they all subconsciously assumed he might have imitated the technique. That's why he could pull it off on the spot. But now, a week later, Jiang Xuan wielded the Cloud Shadow Sword once more. Moreover, observing the form of this Cloud Shadow Sword, Lei Yao could keenly sense that Jiang Xuan's execution was vastly more refined and proficient than before. How could Lei Yao not be astonished by this? After all, such learning ability was truly monstrous. As for Lei Jia and Lei Jin, upon witnessing Lei Jiyue unleash the ninefold thunder strike, the two exchanged a glance.
Brother, this woman her ninefold thunder strike is more polished than Jiang Xuan's.
Her execution of the Xianlei sword technique seems far smoother too. Hearing Lei Jin speak, Lei Jia nodded.
Indeed, this girl's Xianlei sword technique appears to have reached a certain level of mastery.
Who would have thought that the Xianlei sword technique our Lei family has been desperately searching for would be perfected by someone else?
As the words fell, Lei Jin understood Lei Jia's helplessness.
After all, who could blame them?
The northern Han Lei clan had been nothing more than a collateral branch back then. The Beihan Lei clan was essentially just a minor branch tasked with guarding the Lei clan's ancestral land, the Sword Thunder Pool. Their ancestors were fundamentally unworthy of inheriting the Xianlei sword technique. This time, we must retrieve the Xianlei sword manual. Only then can Xiaoyao truly leap through the Dragon Gate, Lei Jia declared.
Upon hearing this, Lei Jin nodded in understanding.
As the three Lei family members each lost in their own thoughts, Jiang Xuan also blocked the final strike of Lei Jiyue's ninefold thunderbolt slash. Though Jiang Xuan's raw combat prowess surpassed Lei Jiyue's,
Lei Jiyue had spent years perfecting the ninefold thunder strike. He managed to block much of that final strike.
Still, it forced Jiang Xuan to stumble back several steps before he finally steadied himself.
Sis Jiyue, you really went all out.
After taking a few steps back to steady himself, Jiang Xuan felt the numbing sensation in his hands and couldn't help but complain.
Hearing this, Lei Jiyue shot Jiang Xuan a sultry glare. If you don't give it your all during sparring, how else will you improve? Hearing Lei Jiyue's words, Jiang Xuan realized she was right. Alright then, Sister Ziyue, don't blame me for going all out later.
With that, Jiang Xuan prepared to unleash the ninefold thunder strike to return the favor.
Just as Jiang Xuan was about to strike, Xiao Feng's voice rang out. Jiang Xuan, hold off on the training for now. Someone's looking for you.
Hearing Xiao Feng speak, Jiang Xuan, who had been poised to strike, froze in surprise. As he turned his gaze toward the side of the training ground where the voice had come from, he spotted the three members of the Lei family beside Xiao Feng. At the sight of the Lei family trio, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but frown. His feelings toward these three were far from favorable. Just as he was about to ignore them, Lei Jia seemed to read Jiang Xuan's thoughts and spoke up. Lei Jia of the northern Han Lei family brings a heavy gift to apologize to Your Excellency Jiang Xuan.
As he spoke, Lei Jia bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle toward Jiang Xuan.
Meanwhile, Lei Jin beside him immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. Then, before countless witnesses, this esteemed three-star practitioner prostrated himself before Jiang Xuan, banging his forehead on the ground.
The sinner Lei Jin pays his respects to Lord Jiang Xuan.
Seeing the Lei family's grand display, Jiang Xuan knew he couldn't ignore it. He turned his gaze to Lei Jiyue beside him and said, Sister Ziyue, please rest for a moment.
I'll go see what's going on.
With that, Jiang Xuan stepped out of the training ground.
Curious, Lei Jiyue followed suit. Seeing Jiang Xuan come to meet him, Lei Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, kowtowing to Jiang Xuan wasn't the real issue. Lei Jia feared Jiang Xuan might ignore him. Now it seemed his worries were unfounded. The moment Jiang Xuan approached him, before Jiang Xuan could even speak, Lei Jia immediately produced a sword scabbard from his hand. This scabbard looked extraordinary, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, clearly no ordinary item. As he looked at the scabbard, a brief description appeared before Jiang Xuan's eyes. Treasure, Purple Thunder Sword Sheath. Grade, 5 stars. Equipment skill, Purple Thunder Sword nurturing. When the sword is placed in the scabbard, Purple Thunder will automatically nurture the blade. The nurtured sword will inherently carry thunderous power, and all lightning element sword techniques will gain a 30% boost. A 5-star equipment piece? Surprised, Jiang Xuan looked at the scabbard Lei Jia handed him. Mr. Jiang Xuan, this is the Purple Thunder Sword Sheath. Though it cannot compare to your Cloud Peak Supreme Sword, if you would not mind, please accept it. Consider it an apology from our Lei family. To Lei Jia, Jiang Xuan possessed many treasures. The Cloud Peak Supreme Sword alone was beyond the Lei family's means. Not to mention Jiang Xuan also possessed the 6-star equipment, 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings. Thus, even emptying the Lei family's treasury wouldn't suffice for an ordinary gift. After much deliberation, Lei Jia finally presented this Purple Sky Sword scabbard. This was a treasured artifact from Lei Jia's personal collection. Though it couldn't compare to the Cloud Peak Omniscience Sword, the Purple Sky Sword Sheath belonged to the same category of treasures as the Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits Bottle. It wasn't counted as equipment. It was already extremely rare, and coupled with Jiang Xuan's mastery of the Xianlei sword technique. For Jiang Xuan, it would be hard to refuse the Zixiao sword scabbard. Just as Lei Jia had anticipated, Jiang Xuan was indeed captivated by the Purple Sky Sword scabbard. He accepted Lei Jia's gift without hesitation, taking it immediately. Watching Jiang Xuan accept the Purple Thunder Sword Sheath, Lei Jia felt a pang of regret. But Lei Jia also understood that accepting the scabbard meant the previous conflict was now behind them. With that realization, Lei Jia let out a hollow chuckle. Thank you, Lord Jiang Xuan, for your forgiveness. However, Lord Jiang Xuan, may I ask who this lady accompanying you is? As he spoke, Lei Jia turned his gaze toward Lei Jiyue. Oh, this is Sister Jiyue. She's my mentor. She taught me everything I know about swordsmanship. If you've come seeking the Xianlei sword manual, I cannot decide this matter alone. Sister Jiyue must give her consent.
Seeing Leisha's inquiry, Jiang Xuan immediately spoke up.
Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Leisha froze and looked at Lei Jiyue. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Lei Jiyue also looked at Leisha in surprise.
She never imagined that Leisha, standing before her, had come seeking the Xianlei sword manual.
Sir, did you truly teach the Xianlei sword manual? Lei Zhu inquired. Lei Jiyue frowned.
Yes, but the Xianlei sword technique is a secret sword art not passed down within our Lei family.
If you've come to request instruction, I cannot grant it. Upon hearing Lei Zhiyao speak, Leisha was startled. You bear the Lei surname as well? Lei Zhiyao nodded. Where is your ancestral home?
Leisha pressed, his heart pounding.
Lei Jiyue replied.
The mention of Lei Qi startled not only Leisha, but also Lei Jin and Lei Yao standing nearby. For Lei Qi city was precisely the ancestral homeland of the Lei clan. And Lei Jiyue claimed Lei Qi as her ancestral home, plus she knew the mystic thunder sword technique.
Could this person be an heir of the Lei family's main lineage?
Upon learning this, Leisha suppressed his shock and pressed further.
May I ask which generation of the Xianlei sword sect you represent? Hearing Leisha speak, Lei Jiyue paused in surprise.
After all, it had been ages since she'd heard the name Xianlei sword sect. However, since the other knew the Xianlei sword technique, it wasn't surprising that they knew of the Xianlei sword sect.
Thus, Lei Zhiyao replied to Leisha's inquiry, the 10th generation.
Upon hearing Lei Zhiyao's answer, Leisha immediately knelt on one knee, looking at Lei Zhiyao and Jiang Xuan as he declared, I, Leisha, 13th generation successor of the Northern Han Lei clan, pay my respects to the two ancestors of the Lei clan. Hearing Leisha speak, Jiang Xuan, who had been examining the purple lightning sword scabbard, froze in surprise.
Two ancestral masters of the Lei clan? When did I become an ancestor of the Lei family? Chapter 52, The Lei clan's ancestral land sword thunderpool. Jiang Xuan was utterly bewildered, having no clue what was happening. And it wasn't just Jiang Xuan who was bewildered. Lei Jin and Lei Yao, standing nearby, both looked at Leisha in confusion. What the hell? How did a trip to Lingchuan? How did he suddenly become a grandson? While everyone else was bewildered, Lei Jiyue, standing nearby, had grasped the meaning behind Leisha's words. According to Lei family tradition, once the head of the family passed down the Xianlei sword technique to an outsider of the opposite sex, it signified profound affection from the Lei family toward that person. It could even be seen as a private betrothal. Though the Lei family had been in decline for over a century, the Beihan branch still upheld these traditions. This was precisely why Leisha had spoken so bluntly. Hearing Leisha's words, Lei Jiyue's face flushed crimson. She hurriedly protested, You don't say such things. Hearing Lei Jiyue's flustered words and glancing at Jiang Xuan's puzzled expression beside her, Leisha seemed to grasp something. He quickly interjected. Ahem, apologies. I spoke out of turn. What I meant was that both of you are elders of the Lei family. Hearing Leisha's explanation, Lei Jiyue's expression eased slightly. I am Leisha, the current head of the Beihan Lei family. I respectfully invite grandmother to come to Beihan and oversee the affairs of the Lei family. Looking at Lei Jiyue, Leisha spoke. Hearing Leisha's words, Lei Jiyue felt somewhat at a loss. She had never heard of the North Cold Lei family. She couldn't determine whether this Beihan Lei family was truly a branch of her own Lei lineage. Moreover, the Lei family had been in decline for centuries. The Beihan Lei family seemed to be thriving. Welcoming back someone like her, a descendant of the fallen main branch? Lei Jiyue was no fool. She understood her bloodline held no special nobility. They likely only coveted the Xianlei sword manual she possessed. After all, judging by their behavior, no one in the Beihan Lei clan seemed to possess the Xianlei sword manual. Faced with Leisha's request, Lei Jiyue found herself in a dilemma. She didn't know how to refuse Leisha. Just as Lei Jiyue felt at a loss, Xiaofeng, who had remained silent all along, spoke up slowly. Leader Lei, does your northern cold Lei clan trace its origins back to the Lei clan of Lei Pool, the one that was already destroyed? Hearing Xiaofeng's inquiry, Leisha nodded. Yes. 100 years ago, during the chaos of the sect king, Lei Qi city fell. The ancestors of the Beihan Lei family were not in Lei Pool at the time, which is why they survived. However, the Beihan Lei clan possesses none of the Lei clan's inherited traditions. That's why they've remained obscure all these years. The Beihan Lei clan, it sounded like an ancient, distinguished lineage. But in truth, the Beihan Lei clan only began to rise in prominence within the last decade. The most crucial factor in their rise was Leisha gaining recognition from the Sword Thunder Pool. Thus, they achieved such remarkable growth. And the reason Leisha was so determined to obtain the Xianlei sword manual is also connected to the Sword Thunder Pool. That is why Leisha is willing to go to any lengths to retrieve the Mystic Thunder Sword manual. For Leisha, addressing Lei Jiyue as his great-grandmother was nothing to be ashamed of. From the perspective of lineage, she truly is his great-grandmother. More importantly, he must obtain the Mystic Thunder Sword manual from Lei Jiyue. Only then could the Northern Han Lei clan fully activate the Sword Lightning Pool. Others might not grasp the true power of the Sword Thunder Pool.
But Lei Jia deeply understood the immense growth one could achieve after mastering the Xianlei sword manual and then entering the sword thunder pool. Lei Yao's talent was the strongest the Northern Han Lei clan had seen in a century. Even with normal development, Lei Yao was highly likely to reach the level of a 5-star professional. If he could also gain the aid of the sword thunder pool, it wouldn't be impossible for Lei Yao to match his ancestors and reach the 6-star realm. Though a 6-star rank might not seem high in the broader context of practitioners. But for a clan to produce even one 6-star practitioner would guarantee that clan's dominance in the region for at least a century. With this thought, Lei Jia turned his gaze toward Lei Jiyue, his expression sincere. I also humbly request that grandmother Lei accompany me back to the Lei family estate. The revival of the Lei family rests entirely upon you, grandmother. Facing Lei Jia, Lei Jiyue fell silent. For Lei Jiyue, the revival of the Lei family held little personal significance. For the Lei family members she knew, only she remained now. As for the Northern Han Lei family, to put it bluntly, the two branches had grown distant over 2 centuries ago. Joining the Beihan Lei family would only be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Fully aware of this reality, Lei Jiyue pondered for a moment before preparing to refuse Lei Jia's proposal. But just as Lei Jiyue was about to speak, Lei Jia leaned close to Lei Jiyue's ear and whispered softly, "Grandmother, I know you have no interest in reviving the Lei family. But I know you hold great affection for Lord Jiang Xuan. With Lord Jiang Xuan's talent, his future is limitless. Your own professional aptitude isn't particularly high. Reaching a 4-star level in this lifetime would already be remarkable. But if you were to go to the Northern Cold Lei clan, your circumstances would be vastly different. Because the Lei clan's ancestral land, the Sword Thunder Pool, lies in Beihan." Lei Jia's voice echoed, sending shockwaves through Lei Jiyue's mind. The Lei clan's ancestral land, the Sword Thunder Pool, was actually in Beihan City? The Sword Thunder Pool, this was the Lei family's ancestral land. It was a sword tomb perpetually ravaged by thunder and lightning. The Lei family's first ancestor had attained enlightenment within the Sword Thunder Pool, propelling him to the rank of a 6-star practitioner. Thus, the Sword Thunder Pool became the Lei family's ancestral land. Yet, save for the current head of the Lei clan, no one knew its exact location. In truth, Lei Jia himself didn't realize that the valley his Northern Cold Lei clan guarded was the Sword Thunder Pool. It was only by chance during his childhood that he attained enlightenment there, discovering that the sword graveyard burying countless broken blades was the Lei clan's ancestral land, the Sword Thunder Pool. Though the Sword Thunder Pool appeared as a mere sword graveyard, every Lei family patriarch who mastered the mystic thunder sword art gained profound enlightenment within it. Because of this, every successive head of the Lei family possessed strength at least at the 6-star level. Now that Lei Jia had informed Lei Jiyue that the Sword Thunder Pool lay within the Northern Cold Lei clan, this revelation instantly silenced Lei Jiyue, who had been on the verge of refusal. For Lei Jiyue, her feelings for Jiang Xuan were genuine. But Lei Jiyue dared not express it. She knew they belonged to two different worlds. Lei Jiyue possessed pride. She refused to become a mere ornament clinging to Jiang Xuan. Thus, though she loved Jiang Xuan, she had never voiced her feelings. She understood she could never catch up to Jiang Xuan in this lifetime. The emergence of the Sword Lightning Pool gave Lei Jiyue a glimmer of hope. Not the hope of catching up to him, but the hope of keeping pace with him. Lei Jiyue, who had initially intended to refuse Lei Jia. She glanced at Jiang Xuan twice, then turned her gaze to Lei Jia. With solemn resolve, she declared, "I will go to the Northern Han Lei clan. But Jiang Xuan must come with me. And he must be allowed to enter the Sword Thunder Pool." Chapter 53, Grasping the Essence of the Xianlei Sword Intent. Lei Jiyue's words were unwavering. Her tone made it clear she had no intention of accepting any refusal from Lei Jia. Facing Lei Jiao's resolute expression, Lei Jia fell silent for a long moment. While it was true that outsiders entering the Lei family's ancestral lands violated ancestral regulations, but since Lei Jiyue had agreed to go to the Northern Cold Lei clan, the overall outcome was favorable. After wrestling with the decision for a while, Lei Jia silently sighed. Though it violates ancestral rules, if it means obtaining the Xianlei sword manual, so be it. With that thought, Lei Jia looked at Lei Jiyue and nodded. "Alright, I accept your terms." Watching Lei Jia and Lei Jiyue reach their agreement, Jiang Xuan blinked beside them. He hadn't gleaned any useful information from their conversation. But he had heard perfectly clearly when Lei Jiyue mentioned that he too must enter the Sword Lightning Pool. He knew nothing about the Sword Thunder Pool. Therefore, he looked at Lei Jiyue with a puzzled expression. "Sis Jiyue, what exactly is this Sword Thunder Pool? Some kind of elite dungeon?" Hearing this, Lei Jiyue glanced at Jiang Xuan before replying, "No, it's a sword tomb. It's where the swords of our Lei family ancestors are buried within our ancestral grounds. It's perpetually struck by heavenly thunder, imbued with potent lightning elements and sword intent. For swordsmen skilled in harnessing thunder elements, it's an exceptional training ground. They say merely meditating there can raise your rank." Upon hearing that one could level up simply by meditating within the Sword Thunder Pool, Jiang Xuan, who had previously shown no interest in the Sword Thunder Pool, immediately perked up. You see, nothing bothers Jiang Xuan these days. The only thing that truly bothered him was his own level. Having reached level 19, Jiang Xuan was indeed far ahead of his peers. But all of this was only possible with the aid of the Cloud Peak Tower. By slaying countless demons within the first 100 floors of the Cloud Peak Tower, he had managed to raise his level to 19. Now, he needed just one more level of experience to reach level 20.
This was the most troublesome issue for Jiang Xuan.
The rate of experience gain in real-world instances was simply too slow. Moreover, the experience required for Jiang Xuan to gain a single level was 3 times that needed by others. He had 2 major beasts to support, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon and the Spirit Dream Fox Lord. Therefore, despite being just one level away from LV.20, he had no certainty he could reach level 20 before the college entrance exams. This constant worry leaves him feeling increasingly irritable. Now, Lei Jiyue mentioned a place where entering it could boost experience points. This naturally piqued Jiang Xuan's interest. After all, even if the experience gained there didn't allow him to level up, if it could provide even half the experience needed, Jiang Xuan was confident he could reach level 20 before the college entrance exams. Thus, guided by the 3 members of the Lei family, Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue set off for Beihan City. Arriving in Beihan City alongside Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue. To Tang Ming, Jiang Xuan possessed an uncanny knack for attracting trouble. Barely half a month had passed, yet Jiang Xuan had already faced 3 perilous situations. As the old saying goes, things rarely happen 3 times. This time, Jiang Xuan was heading to Beihan City again, and Tang Ming naturally couldn't rest easy. Therefore, to ensure Jiang Xuan's safety, he had followed along. After all, if anything happened to Jiang Xuan, Tang Ming knew his own life would be in grave peril. After passing through the teleportation array, the group soon arrived at Beihan City. Like Lingchuan City, Beihan City was situated in the northern reaches of the Dragon Spine Empire. While not an extremely frigid region, its northern location meant its development naturally lagged behind southern cities. Moreover, Beihan City faced the Thunder Prison Royal Court to its north. Compared to the languid atmosphere of Lingchuan City, Beihan City carried a much more austere and martial air. The entire city resembled a military stronghold. Despite its strict security, Lei Jia, as head of the Lei family, the most prominent clan in Beihan, entered the city with remarkable ease. Not to mention that Tang Ming, the lord of Lingchuan City, was also present. Naturally, these individuals paid little attention to Jiang Xuan and his companions. Guided by Lei Jia and his entourage, Jiang Xuan and his 2 companions soon arrived at the Lei family estate. The Lei family residence was not within the city walls but rather in a large estate they had built for themselves on the outskirts. The Lei family of Beihan was quite numerous. According to Lei Jia's introduction, the entire Lei family numbered over 100 members. Though less than 1/5 of the Lei family of Lei Qi at its peak, it was still a substantial number. After all, the northern Han Lei family had only been developing for less than a century. Moreover, its rise had only occurred within the last decade or so. When the Lei family members saw Lei Jia personally escorting the visitors to their compound, each member naturally showed the utmost respect. There was none of the hot-tempered demeanor Lei Jia had displayed earlier. Truth be told, throughout their interactions along the way, although Lei Jia was a burly man with a stern countenance, Jiang Xuan unexpectedly discovered that this big fellow possessed remarkably keen insight. While he couldn't be described as having the precision of a needleworker, he certainly wasn't the reckless fool he had previously appeared to be. This made Jiang Xuan increasingly certain that Lei Jia's earlier brashness toward him was merely playing the roles of the good cop and the bad cop with Lei Yao. But Lei Jia didn't hold it against Jiang Xuan either. He wouldn't have obtained this 5-star treasure, the purple thunder sword scabbard. Truth be told, Jiang Xuan genuinely liked this purple thunder sword sheath. Not only could he use it himself, but he could also equip it to the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. After all, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon's mythical talent, Master of 10,000 Thunders, already amplified its lightning-based skills by 290%. Now, with the Purple Thunder Sword Sheath's amplification added to that, Jiang Xuan dared not imagine how terrifying the Ancestral Thunder Dragon's 9-fold Mystic Thunder Slash would become. Upon arriving at the Lei family estate, Lei Jia wasted no time. He immediately led Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue to the Sword Thunder Pool. Guided by Lei Jia, Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue arrived at a mountain valley basin. Unlike the clear skies outside, this basin was shrouded in thick, dark clouds. Jiang Xuan could see countless bolts of lightning constantly striking down from the sky. Simultaneously, he could hear the constant humming of swords echoing throughout the basin. This is the Sword Thunder Pool. Lord Tang, I must ask you to remain outside the valley with me. You 2 elders may proceed along this path to enter the Sword Thunder Pool. Hearing Lei Jia's words, Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue exchanged a glance before stepping into the Sword Thunder Pool together. Sister Jiyue, this Sword Thunder Pool shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Jiang Xuan looked at the gloomy path ahead, his voice filled with doubt. Hearing this, Lei Jiyue shook her head. I don't know. After all, my ancestors haven't visited the Sword Thunder Pool in ages. The moment Lei Jiyue's voice faded, the next second, a crack of thunder echoed through the air. A bolt of lightning split the sky, striking directly into the valley. Swish! Before Jiang Xuan and the others could react, A fierce surge of Shenlei sword intent crashed toward them. Perceiving the overwhelming sword intent surging toward them like a sea of smoke, Jiang Xuan suddenly noticed a new entry had appeared in the skills section of his personal information panel.
Mystic Thunder Sword Intent. Chapter 54, Half-Step Sword Dao Master, Lei Yuan's Thunderbolt Sword Strike. Mystic Thunder Sword Intent. This was a sword intent gradually comprehended only upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivating the Mystic Thunder Sword art. This sword intent was as swift and fierce as thunder itself. Sword intent is not a tangible entity. It is more akin to a state of consciousness. Its presence does not grant the wielder novel sword techniques. Yet it enables those who possess it to walk their chosen path with greater purity. A swordsman empowered by sword intent is fundamentally different from one without it. To have grasped sword intent so soon after stepping into the sword thunder pool. This truly astonished Jiang Xuan. Could it be that this sword thunder pool is specifically meant for comprehending the Mystic Thunder sword intent? At this thought, Jiang Xuan turned his gaze toward Lei Jiyue beside him. Lei Jiyue, too, had closed her eyes. Like Jiang Xuan, she seemed to have grasped something she hadn't mastered before. Observing Lei Jiyue's transformation, Jiang Xuan's heart confirmed his conjecture. This sword thunder pool truly is a treasure trove. Regardless of whether this sword thunder pool can increase my experience. Just the insight into sword intent alone has saved me years of grueling cultivation. At this thought, a flash of insight struck Jiang Xuan. The Thunder Source has also mastered the Mystic Thunder Sword technique. Perhaps this sword thunder pool could benefit him too. With that thought, Jiang Xuan immediately called out, "Come forth, Thunder Source." With that command, the Thunder Origin Primordial Dragon materialized beside Jiang Xuan. As soon as the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon materialized, it too sensed a surge of sword intent converging upon it. In that instant, Jiang Xuan keenly noticed that the information panel for the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon now displayed the Xin Thunder Sword intent as well. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan's heart nearly burst with joy. He knew his hunch had been correct. Anyone who had cultivated the Mystic Thunder Sword art could sense the Mystic Thunder Sword intent within this sword thunder pool. No wonder the Northern Han Lei clan values the Mystic Thunder Sword art so highly. So that's the connection behind it all. But Sister Ziyue insisted on bringing me to such a remarkable place as the Sword Thunder Pool. I really owe Sister Ziyue a huge favor. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan's gaze shifted to Lei Jiyue beside him. At that moment, Lei Jiyue's eyes remained tightly closed, yet a sharp sword had already materialized in her hand. Holding the blade, she began executing sword techniques in the open space. Compared to the sword techniques Lei Jiyue had displayed before, the sword techniques she now executed were far more fierce and swift. The thunder energy channeled through them radiated a murderous intent as fierce as the thunder itself. Sis Jiyue's sword techniques have grown even stronger. Watching Lei Jiyue's movements, Jiang Xuan exclaimed in admiration. Not idle himself, Jiang Xuan turned his gaze to Lei Yuan's Zhonglong beside him. Lei Yuan, you should also deeply contemplate these sword intents. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the Lei Yuan Zhu Long nodded his head in understanding. It then transformed into a streak of lightning, finding an open space to contemplate the sword intent. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan closed his eyes, mirroring Lei Jiyue's posture. Within the sword thunder pool, the boundless mystical thunder sword intent stirred him to begin his sword cultivation. Time ticked by, second by second. Half an hour later, Jiang Xuan continued to wield his sword. Yet now, he felt not the slightest trace of fatigue in his body. Yet he keenly sensed a remarkable improvement in his sword skills. His foundational sword techniques, which had previously reached the stage of mastery, now attained perfection. Beyond that, the Shenlei sword technique, which had previously been at the beginner level, had now reached the minor accomplishment stage, a level Jiang Xuan had never dared to imagine. And most crucially, the rank of the 6th tier skill, Shenlei 9 strike combo, had directly jumped to level 3. It must be understood that the higher the tier of a skill, the greater the disparity in power between each tier. Under normal circumstances, advancing a 6th tier skill typically requires reaching the 5-star realm. Yet here Jiang Xuan was still 1 star below that realm, and his Shenlei 9 strike slash had already reached level 3. If we were to compare Jiang Xuan purely in swordsmanship right now, he still falls short of a sword Dao master. However, he had reached the level of a half-step sword Dao master. Jiang Xuan's heart surged with excitement at achieving such remarkable progress in just half an hour. Additionally, he discovered that his previously stagnant level had also seen an increase. Experience points, 313,9000. Indeed, in just the past half hour, Jiang Xuan had directly gained 300 experience points. Gaining 300 EXP in half an hour, this acquisition rate was slightly inferior to that of the Cloud Peak Tower. But it was still far superior to dungeons like the Undead Cavern. If he maintained this rate, Jiang Xuan would reach level 20 in just over a day. How could Jiang Xuan not be thrilled by this prospect? Just as Jiang Xuan reveled in his rapid advancement. On the other side, a dragon's roar thundered through the skies like an explosive crack of lightning. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes to see the figure of the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon already hovering mid-air above the Sword Thunder Pool.
Now wielding the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon radiated continuous flashes of lightning. Under the gloomy sky, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Outside the valley, Tang Ming and Lei Zhe gazed at the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon suspended above the Sword Thunder Pool, both feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Tang Ming, in particular, was no stranger to the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon. Back when the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon had formed its contract with Jiang Xuan, Tang Ming had witnessed firsthand that apocalyptic, demon-god-like presence. Though the current Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon still fell short of its former self, it now possessed a fraction of that legendary might.
How can it be this powerful at merely the Bronze Realm? What on earth is the origin of this dragon? Could it be that this dragon's bloodline rank isn't merely legendary, but even higher? Staring at the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon before him, Tang Ming's mind raced in awe. Yet Tang Ming's knowledge remained limited. Observing the changes in the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon, he could only speculate, unable to draw definitive conclusions himself. Just as the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon coiled mid-air above the Sword Thunder Pool, Lei Zhe suddenly sensed a terrifying sword intent approaching. Recognizing this familiar sword intent, Lei Zhe was startled. Is this the Xianlei sword intent? No. This dragon actually knows the Mystic Thunder Sword technique? Lei Zhe was utterly stunned by the terrifying sword intent unleashed by the Primordial Thunder Dragon. After all, he never imagined that the Xianlei sword technique, something he'd struggled so hard to master, could be grasped by a mere dragon. Just as Lei Zhe was stunned by the terrifying Xianlei sword intent unleashed by the Primordial Thunder Dragon, the Azure Dragon of Thunder Origin, suspended mid-air, suddenly narrowed its previously lowered eyes. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning illuminated the surrounding area. As the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon lifted its gaze, a sharp crack echoed through the air. A bolt of thunder from the sky struck the bone sword in the Ancestral Dragon of Thunder's left claw. The very next second, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon roared fiercely. The bone sword in its grasp slashed forward with the force of thunder. In an instant, a terrifying thunderous sword energy nearly 10 meters long sliced directly toward the heavens. In that instant, the once overcast sky was cleaved open by the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon. Warm sunlight poured through the opening, bathing the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon in its glow. At that moment, gazing at the cleft carved by the thunderous sword energy in the sky, Lei Zhe gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Wasn't the Thunderbolt sword technique lost after the first generation ancestor? How did this dragon learn it? Chapter 55, Lei Zhiyue's job change, Jiang Xuan at LV20. Thunderbolt Sword. The 7th tier skill mastered by the Lei clan's first ancestor, Xianlei Sword Sect, after dedicating his entire life to its comprehension. It was with this very technique that Xianlei Sword Sect once dominated all opponents at the same cultivation level. Ultimately, it was with this technique that he founded the Lei family of the Thunder Pool. However, the 7th tier skill lived up to its name. It was truly breathtaking. The divide between 7th tier and 6th tier skills is immense. Skills below the 6th tier can be learned through study or skill manuals. But skills of the 7th tier and above? Without sufficient innate insight, they simply cannot be grasped. Therefore, witnessing Lei Yuanzhu Long unleash his 7th tier skill, Thunderbolt Sword Strike, Lei Zhe was genuinely stunned. He truly never imagined that a dragon could not only wield the Mystic Thunder Sword art with such mastery, but also master the Thunderbolt Sword Strike, a technique only the first ancestor could learn. Frankly speaking, could it be that this dragon's talent in the sword arts was already on par with his own ancestor? The thought struck Lei Zhe as utterly absurd. Just as Lei Zhe was stunned by the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon's Thunderbolt Slash. In the Sword Lightning Pool, Lei Zhiyue watched the Ancestral Dragon's piercing strike through the air. She seemed to gain some profound insight. The next instant, a terrifying aura of Xianlei sword intent began to condense around Lei Zhiyue. In an instant, thunder rolled through the air above the Sword Thunder Pool. 1, 2, 3 bolts. A full 9 bolts of thunder struck directly toward Lei Zhiyue. Watching Lei Zhiyue endure 9 consecutive bolts of thunder, Jiang Xuan hurriedly asked, "Sis Zhiyue, are you okay?" But Lei Zhiyue offered no response to Jiang Xuan's concern. Her eyes remained tightly shut, yet she began frantically absorbing the surrounding Xianlei sword intent. As the mystical thunder sword intent was continuously absorbed by Lei Zhiyue, her aura grew increasingly formidable. Watching Lei Zhiyue's aura steadily grow, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Is Sister Zhiyue starting her class change? Observing the changes occurring in Lei Zhiyue, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel astonished. For Jiang Xuan, the concept of class change was not unfamiliar. Many in this world weren't born with extraordinary abilities. The reason they could become powerful was precisely through class change. Take Kulabali of the Unicorn Alliance, for instance. But according to Jiang Xuan's understanding, class changers must absorb extraordinary natural treasures to achieve this. The quality of these treasures far surpassed the star rating of their own professions. Yet now, Lei Zhiyue was not only failing to absorb such treasures but instead frantically absorbing thunder energy and the essence of the Mystic Thunder Sword intent to initiate his class change. This naturally astonished Jiang Xuan.
Nevertheless, observing Lei Jiyue's transformation, Jiang Xuan refrained from further disturbance. He knew that a class change could not be interrupted.
Yet, as he watched thunderbolts continuously strike Lei Jiyue's body, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Sister Ziyue's class change method involves absorbing thunderbolts and the Xianlei sword intent?
With that thought, Jiang Xuan offered the thunder element within his own body.
In the next instant, Lei Jiyue swallowed the bolt of lightning element into her body. Watching Lei Jiyue's transformation, Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up. Sis Jiyue, you've helped me so much. Since that's the case, let me return the favor today. As the words fell, Jiang Xuan's gaze shifted to the Thunder Source ancestral dragon suspended midair. Lei Yuan, unleash the skill 10,000 Thunder Summon upon Sister Jiyue. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan summoned Lingmeng Fox Lord from the pet beast space, where it had been sleeping. Lingmeng, keep a close watch on Sister Ziyue's condition at all times. Don't let the thunderstorms Lei Yuan unleashes exceed Sister Jiyue's limits. The Lei Yuan and Lingmeng were puzzled by Jiang Xuan's instructions, neither ever defied his commands.
Thus, both proceeded according to the established rules. As the sovereign of 10,000 thunders, the quality of thunder Lei Yuan could summon far surpassed that of the sword thunder pool.
A crackling sound echoed.
A purple thunderbolt as thick as a bowl descended from the sky. In the next instant, the purple lightning plunged directly into Lei Jiyue's body. In that instant, Lei Jiyue's aura not only failed to weaken but grew substantially stronger. The once 3-star lightning swordsman had now ascended to a 4-star lightning sword master.
Though his class change was complete, Lei Jiyue's absorption of thunder continued unabated.
Witnessing this, Lingmeng used her little tail to continue directing the lightning source, summoning the heavenly thunder.
Crack! 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 Wave after wave of celestial thunder surged into Lei Jiyue's body. As the heavenly thunder surged into his body, Lei Jiyue's aura grew increasingly potent.
Seeing Lei Jiyue striving to change his class, Jiang Xuan did not idle either. He kept his eyes closed, continuing his sword technique training. Due to Lei Jiyue's class change, the entire Sword Thunder Pool's mystical thunder sword intent was drawn toward her. As a result, the mystical thunder sword intent gathering around Jiang Xuan became 3 times denser than before. Even under the previous concentration of Xianlei sword intent, Jiang Xuan's progress had been remarkably swift. Now that the concentration had tripled, his progress was bound to skyrocket. Just as Jiang Xuan had anticipated, a high concentration of Xianlei sword intent accelerated his progress in every aspect. Even his experience gain had nearly tripled. Faced with this situation, Jiang Xuan, who had originally only intended to help Lei Jiyue improve her profession rating, without a moment's hesitation, he placed the Carol Stone the one Charo had gifted him, now fully charged with his own energy, into Lei Jiyue's hands.
Sis Jiyue, this is the Carol Stone.
If your spiritual energy runs low, just absorb the energy inside it. Remember, the more thunder energy you absorb now, the greater your profession advancement will be. After speaking, Jiang Xuan immediately immersed himself in cultivation. The reason Jiang Xuan lent the Carol Stone to Lei Jiyue was naturally to enable Lei Jiyue to continue her class change. The longer Lei Jiyue spent on her class change, the greater the benefits for Jiang Xuan. With such a win-win situation, Jiang Xuan was naturally eager to lend a hand. Though Lei Jiyue remained silent, she could hear Jiang Xuan's words and simultaneously sense the boundless, colossal spiritual energy within the Carol Stone.
Taking a deep breath, Lei Jishio said, Jiang Xuan, the old me might not have been worthy of you. But now that I have the chance to catch up to you, I will give it my all. With that, Lei Jiyue focused all her attention on absorbing the thunder energy. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Lei Jiyue, who had been standing, now sat cross-legged on the ground. Her current profession had reached the same level as her ancestors, a 6-star profession, Xianlei Sword Master. In the past, Lei Jiyue would have certainly chosen to quit while she was ahead. After all, Xianlei Sword Master was already a formidable profession. But now, even though Lei Jiyue had reached her physical limit, she gritted her teeth, determined to push forward toward the 7-star profession. For Lei Jiyue knew that only a 7-star profession could barely keep pace with Jiang Xuan's progress. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, who had been training diligently all day, suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, Jiang Xuan, whose level had been stuck at 19, finally reached level 20. Ah, finally level 20.
Just as Jiang Xuan exclaimed excitedly. On the other side, another bolt of thunder crashed down. Lei Jiyue, who had absorbed this bolt, reached his own limit. As the thunderbolt entered his body, Lei Jiyue's profession underwent another transformation. In an instant, Jiang Xuan saw Lei Jiyue's entire body shimmer with dancing lightning. Her previously gentle aura transformed into something as fierce and chaotic as lightning itself. After fully absorbing the final bolt of lightning, Lei Jiyue abruptly opened her eyes. A startling sword intent surged from her eyes. This sword intent was so potent it instantly dispersed the Xianlei sword intent emanating from the sword lightning pool. At that moment, Jiang Xuan unexpectedly noticed a miniature dragon beside Lei Jiyue, composed entirely of lightning. It bore a striking resemblance to the Primordial Thunder Dragon.
Though small, the thunderous might have contained sent a chill down Jiang Xuan's spine. Indeed, Lei Jiyue was no longer the weak Lei Jiyue of the past. She had finally completed her transformation. From a 3-star practitioner, she had ascended to a 7-star practitioner. Thunder Dragon Sword Sovereign. Chapter 56, 2-star breakthrough dungeon. Is the opponent a professional? Sword Sovereign of the Thunder Dragon, huh? That class name sounds pretty formidable. Jiang Xuan remarked as he watched Lei Jiyue's class field change before his eyes. But why does Sister Ziyue's Thunder Dragon look so much like Lei Yuan? Jiang Xuan stared at the smaller Thunder Dragon beside Lei Jiyue, composed entirely of thunder, feeling somewhat surprised. Could it be because it absorbed too much of Lei Yuan's power, triggering the thunder? The thought crossed Jiang Xuan's mind and he found it plausible. After all, a character's class could change based on the type of power they absorbed. Still, seeing Lei Jiyue's current class filled Jiang Xuan with quiet delight. First, Lei Jiyue's current class was immensely powerful. Second, Lei Jiyue's current class complemented Jiang Xuan's own exceptionally well. Thunder Dragon Sword Master. The very name clearly indicated a swordsman specialized in synergizing with Thunder Dragons. And Jiang Xuan himself had a Thunder Dragon by his side, one that offered comprehensive enhancement. Therefore, in Jiang Xuan's view, the skills and abilities Lei Jiyue could master might be perfectly replicable by himself. Though the skills he ultimately wields might be mere knockoff versions. But for Jiang Xuan, that was more than sufficient. After all, learning these skills was merely for self-defense at best. The true combat power by his side lay in his pet beasts like Lei Yuan and Ling Meng. Sis Jiyue, congratulations on successfully changing jobs. Seeing Lei Jiyue gradually open her eyes, Jiang Xuan immediately offered his congratulations. Hearing Jiang Xuan's congratulations, Lei Jiyue gazed at the Thunder Dragon coiled around her body. Her heart was filled with excitement. Because she knew she had achieved it. Her profession had reached the formidable 7-star rating. Though Lei Jiyue was thrilled about her new Thunder Dragon Sword Masterclass, her gaze toward Jiang Xuan now brimmed with intense warmth. Lei Jiyue understood that without Jiang Xuan's assistance both in having the Primordial Thunder Dragon channel the heavenly thunder for her, and if he hadn't lent her his Carol Stone to replenish her spiritual energy, she wouldn't have been able to advance to a 7-star class, let alone a 6-star one. Ultimately, her current transformation was entirely thanks to Jiang Xuan's assistance. Lei Jiyue had always harbored feelings for Jiang Xuan. Now, after experiencing this event, the gaze Lei Jiyue cast upon Jiang Xuan naturally grew even more fervent. I really have to thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to change jobs into the Thunder Dragon Sword Master. Hearing Lei Jiyue's gratitude, Jiang Xuan smiled. No problem, no problem. I should be thanking you, Sister Ziyue. If it weren't for your class change drawing a massive surge of Xianlei sword intent toward me, my level wouldn't have broken through so quickly. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan pointed to the level 20 emblem above his head. Facing Jiang Xuan's thanks, Lei Jiyue smiled. She said nothing more, simply returning the Carol Stone to Jiang Xuan. Then, sensing the significantly diminished Xianlei sword intent around them compared to before, Lei Jiyue remarked, "We've pretty much wiped out all the Xianlei sword intent here. It'll be difficult for the sword lightning pool to regenerate such abundant Xianlei sword intent in the short term." Though she said this, Lei Jiyue felt no regret whatsoever. For the sword thunder pool now belonged to the Northern Cold Thunder clan. It was true that she, Lei Jiyue, was revered as the ancestral matriarch. But Lei Jiyue understood that all matters in this world revolved around the exchange of interests. The reason they revered her as their ancestral grandmother was primarily to obtain the Mystic Thunder Sword Manual. Once she handed over the Xianlei Sword Manual, it wouldn't be surprising if they started addressing her by her given name. Yet Lei Jiyue no longer cared about such things. For the opportunity she gained within the Sword Thunder Pool was already sufficient. Even if the Xianlei sword intent within the Sword Thunder Pool were restored to its peak, it would offer only marginal benefit. Thus, Lei Jiyue no longer placed much value on this Sword Thunder Pool. Jiang Xuan, are you still going to continue cultivating? Observing Jiang Xuan, whose level had reached 20, Lei Jiyue inquired. Jiang Xuan shook his head. It's sufficient. I came here specifically to reach level 20. Lei Jiyue said. Then let's head out. I imagine Lord Tang and the others are getting impatient waiting for us. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan nodded. And so, Lei Jiyue and Jiang Xuan walked side by side toward the exit of the Sword Thunder Pool. On the way out, Jiang Xuan struck up a conversation with Lei Jiyue. Sis Jiyue, I heard you've entered the 2-star breakthrough dungeon many times. Is each run of the 2-star breakthrough dungeon the same? What exactly are the rules? For Jiang Xuan, now that his level had reached 20, he naturally needed to focus on achieving the 2-star breakthrough. After all, once he broke through to 2 stars, not only could he contract another mythical bloodline pet, but he might even receive another world blessing. For Jiang Xuan, the 2 world blessings Primordial Myth and Resource Critical Strike had already made him exceptionally powerful. Truthfully, Jiang Xuan now possessed a total of 52 2-star Cloud Peak equipment pieces, 33 star Cloud Peak equipment pieces, 13 4-star Cloud Peak equipment pieces, and 4 5-star Cloud Peak equipment pieces.
Counting the 3-star Cloud Peak equipment he sold, Jiang Xuan had amassed a total of 100 Cloud Peak equipment pieces. However, since Jiang Xuan only possessed a 1-star level, he could currently only equip one piece of gear. Last time he used the Cloud Peak Jade Robe, its core power came from Ling Mang lending her spiritual energy to it. This was not Jiang Xuan utilizing the glazed body technique himself. Thus, Jiang Xuan was now a veritable hidden fortune. If the resources he carried were exposed, even 7-star or even 8-star practitioners would likely covet them enough to rob him. According to the synthesis path for Cloud Peak equipment, Jiang Xuan could have synthesized it long ago. But he had refrained from doing so for 2 reasons. First, even if he synthesized these items, he wouldn't have any use for them. Apart from special treasures like the Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits Bottle and the Cloud Peak Silver Talisman, which could be used externally. Even if he synthesized them, he wouldn't be able to utilize them. Second, Jiang Xuan himself lacked the ability to synthesize these items. To synthesize them, one must master the blacksmith skill, synthesis. Therefore, if Jiang Xuan wanted to synthesize them now, he would have to seek help from others. Doing so would inevitably expose his wealth. If it attracted the attention of thieves coveting his possessions, he might lose his life. While the synthesis skill isn't rare, it is still a tier 3 skill. Due to his unique profession, Jiang Xuan could learn many skills. However, synthesis is a special skill that cannot be mastered through Ling Ming's research like the Ninefold Thunder Slash. Therefore, to master it, one could only use a skill book. Yet synthesis remained a tier 3 skill, and its manuals were exceedingly rare. Jiang Xuan had yet to acquire one. Thus, while he possessed these Cloud Peak gear pieces, he currently lacked the means to convert them into sufficient combat power. Nevertheless, the resource critical hit had significantly boosted Jiang Xuan's capabilities. Consequently, Jiang Xuan was deeply curious about what unique ability he might gain if he were to receive a third world blessing. Thus, he would definitely enter the 2-star breakthrough instance later. Before doing so, he naturally needed to understand it thoroughly. When Jiang Xuan inquired, Lei Zhiyue replied, "Actually, the 2-star breakthrough dungeon is quite straightforward. The only difference from the 1-star breakthrough dungeon is you'll find yourself in an arena. This time, however, your opponents won't be virtual demons, but fellow practitioners also attempting to break through to 2 stars. Chapter 57, The Colosseum Trial, Lei Zhiyue's Shyness. Opponents or other practitioners? Listening to Lei Zhiyue's explanation, Jiang Xuan felt a bit puzzled. Yes. The 2-star breakthrough dungeon is called the Arena Trial. If you choose to break through, you'll be teleported into it. You'll be randomly matched with 2 teammates. Then you'll engage in a 3v3 gladiatorial battle against another successfully matched team of professionals. The victorious team ultimately advances to the 2-star realm. Lei Zhiyue had entered the 2-star breakthrough dungeon 10 times already. Her familiarity with this dungeon surpassed that of many others. In truth, Lei Zhiyue had begun attempting to break through to the 2-star realm 3 months ago. Her combat prowess had always far surpassed that of a typical 1-star practitioner. Logically, her breakthrough to the 2-star realm shouldn't have been too difficult. But whether it was because the 2-star breakthrough dungeon was targeting her specifically or for some other reason, either the opponents she was matched with were so weak they were practically useless Lei Zhiyue couldn't fathom how they'd even reached level 20. Or perhaps the opponents she was matched against were simply too powerful. As a student of the legendary academy, they defeated her with ease. That's why Lei Zhiyue had yet to break through to 2 stars. It could be considered extremely unlucky. But in Lei Zhiyue's view, bad luck had its silver lining. Had he not failed to advance past the 2nd star? He wouldn't have faced such grave danger in the Shadow Forest. Likewise, he wouldn't have been rescued by Jiang Xuan. And without Jiang Xuan, he certainly wouldn't have connected with the Northern Han Lei clan. Thus, in Lei Zhiyue's view, sometimes bad luck wasn't entirely a bad thing. It's just that all the good fortune accumulates until it erupts completely on some future day. Listening to Lei Zhiyue's explanation, Jiang Xuan gained some understanding of the 2-star breakthrough dungeon. Still, he was puzzled that the breakthrough dungeon even had a matching perfection feature. Could it be that the 3-star breakthrough dungeon required teaming up to take down a boss? But the thought that both his parents had gone missing in a 3-star breakthrough dungeon struck him. Jiang Xuan suddenly realized that the 3-star breakthrough dungeon might not be as straightforward as he had imagined. But that was all for later. After chatting with Lei Zhiyue and gaining a rough understanding of the 2-star breakthrough dungeon, the two stepped out of the Sword Thunder pool. The moment they stepped out, Lei Zhiyue let out a startled cry. "Grandma! You've changed your class to a 7-star profession?" Seeing Lei Zhiyue's class change from a 3-star lightning swordsman to a 7-star thunder dragon sword sovereign, Lei Zhiyue froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. It wasn't just Lei Zhiyue who was stunned at that moment. Tang Ming, standing beside him, also wore a look of utter bewilderment. Both of them had sensed the changes within the Sword Thunder pool. However, they had both assumed these changes belonged to Jiang Xuan. After all, it was Jiang Xuan's Thunder Source ancestral dragon that had summoned the heavenly thunder. Yet now, the one experiencing the most dramatic transformation was Lei Zhiyue. This naturally left both of them stunned and bewildered.
In Lei Zhi's view, Lei Jiyue was indeed a member of the main lineage. Moreover, Lei Zhiyou held a very high seniority. But Lei Zhi had never intended to fully cultivate Lei Jiyue. After all, Lei Zhiyou's talent had been rather mediocre before. He was no match for Lei Yao. Yet now, after entering the Sword Thunder Pool, Lei Jiyue had transformed into a 7-star professional Thunder Dragon Sword Master. Instantly, Lei Zhi's perception of Lei Jiyue shifted.
Given Lei Jiyue's innate talent, if she developed normally, she could reach the 7-star realm in this lifetime. Consider this, the 7-star realm surpasses even the strongest ancestor of the Lei clan by one entire tier. If the Lei clan truly produced a 7-star existence, it wouldn't just mean restoring their former glory. It would be more than enough to dominate an entire region.
For a moment, Lei Zhi's gaze toward Lei Jiyue shifted. Yet Lei Jiyue's astonishment left Lei Jiyue utterly unfazed.
Leader Lei, there's no need to address me as great-grandmother anymore. You have fulfilled your promise, so I shall naturally present the Xianlei sword technique.
With that, we are even. As she spoke, Lei Jiyue handed a small booklet to Lei Zhi.
Within lies the cultivation techniques and incantations of the Xianlei sword art. As a member of the Lei family, you know well the importance of the Xianlei sword technique. Remember, under no circumstances may it be passed to anyone outside the Lei family. Having said this, Lei Jiyue handed the Xianlei sword manual to Lei Zhi. She then turned her gaze to Tang Ming and Jiang Xuan standing nearby.
Lord Tang, Jiang Xuan, let us return to Lingchuan.
Upon hearing this, Tang Ming wasted no time in addressing Lei Zhi, head of the Lei family. We've taken up enough of your time. We shall take our leave now. With that, Tang Ming led Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue out of the valley. Guided by Tang Ming, the group swiftly made their way toward the teleportation array of Beihan City. Watching Jiang Xuan and the others depart, Lei Zhi stood alone atop the mountain, glancing at the Xianlei sword manual in his hand. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Perhaps, she simply doesn't wish to have much to do with our Beihan Lei clan.
Never mind.
Getting the Xianlei sword manual is already a great achievement. As for this Lei Jiyue, if there's ever an opportunity to present it to the patriarch in the future, then we'll discuss it then. With that, Lei Zhi said no more. Instead, he transformed into a streak of lightning and returned to the North Cold Lei clan. Meanwhile, guided by Tang Ming, the group traversed the skies above Beihan City. At that moment, Jiang Xuan looked at Lei Jiyue and voiced the question on his mind. Sister Jiyue, you just told Lei Zhi that the Xianlei sword technique must not be passed to outsiders.
Then what about me? Jiang Xuan wasn't stupid. From Lei Jiyue's stern tone earlier, he could tell she was telling the truth. Yet she had personally taught him the Xianlei sword technique. Didn't that mean Lei Jiyue had violated the ancestral rules? Suddenly, Jiang Xuan felt the weight of immense pressure. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Lei Jiyue's face flushed crimson. Earlier, when presenting Lei Zhi with the Xianlei sword technique, Lei Jiyue had merely mentioned the ancestral rules. She hadn't given it much thought. Now that Jiang Xuan brought it up, Lei Jiyue found herself momentarily at a loss for how to smooth over her words. After all, while it was true Lei Jiyue liked Jiang Xuan, her skin wasn't as thick as her outwardly bold demeanor suggested. Deep down, she was just a shy little woman. Thus, faced with Jiang Xuan's inquiry, Lei Jiyue felt flustered. After blushing fiercely for a long while, Lei Jiyue finally managed to utter a sentence. This is a special circumstance. It falls within the scope of what can be taught in the Xianlei sword technique. Just don't pass it on to others lightly. Hearing Lei Jiyue's words, Jiang Xuan felt deeply moved. Sis Jiyue is just too kind to me. He would never betray her kindness. With a clear path forward in mind, Jiang Xuan asked no further questions. Thus, guided by Tang Ming, Jiang Xuan and his companions soon returned to Lingchuan. Upon their return to Lingchuan, after sharing a meal with Lei Jiyue, Jiang Xuan couldn't sit still. Upon learning that Lei Jiyue's 2-star breakthrough dungeon cooldown had ended, Jiang Xuan immediately pulled Lei Jiyue into the 2-star breakthrough dungeon, Colosseum Trial. Chapter 58, Sky 9 Islands Dihong, opponent is Zhou Yuntian? Welcome to the 2-star breakthrough dungeon, the Colosseum Trial. Currently matching you with teammates. Teammate matching successful. Matching opponents for your team. Opponent matching complete. 3 minutes until the trial begins. Challengers, prepare yourselves. As a series of system alerts rang in his ears, Jiang Xuan felt a flash of light before his eyes. The next moment, he found himself in a room. The room didn't appear very large. It was roughly 30 square meters in size. Directly ahead stood a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond the window lay an ancient-looking yet vast arena. Inside the room were 3 sofas for seating. Other than that, there's little in the way of decoration. 2 women accompanied Jiang Xuan. One of them was someone Jiang Xuan recognized, Lei Jiyue. Sis Jiyue. Seeing that he and Lei Jiyue had been matched to the same team, Jiang Xuan smiled. After all, if Lei Jiyue had ended up on the opposing team, he genuinely wouldn't have known what to do. Now that they were paired together, he wouldn't have to worry about losing. As for the other opponent they were matched with, it was also a woman. Judging by her age, this woman was clearly older than both Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue.
She appeared to be around 27 or 28. The moment she saw Jiang Xuan, a look of resignation flashed across her face.
A 1-star rated Beastmaster? Seriously? Why did they pair me with another weakling?
Her name was Di Hong, and this marked her 8th attempt at the 2-star breakthrough dungeon. Despite her advanced age, Di Hong possessed formidable combat prowess. Her class was a 3-star rated flame mage. She hailed from the Sky 7 Islands, a nation suspended within the heavens. The Sky 7 Islands was a federation where diverse ethnicities coexisted. Most residents hailed from various regions of Blue Star. Yet those who qualify to become residents of the 7 Sky Islands share one defining characteristic. Their professions are all exclusively related to magic. For the founder of the 7 Sky Islands was the legendary sage. It is a sacred realm belonging to mages. The people there have mastered the study of magic to an extraordinary degree. Thus, even those of lower rank on the 9 Sky Islands, their combat prowess remains outstanding among their peers. Di Hong, hailing from the 9 Sky Islands, naturally possessed formidable abilities. As a fire mage, she dared not claim to be unrivaled in her realm when it came to mastering flames. At the very least, she was confident in holding her own in a one-on-one exchange against peers of the same rank. Despite her solid combat prowess, Di Hong's luck proved rather poor. She had entered the 2-star breakthrough dungeon 7 times before. Each time, she was matched against incredibly weak opponents. She could easily take on 2 opponents single-handedly, yet her team of 2 couldn't defeat a single enemy. Thus, upon entering the room and seeing her opponent was Jiang Xuan, a mere 1-star rated Beastmaster, Di Hong instantly felt her hopes vanish. But when Di Hong shifted her gaze to Lei Jiyue beside him, her eyes, which had been lowered, suddenly lit up.
Her class is actually a 7-star Thunder Dragon Sword Master? Whoa! This matchup doesn't seem as bad as I thought it would be.
For a moment, Di Hong, who had thought herself the team's ace, saw the true ace within their ranks. Her face immediately lit up with delight, and she began chatting with Lei Jiyue. They chatted away, calling each other sister this and sister that. Upon learning that Jiang Xuan was acquainted with Lei Jiyue, Di Hong reined in her enthusiasm slightly. She didn't give Jiang Xuan the cold shoulder. But she didn't exactly give him a warm welcome either. In Di Hong's eyes, Jiang Xuan was clearly nothing more than a pretty boy living off others. After all, Jiang Xuan did possess a certain degree of good looks. One had to admit, just as beautiful women found favor, handsome men found favor too. Over here, Jiang Xuan and the other 3 began to get acquainted. In another room, Hua Ling's figure slowly materialized. Indeed, through relentless battles in the Cloud Peak City, Hua Ling had reached level 20. For Hua Ling, upon reaching level 20, she chose not to share this news with Jiang Xuan. Instead, after a brief rest, she immediately entered the 2-star breakthrough dungeon. In Hua Ling's view, her goal was simple. Break through to the 2-star realm and then thoroughly crush Jiang Xuan beneath her. Jiang Xuan, just wait until I break through to 2 stars.
I'll see how you can ever compare to me then.
As Hua Ling snorted to herself, she also spotted the other 2 teammates in the room. Upon seeing one of them, Hua Ling thought she recognized him.
This opponent was none other than Sadar, grandson of the mad battle sovereign, Charo. Upon seeing Hua Ling, Sadal looked somewhat surprised. Sadar had met Hua Ling twice before. Though not particularly close, Sadal knew Hua Ling as Jiang Xuan's young sidekick.
The other person present was a man dressed in ancient attire, exuding an air of gentle refinement. Neither Sadal nor Hua Ling recognized this man. But if Jiang Xuan had been present, he would have instantly recognized the man before him as Zhou Yuntian from Fengshan City, the very opponent he had faced in combat half a month prior.
Whoa, that dark-skinned kid is actually a 7-star profession, Judgment Hammer? And that woman's class is a 9-star legendary elemental mage. Who exactly is this woman? How come I've never heard of her before? Seeing Hua Ling's class was elemental mage, Zhou Yuntian froze instantly. His initial plan to show off vanished, replaced by a flustered uncertainty. Both Sadal and Hua Ling before him possessed talents far surpassing his own 6-star wind and rain mage class. In that moment, Zhou Yuntian, who had previously exuded an air of superiority, instantly softened his expression as he looked at Hua Ling and the other. I am Zhou Yuntian.
It is truly an honor to be matched with 2 prodigies like yourselves. Hearing Zhou Yuntian's greeting, Hua Ling and Sadal responded without much warmth, merely nodding their heads slightly. Both were naturally reserved individuals. Under normal circumstances, Hua Ling only spoke more when facing Jiang Xuan. As for others, she couldn't be bothered to speak. As for the dark-skinned kid, Sadal, he was a proud and arrogant fellow. Unless someone earned his approval, he remained haughtily aloof. Thus, he showed little reaction to Zhou Yuntian's goodwill. Seeing the 2 of them so cold and indifferent, Zhou Yuntian felt a bit displeased inside. But he dared not show it openly. After all, both men before him were prodigies he couldn't afford to offend. Just as both teams introduced themselves to each other, the alert sounded once more. Ding! 1 minute remaining until the duel begins. First round combat details have been released. Both sides prepare for combat. As the alert faded, a large screen appeared before everyone's eyes.
Two avatars appeared on the screen.
One was Zhou Yuntian and the other was Jiang Xuan. At that moment, gazing upon the all-too-familiar Jiang Xuan before him, Zhou Yuntian's expression turned excited and sinister.
Jiang Xuan. Oh, Jiang Xuan.
I never imagined I'd run into you here. You've caused me so much suffering. This time, I'll make you suffer terribly.
Chapter 59, Zhou Yuntian Invincible? Jiang Xuan, 1 sword, 1 kill. As for Zhou Yuntian, his resentment toward Jiang Xuan ran deep. Ever since Jiang Tuo lost the 6-star equipment blueprint, 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings to Jiang Xuan half a month ago, Jiang Tuo had spent the past half-month relentlessly harassing the Zhou family. To put it mildly, the Zhou family had been extorted out of at least 3 million resources by Jiang Tuo during this period. Faced with Jiang Tuo's extortion, the Zhou family dared not speak out. After all, while the Zhou family was technically a clan, it was essentially just a company. Their ancestors weren't wealthy. In fact, the family didn't even have a single professional at the 3-star realm. In truth, the reason Zhou Yuntian attained a 6-star professional rank was not due to any exceptional talent.
Rather, it was due to his class change. The resources required for that advancement nearly depleted 90% of the Zhou family's assets. Thus, the Zhou family itself was now practically penniless. Now Jiang Tuo has directed all his anger toward Jiang Xuan onto the Zhou family.
This only added insult to injury for the already struggling Zhou family.
Zhou Yuntian dared not hold a grudge against Jiang Tuo, so he naturally directed all his resentment toward Jiang Xuan instead. After all, in Zhou Yuntian's eyes, Jiang Xuan was merely a 1-star beastmaster. The reason he managed to break through to the 10th layer, even shattering the 10th layer record and the top 100 layer records.
This wasn't because Jiang Xuan was exceptionally skilled.
Rather, it was because Jiang Xuan had exploited some kind of bug. In this data-driven world, exploiting glitches was rare but not unheard of. Therefore, in Zhou Yuntian's mind, Jiang Xuan's combat prowess was nothing to be feared.
If he were to face Jiang Xuan himself, he was certain he could easily beat him. But thoughts are one thing. Zhou Yuntian never got the chance.
Originally, Zhou Yuntian had planned to target Jiang Xuan during the global college entrance exam. Now, here he was actually encountering Jiang Xuan in this 2-star breakthrough dungeon.
This prospect had Zhou Yuntian buzzing with excitement.
His mind was already running wild with fantasies. How he would utterly destroy Jiang Xuan. While Zhou Yuntian was lost in his fantasies, on the other side, Sadal and Hua Ling were stunned to discover their opponent was none other than Jiang Xuan.
Were taken aback for a moment. But Sadal, who had been cold and indifferent moments before, suddenly became excited. It's actually that bastard Jiang Xuan. Ha! Finally, I get to face him in combat.
Meanwhile, Hua Ling felt a flicker of surprise, but her prideful excitement took over. Never thought this guy would reach level 20 either.
I was planning to defeat you through cultivation alone. But today, it seems I'll defeat you both in cultivation realm and combat prowess. Each of the 3 on Hua Ling's side harbored their own thoughts. Jiang Xuan, upon seeing his opponent was Zhou Yuntian, was also taken aback. My opponent is actually this guy? Jiang Xuan naturally remembered Zhou Yuntian.
He didn't hold much regard for him, as Jiang Xuan always sensed a certain insincerity about the man. However, the fact that this guy had managed to reach level 20 was something Jiang Xuan hadn't anticipated. Upon seeing that Jiang Xuan's opponent was a 6-star professional, Lei Jiyue couldn't help but voice her concern. She voiced her concern, Jiang Xuan, are you sure you'll be okay? Facing Lei Jiyue's concern, Jiang Xuan smiled reassuringly.
Don't worry, Sister Jiyue. I should be able to handle it.
Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Di Hong rolled her eyes inwardly. Good grief, he talks a big game without fear of shooting himself in the foot. His opponent was a 6-star rated rainstorm master. A powerful being capable of summoning wind and rain. You think you can handle that? What difference is there between a 1-star rated profession and a 6-star rated one? Though Di Hong felt contempt for Jiang Xuan's words, she kept it entirely to herself. She didn't voice it aloud. After all, Jiang Xuan knew Lei Jiyue. And Lei Jiyue was the ultimate pillar of her team. This guy named Zhou Yuntian was likely the strongest opponent on the other side. Wind and Rain Master, a profession wielding wind and water elements. This was precisely the type of class that would be countered by Lei Jiao's lightning element profession, the Thunder Dragon Sword Master. Therefore, in Di Hong's view, Lei Jiao should easily defeat Zhou Yuntian. Thus, she knew better than to speak ill of Jiang Xuan. If Lei Jiyue got angry and withdrew from the competition, then her hard-earned chance to latch onto a powerful ally would vanish. With that, Di Hong looked at Jiang Xuan, her face breaking into a smile as she said, "Go for it, little brother Jiang Xuan. I believe in you." Though her words weren't entirely sincere, the emotional support Di Hong offered was genuinely heartfelt. Facing Di Hong's encouragement, Jiang Xuan smiled. The next second, the timer ran out. He instantly transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the room. Moments later, both Jiang Xuan and Zhou Yuntian materialized within the arena. Jiang Xuan, we meet again. In the arena, Zhou Yuntian looked at Jiang Xuan before him, a smirk curling his lips. Gone was the gentle demeanor he'd shown before Hua Ling and Sadal.
Instead, his expression had grown utterly arrogant. Jiang Xuan remained calm as he looked at Zhou Yuntian.
Quite the coincidence indeed. As the words fell, with a whoosh,
spiritual energy began violently leaking from Zhou Yuntian's body. In an instant, a howling gale erupted.
Dark clouds gathered thickly in the sky.
Under Zhou Yuntian's influence, the air pressure throughout the entire arena plummeted. A palpable sense of impending storm filled the air.
Jiang Xuan, I don't know how you broke the record for the 100th floor of the Cloud Peak Tower.
But I want you to understand that a one-star profession is a one-star profession. Even if you resorted to clever tricks, it couldn't bridge the gap between our ranks. Therefore, accept your defeat. 6th tier skill, Mountain Wind and Rainstorm. Zhou Yuntian's voice echoed.
A torrent of gale force winds coalesced into wind blades, hurtling toward Jiang Xuan with devastating speed.
Meanwhile, the dark clouds above the arena had condensed to their utmost intensity. A torrential downpour, sharp as blades, began to pour down. In an instant, the entire arena fell under Zhou Yuntian's control. The entire arena was blanketed by wind blades and rain daggers, leaving nowhere to hide. Witnessing this scene, Di Hong and the lounge gasped sharply. Mountain wind and torrential rain. This guy has mastered a 6th tier field control skill? This is ridiculous.
Watching Zhou Yuntian dominate the arena like a god, Di Hong swallowed hard. In that moment, she finally grasped just how vast the chasm was between herself and a 6-star profession.
As for Jiang Xuan in the arena, Di Hong didn't even glance his way.
Because from her perspective, even she herself would struggle to survive Zhou Yuntian's onslaught. Let alone Jiang Xuan, a mere 1-star beastmaster.
Jiang Xuan's defeat was already sealed.
At that very moment, just as Zhou Yuntian and Di Hong both believed Jiang Xuan was about to fall, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Jiang Xuan, who had been standing in place, vanished instantly. The next instant, he materialized behind Zhou Yuntian. A long sword, gradually dissipating, was in his hand. A gaping wound filled entirely with thunderous energy now gaped in Zhou Yuntian's chest.
In an instant, before anyone could react, Zhou Yuntian's health bar above his head instantly emptied.
Watching his body gradually dissolve into data, Zhou Yuntian cried out in shock.
Impossible. This can't be happening. Yet no matter how loud Zhou Yuntian's bewildered and enraged roar echoed, the speed at which his form dissipated did not slow. Instead, he vanished directly within the arena. As soon as Zhou Yuntian vanished, the arena's alert sounded. Zhou Yuntian has lost combat capability.
First battle, Jiang Xuan wins. Hearing the notification ringing in her ears, Di Hong froze in the rest area.
Instantly defeated a 6-star rated professional? This Jiang Xuan is really a 1-star beastmaster? Chapter 60, The Elemental Mage's Crushing Dominance, Zhou Yuntian's cold smirk. Watching Jiang Xuan in the arena, Di Hong's jaw dropped wide open.
Born on the Sky Nine Islands, Di Hong keenly sensed the exceptional quality of the wind and water elements Zhou Yuntian had just condensed. Frankly, in Di Hong's estimation, even if she were to face Zhou Yuntian herself, her chances of victory would be less than 10%. The disparity in attribute points stemmed from their differing class ratings was simply too vast. Yet here was Jiang Xuan, who had instantly defeated an opponent she herself had little chance against. That's insane, isn't it? When did a 1-star beastmaster become this powerful? Di Hong stared blankly at Jiang Xuan, who had just secured the victory. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuntian, who had been sent tumbling back to the rest area by Jiang Xuan's single strike, now stood utterly stunned. Now, staring at his perfectly intact chest, he touched it in disbelief. Then, his face twisted in disbelief, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? I was actually taken down in one strike by that Jiang Xuan? He's just a 1-star beastmaster, isn't he? How could his combat prowess be so formidable? Could it be that his Cloud Peak Tower results were all genuine?" At this thought, Zhou Yuntian couldn't help but recall Jiang Xuan's record-breaking feat of surpassing the 100th floor of the Cloud Peak Tower. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Zhou Yuntian had always assumed Jiang Xuan's Cloud Peak Tower achievements were the result of exploiting a glitch. Who would have thought Jiang Xuan was actually this damn good in combat? While Zhou Yuntian stood dumbfounded in disbelief, Hua Ling beside him coldly remarked, "If you lack the ability yourself, don't question others. Facing you, Jiang Xuan hasn't even unleashed a tenth of his true strength." Hua Ling's voice was calm, yet to Zhou Yuntian, those words felt like a 1,000-year-old glacier searing into his bones. Zhou Yuntian admitted he'd lost to Jiang Xuan because he was simply outmatched. But to be so belittled by Hua Ling? Even as a legendary profession holder, Zhou Yuntian found this intolerable. Yet Zhou Yuntian dared not confront Hua Ling directly. Instead, he turned his sarcasm toward Jiang Xuan. He's just a 1-star rated beastmaster. And one who'll never be able to change professions in this lifetime. So what if he's strong in battle now? It's nothing more than having a wealthy family that allowed him to contract a decent beast. Once my cultivation base rises, how could he possibly compare to me? Though defeated by Jiang Xuan, Zhou Yuntian remained seething with resentment inside. In his eyes, a 1-star beastmaster was a lowly profession. How could it possibly compare to his noble status as a 6-star Rainwind Master? But just as Zhou Yuntian spoke with his usual arrogance, across the room, Hua Ling's face darkened slightly. To Hua Ling, it was one thing to say she wasn't good enough, but it was absolutely unacceptable to slander Jiang Xuan in front of her. Thus, Hua Ling, seething with fury, instantly narrowed her eyes. In an instant, a fierce gale swept in. Wind elemental spirits instantly coalesced around Zhou Yuntian, forming countless wind blades. Say that again if you dare. Hua Ling's voice turned icy. Now, gazing at the countless wind blades materializing around him, Zhou Yuntian's previously arrogant expression shifted dramatically. Feeling Hua Ling's suppression, Zhou Yuntian attempted to gather wind elements to resist. But he discovered that no matter how he tried, the surrounding wind elements simply refused to obey him. When Zhou Yuntian tried to condense water elemental energy, the water elementals paid him no heed whatsoever. It was as if Zhou Yuntian now existed in a world devoid of wind and water elements. Despite possessing the strength of a 1-star cultivator, he now felt utterly powerless, no different from an ordinary person. Even when he pushed his spiritual awareness to its absolute limit, not a single trace of elemental power responded to him. Zhou Yuntian now deeply understood just how formidable Hua Ling, the legendary elemental mage, truly was. When facing an opponent equally skilled in elemental manipulation, she could drain all surrounding elemental energy. Even a rainstorm master like himself, rated at 6 stars, couldn't muster a shred of elemental power. For a moment, under Hua Ling's overwhelming pressure, Zhou Yuntian's body trembled slightly. In that moment, Zhou Yuntian truly understood. That so-called genius was nothing but air in the presence of a true peerless prodigy. First match concluded. Contestants for the second duel, please prepare. As the announcement echoed, the large screen displayed the avatars of Hua Ling and Di Hong. Seeing her name called, Hua Ling snorted coldly. This time, I'll let you off. But if I ever hear you speak disrespectfully of Jiang Xuan again, I won't let you off. Hua Ling snorted coldly. Endless wind blades swirled violently around her. In an instant, a whirlwind composed entirely of wind blades engulfed Zhou Yuntian. If Zhou Yuntian dared utter a single word of refusal, he felt he would be torn to shreds by this terrifying tempest at any moment. After applying pressure, Hua Ling recalled the wind elemental spirit. Then, with a flash, she vanished from the spot. The moment Hua Ling departed, Zhou Yuntian collapsed to his knees. His legs trembled so violently he could no longer stand. Sweat poured from his forehead, chest, and back. Truthfully, if Hua Ling hadn't left so soon, Zhou Yuntian felt he might have lost control of his bladder. Who would have thought Hua Ling actually knew Jiang Xuan? How does Jiang Xuan have such incredible luck? Not only did he contract a powerful beast companion, but he even has such a prodigy speaking on his behalf. Zhou Yuntian dared not speak, his thoughts chattering away in his mind. Though Zhou Yuntian felt envious of Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling's close relationship, seeing Hua Ling on the battlefield instantly brought a smile to his face. Because these two, who were so close, had been matched as opponents. There was no denying that Jiang Xuan's combat prowess had surpassed his expectations. But Hua Ling was a legendary class holder. The thought of Jiang Xuan about to get thoroughly beaten by Hua Ling in the arena. Zhou Yuntian felt an intense thrill. So what if he's stronger than me? In the end, he'll still lose, right? Once he reached the 2-star realm, he would surely dominate Jiang Xuan. So what if he lost now? He's just a mere beast master. The pace of leveling up will inevitably slow down in the future. Once he reached the 2-star realm, the experience required to advance a single level would be astronomical. The more contract pets a Beastmaster has, the more experience points they'll need to score. By then, Jiang Xuan might not even reach the 3-star realm. By then, I might already be at the 4-star realm or even the 5-star realm. So what if he loses now? His future was bound to be brighter than Jiang Xuan's. This thought lifted Zhou Yuntian's spirits considerably. With the weakness in his legs easing considerably, he finally managed to pull himself up and sat down on the nearby sofa. He watched the arena, waiting for the moment Jiang Xuan would face Hua Ling. As Hua Ling stepped onto the stage, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. That girl Hua Ling has reached level 22? This girl's leveling speed is way too fast. Just as Jiang Xuan was marveling, Di Hong on the other side glanced at her opponent Hua Ling's stats. She froze in place, utterly stunned. No way. My opponent is an elemental mage? I'm just a regular fire mage, and you match me with this opponent? Chapter 61, The Little Sissy Sudar? Di Hong was utterly bewildered. She was baffled as to what goddamn sin she'd committed. Getting matched against such a prodigy in a duel. Under normal circumstances, a 3-star rated class in a 2-star breakthrough dungeon was already exceptionally powerful. Under normal circumstances, most players would be using 1 or 2-star rated professions. But today, her matchup? One teammate was rated 1 star, another 7 stars. Jiang Xuan's class rating might be a bit weaker. But Jiang Xuan's combat prowess was anything but weak. The fact that he could instantly take down a 6-star rated opponent in an instant. This alone proved the terrifying extent of Jiang Xuan's combat prowess.
In pure combat prowess, Dihong felt Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue were likely on par.
Originally, Dihong believed that being matched with two such prodigies would steadily propel him toward the two-star realm.
But the opponents he was matched against were even more absurd.
A 6-star Rainmaster already felt abnormal to Dihong.
Now, a damn 9-star legendary elemental mage had appeared. Dihong was utterly stunned.
It must be noted that Dihong was born on Sky 9 Islands, whose founder was none other than the sage Gogol.
Gugger was the very first elemental mage on Blue Star. Dihong knew full well the terrifying power of an elemental mage. Now, the second elemental mage had emerged on Blue Star.
And her opponent was none other than this very being.
Dihong truly felt doomed.
Originally confident she could steadily advance to the 2-star realm today, Dihong now knew this 2-star breakthrough dungeon was utterly ruined. Just as Dihong had anticipated, facing Hua Ling meant there was no chance of even engaging in combat. The moment she entered the arena, Dihong felt the fire element within it stripped away.
Forget casting fire skills, she couldn't even conjure a tiny flame. Hua Ling hadn't even made a move yet, and Dihong chose to concede defeat. What could she do? She couldn't even gather a flame, how could she possibly fight? Hua Ling showed no surprise at Dihong's surrender.
She knew that in a confrontation between her profession and someone wielding the 9 natural elements,
at the same cultivation level, the opponent would need to be an 8-star rated profession.
Otherwise, they simply had no chance against her. The victor of the second contest is contestant Hua Ling. As the announcement echoed, Hua Ling's gaze shifted toward Jiang Xuan's resting area. She remained silent, yet a hint of proud arrogance flickered in her beautiful eyes.
Her expression seemed to tell Jiang Xuan, "I'm pretty formidable now.
Jiang Xuan, get ready to have your butt kicked by me." Seeing the defiance in Hua Ling's eyes, Jiang Xuan's expression remained relaxed.
This little brat sure is persistent. But don't forget. From childhood to now, you've never once beaten me.
Let's see how you've changed since childhood. Jiang Xuan had long wanted to spar with Hua Ling. But with both of them focused on leveling up, they never found the time to do so. Now that the chance had finally arrived, Jiang Xuan was naturally eager to test his skills. As Hua Ling and Dihong's battle concluded in the blink of an eye, the third match in the arena officially commenced.
The combatants were naturally Lei Jiyue and Sadal.
The moment Dihong saw another 7-star rated profession standing opposite him,
Dihong's heart screamed inwardly, what the hell is this? Was this even a level he could hope to reach? Compared to Dihong's shock, Jiang Xuan's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Sadal.
Jiang Xuan knew Sadal, of course. To be honest, thanks to the presence of Senior Charo, Jiang Xuan's initial impression of Sadal was favorable. But every time he interacted with Sadal, he always sensed something off about the way this kid looked at him. Each time, his gaze burned like a blazing torch. Truth be told, Jiang Xuan had never seen such a look in a man's eyes before. He always felt there was something peculiar about Sadar's gaze. Therefore, Jiang Xuan had always been quite reluctant to engage in conversation with this kid. But Sadal's appearance had caught Jiang Xuan off guard. After all, this 2-star breakthrough dungeon seemed to be of an unusually high caliber.
The moment Sadal stepped into the arena, the guy immediately pulled out a 3-meter-tall warhammer.
The moment Sadal's hammer materialized, Jiang Xuan instantly recognized it as the 3-star Cloud Peak equipment, the Cloud Peak Warhammer he had sold for 5 million back then.
So that one strength breaks all techniques is actually him?
Back then, Jiang Xuan had been quite curious about who could afford to shell out 5 million for gear in one go.
But if this person was Sadal, then it made perfect sense. After all, his grandfather was the Mad Battle Sovereign, Charlo, a figure who ranked among the elite masters of the entire Blue Star. Sadar was also Charo's only grandson. Truth be told, casually pulling out 5 million wasn't really a big deal. Compared to the 3-meter-tall Cloud Peak Warhammer, however, Sadal's stature appeared rather petite. After all, Sadal wasn't tall to begin with, standing only around 5 feet tall. The hammer he used to carry already looked rather odd on him. Now, with this Cloud Peak Warhammer, even standing atop it, he still couldn't reach its height. Thus, when Sadal stood beside the Cloud Peak Warhammer in the arena, he resembled nothing so much as a child. Though Sadal appeared petite and frail. But when Lei Jiyue also reached the arena, Sadar's aura instantly grew thick and heavy.
The seemingly frail figure gripped the hammer's handle with one hand, effortlessly lifting the weapon.
Though his arms appeared to lack any substantial muscle, his strength was terrifyingly immense.
As the hammer rose, luminous elements continuously gathered toward Sadal. Sadar, whose skin had been dark, instantly turned pale. The boyish features that had defined him before gave way to a face of jade-like pallor, his previously indistinct features becoming exquisitely refined. This refined appearance made him look almost unmasculine for a moment. Honestly, it was only because Sadal kept his hair short. If he had long hair, he would have looked almost indistinguishable from a woman.
Watching Sadar's transformation, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could this kid actually be a girl?
The thought crossed Jiang Xuan's mind, but the next second, a hoarse, smoky voice emerged from Sadal's mouth.
Take this hammer.
Hearing Sadal's signature deep, gravelly voice, Jiang Xuan immediately dismissed his doubts.
No way could a girl really have a voice like that? This kid must be a guy. He just looks like a girl. At most, he's just a sissy boy.
Jiang Xuan didn't dwell on it much, instead observing the battle between Sadar and Lei Jiyue.
Both Sadal and Lei Jiyue were 7-star professionals.
One wielded the divine hammer of judgment, the other the Thunder Dragon sword sovereign. Sadar's attacks were highly aggressive. Though petite in stature, he fought with ferocious force. Wielding the Cloud Peak Warhammer, she unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. Wherever the hammer strikes, nothing but ruins remain.
Sadar's combat prowess is formidable, but Lei Jiyue is no slouch either.
Her mastery of the Mystic Thunder sword art alone grants her formidable combat prowess. And now, as the Thunder Dragon sword sovereign, she had the aid of her companion spirit the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon would transform into a sword to strike or into a dragon to entangle. Not only were its attacks swift and fierce, but its maneuvers were unpredictable and remarkably agile. Lei Jishio had indeed just completed her class change, yet she commanded the Thunder Dragon with the ease of an extension of her own arm. However, Lei Jiyue still suffered the drawbacks of having just undergone her class change. He was still unfamiliar with his own abilities. Ultimately, he fell one move short and lost to Sadal. Seeing that he had defeated Lei Jiyue, Sadal did not let victory go to his head. Instead, he raised his warhammer high and shouted excitedly toward Jiang Xuan in the rest area. Jiang Xuan,
come down here. Let's have a proper fight. Chapter 62, New 6th Tier Skill Thundercloud Dustfall.
Sadar's voice boomed. Especially amplified by his deep, resonant voice, it practically echoed across the heavens. The voice bore no resemblance to his petite frame. Sadar, however, couldn't care less about this incongruity. Instead, his gaze burned intensely as he fixed it on Jiang Xuan in the lounge. Influenced by his grandfather, Sadal had long desired to test his skills against Jiang Xuan. After all, his grandfather held Jiang Xuan in very high regard.
This made Sadal feel somewhat resentful.
After all, his parents had died young, and he had been raised alongside Charo since childhood. In his eyes, he should be the one his grandfather recognized most. Now his grandfather was praising an outsider as exceptionally skilled, which naturally made Sadal feel a bit jealous. Yet at the same time, Sadal was also curious. He wondered just how formidable Jiang Xuan's combat prowess truly was. Thus, whenever Sadal encountered Jiang Xuan, he would challenge him. Only, Jiang Xuan declined Sadar's challenge every single time. First, Jiang Xuan genuinely felt there was something peculiar about Sadar. Second, Jiang Xuan simply had no time to spar with Sadal. After all, recently, Jiang Xuan had either been grinding levels in the Cloud Peak Tower or studying swordsmanship under Lei Jiyue. His duel with Chunyude only occurred because the other had staked a lunar eclipse great demonic egg as wager. And the skills Chunyude possessed that Jiang Xuan wished to learn.
He would never have engaged Chunyude in combat.
Thus, he had consistently declined Sadal's requests for sparring.
Once or twice, Sadal could tolerate it.
But being turned down time and again naturally ignited Sadal's competitive spirit.
Now that he finally had the chance to spar with Jiang Xuan, Sadar couldn't contain his excitement. Because in his mind, he was going to thoroughly beat Jiang Xuan later. Then, he would prove to his grandfather that he was the most outstanding one. Hearing Sadal's challenge from the lounge, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This kid hasn't forgotten his roots, has he? No sooner had Jiang Xuan finished speaking than Lei Jiyue appeared beside him. Xiao, are you okay? Hearing this, Lei Jiyue shook her head. I'm fine. You can't get injured in the arena trials. Though she said so, Lei Jiyue's expression still betrayed a hint of apprehension as she watched Sadal in the arena.
Lei Jiyue had believed her transformation into the Thunder Dragon sword sovereign had made her formidable. Who would have thought that facing Sadal would still leave her at such a disadvantage? In that moment, Lei Jiyue truly understood the meaning of there are always those more skilled than you. At the same time, she became even more certain that she absolutely could not grow complacent just because she had become the Thunder Dragon sword sovereign. Instead, she must continue to refine her skills relentlessly. Upon learning Lei Jishio was unharmed, Jiang Xuan finally nodded in relief. Immediately afterward, a notification chime sounded by his ear. First round of arena combat concluded. As one side still has one contestant remaining, Jiang Xuan. All remaining contestants from both sides have been restored to peak condition.
Contestant Jiang Xuan, please proceed to the arena for combat. As the alert faded, Lei Jiyue hurriedly called out, Jiang Xuan, be careful. The opponent's strength is astonishing. Don't try to match them blow for blow. Hearing Lei Jiyue's warning, Jiang Xuan flicked his hair with a flamboyant gesture before flashing an OK sign. Don't worry, Sister Jiyue. I know my limits. Watch this. I'll make sure to redeem you, Sister Jiyue. With that, Jiang Xuan vanished from his spot in a flash. At the same moment, his figure slowly materialized within the arena. The moment he saw Jiang Xuan appear, Sadal exclaimed excitedly, Jiang Xuan, you're finally here. Looking at the excited Sadal, Jiang Xuan said, long time no see, Sadal. Enough chatter. Take this hammer. Unlike Jiang Xuan's nostalgic greeting, Sadal wasted no words. He raised his Cloud Peak Warhammer and charged straight at Jiang Xuan. Despite his massive hammer and petite frame, Sadal's speed was anything but slow. With the heavy hammer raised, he charged toward Jiang Xuan like a streak of light. Blazing speed. Sadar's speed is even faster than before. Could it be he was holding back during our earlier fight? Watching Sadar move like a streak of light before him, Lei Jiyue exclaimed in astonishment. Lei Jiyue wasn't the only one stunned at that moment. On the other side, in the restroom, Zhou Yuntian's face also betrayed astonishment. Could this Sadar actually go any faster? A 7-star rated professional is this powerful? To Zhou Yuntian, a 7-star rated professional was one rank higher than his own 6-star rated Rainstorm Master. During the previous battle, Zhou Yuntian had clearly felt the gap between himself and Sadal. But that gap was merely that between a stream and a river. Yet the combat prowess Sadal displayed now was like comparing a small stream to an ocean. Wasn't it just a 1-star difference in rating? Damn it, how could the gap be this huge? Though shocked, Zhou Yuntian couldn't help but feel exhilarated upon witnessing Sadal's terrifying combat prowess. Because in his eyes, Jiang Xuan was bound to lose this time. Jiang Xuan, let's see how you win this time. But Zhou Yuntian only dared to think it. With Hua Ling in the lounge, he wouldn't dare voice it aloud. Even though death wasn't possible in the 2-star breakthrough dungeon, he had no desire to experience being torn apart by a storm. While Zhou Yuntian believed Jiang Xuan was doomed to lose. On the other side, witnessing Sadal unleash combat power even stronger than before. Di Hong also concluded that this 2-star breakthrough dungeon journey had come to an end. After all, even Sadal, who hadn't yet unleashed his full power, couldn't defeat Lei Jiyue. In Di Hong's eyes, Jiang Xuan was indeed formidable. But he was nowhere near the caliber of Lei Jiyue. If Lei Jiyue couldn't defeat him, Jiang Xuan certainly wouldn't stand a chance. Just as everyone believed Jiang Xuan was certain to lose. As Sadar charged toward him, a faint smile touched Jiang Xuan's lips. The next instant, a thunderous crack echoed through the air. The previously clear skies above the arena suddenly darkened with storm clouds. Crackling. Terrifying thunder rolled within the dark clouds. Since you're so eager for battle, then let me show you my new skill. Thundercloud Dust Fall. The moment Jiang Xuan's voice faded, the dark clouds in the sky began to violently coalesce. In an instant, the clouds transformed into a 10-meter-long colossal sword suspended mid-air. And this colossal blade was constantly surrounded by terrifying and immense thunder. At that moment, gazing upon the sword coalescing in the sky, Zhou Yuntian gasped in astonishment. This is Little Sword Sex Chunyuda's signature skill, Dustfall from the Clouds? How did Jiang Xuan learn this? Chapter 63, A 1-Star Beast Master Rules the Arena? Indeed, the technique Jiang Xuan had just unleashed was the 6th-tier skill Cloud Dustfall, stolen from Chunyude. However, unlike Chunyude's Cloud Sword formed solely through sword intent, Jiang Xuan, having grasped the Xianlei sword intent, transformed the originally plain cloud swords into thundercloud blades. Though he lacked Chunyude's class-based enhancement to sword techniques. But remember, Jiang Xuan's lightning originates from the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon. And the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon now boasts a 300% boost to all lightning-based skills. Therefore, Jiang Xuan's Thundercloud Dustfall strike not only matched Chunyude's in power, but surpassed it by several degrees. All along, Jiang Xuan had mastered the 6th-tier skill, Cloud Dustfall. Yet Cloud Dustfall remained an advanced skill, and Jiang Xuan could never grasp its essence. Thus, he had never truly figured out how to wield it effectively. This journey to the Sword Thunder Pool, however, had provided him with inspiration. The Thunder Ancestral Dragon's Thunderbolt Sword Strike had struck a chord within him. Since he couldn't wield Cloud Dustfall as intended, why not modify it to fit his own comfort zone? As for the steps to condense a sword from thunderclouds, Jiang Xuan lacked the ability to manipulate dark clouds. But he had the spiritual elemental enhancement from Lingmeng Fox Master. He clearly remembered the psychic sword manifestation from his Aunt Xuxin's weapon, Lingshu. Thus, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Xuan, directly helping him forge a new 6th-tier skill, Thundercloud Dustfall. This Thundercloud Dustfall not only contained thunder and sword intent but also intertwined spiritual power. If Jiang Xuan further utilized his external equipment, the 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings, he could gain the enhancement of wind elements. Thus, the power of Thundercloud Dustfall was hardly weaker than the skill of the Cloud Peak Omniscience Sword Omniscience Slash. At that moment, the Thundercloud Sword hung like the sword of Damocles over Sadal's head. Gazing at the Thundercloud Sword in the sky, Sadal's expression darkened. Though silent, the light element within him surged to its absolute limit. For he could sense the terror of the Thundercloud Sword. If this sword truly descended, he would either die or be gravely wounded. Therefore, he must eliminate Jiang Xuan before the sword struck. Sador's plan was sound. Reality proved cruel. Imbued with the power of thunder, the Thundercloud Sword moved with blinding speed. The instant the entire Thundercloud Sword coalesced, a crack of thunder split the air. The Thundercloud Sword shot toward Sadal like a flash of lightning. No! Sadar cried out in alarm as the Lightning Cloud Sword charged toward him at breakneck speed. Holy Shield of Light!
In the next instant, all the light elements within Sadal surged outward. A shield composed entirely of light elements coalesced before him. Clearly, Sadal intended to withstand the Thundercloud Sword's attack with his own light holy shield. But unfortunately, the Sacred Shield of Light was merely a third-tier skill. Moreover, Sadal himself was not a defensive class. His innate physical attributes were decent, but ultimately still too weak. Not to mention that Thundercloud Dustfall contained the profound essence of the Xianlei sword intent. It must be noted that sword intent is something many 5-star swordsmen fail to comprehend. Thus, Jiang Xuan's Thundercloud Dustfall strike against Sadal was nothing short of a dimensional strike. The Sacred Shield of Light held for a moment before being shattered by the Xianlei sword intent. The next instant, Sador's form was completely pierced by the Thundercloud sword. In an instant, Sadal's body dissolved into digital data and vanished from the arena. Victory in this arena match goes to Jiang Xuan. As Sadal vanished, the arena's announcement sounded. In that instant, Zhou Yuntian and Di Hong, who had been certain Jiang Xuan would lose, stared at him in the arena, their faces frozen in shock and disbelief. Jiang Xuan won just like that? How is that possible? Zhou Yuntian was utterly stunned. To Zhou Yuntian, Sadal's offensive prowess alone was terrifying enough. Yet despite Sadal's clearly formidable performance, he ultimately lost without even getting close to Jiang Xuan. Honestly, Jiang Xuan's combat prowess was just too damn absurd. Damn it! Is Jiang Xuan's real profession really a 1-star beastmaster? Not some legendary sword-wielding class? While Zhou Yuntian was stunned, Di Hong's face also twisted with horror. She genuinely hadn't expected Jiang Xuan to be this formidable. He'd taken out Sadal with such ease. Jiang Xuan's combat prowess. He's probably already reached the 8-star level. Di Hong sucked in a sharp breath, murmuring to herself. Compared to Zhou Yuntian and Di Hong's stunned disbelief, Lei Jiyue appeared relatively composed. Having spent considerable time with Jiang Xuan recently, she knew all too well just how terrifyingly fast Jiang Xuan had been improving. Just half a month ago, Jiang Xuan was merely a novice in swordsmanship. Now, he had likely already ascended to the level of a swordmaster. This was the realm of a swordmaster a pinnacle countless swordsmen spent their entire lives striving to reach. Jiang Xuan achieved it in just half a month. How could this not be astonishing? Admittedly, Lei Jiyue had anticipated Jiang Xuan securing victory. But Lei Jiyue never imagined Jiang Xuan would achieve it entirely on his own. After all, Jiang Xuan's true abnormality didn't lie in himself, but in the two pet beasts by his side. Frankly, Jiang Xuan was already this formidable. Lei Jiyue dared not imagine how terrifying the combat power of those two beasts by his side must be now. Especially that Thunder Source ancestral dragon. It was truly monstrous among the monstrous. Damn it! Unfair! Unfair! How dare that guy be faster than me? Damn it! If I'd hit him first, I would have won for sure. While everyone else was stunned, Sadal, who'd been knocked back to the lounge, threw a little tantrum. After all, in Sadal's eyes, Jiang Xuan had merely capitalized on his weak defensive capabilities. If he could have withstood that strike, the outcome would have been anyone's guess. Though Sadal complained about unfairness, deep down, he knew his defeat to Jiang Xuan stemmed from sheer inferiority in skill. If only his control over light elements had been more refined, his speed could have been even greater. So, rather than focusing on unfairness, Sadal understood more clearly. The gap between himself and Jiang Xuan was simply too vast. Though he had accepted his defeat inwardly, Sadal still felt compelled to put on a brave front. Jiang Xuan, we'll settle this next time. I won't lose to you next time. While Sadal was putting on a tough front, Hua Ling couldn't care less. Instead, her beautiful eyes now gazed intently at Jiang Xuan in the arena. For she knew her long-awaited chance to face Jiang Xuan had finally arrived. Round 2 of the arena combat concluded. Both sides have one remaining contestant. Ding! All remaining combatants restored to peak condition. Arena Trial, Final Round. Hua Ling vs Jiang Xuan. Begin! Chapter 64, Jiang Xuan defeated? Dragon Claws in the Thunder's Gap. As the notification sounded, Jiang Xuan instantly felt a surge of spiritual energy flood into his body. In an instant, the spiritual energy that had been largely depleted by Yun Chun Luo was replenished. In that instant, Jiang Xuan felt his body grow significantly more comfortable. Moments later, a figure materialized before him. Seeing the familiar petite figure before him, Jiang Xuan smiled faintly. For the person before him was none other than Hua Ling. Who knew you'd level up so fast, you little brat? You've already reached level 20 so quickly. Jiang Xuan spoke upon seeing Hua Ling. At his words, Hua Ling gave a proud little snort. Of course I am. But aren't you supposed to be a beast master? How did you level up so fast? Jiang Xuan chuckled at her words. Haha, I'm not telling you. Hearing Jiang Xuan teasing her, Hua Ling puffed out her cheeks, looking rather sulky. If you won't tell me, I'll beat it out of you later. I'll tell you I'm really strong now. Just brace yourself for a brutal beating. As she spoke, Hua Ling raised her tiny fist. Her expression clearly conveyed her intent to kick Jiang Xuan's butt later. Though her words were violent, whether due to her sweet-sounding voice or something else, her words didn't feel violent at all. Instead, it sounded more like she was pouting at Jiang Xuan. At that moment, despite the gladiatorial combat having clearly begun in the arena, the two were merely trading verbal jabs, with no actual fighting taking place.
The spectators in both dressing rooms were utterly bewildered. Little Lei, does Jiang Xuan actually know Hua Ling?
Seeing Hua Ling, who had earlier faced her with an icy expression, now chatting and laughing with Jiang Xuan, Di Hong was utterly bewildered.
Hearing this, Lei Zhiyue observed the apparent closeness between Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling. Though a pang of unease flashed through her heart, she nodded and replied, yes, they're childhood friends.
They've known each other for a very long time.
Lei Zhiyue had always envied Hua Ling. Though they hadn't spoken much, Lei Zhiyao could sense Hua Ling's deep affection for Jiang Xuan.
Though they hadn't publicly announced anything, their mutual affection was plain to see. As Hua Ling often put it, she owed her very life to Jiang Xuan. Don't be fooled by Hua Ling's constant bickering with Jiang Xuan, it was merely her way of seeking attention from him. Lei Zhiyue had lost her parents at a young age. Though Xiaofeng had helped her, she'd never had many friends growing up. Therefore, she deeply envied Hua Ling for having a childhood friend like Jiang Xuan, someone who supported and grew alongside her. As for Di Hong, upon hearing that Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling were childhood friends, astonishment spread across her face. She never imagined two prodigies like them would have known each other since childhood.
Wait, aren't prodigies supposed to be random? When did they start appearing in groups? Just as Di Hong was reeling in disbelief, a voice rang out from another lounge area. Are you two going to fight or not? This is the arena, not your double bed. The voice was loud and clear. The raspy tone immediately identified the speaker as Sadal. For the impatient Sadal, he genuinely couldn't stand Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling's endless chatter. If you're going to fight, just fight. Why all the nonsense?
The moment she heard Sadal speak, Hua Ling's pretty face flushed crimson. After all, Sadal's words were undeniably blunt. But with Sadal's words, the two who had been chatting and teasing each other also reined themselves in a bit.
The next second,
a 3-star magic staff appeared in Hua Ling's hand. Immediately, the 9 natural elements materialized around her. Wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, wood, light, dark, and ice all materialized. Having now reached the 1-star realm, Hua Ling's 9 natural elements had naturally completed their evolution.
Compared to their previously more rudimentary forms,
the 9 natural elements now appeared slightly more solidified.
Moreover, they appeared more refined overall. As the 9 natural elements materialized, Di Hong in the lounge couldn't help but gasp. Whoa, summoning all 9 natural elements right off the bat? Seems like even though they're friends, Hua Ling didn't hold back at all. Hailing from the 9 Sky Islands, Di Hong was well acquainted with the 9 natural elements. For the present 9 Sky Islands were formed from the 9 natural elements of the ancient sage, Gogol. The very reason elemental mages are so formidable lies in the existence of these 9 natural elements. These 9 natural elements are the purest form of elemental energy. They are the favored children of the elements in this world. Once they manifest, the natural elements of the world fall directly under their command. Other practitioners, unless they have reached an 8-star rating, simply cannot contend with these natural elements. Thus, in the combat ratings of the 9 legendary professions, Gogol, who passed away 300 years ago, still consistently ranks among the top 3. This alone speaks volumes about the sheer power of the elemental mage profession. Undeniably, Jiang Xuan's performance earlier was formidable. But Di Hong had also discerned 2 core aspects of Jiang Xuan's performance. First, the sword. Second, the lightning. Yet Jiang Xuan's swordsmanship paled significantly compared to his mastery of lightning. Without the enhancement of lightning, Jiang Xuan's swordsmanship was formidable. But it wouldn't have been strong enough to instantly kill Zhou Yuntian and Sadal. Against other legendary professions, Di Hong still believed Jiang Xuan had a fighting chance. Yet he had to face an elemental mage, and Di Hong doubted Jiang Xuan could prevail. After all, while Jiang Xuan's lightning possessed high quality, in Di Hong's estimation, it still fell short of Hua Ling's. Thus, in Di Hong's estimation, Jiang Xuan was impressive enough to leave him in awe. Yet his experience was still far from matching Hua Ling's. The outcome of this battle was already predetermined. Jiang Xuan would ultimately be defeated. The only variable was the pace of his defeat, entirely at Hua Ling's discretion. Zhou Yuntian shared Di Hong's assessment. Even Zhou Yuntian now acknowledged Jiang Xuan's formidable skill. But Hua Ling's profession was simply too absurd. The gap between their professions was no longer even on the same level. Could a 1-star player really hold an advantage against a 9-star one? Frankly, Zhou Yuntian wouldn't dare entertain such a thought even in his wildest dreams. And so, just as everyone believed the outcome of this battle was already decided that Jiang Xuan was bound to lose, Jiang Xuan smiled at Hua Ling, who had summoned the 9 natural elements before him. Seems you're getting serious too. In that case. Before he could finish his sentence, a fissure composed entirely of thunder appeared beside Jiang Xuan.
From within the fissure, a claw nearly identical in size to Jiang Xuan's body extended outward. As the claw materialized, the corners of Jiang Xuan's mouth lifted slightly. Come out and play, Thunder Source. Chapter 65, The Terror of the Elemental Mage. Jiang Xuan lost? The moment Jiang Xuan's voice faded, the already enormous dragon claw abruptly thrust forth from the thunderous fissure. In the next instant, a colossal dragon head surged through the thunderous fissure. Finally, a Thunder Source ancestral dragon nearly 20 meters long appeared in the arena. At that instant, Di Hong, who had been certain Jiang Xuan was doomed to lose, gasped in shock. Holy crap, is this Jiang Xuan's pet beast? This is only level 20, yet it's already this massive? Gazing at the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon, whose head was nearly as large as Jiang Xuan himself, Di Hong was utterly stunned. Having studied demons and monsters, Di Hong knew well that, under normal circumstances, the higher the bloodline grade of a demonic beast, the more terrifying its power would be at the same cultivation level. Di Hong had once encountered a pure dragon demon of level 20 with bloodline rank reaching the lunar eclipse tier. That demon size alone had already filled Di Hong with dread. It simply didn't seem like a level 20 entity. Yet when compared to Jiang Xuan's Thunder Source ancestral dragon, it was like comparing a grandson to a grandfather. Jiang Xuan's Thunder Origin ancestral dragon was easily 4 times the size of that previous demon. More importantly, terrifying thunder constantly gathered around the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon's body. Hualing's lightning elemental spirit seemed to have no effect whatsoever on its lightning elemental condensation. Seeing this, Di Hong couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Could this dragon's bloodline rank have reached legendary level? Legendary blooded demons had only ever appeared a handful of times across the entire blue star. And now Jiang Xuan might have contracted one. In that instant, she finally understood why Jiang Xuan was so powerful. If he could contract such an absurdly powerful beast, it made perfect sense that his combat prowess would be extraordinary. Simultaneously, Di Hong recalled Jiang Xuan's performance during the battle earlier, and she couldn't help but gasp in awe. As the name implies, the core of a beastmaster's profession lies in their beast companions. Yet Jiang Xuan had already demonstrated such monstrous combat prowess without even summoning his beast companion. Now that his beast companion was summoned, wouldn't his combat prowess be even more astonishing? As shock rippled through Di Hong's mind. Meanwhile, in the other lounge, Sadal and Zhou Yuntian watched the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon in the arena, their eyes equally filled with astonishment. Isn't Jiang Xuan just an ordinary beastmaster? How could he possibly contract such a powerful beast? Zhou Yuntian had studied Jiang Xuan as well. Undeniably, before his profession awakening, Jiang Xuan had been exceptional. His spirit affinity had reached an astonishing 121 considering Zhou Yuntian's own spirit affinity had only been 98 back then. This alone demonstrated Jiang Xuan's exceptional talent. Yet despite his brilliance, his family's circumstances were dire. Both his parents vanished when he was still a teenager, leaving him to live with his aunt. Consequently, his household was far from wealthy. In fact, they were barely scraping by. Yet despite coming from such an ordinary family, Jiang Xuan managed to contract such a terrifying spirit beast. This was something Zhou Yuntian found hard to accept. While Zhou Yuntian was reeling from the appearance of the Thunder Source ancestral dragon. Meanwhile, Sadal watched the Thunder Source ancestral dragon in the arena, his eyes blazing as his mind raced. Finally, Sadal plopped down on the sofa with a sour expression, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. With a pet beast this powerful, who could possibly beat you?" Sadar wasn't stupid, he was just a bit reckless by nature. But his grandfather was the battle master, Charo. Beyond his astonishing combat prowess, Charo's ability to analyze situations far surpassed that of many 8-star professionals. Sadar had naturally inherited Charo's true teachings. Thus, after a brief analysis just now, Sadal, who had initially wanted to redeem himself, instantly deflated. Because in his analysis, his chances of success against the colossal dragon before him were less than 1%. To be honest, that 1% success rate was merely a generous estimate. In Sadal's calculations, 10 battles meant 10 certain defeats. That was why he uttered such discouraging words. Yet at the same time, Sadal harbored the same perplexity as the others. How on earth did Jiang Xuan contract such a monstrously powerful beast? Amidst the astonishment and bewilderment of the crowd, Hua Ling gazed at the Thunder Source ancestral dragon before her, feeling a hint of surprise herself. The first time Hua Ling had encountered the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon, it had exerted an overwhelming sense of pressure upon her. But back then, the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon was tiny and still looked rather cute. Now, upon meeting again, who could have imagined that tiny Thunder Origin ancestral dragon had grown so enormous? Jiang Xuan, I admit you're formidable. But I won't lose to you. Hua Ling was stunned by the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon. Yet she felt no fear toward it. Instead, her gaze sharpened as she fixed it on Jiang Xuan, her eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. Just as Hua Ling was staring at Jiang Xuan, she suddenly sensed a faint pink mist appear before her eyes. It appeared and vanished in an instant, too fleeting for Hua Ling to discern clearly. But as she looked at Jiang Xuan and the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon before her, a gasp escaped her lips. Earth Spear. As the words left her lips, Earth Elemental energy began to coalesce endlessly in her hands. A spear, a full 3 meters long, materialized in her grasp. The next instant, Hua Ling thrust the spear forward with all her might. Gale. Shadow. As the spear shot forth, Hua Ling murmured the incantations. Instantly, wind and dark elements poured into the spear. The once bulky and conspicuous spear, aided by the wind and shadow elements, vanished instantly. Those present heard only a piercing whistle cutting through the air. Before anyone could react, the heavy spear had already arrived before Jiang Xuan. With the boost from both swift wind and shadow states, this Earth Spear's flight speed rivals many 6th tier skills. This is the sheer power of an elemental mage. By continuously stacking elemental states, even the most basic skill can unleash pure numerical beauty. Watching the Earth Spear approach Jiang Xuan, Di Hong gasped in awe. Just as Di Hong marveled. With a sharp thud, Jiang Xuan's body was instantly pierced by the Earth Spear. The next instant, Jiang Xuan's body instantly digitized. Watching Jiang Xuan's body dissolve into data, Zhou Yuntian burst into laughter. So what if your pet beast is strong? In the end, you still lost. Jiang Xuan, you're still my defeated foe. Just as Zhou Yuntian began savoring his mental victory, Sadar, however, sensed something amiss. He noticed that although Jiang Xuan's body had clearly begun to digitize, no victory notification had sounded. Logically, the moment Hua Ling defeated Jiang Xuan, the notification should have announced their victory. But no notification had sounded. Could it be that Jiang Xuan hasn't been defeated yet? At that moment, it wasn't just Sadal who had this thought. Hua Ling, who had been elated at finally defeating Jiang Xuan, also snapped back to reality. Earth Elemental, hurry back and use Earth Escape. Hua Ling's voice was filled with urgency. But Jiang Xuan's calm voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Thunder Source. Thunderclap Sword. Chapter 66, 2-Star Realm, Third World Blessing. No sooner had Jiang Xuan's voice faded. Terrifying bolts of lightning swept across the entire arena. Above the arena, terrifying thunder danced like a rampaging dragon. In an instant, the crowd witnessed a thunderous bone sword, 10 meters long, towering high in the sky. The Thunder Source Primordial Dragon, which had previously disintegrated into data alongside Jiang Xuan, reappeared at this very moment. Its eyes flashed like lightning. With each breath, the thunder gathered within the bone sword grew more frenzied. How could Lei Yuan master the Thunderbolt sword in combat so quickly? Observing the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon's state, Lei Jiyue exclaimed in astonishment. During their time at the Sword Thunder Pool, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon had indeed wielded the Thunderbolt sword. But back then, it had faced no worthy opponent. It had absorbed an immense amount of Xianlei sword intent before finally comprehending that strike. Logically speaking, mastering a skill from learning it to using it, and then deploying it in actual combat. It should take at least a week to master. Yet the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon had just mastered the Thunderbolt sword technique and was already deploying it in combat. This was simply too astonishing. Just as Lei Jiyue was reeling from the shock, Lei Yuanzalong, bone sword raised high, flashed thunder in his eyes. A thunderclap and dragon's roar erupted simultaneously. With a sharp swish, a terrifying sword beam, powerful enough to cleave the entire arena in two, was struck down by Lei Yuanzalong's single strike. Facing the oncoming strike, Hua Ling's face twisted with terror. The 6 elemental spirits still hovering around her immediately rushed toward her as if facing a formidable enemy. Xian Ice Shield Armor. Greenwood Dome. Fiery Defense. Flowing Water Protection. Holy Shield of Light. One defensive skill after another materialized before Hua Ling. In truth, the lightning elemental spirit also wished to aid Hua Ling. But alas, its elemental rank was no match for the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragons. It was utterly incapable of condensing even a shred of thunderous power. Thus, it was utterly useless at this moment. The 5 defensive skills unleashed their full force, all to withstand the Thunder Ancestral Dragon's thunderous sword strike. The 5 natural elements meant well. Reality proved cruel. The Thunder Ancestral Dragon's Thunderbolt sword was simply too terrifying in its power. First, the Thunder Ancestral Dragon had now reached level 20. Its amplification of lightning-based skills had reached a terrifying 300%. Keep in mind that the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon used a 7th tier skill Thunderbolt sword strike this time. Its inherent power is already formidable, and with the lightning elemental amplification, this strike likely rivals the strength of a 4th tier skill wielded by many 3-star practitioners. Not to mention that the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's mastery of the Mystic Thunder sword art surpasses even Jiang Xuan's. Possessing both the Xianlei sword intent and the ability to amplify lightning type skills by 50% and sword type skills by 50%. Thus, this Thunderbolt sword strike from the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon rivaled the mightiest strike of a 3-star practitioner. There's no denying Hua Ling is formidable. Having Hua Ling, at peak 1 star, take on a peak 2-star professional would be no problem at all.
But for a peak 1-star cultivator to directly withstand the strongest strike of a peak 3-star cultivator?
Hua Ling may be a prodigy, but she is still human. Her class has inherent limitations.
Thus, the defense formed by the 5 natural elements shattered the instant it touched the Thunderbolt sword. It shattered instantly.
Just as Hua Ling watched helplessly, about to be cleaved in two by the sword bearing down upon her,
Jiang Xuan's voice finally rang out. "Hold your strike, Lei Yuan."
The voice echoed, and the bone sword, which had been mere millimeters from striking Hua Ling's forehead, halted abruptly.
Jiang Xuan, who had seemingly vanished into data, reappeared in the arena.
Only now, perched upon his shoulder sat a beautiful little fox. At that moment, Ling Meng blinked her beautiful large eyes, surrounded by a faint pink mist.
The terrifying psychic energy finally retracted back into her body.
Indeed, the reason Jiang Xuan appeared to be struck down by Hua Ling's spear earlier. This was merely the illusory dream condensed by Ling Meng. Illusionary dreams allowed Ling Meng to shape illusions by condensing vast amounts of spiritual energy. That's why Jiang Xuan's death had seemed so real. But in reality, Jiang Xuan was completely unharmed. In truth, Ling Meng had appeared long ago. The appearance of the Thunder Ancestral Dragon emerging from the rift in the thunder was an illusion created by Ling Meng. As for Jiang Xuan, he knew Hua Ling was formidable. He wasn't sure if he could defeat Hua Ling. Therefore, he directly commanded the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon to unleash the Thunderbolt Sword. However, the Thunderbolt Sword was a technique he had only recently mastered. The Thunder Ancestral Dragon was still unfamiliar with it. Thus, to buy time, Jiang Xuan had Ling Meng create the illusion from earlier.
Hua Ling was somewhat familiar with Ling Meng's abilities.
Seeing the recent developments, Hua Ling, who had just believed she could finally defeat Jiang Xuan. But now, her cheeks puffed out in displeasure as she glared at Jiang Xuan.
"Jiang Xuan, you cheated." Hearing Hua Ling's angry words, Jiang Xuan smiled. "Who said I was cheating? Isn't that just how battles work? You use every means necessary to secure victory. Even if it means resorting to the dirtiest, most despicable tactics."
Hearing this, Hua Ling felt a surge of anger, yet she knew Jiang Xuan spoke the truth.
Battle itself was a brutal affair. Friendly sparring among acquaintances was one thing.
But when it came to real combat on the battlefield,
forget about creating illusions.
Even those who'd come crawling to serve as slaves endured humiliation for 30 years, just to kill you in the end. So while Hua Ling felt a bit resentful, she knew she'd lost this battle. With a tightened lip, she conceded, "Fine.
Fine. I admit I lost this battle." The moment Hua Ling's words fell, a notification tone instantly sounded in Jiang Xuan's ear. "Ding, opponent detected choosing to concede. Congratulations, challenger Jiang Xuan.
You have successfully cleared the 2-star breakthrough dungeon, arena trial.
Ding, clear rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the 2-star realm."
As the notification faded, Jiang Xuan instantly felt a surge of mystical power coursing through his body.
In an instant, he felt his 4 core attributes surge dramatically. The beast companion that once only provided a 10% attribute boost now provided a 20% attribute boost. Beyond that, Jiang Xuan had also mastered the second-tier skills of Lei Yuan and Ling Meng.
It wasn't just Jiang Xuan who felt this growth. Lei Yuan the Primordial Dragon and Ling Meng the Fox Lord, standing beside him, had also achieved substantial growth after breaking through into the Silver Realm. Not only did their mythic talents see a boost in their stats, but both had also mastered new third-tier skills.
At this very moment, as Jiang Xuan distinctly felt his own profound transformation, the same ethereal, sacred prompt echoed in his mind once more.
Due to your realm advancement attracting the world's attention, a blessing has been bestowed upon you.
Chapter 67, The Game-Changing Mechanism of the Experience Hourglass. Third Pet Beast.
The third world blessing has arrived. Hearing the notification sound beside his ear, Jiang Xuan no longer felt bewildered but instead was filled with excitement. The innate mythical talent and resource critical strike had been immensely beneficial to him. Now, the third world blessing had arrived. Jiang Xuan was curious what kind of special ability would this third world blessing grant him? Just as curiosity filled Jiang Xuan's mind, he noticed a brand new blessing had appeared in his information panel. Experience Hourglass Rule Tier, experience gain rate plus 100%. Additionally, you gain 1 point of experience every second that passes. Staring at the description of the experience hourglass before him, Jiang Xuan froze in surprise.
1 point of experience per second? Is this for real?
Even as he was taken aback, Jiang Xuan quickly noticed a change in his experience bar.
10,000. After 1 second passed, Jiang Xuan saw his experience points had actually increased by 1. And it wasn't just Jiang Xuan's experience that increased. His 2 pet beasts also gained 1 point each. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan froze in place. This experience hourglass actually provides group-wide experience gains every second? This is just too insane. For Jiang Xuan, he had always heard that beast masters found leveling up extremely difficult. Before awakening as a beast master, he hadn't truly grasped the extent of that difficulty.
Now that he had become one, he finally understood that at the same level, a Beastmaster's leveling speed was at least twice as fast as others of the same rank.
The more contracted pets one had, the more terrifying the required experience became.
The experience needed to go from level 20 to 21 was indeed 10,000.
But the experience needed to go from level 21 to 22? That jumps to a staggering 100,000. That's 100,000 experience points. To grind out 100,000 experience points?
Who knows how many dungeons one would have to clear.
More importantly,
others need 100,000 to level up.
But Jiang Xuan needs 300,000.
And that's not even counting the third beast he's about to contract. In that case, Jiang Xuan would need 400,000 experience points to level up.
That's 400,000 experience points. That's enough for anyone else to reach level 22. It would even leave them just 200,000 experience points short of level 23.
But Jiang Xuan could only reach level 21.
Undeniably, Jiang Xuan had obtained the 5-star Cloud Peak equipment, Cloud Peak Experience Talisman. But the Cloud Peak Experience Talisman wasn't particularly useful to him, because it only boosted experience gains by 15%. This fell far short of meeting Jiang Xuan's needs. Thus, this matter had been a persistent headache for Jiang Xuan. He realized that even after reaching the 2-star realm and continuing his ascent in the Cloud Peak Tower, the experience the Cloud Peak Tower could offer him was still nowhere near enough to reach level 30. Thus, the acquisition of experience points had become a significant source of distress for Jiang Xuan. But who could have imagined that when he needed it most, help arrived?
The third blessing arrived, and it was directly related to experience acquisition. The initial appearance of the experience hourglass had already thrilled Jiang Xuan immensely.
1 point of experience per second. Converted, that meant Jiang Xuan could gain 86,400 experience points in a single day.
Even if he split this massive amount into 3 portions, it would only take him 4 days to level up. Over the course of a month, he could personally accumulate 864,000 experience points. If he did nothing else for a month, and still reach around level 24. Frankly, that leveling speed was astonishing. But what struck Jiang Xuan as absurd was, the experience gained from the experience hourglass wasn't split evenly with his pet beast.
This meant Jiang Xuan could amass 86,400 experience points in a single day. Over a month, he could essentially farm 2.6 million experience points for free.
Consider that advancing from level 21 to level 30 requires only 4.5 million experience points. This meant that with some effort, reaching level 30 within a month isn't impossible. Not to mention the experience hourglass further boosts his experience gain rate. According to the blessing's description, this rate would increase further as Jiang Xuan advanced in cultivation. Similarly, the amount of experience Jiang Xuan gains per second will also increase. As a result, Jiang Xuan wouldn't have to worry about lacking experience in the future. In fact, his rate of power growth would far surpass that of others. At this moment, gazing upon his newly acquired third blessing, the experience hourglass, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but let a genuine smile spread across his lips. For he knew that with the hourglass of experience's aid, given sufficient time, his future would be boundless as the stars in the sea. Just as Jiang Xuan was feeling satisfied with his new world blessing, the next moment, an alert sounded once more in his ear. Detected host reaching 2-star realm. Third pet beast contract initiated. Hearing the notification, Jiang Xuan, who had previously been reluctant to contract a third pet beast, now felt completely at ease. With the experience hourglass in hand, he was no longer constrained by the limitations of binding numerous pets that hindered his growth. Instead, Jiang Xuan now found himself somewhat curious about what his third pet beast would be. As the notification faded from his ears, the once stable arena suddenly began to shake.
What's happening? Why is the arena shaking? Feeling the arena's transformation, Dihong, who had also just ascended to 2 stars, was taken aback. After all, she had entered the arena many times before. Though she had failed each time, she had never experienced such a change. At that moment, it wasn't just Dihong who was puzzled. Lei Jiyue, Zhou Yuntian, Sadel, and the others also felt astonished. Inside the arena, Hua Ling stared at the ground in utter shock. How is this possible? Why is there a fire elemental energy far more potent than my own small flame emanating from beneath?
Indeed, as an elemental mage, Hua Ling sensed a fiery elemental energy gathering beneath her feet, one vastly more potent than her own little flame.
It must be noted that Hua Ling's elemental spirit was already considered an ultimate existence on Blue Star.
In her entire life, Hua Ling had only witnessed the elemental power within the Thunder Source ancestral dragon surpassing that of her own elemental spirit. Now, another such force had emerged beneath this arena, leaving Hua Ling utterly astonished. Just as shock rippled through Hua Ling's mind, the previously calm ground suddenly cracked open.
Vast, terrifying lava surged forth through the fissures in the earth. In an instant, the entire arena transformed into a fountain of molten lava. Jiang Xuan, let's go. Feeling the suffocating terror of the molten lava, Hua Ling quickly grabbed Jiang Xuan and prepared to flee.
But just as Hua Ling rose to her feet,
a thunderous roar echoed. Emerging from the magma fountain, a colossal serpent emerged. Its exterior was mechanical, yet molten lava continuously seeped from its mechanical joints. This colossal serpent was immense, appearing at least 100 times larger than Jiang Xuan's Thunder Source ancestral dragon. The magma mechanical serpent made no move, yet merely extended its crimson mechanical tongue, suffocating everyone present with its oppressive presence. What kind of demonic beast is this? Could it be the dungeon's hidden boss? Zhou Yuntian stared at the magma mechanical serpent, his heart pounding with terror. As for Zhou Yuntian, he had studied the trials of this arena. Such a twist had never occurred before. If this really was a hidden boss, how the hell were they supposed to fight it? Just as everyone was stunned by the sight of this magma mechanical giant serpent. As the mechanical serpent's body continued to rise, Jiang Xuan, who had been standing atop the arena, also began to ascend. Moments later, the entire arena began to crumble. The entire dungeon could no longer withstand such immense force and began to crumble. In an instant, the group who had been in the lounge found themselves transported to a void. The next instant, they beheld a colossal mechanical turtle, its body brimming with scalding magma, appearing before them. As the giant turtle materialized, both it and the equally massive serpent turned their heads toward Jiang Xuan, who stood atop its back. Then, both the turtle and the serpent emitted a mechanical, raspy murmur from their mouths. Master. Chapter 68, Mythical Being Molten Casting Xuanwu. Equipment Enhancement? As the colossal mechanical magma turtle and serpent demonic creature, whose size rivaled a planet, materialized before them, every single person present was utterly stunned. Especially Zhou Yuntian. Staring at this colossal demonic creature before him, and hearing how it addressed Jiang Xuan just now, his mind had completely shut down. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. How could this demonic beast possibly call Jiang Xuan master? It's an auditory hallucination. This is definitely auditory hallucination. As for Zhou Yuntian, he now acknowledged Jiang Xuan's formidable strength. But that was merely acknowledgement. In Zhou Yuntian's mind, Jiang Xuan was merely formidable at present. It didn't mean his future achievements could ever surpass his own. After all, the growth rate of the beastmaster profession was widely acknowledged to be slow. Yet now, this colossal demon beast comparable in size to the entire Blue Star was actually calling out Jiang Xuan's name repeatedly. This was something Zhou Yuntian simply couldn't accept. While Zhou Yuntian was reeling in utter shock, the others watching this colossal demonic beast were equally horrified. Sadar and Dihong were both stunned that this demonic beast would recognize Jiang Xuan as its master. As for Hua Ling and Lei Jiyue, who were close to Jiang Xuan, the two girls looked at the black tortoise before them. While stunned, they felt more joy for Jiang Xuan in their hearts. They knew this colossal creature was Jiang Xuan's newly contracted beast. After all, Jiang Xuan was different from other beast tamers. His beast contracts did not require demonic eggs. Instead, each time he ascended a realm, a new beast would automatically contract with him. Both girls had witnessed the abilities of the Primordial Dragon of Thunder and the Spirit Dream Fox Lord. Hua Ling had even witnessed Jiang Xuan contracting the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon with her own eyes. Honestly, describing that scene as the apocalypse descending upon all of Lingchuan City wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, compared to the scene of the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's contract back then, the scene of Jiang Xuan contracting with this black tortoise was no less awe-inspiring. In fact, gazing upon this creature whose size rivaled a planet, the oppressive aura emanating from it was far more terrifying than that of the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon. And this Jiang Xuan guy still claims he's not a monster. Every time he advances, he manages to contract such powerful beasts. Speaking of which, Hua Ling, who was clearly the holder of a legendary profession yet consistently fell short of Jiang Xuan, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at that moment. But what kind of power could such a massive creature possibly grant Jiang Xuan? Gazing at the colossal creature before them, Hua Ling's mind began to ponder. At this moment, not only Hua Ling was curious, but Jiang Xuan himself was equally intrigued. Thus, gazing at the colossal black tortoise before him, Jiang Xuan immediately began scanning its basic information. Pet Beast, Forged Black Tortoise. Level, LV 20. Strength, 140. Agility, 10. Constitution, 140. Spiritual Awareness, 40. Realm, Silver. Elemental Affinity, Mechanical, Fire. Bloodline Tier, Mythic. Mythic Talent, Heaven Earth Crucible immune to and absorbs all fire elemental attacks, possesses absolute control over mechanical demons with weaker bloodline ranks, increases fire-based skill damage by 300%, equipment boosts this effect by an additional 30%. Skills, Tier 3 Molten Gold Storm Level 1, Tier 2 Slag Domain Level 1, Tier 1 Smelting Level 1, Tier 1 Forging Level 1, Tier 1 War Soldier Level 1. So this guy's called Melting Forge Xuanwu? It wields both mechanical and fire attributes? Whoa, its strength and constitution stats are downright insane. Glancing at the basic stats of the Molten Forge Black Tortoise before him, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but gasp. For Jiang Xuan, who now wielded a weapon, his own requirements for strength and constitution were still quite high. This was truly a godsend.
This molten casting black tortoise specialized purely in strength and constitution. From the perspective of its 4 core attributes, the molten casting black tortoise was essentially a stationary tank-type beast companion. Before contracting any mythical pets, Jiang Xuan would have absolutely considered the molten casting black tortoise to be nothing more than a tank. But remember, Jiang Xuan had already contracted the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon and the Spirit Dream Fox Lord, 2 mythical pets. The Primordial Dragon of Thunder's peerless swordsmanship talent and the Dream Fox Lord's unparalleled ability to enter dreams, these are qualities entirely invisible in raw data. Thus, the molten casting black tortoise's stats appeared rather plain and unassuming. But Jiang Xuan knew. This massive beast before him was far from as simple as it appeared. With that thought, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but focus his attention on the forged black tortoise's mythical talent, Heaven and Earth Crucible. From the talent's description alone, the ability to grant immunity to fire element attacks was already absurdly powerful. Beyond that, what surprised Jiang Xuan was the melting black tortoise seemed to possess absolute dominance over mechanical-type beast companions. Under normal circumstances, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon held a suppressing advantage over lightning-type demons. However, this suppression merely made these Thunder-type demons hesitant to engage the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. Possessing sufficient intelligence, these demons would never choose to submit unconditionally to the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. The heavenly forge of the melted black tortoise, however, was different. It not only suppresses mechanical-type demons but can even control them unconditionally. Any demon with a bloodline rank weaker than its own remains under its control, even if it reaches level 100. Additionally, equipment bonuses could be boosted by a staggering 30%. Upon reading this, Jiang Xuan instinctively turned his gaze toward the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. With its cultivation realm elevated, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's attribute points had increased. The White Bone Crown, now upgraded to 5 stars, provided even greater attribute bonuses to the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. Logically, the White Bone Crown should now only grant the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon a maximum of 30% attribute enhancement. Yet Jiang Xuan unexpectedly discovered that even if calculated based on a 30% attribute bonus, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's current attributes didn't match up. But if calculated based on a 39% attribute bonus, it would be perfectly accurate. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Could it be? The equipment bonus from the molten casting of the black tortoise isn't just for itself. It might even extend to me, Lei Yuan, and Ling Meng? The thought struck him, and Jiang Xuan immediately drew the Cloud Peak Primordial Sword. With the sword in hand, Jiang Xuan instantly felt his own attributes begin to receive enhancements. After the enhancement, Jiang Xuan was astonished to discover that the attribute bonus of the Cloud Peak Primordial Sword had indeed increased to 39%. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. His gaze was filled with awe as he stared at the molten casting Xuanwu before him. It was well known that equipment could create significant gaps between players in the early stages. But as one progressed to the later stages, it became increasingly difficult for such gear to create a significant gap between masters. After all, masters were capable individuals. They had typically already forged the most perfectly suited, top-tier gear for themselves. Thus, the later the stage, the more the competition became a pure test of innate talent. But if gear that originally only boosted Jiang Xuan by 100% suddenly doubled its bonus to 200%, that's practically like wearing 2 pieces of gear with just one. Consider that Jiang Xuan, currently a 2-star player, can only equip 2 pieces of gear at a time. With the 30% equipment bonus from this molten casting Xuanwu, his 2 pieces of equipment were effectively equivalent to 2.5 pieces for others. Not to mention Jiang Xuan also possesses external equipment like the 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings, which don't occupy any equipment slots. As the level of the molten casting Xuanwu increases, this bonus will undoubtedly grow even higher. In that moment, Jiang Xuan finally grasped the true power of the molten casting Xuanwu before him. Just as Jiang Xuan marveled at the mythical talent's formidable power, the mechanical serpent section of the molten casting Xuanwu fixed its glowing eyes on the Cloud Peak Omni Sword in Jiang Xuan's hand. Now, watching the mechanical serpent gaze at his Cloud Peak Omni Sword with such covetousness, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. You want it? Chapter 69, One Man Rivals the 9 Legends? Hearing Jiang Xuan's question, the mechanical serpent shook its head. Observing the mechanical serpent's expression, Jiang Xuan blinked in surprise. Could it be that the food for the molten casting black tortoise is metal? Before he could fully process this thought, a notification chime sounded beside his ear. Due to the instance being destroyed by an unknown force, the instance is collapsing. All challengers must evacuate immediately. As the alert sounded, Hua Ling's voice reached Jiang Xuan's ears. Jiang Xuan, the instance is collapsing. We should get out first. Hearing Hua Ling's words, Jiang Xuan realized the dungeon's collapse was likely caused by the forging of the black tortoise. But Jiang Xuan had already successfully broken through to the 2-star realm. The instance collapsing was no big deal. Facing Hua Ling's suggestion, Jiang Xuan nodded and promptly chose to exit the instance. As they exited the instance, The once terrifyingly massive molten casting black tortoise rapidly shrank and entered Jiang Xuan's pet beast space. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue returned to the Lingchuan Legion.
Jiang Xuan, you're back. You successfully broke through the 2-star instance?
The moment Tang Ming caught sight of Jiang Xuan, he keenly sensed that Jiang Xuan's aura had surged dramatically compared to before entering the 2-star breakthrough instance.
To be honest, in Tang Ming's perception,
Jiang Xuan's aura had amplified at least double what one would expect from merely entering the 2-star breakthrough dungeon.
Under normal circumstances, a breakthrough in cultivation realm wouldn't inherently strengthen one's aura.
Because a breakthrough in cultivation realm merely signifies the potential for further advancement.
It also meant one could equip more gear.
Compared to before, this was more likely an increase in combat strength.
But Jiang Xuan, as a beastmaster, his cultivation breakthrough now allows his beast companion to gain increased attribute bonuses. Thus, Jiang Xuan's cultivation breakthrough represents a comprehensive enhancement across all fronts. Thus, the moment Tang Ming sensed Jiang Xuan's surging aura, he knew Jiang Xuan had undoubtedly broken through his cultivation realm. Yeah, got lucky and broke through.
Facing Tang Ming's inquiry, Jiang Xuan smiled and nodded.
Good job breaking through. Good job.
I knew you'd pull it off, kid.
Tang Ming beamed.
The contempt he once held when Jiang Xuan first awakened as a beastmaster had long since vanished. Instead, the more he observed Jiang Xuan, the more he approved. Truth be told, the only thing holding Tang Ming back was that he didn't have a daughter. Otherwise, he'd have considered marrying his daughter to Jiang Xuan. Regardless of status, bearing a child by Jiang Xuan would be a matter of great honor and glory in Tang Ming's eyes. Lord Tang, Captain Xiao. I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Jiang Xuan addressed Tang Ming and Xiao Feng, who were present. His gaze then shifted to Lei Jiyue, who had also returned. Sister Jiyue, I'll be heading back for today. I'll find you tomorrow to practice together. With that, Jiang Xuan waved goodbye to Lei Jiyue before departing the Lingchuan Legion. Watching Jiang Xuan depart, Xiao Feng turned his gaze to Lei Jiyue, who had also emerged. Jiao, did you break through to 2 stars too? Were you and Jiang Xuan teaming up in the dungeon earlier? Facing Xiao Feng's inquiry, Lei Jiyue nodded. With the two of you teaming up, clearing the dungeon must have been a breeze. Upon learning that Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue had teamed up, Tang Ming remarked. Actually, no. The opponents were pretty formidable. Shaking his head at Tang Ming's flattery, Lei Jiyue replied. If it weren't for Jiang Xuan, I might have lost again this time trying to clear the dungeon. Hearing Lei Jiyue's words, Tang Ming and Xiao Feng were taken aback. After all, Lei Jiyue was now a 7-star professional Thunder Dragon sword master. By all accounts, her combat prowess should be formidable. How could she possibly lose? Just what kind of formidable opponent was she facing? Facing Tang Ming and Xiao Feng's bewilderment, Lei Jiyue briefly explained the dungeon situation. Upon learning that Lei Jiyue and Jiang Xuan were facing opponents rated 6-star and 7-star respectively, along with Hua Ling wielding a legendary class, Tang Ming and Xiao Feng were utterly dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, a 6-star opponent alone was terrifying enough. But their opponents included a 7-star player? Even Hua Ling was outclassed. Damn it, facing opponents like this, and Jiang Xuan and Lei Jiyue both won? Moreover, from Lei Jiyue's words, it seemed Jiang Xuan had single-handedly turned the tide to secure the victory. For a moment, Tang Ming and Xiao Feng stared at Jiang Xuan's retreating figure, both utterly stunned. That kid. He's only been awakened to his profession for half a month. His combat prowess is already this terrifying? While the two were reeling from shock, Lei Jiyue also explained that Jiang Xuan had successfully contracted his 3rd beast companion. They were aware of Jiang Xuan's pattern of binding 1 beast per realm breakthrough. Especially Tang Ming, he had witnessed Jiang Xuan contract his first beast, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon, with his own eyes. To be honest, that scene was still vividly etched in Tang Ming's memory. However, when they learned that Jiang Xuan's 3rd pet beast was a Xuanwu demon beast whose size rivaled that of Blue Star itself, both were utterly stunned. What? You're saying Jiang Xuan's 3rd pet beast is as big as the entire Blue Star? Jiao, you're not joking, right? Xiao Feng was horrified. Facing Xiao Feng's questioning, Lei Jiyue nodded her head. I'm merely stating the facts. That Xuanwu is incredibly powerful. I suspect its bloodline rank has likely reached legendary level. Legendary again? Hearing Lei Jiyue's words, Xiao Feng and Tang Ming exchanged stunned glances. After all, they had previously speculated that Jiang Xuan's Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon and Ling Meng Fox Lord had bloodline grades reaching legendary levels. Now, the bloodline grade of the 3rd beast Jiang Xuan had contracted had also reached legendary level. For a moment, utter bewilderment filled their hearts. But then they recalled Lei Zhixiao's description of the melted forged black tortoise. Truthfully, even if Lei Jiyue hadn't rated Jiang Xuan's melted casting black tortoise, they would still have concluded that the melted black tortoise's bloodline rank was legendary. After all, aside from legendary beings, they couldn't imagine any other existence capable of matching the size of the entire Blue Star. On Blue Star, legendary was already the pinnacle. Could Jiang Xuan's pet beast possibly possess a bloodline rank surpassing legendary?
The mere thought of Jiang Xuan possessing 2 legendary pets was already utterly formidable.
And now he'd contracted a third. Instantly, their minds began racing with wild imaginings. If Jiang Xuan were to reach his peak potential,
wouldn't that mean he could contract 10 legendary beasts all by himself? Holy crap! Wouldn't his combat prowess then rival that of the greatest sages in Blue Star's history?
At this thought, Tang Ming and Xiaofeng couldn't help but gasp in shock. And just as the two were reeling from the sheer power of Jiang Xuan's potential, on his way home, Jiang Xuan gazed at the newly acquired 6-star Cloud Peak equipment, the Cloud Peak Genuine sword in his backpack. His eyes then shifted to the molten casting Xuanwu within his pet beast space, his pupils glowing.
It actually upgraded a 5-star equipment to 6-star? The molten casting Black Tortoise? That ability is just insane. Chapter 70, Equipment Forging. The white-haired elder in the study.
Indeed, the 6-star equipment in Jiang Xuan's hands, the Cloud Peak Primordial Sword, was not something he had just obtained from the Cloud Peak Tower. Instead, it was forged right before his eyes by the molten casting Black Tortoise. Earlier in the dungeon, melting forged Xuanwu had already tried to devour Jiang Xuan's Cloud Peak Primordial Sword. Jiang Xuan was quite curious about this situation. After all, he had no idea what the forged Xuanwu intended to do with his equipment. Thus, upon returning home, Jiang Xuan's curiosity about this matter only grew stronger. He engaged in detailed telepathic communication with the molten casting Black Tortoise. He inquired about the reason behind its desire to consume the Cloud Peak Omni Sword. After a brief exchange, the melting casting Black Tortoise revealed something to Jiang Xuan. The melting casting Black Tortoise could enhance itself by devouring vast quantities of equipment. The molten casting Black Tortoise possessed a Tier 1 skill called Refining and a Tier 2 skill called Slag Domain. The core of the smelting skill lay in devouring diverse equipment and refining it.
During this process, the molten casting Black Tortoise would analyze impurities within the equipment and transform them into slag. The second tier skill, Slag Domain, was quite unique.
It is a rare skill capable of advancing in rank.
Under normal circumstances, a skill's tier is fixed. To master higher tier skills, one must learn them independently. But Slag Domain is different. Its rank directly correlates with the amount of molten slag contained within the molten casting Black Tortoise. The greater the quantity of molten slag within the molten casting Xuanwu body, the higher the rank of the molten slag domain. Upon learning this, Jiang Xuan was naturally astonished. Consequently, the 2-star Cloud Peak equipment he had originally intended to synthesize, he promptly handed them all over to the forging Black Tortoise. Facing the gear Jiang Xuan offered, the molten casting Xuanwu made no pretense of politeness. It immediately chose to devour them all. After the absorption, the amount of molten slag within the forging Xuanwu increased. What had been a mere 0 now reached 113. However, this amount still fell short of the threshold required to upgrade the molten slag domain. To upgrade the molten sludge domain to a 3rd tier skill, at least 10,000 units of molten slag were required. Yet witnessing the forging Black Tortoise's advancement, Jiang Xuan realized its growth mechanism differed from ordinary spirit beasts. The Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon was a voracious meat eater, while the Spirit Dream Fox Lord was an ice cream fiend. As for the molten casting Black Tortoise before him, it was nothing short of a weapon forging furnace. This, however, perfectly aligned with the melting casting Black Tortoise's mythical talent. So the whole food equals gear thing is a bit of a stretch. If others found out, they'd be utterly astonished. In fact, they might even feel inadequate about the food they offer the forged Black Tortoise. But for Jiang Xuan, this was the last thing on his mind. After all, Jiang Xuan possesses a teleportation scroll. Though it wasn't needed right now, whenever he wanted to farm gear, he could easily head to dungeons with high equipment drop rates to farm. While high drop rate dungeons generally yielded lower quality gear. But remember, Jiang Xuan possessed the World Blessing, Resource Critical Strike. With this World Blessing active, even the lowest quality gear could be transformed into 3-star, or even 5-star equipment. Therefore, Jiang Xuan harbors little concern regarding the materials needed for the melting forge of the Black Tortoise. Originally, Jiang Xuan had assumed the molten casting Xuanwu simply wanted to consume his weapons. But after the molten casting Xuanwu consumed the gear, it declared it had fully condensed the essence of all the equipment. This could help Jiang Xuan forge a 4-star Cloud Peak equipment piece. Upon hearing the molten casting Xuanwu's declaration, Jiang Xuan froze in place. After all, over 52-star Cloud Peak equipment pieces could only synthesize a maximum of 5 3-star Cloud Peak equipment pieces. To synthesize a 4-star Cloud Peak equipment piece, Jiang Xuan would need to sacrifice 5 3-star equipment pieces himself. Yet the melting Black Tortoise could directly craft a 4-star Cloud Peak equipment? That seemed downright absurd. Didn't this mean the casting efficiency of the casting Xuanwu was more than double that of the synthesis skill? Upon learning this, Jiang Xuan immediately asked if the melting Black Tortoise could continue devouring equipment. In response to Jiang Xuan's inquiry, the melting Black Tortoise immediately declared it could devour as many pieces as it could handle. Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan then fed all the equipment he was wearing to the melting forge Xuanwu. The 5-star experience talisman, the jade robe, and the primordial sword all were fed to the melting casting Xuanwu.
Only the Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits Bottle, Purple Thunder Sword Sheath, and 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings remained. As these items were consumed by the molten casting Black Tortoise. In the end, the melting Black Tortoise condensed over 37,000 units of molten slag. This time, the unused second tier skill, Molten Slag Domain, directly advanced to a third tier skill. Only 72,000 plus molten slag remained before it could ascend to a fourth tier skill. Not only did the molten casting Black Tortoise upgrade its own skill. After smelting all this equipment, it finally declared it could forge 2 6-star Cloud Peak gear sets for Jiang Xuan. More importantly, Jiang Xuan could even choose the designs for these 2 6-star Cloud Peak equipment pieces. For weaponry, he could select the type of weapon: swords, spears, blades, shields, and the like. For armor, he could select styles like battle armor, robes, light armor, and so forth. Jiang Xuan first requested the melting forge Xuanwu to forge a sword for him. Immediately, the forging Black Tortoise spat forth a torrent of molten iron right before Jiang Xuan's eyes. Before his eyes, it poured out the Cloud Peak Primordial Sword. Cloud Peak Primordial Sword. Grade, 6 star. Suitable for Swordsman class. Effects: Strength plus 300, Agility plus 300, Constitution plus 100, Spiritual Perception plus 300. Equipment skills: Xianyuan Surge user channels the sword's primordial energy to unleash blinding speed, consuming 10% of their own spiritual power per use. Xianyuan condenses all elemental forces within the user. The greater the condensed power, the more terrifying the sword chi unleashed. Indeed, the Cloud Peak Xianyuan sword is essentially the upgraded version of the Cloud Peak Hunyuan sword. All attributes have received significant enhancements. Moreover, it possesses the equipment skill, Xianyuan Dash. Judging by the skill description, this ability allows Jiang Xuan to unleash even greater speed. In combat against opponents, Jiang Xuan could seize greater initiative. Seeing just how formidable the Cloud Peak Xianyuan sword was, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but be utterly stunned. With the Cloud Peak Heavenly Sword in hand, Jiang Xuan couldn't wait to craft his second 6-star equipment. Having advanced to 2 stars, he was now able to equip a second piece of gear. Thus, Jiang Xuan did not prepare to forge equipment for Ling Meng. Instead, he reserved the second piece for himself. For this second piece of equipment, Jiang Xuan chose to forge a set of armor. After all, his combat prowess was already formidable among peers of his level. However, his physical constitution was still somewhat fragile, so he planned to forge armor that could fortify his body. With that, Jiang Xuan excitedly instructed the forging Black Tortoise to craft the armor while simultaneously opening the door to his home. Yet the moment he pushed open the door, he suddenly sensed a distortion in the surrounding space. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Xuan began to retreat. But the moment he took a step back, a flash erupted before his eyes. Where he had been standing at the entrance moments before, he now found himself inside the villa's study. Seated at the study desk sat an elderly man with an ethereal, otherworldly demeanor and snow-white hair. Seeing Jiang Xuan appear before him, the old man spoke softly. Jiang Xuan, we finally meet. Chapter 71, Jiang Xuan awakens the attribute of time? Jiang Xuan could now keenly sense that he was bound to the spot. Not only could he not move, but he couldn't even open his pet beast space. It was well known that a beastmaster's pet space could not be shut down under normal circumstances. Yet this white-haired elder had managed to seal his very space. Frankly, the opponent was undoubtedly a master. Moreover, a super-powered expert who mastered the use of spatial elements. Yet, facing the white-haired elder before him, Jiang Xuan showed no panic. Instead, his expression remained calm as he asked, "Who are you?" Hearing Jiang Xuan speak, the white-haired elder smiled in surprise. "Who am I? Young man, aren't you afraid that I've dragged you here?" Hearing the old man's question, Jiang Xuan's expression remained unchanged. "Scared? What good would fear do? Your strength surpasses mine. If you truly intend to kill me, do you think I'd kneel and beg for mercy, and you'd spare me?" Having lived 2 lifetimes, Jiang Xuan wouldn't claim to understand human nature thoroughly. But he knew all too well that when someone truly wanted to kill him, no amount of scheming or plotting would save him. Crying wouldn't save me either. So rather than fear, Jiang Xuan was more determined to uncover the other's identity and purpose. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the white-haired elder glanced at him, a hint of clarity flickering in his eyes. "You're quite an interesting fellow, boy. As for my identity, you'll find out in time. I've come to ask you a question." "A question?" Jiang Xuan frowned. "Seriously? You're such a formidable powerhouse, and you're only here to ask me a question?" Just as Jiang Xuan was puzzled, the white-haired elder's voice sounded again. "Once you became a powerful warrior, what did you most want to do?" Listening to the white-haired elder's words, Jiang Xuan fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. "After becoming powerful? I might want to see the outside world." Jiang Xuan's words were calm and sincere. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the gleam in the white-haired elder's eyes dimmed. He then pressed, "Why?" Jiang Xuan replied, "I want to understand why Blue Star became digitized. Why this world has become like this. My grandparents vanished in a dungeon, and my parents vanished in a dungeon too. There are far too many unknowns and oddities in this world.
Naturally, I want to figure it all out.
Jiang Xuan's voice was calm. He seemed genuinely explaining the reasoning behind his thoughts. In truth, there was another reason Jiang Xuan still harbored this desire to understand everything about this world. That was why he had traveled here in the first place. Why had he received the world's blessing? Although over the past half-month after receiving the world's blessing, Jiang Xuan's growth had accelerated tremendously. But this only intensified his curiosity. He was deeply puzzled as to why he had received the world's blessing. Because from Jiang Xuan's perspective, a spiritual affinity rating of 121 was exceptionally high. But as long as one cultivated through scientific methods, this spiritual affinity level was absolutely not the limit for Blue Star humans. Therefore, Jiang Xuan was genuinely curious about the reason behind all this. If he truly became a top-tier powerhouse, would he really do as he imagined? Leave Blue Star to explore the world beyond. To uncover the truth behind why this world is the way it is. At that moment, listening to Jiang Xuan's words, the white-haired elder fell silent. After a moment, the white-haired elder lifted his head to glance at Jiang Xuan, then let out a soft sigh. You're just like. You youngster are just too much like her. Never mind. With your temperament, you might just end up like her one day, leaving Blue Star without a second glance. The Dragon Spine Empire can't count on you anymore. As the words fell, the white-haired elder slowly rose to his feet. The next instant, a flash of light erupted from Jiang Xuan's hand. A pocket watch materialized in the old man's hand. The pocket watch was silver-white in appearance, looking exquisitely crafted. Yet despite its elegance, when Jiang Xuan examined it, no information prompt appeared before his eyes. This meant the pocket watch before him wasn't even a one-star item. This naturally piqued Jiang Xuan's curiosity about why the white-haired elder had produced this pocket watch. Just as confusion filled Jiang Xuan's mind, the white-haired elder's voice slowly echoed. Young man, I'll give this pocket watch to you. With that, the white-haired elder reached out and handed the watch pouch to Jiang Xuan. As he watched the white-haired elder extend the pocket watch, Jiang Xuan accepted it. In that instant, Jiang Xuan felt the world spinning violently around him. In an instant, a flood of memories from the past began flashing through his mind. Not only the memories of his current life, but even those from his past lives surfaced in his mind. As the flood of memories surged back, Jiang Xuan felt a sharp ache in his head. But moments later, when Jiang Xuan opened his eyes once more, a silver light instantly blossomed within his eyes. A watch face identical to the pocket watch began to form in his left eye. As time passed, the second hand within Jiang Xuan's eye began to tick steadily. At that moment, the white-haired elder stared at the watch face within Jiang Xuan's eye and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Young man, can you control the element of time? Hearing the white-haired elder's question, Jiang Xuan shook his head in astonishment. No, I don't. Then how did you absorb the time element from the pocket watch? The white-haired elder pressed. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan glanced at the pocket watch in his hand. What had once gleamed a bright silver and spun steadily now appeared dull and lifeless, its once rotating mechanism now completely still. At the same time, Jiang Xuan noticed detailed attributes had appeared in his information panel. It was important to note that Jiang Xuan had previously been able to utilize attributes like lightning, spirit, and wind. But these attributes weren't inherently his own. They were merely borrowed from the thunder source, Ling Meng, and his own equipment, the Nine Heavens Wind and Thunder Wings. Jiang Xuan himself had not mastered any elemental attributes. Therefore, his information panel had never displayed a detailed list of attributes. But now, an elements section has appeared in Jiang Xuan's information panel. Additionally, the element of time has appeared within that attribute section. I've awakened the time attribute? Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the white-haired elder was taken aback. Awakened the time attribute? Had Jiang Xuan awakened the time attribute simply by holding the pocket watch? After all, this pocket watch had been in the white-haired elder's possession for a century. Yet he had never once gained control over the time attribute through it. For a moment, the white-haired elder stared at Jiang Xuan, deep in thought. Finally, he exhaled slowly. Perhaps, you are the one she has been waiting for all along. At some point in the future, you will finally meet her. As his words trailed off, the white-haired elder glanced at Jiang Xuan and said, Young man, though I don't know what you just did, but I hope you'll keep this pocket watch with you. When you meet the owner of this pocket watch someday in the future, tell her, I, Ming Jihong, have found peace. With that, the white-haired elder vanished from the study. Jiang Xuan, who had been immobilized moments before, now felt no longer bound. Yet upon hearing the white-haired elder's final words, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but pause in surprise. Ming Jihong? Wasn't that the current leader of the Dragon Spine Empire? The person I just met was actually him? Chapter 72, Can I Control the Flow of Time? Auntie's Calling. Indeed, the white-haired elder was none other than Ming Jihong, the current leader of the Dragon Spine Empire. He had just returned to the Dragon Spine Empire from the River of Time. Without even returning to the imperial capital, he came straight to Lingchuan to meet Jiang Xuan. Ming Jihong held high expectations for Jiang Xuan. Indeed, Jiang Xuan's official rank was not high. But Ming Jihong knew Jiang Xuan's true combat prowess. It rivaled that of legendary professionals. Thus, Ming Jihong came to meet Jiang Xuan. He intended to test him. He wanted to determine whether Jiang Xuan was truly suited to become the next leader of the Dragon Spine Empire. It was clear from their earlier conversation that Ming Jihong recognized Jiang Xuan was not one to settle for the status quo. Jiang Xuan's ambitions were sky-high. His dreams reached for the stars and the sea. Even if Jiang Xuan were groomed as the Dragon Spine Empire's next leader, it would be futile. For in Ming Jihong's view, the future Jiang Xuan would inevitably choose to leave Blue Star, just as Ning Shuang had done. In the eyes of these prodigies, unwilling to be bound and yearning to uncover the world's true nature. The truth of this world was the very secret they had always sought to uncover. Thus, after a brief conversation, Ming Jihong did not include Jiang Xuan among the candidates for Dragon Spine leadership. Ming Jihong did not wish to hold Jiang Xuan back. For the cultivation of Dragon Spine sect masters, the resources allocated were limited. The focus lay more on navigating the political landscape and ensuring the empire's stable operation. Thus, rather than making Jiang Xuan a candidate, it was better to let him pursue the knowledge he sought. After realizing how strikingly similar Jiang Xuan was to Ning Shuang, now a flickering candle in the wind, his body no longer able to enter the river of time, Ming Jihong chose to give Jiang Xuan the pocket watch Ning Shuang had left behind. Ming Jihong's reasoning was straightforward. Jiang Xuan resembled Ning Shuang so closely. Perhaps, in the future, Jiang Xuan might truly have the chance to meet Ning Shuang. Thus, Ming Jihong decided to bestow the watch upon Jiang Xuan. But Ming Jihong never could have imagined. When Jiang Xuan touched the time pocket watch, he unexpectedly awakened the time attribute. He learned of Jiang Xuan's awakening while touching the pocket watch. In that moment, Ming Jihong recalled the words Ning Shuang had spoken to him before stepping into the river of time. I will encounter it in the not-too-distant future. All along, Ming Jihong had believed that Ning Shuang would meet the bearer of the time pocket watch within the river of time. Now Ming Jihong understood. The one destined to meet Ning Shuang again was not the bearer of the time pocket watch, but rather the one who truly mastered the power of the time pocket watch. Only after understanding all this did Ming Jihong utter those words to Jiang Xuan. Tell her. I've let go. However, Jiang Xuan remained unaware of the circumstances between Ming Jihong and Ning Shuang. Ming Jihong's sudden appearance and departure. Jiang Xuan remained puzzled. But right now, Jiang Xuan felt excited. The reason for his excitement was simple. He had now awakened one of the 6 major upper attributes time. Among the 6 supreme attributes, time's ranking couldn't be called first. It stood alongside life as the supreme existence. Remember why Bai Qianshuang was so monstrous a century ago? It was because she was the first practitioner in the 500 years since the world's digitization to master the element of time. From the moment she debuted, Ning Shuang dominated the entire Blue Star with her mastery of the time element. Her dominance back then was even more formidable than Jiang Xuan's is now. After all, she was a terrifying force who had already reached the 3-star realm during her college entrance exams. Her ascent through the ranks rivaled that of the world's greatest cultivator. This led countless people to speculate that the reason Ning Shuang was so invincible was due to the unique nature of her time-based abilities. But these were all just speculations. Due to the extreme rarity of the time attribute, in the past 500 years, Ning Shuang remains the sole individual to have mastered the time attribute. Thus, to this day, no other has been able to uncover the secrets of the time attribute. As a citizen of the Dragon Spine Empire, Jiang Xuan had heard of Ning Shuang's legendary exploits since childhood. After all, Jiang Xuan's stepfather was a die-hard fan of Ning Shuang. From a young age, Jiang Xuan had heard countless tales about Ning Shuang from him. In fact, he'd heard countless speculations about the nature of the time elemental. In the past, Jiang Xuan had fantasized that his awakened profession would be the legendary time sorcerer, just like Ning Shuang's. That way, he could fully comprehend the laws of time. But alas, he ultimately only awakened the Beastmaster profession. What Jiang Xuan never could have imagined. Even without awakening the time mage profession, could unexpectedly awaken the time attribute. Let me see what marvelous uses this time attribute holds. Feeling a surge of excitement, Jiang Xuan immediately began studying the time attribute. Little did he know. As soon as he began his research, Jiang Xuan sucked in a sharp breath. To his astonishment, he discovered he could now control the flow of time itself. Indeed, by channeling his spiritual energy, he could now slow the passage of time around him to 1/3 of its original pace. This meant that while 3 seconds passed for Jiang Xuan, only 1 second elapsed for others. Converted, while others experienced a single day, Jiang Xuan felt as though 3 days had passed for him. Thus, within a single day, Jiang Xuan gained 2 extra days compared to others. With this conversion, Jiang Xuan could accomplish a great deal in a single day. He could run through more dungeons. He could dedicate more time to training in cultivation. He could also increase the number of training sessions to hone his skills. Realizing this, Jiang Xuan instantly grasped the terrifying nature of the time attribute. But he also realized why Ning Shuang was so powerful. She herself was a super workaholic.
After all, if Jiang Xuan weren't a workaholic, even if she could control the flow of time to slow down, she could never have achieved such extraordinary feats. In that moment, Jiang Xuan grasped the true essence of becoming a powerhouse. Indeed, as long as you don't burn out from overworking, just keep pushing yourself to the limit. At this realization, Jiang Xuan, who had once regarded the element of time as profoundly mysterious, couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Though his expression betrayed a hint of resignation, Jiang Xuan didn't harbor excessive resistance toward relentless striving. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his first spent grinding through years of arduous study, Jiang Xuan was a true master of relentless effort. Having crossed over into this world, if he hadn't pushed himself relentlessly, how else could he have achieved a spiritual affinity rating of 121? Thus, he had long since grown accustomed to the relentless grind. Now, however, with the time attribute at his disposal, he could only push himself even harder than others. Just as Jiang Xuan prepared to leverage his time attribute for some intense cramming. Ring ring. His phone rang. Picking up the phone, Jiang Xuan froze upon seeing the name displayed. Ha! Why is my aunt calling me? Chapter 73, College Entrance Exam Reform. Is Tianji now free? Auntie, why are you calling so late? As soon as he answered, Jiang Xuan voiced his immediate confusion. After all, his aunt was always incredibly busy. Often, he could barely exchange more than 3 sentences with her on messaging apps. Now that she was calling directly, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel something was off. Hearing his confusion, Xuan Xian on the other end of the line immediately explained, "It's like this. I just heard the news from my teacher. This year's global college entrance exam might undergo a reform." Global college entrance exam reform? Hearing Xuan Xian's words, Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned. Wait, what? Haven't the global college entrance exams been in place for over 300 years? Why the sudden reform? How exactly is it being reformed? Jiang Xuan pressed. I have no idea about that. But this year's exam will definitely be harder than last year's. Because this year has seen an unprecedented number of prodigies. Yuan Hualing's performance alone was already astonishing. Over in the Kanglan archipelago, there's a 7-star professional and an 8-star professional. And the Thunder Prison Court has also produced another 8-star rated professional this year. The twin saintesses of the Unicorn Alliance, I haven't heard news about them yet, but it's said their professions are exceptionally unique. Once they team up, they might even rival legendary professionals. It seems the Sky 9 Islands have also produced some formidable professionals. All 7 nations have produced rare prodigies this year. It's said the ancient nation of Almori has also produced a legendary class never seen before. There are simply too many prodigies this year. To better assess your abilities, the 9 great academies have jointly implemented reforms. Listening to the soothing words, Jiang Xuan stroked his chin. Whoa, did they just stir up the geniuses' nest this year? Why are geniuses popping up like they're worthless? Under normal circumstances, prodigies are exceedingly rare. In typical years, a 7-star rated professional is already considered the pinnacle. Only in exceptional years would an 8-star rated professional emerge. Yet this year, 2 legendary rated professionals have emerged in one go. It seemed like there were more 8-star professionals than usual this year. Upon learning this, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but stroke his chin. Looks like this year's college entrance exam will be tougher than ever. For Jiang Xuan, the global college entrance exam held significant importance. The knowledge and resources held by the 9 legendary academies were unmatched by any single nation. Therefore, becoming a student at a legendary academy was merely the first step toward truly becoming a supreme power. Moreover, Jiang Xuan had always aimed to vie for the top spot in this year's global entrance exam. The reason behind his single-minded determination was straightforward. Because if he secured first place, he would gain the opportunity to enter the Legendary Academy's treasury and select one treasure. It must be noted that the Legendary Academy's treasury has existed for 300 years. It holds all the treasures ever acquired by the 9 great legends in their lifetimes. Thus, the treasures within are exceptionally precious. For Jiang Xuan, there was one treasure within the vault he had always coveted. That treasure was Jiang Xuan's 8-star artifact, the Time Spirit Mirror. This miraculous mirror could reflect all of the past. Though he never showed it outwardly, Jiang Xuan had always been deeply troubled by the disappearance of his parents. He simply had no way to investigate. But if he could obtain the Time Spirit Mirror, Jiang Xuan might uncover some clues and find leads to pursue. However, access to the treasure vault was reserved solely for the top scorer of the annual Global College Entrance Exam. In truth, Xuan Xian shared the same thoughts as Jiang Xuan. She too had long sought to uncover the truth behind the disappearances of her sister, brother-in-law, and her own parents. Though she had only awakened as a 6-star rated mentalist last year, she never gave up on the chance to aim for first place. However, last year's Xiao Jianzong, Chun Yudi, and Mo Quan, Zhou Xiangyu were simply too formidable. Last year, Xu Xin had to give her absolute all just to barely secure third place. Now, Xuan Xian had surpassed Chun Yudi to take second place. In fact, the gap between her and Zhou Xiangyu was no longer insurmountable.
But even if Shu Xian secured first place in her grade now, she still wouldn't gain access to the treasure vault. Since Xu Xin failed to obtain the time spirit mirror, Jiang Xuan knew he was her only chance. Originally, Jiang Xuan believed securing first place was quite certain. But now, with the global college entrance exam reform and so many prodigies emerging worldwide, Jiang Xuan suddenly felt the pressure mounting.
Auntie, I understand what you mean. Rest assured, even with the exam reforms,
I'll still secure first place this year.
Jiang Xuan's tone was calm.
Yet his words carried unwavering resolve. Had he not yet reached the 2-star realm, Jiang Xuan might have harbored some self-doubt. After all, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon was undeniably formidable, and under the new system, he couldn't be certain of his own chances. But now that he had reached the 2-star realm,
the world's blessing, Experience Hourglass had given Jiang Xuan considerable confidence. With the Hourglass of Experience's aid, over the next half-month, Jiang Xuan could at least elevate his level to LV.25. Level 25 might not be particularly high on Blue Star, but for the global college entrance exam, this level was indeed sufficient. No sooner had Jiang Xuan finished speaking, a notification tone sounded by his ear. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the 6-star Cloud Peak equipment, Cloud Peak Battle Technique Light Armor.
As the notification faded, Jiang Xuan saw that the Molten Forge Xuanwu had successfully crafted a piece of armor for him.
Equipment, Cloud Peak Tactics Light Armor. Quality, 6-star. Effects, Strength plus 250, Agility plus 350, Constitution plus 250, Spiritual Perception plus 150.
Equipment skills, Battle Art allows the wearer to expend 20% of their own spiritual power to temporarily boost all stats by 50% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes, Light Armor passive skill, the wearer's agility attribute is permanently increased by 120%. Seeing the Cloud Peak Battle Technique Light Armor appear before him, Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a wild grin. He knew that with this Cloud Peak Battle Technique Light Armor, his success rate in the upcoming global college entrance exam was now a solid 90%. Especially the equipment skill, it was nothing short of game-changing. A 50% combat power boost and a fixed 20% increase to agility. Keep in mind, this is only possible with Cloud Peak gear.
Ordinary equipment could never offer such enhancements, okay?
Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Shu Xian, unaware of his situation, simply replied softly, I believe in you.
I have things to attend to. I'll hang up now. With that, Shu Xian ended the call.
Watching the call end, Jiang Xuan glanced at the Cloud Peak Battle Tactics Light Armor beside him.
Though his heart raced with excitement, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. But gear is just an external thing. If this global exam prohibits equipment use, that'd be a real headache. Never mind.
A man must rely on his own strength.
Striving to improve myself is the only way forward. For the next half-month, I'll focus entirely on strengthening myself. Chapter 74, The Legendary Academy's Roundtable Conference. The Shock of the Strong. Time rewinds a few days.
Blue Star, Legend Academy, a roundtable conference room. 8 individuals were seated around the table.
Gentlemen, I summoned you here today. I trust you all understand the purpose?
A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a crisp suit, who appeared to be the leader, spoke first.
Ross, isn't this just about your student obtaining Jiang Xuan's battle footage?
I'll admit that youngster has some talent.
But is that really worth calling all of us in?
A portly middle-aged man addressed Ross, the leader. The middle-aged man wasn't particularly handsome, but with every breath he took, a potent surge of elemental energy pulsed around him.
Fire elemental energy poured out as hot breath streamed from his nostrils. Thunder elements rumbled low with each breath. Earth elemental energy made his aura dense and heavy.
Clearly, this was a master who had mastered 3 elements.
So, you're saying the Element Academy isn't interested in this Jiang Xuan? If that's the case, you can leave. We'll discuss it here.
Seeing Wu Jilua's indifferent expression, a bald man with a sword at his waist chuckled. Jian-san, he's a beast master.
Why are you butting in? Just because our Elemental Academy doesn't want him, does that mean your Martial Arts Academy can take him? Don't be ridiculous.
Facing the bald man's words, Wu Jilua shot back with a sharp retort.
Ahem, you two, stop bickering. Let's hear what Ross has to say.
Seeing Wu Jilua and Jian-san speak up, a dignified and composed woman from the Mind Academy interjected. Hearing this, Wu Jilua, who had been about to argue with Jian-san, finally stopped the verbal sparring. Seeing that Wu Jilua and Jian-san had ceased their quarrel, Ross turned to the woman before him and said, Wula, please play this video recording.
Without hesitation, the woman named Wula complied.
A flash of blue light flickered in her eyes. A terrifying surge of psychic energy erupted violently.
In the next instant, the entire conference room underwent a transformation. Instantly, everyone present in the conference room found themselves transported to the combat arena of Cloud Peak City.
Within the arena, Jiang Xuan and Chen Yude stood in the center.
So it's that kid Ade sparring with Jiang Xuan? Jian-san looked at Chen Yude with some surprise.
Jian-san was naturally familiar with Chen Yude. After all, Chunyu-de was the most outstanding student recruited by the martial arts academy in the past decade. Seeing him sparring with Jiang Xuan now, Jian-san couldn't help but feel a bit surprised.
Jian-san, I told you folks from the martial arts academy lack discipline. Chunyu-de is clearly on the verge of becoming a 3-star professional. Why come over here to duel Jiang Xuan? How embarrassing.
The moment he spotted an opportunity to undermine Jian-san, Wu Jiluo immediately adopted a sarcastic tone.
Jian-san seemed completely immune to Wu Jiluo's snide remarks, showing no reaction whatsoever. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the dueling arena before him. Clearly, Jian-san was deeply curious about the matter involving Chunyu-de and Jiang Xuan. After all, Jian-san knew Chunyu-de's character. Anyone worthy of this boy's challenge was certainly no ordinary person. Ula, continue the broadcast. At those words, Ula's eyes flickered, and the entire arena resumed broadcasting the duel. Whoa, that kid's weapon is actually a 5-star Cloud Peak equipment piece? No way, how rich is this kid?
As a member of the martial arts academy, Jian-san instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of Jiang Xuan's weapon. After all, this was a 5-star Cloud Peak tier weapon. While it wouldn't be accurate to say there were many such weapons on the entire Blue Star, at the very least, it was a highly prized possession.
And Jiang Xuan, a mere 1-star practitioner, actually possesses one? Could this kid come from an incredibly wealthy family?
As Jian-san pondered this, the duel continued to play out. In the match, Jiang Xuan and Chunyu-de's exchange was back and forth.
Jian-san wasn't surprised by this development.
He could tell that Chunyu-de wasn't fighting at full strength. Instead, it felt more like a playful sparring session, exchanging moves with Jiang Xuan. However, as the head of the martial arts academy, Jian-san couldn't help but frown upon seeing Jiang Xuan's somewhat awkward sword technique, despite his skill having reached the level of minor accomplishment.
Could it be that Jiang Xuan only recently learned swordsmanship?
Otherwise, how could his swordplay feel so unpolished? Yet his skill has reached the minor accomplishment level.
Could this Jiang Xuan be a prodigy of the sword path?
Just as Jian-san was lost in thought, Wu Jiluo snorted coldly, "It's just a sword duel, that's all."
What's so interesting about that? But the moment Wu Jiluo's words fell, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because terrifying thunder gathered around Jiang Xuan in the midst of the duel. Though the duel before them was merely a video playback. Under Ula's powerful psychic projection, the thunder's might was rendered with astonishing realism.
As someone who also wielded the element of thunder, Wu Jiluo could instantly sense the exceptional quality of this lightning. So high it was almost on par with his own. After all, Wu Jiluo was at the 8-star realm. The thunder element he cultivated was already considered top tier among those below the legendary realm. Yet now, Jiang Xuan merely at the 1-star realm had condensed thunder elements of comparable quality. How could this not leave Wu Jiluo utterly stunned? And just as Wu Jiluo was reeling from this shock, the next instant, the 9-fold thunderstrike unleashed. Jiang Xuan unleashed a terrifying assault. Although all of Jiang Xuan's attacks were blocked by Chunyu-de, the crowd, who had previously underestimated Jiang Xuan, now stared at him in astonishment.
Isn't Jiang Xuan a beastmaster? His sword technique is far too powerful. He's actually holding his own against Chunyu-de? And that thunderous power weight, is Jiang Xuan's profession really a beast tamer? The crowd looked at Jiang Xuan, their confusion evident. Observing their bewilderment, Ross chuckled. Everyone, no need to rush. The battle isn't over yet. The best is yet to come.
Hearing Ross's words, the crowd fell silent.
What? The battle was already absurd enough as it was. This could get even more spectacular?
Upon hearing this, the crowd, utterly bewildered, turned their gaze back toward the battlefield.
Just as their eyes fell upon the battlefield,
they saw that Chunyu-de was ready to get serious. He unleashed his 6th-tier skill, Dustfall. Cloud Dustfall was a pure sword technique. The terrifying sword intent it contained was far beyond what ordinary people could withstand. Watching Chunyu-de unleash Cloud Dustfall, the crowd instinctively pronounced Jiang Xuan's fate. Frankly, even if Jiang Xuan had reached the 2-star realm, it would be incredibly difficult for him to stand against Chunyu-de. After all, Chunyu-de was an 8-star rated sword sovereign of the Cloud realm. His class alone granted immense bonuses to sword techniques. Now, he had unleashed the Cloud Dustfall.
Everyone present naturally assumed Chunyu-de had already secured victory.
But just as everyone thought the battle had concluded, a thunderous roar erupted, piercing the air like a bolt of lightning.
"Do not harm my master." As the roar echoed,
a colossal dragon claw, encased in a massive bone gauntlet, seized the cloud sword Chunyu-de had just materialized. Instantly, the conference room witnessed the emergence of Jiang Xuan's pet beast, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon.
With the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon's arrival, Wu Jiluo, who had previously looked down on Jiang Xuan, was the first to leap to his feet. This is a pure dragon-blooded thunder demon with legendary lineage? What is Jiang Xuan's background? He actually managed to contract such a powerful pet beast? Chapter 75, Jiang Xuan behind the reform? Global college entrance exam launches.
Indeed, Wu Jilua instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of Jiang Xuan's Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon. As for why Wu Jilua could tell, the core reason was that the Thunder Elemental might unleashed by the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon was simply terrifying. If Jiang Xuan's condensed Thunder element could be considered comparable to his own, then the Thunder Elemental might unleashed by the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon now had completely surpassed his own. Only demons of legendary bloodlines could surpass his own Thunder element. That was precisely why Wu Jilua was so profoundly shaken. Hearing Wu Jilua's words, the assembly hall fell silent as all eyes turned to the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon before them. For among demons, those possessing legendary bloodlines were as rare as legendary class professionals in the human world. Moreover, contracting a demon with legendary bloodline cannot be done directly. One must obtain the demon's egg to do so. Throughout the ages, over the past 500 years, not a single demonic creature egg-bearing legendary bloodline had ever appeared in this world. Thus, witnessing Jiang Xuan's Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon left everyone present utterly stunned. Whoa, Jiang Xuan's contracted beast actually possesses legendary bloodline? If that's the case, Jiang Xuan's potential won't be any lower than that of a legendary professional. Moreover, demonic beasts grow far more rapidly than any professional cultivator. Without a doubt, relying solely on this one beast, once Jiang Xuan matures, he'll be a force rivaling the top 3 in history. Learning this, everyone suddenly understood why Jiang Xuan had been so at ease in the Cloud Peak Tower. After all, with a pet beast possessing legendary bloodlines, it would be strange if he weren't like a fish in water. As the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon shielded Jiang Xuan from an attack, Xunyudi unleashed 10,000 swords returned to the source, while Jiang Xuan wielded the Cloud Shadow Sword. Both displays left the crowd gasping at the sheer brilliance of his swordsmanship. At that moment, Sword 3 was utterly captivated by Jiang Xuan. He could clearly see that Jiang Xuan possessed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. With proper cultivation, Jian San sensed Jiang Xuan's future achievements in the sword path might rival even Xunyudi's. But it wasn't just Sword 3 who was captivated at that moment. House Luo was equally enthralled. Only his admiration wasn't directed at Jiang Xuan himself, but at Jiang Xuan's Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon. Jiang Xuan's Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon was simply too monstrously powerful. Its mastery of thunder elements alone, Wu Jilua felt, could rival that of a legendary elemental mage. If the Elemental Academy were to meticulously cultivate this Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon, Wu Jilua believed the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon could easily reach at least the 8-star realm in the future. Even the 9-star realm wouldn't be impossible. In an instant, both Jian San and Wu Jilua found themselves intensely intrigued by Jiang Xuan. And so, amidst the stunned silence of the crowd, as the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon transformed its bone claws into swords and radiated terrifying undead energy, the silent figure in black robes was startled. Growth tier undead equipment? Jiang Xuan actually possesses growth tier undead equipment? As an instructor at the Death Academy, the cloaked figure possessed profound knowledge of all things undead. Growth tier equipment was exceedingly rare. And now Jiang Xuan possessed growth tier undead equipment. Moreover, the way the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon wielded it suggested the undead equipment was perfectly suited to him. Seeing this, the robed figure began to form his own thoughts about the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chunyude and Jiang Xuan's duel was forcibly halted by Chaluo. As the video concluded, Ross's voice slowly echoed through the chamber. What do you all think of this Jiang Xuan? No sooner had Ross finished speaking than Jian San's voice cut in. This Jiang Xuan, our martial arts academy wants him. But no sooner had Jian San finished speaking, Luo's furious curses echoed through the room. Bull! What use is a beast master to your martial arts academy? He belongs at our elemental academy. Seeing Wu Jilua trying to snatch the candidate away, Jian San's previously cheerful expression instantly turned cold. His sword hummed in his grasp. So, you're trying to steal my recruit? Seeing Jian San's intent to fight, Wu Jilua showed no fear. Terrifying fire elements surged around his body. In an instant, the hair on his head transformed into flames. A terrifying heat erupted from within his body. Steal? Fine. Like I'm scared to fight you? With that, Wu Jilua lunged at Jian San. Just as the two were about to engage, Ross stepped between them. This is a conference room, not a combat arena. If you want to fight, go straight to the gladiatorial dungeon. Don't wreck the academy here. Ross's voice was icy. Hearing this, Wang Jilua snorted coldly, the flames on his head reverting to hair. But the look he shot at Jian San was pure provocation. That look seemed to say, "This Jiang Xuan. I'll take him. I said it. Not even Jesus could stop me." As for Jian San, he remained silent, yet the long sword in his hand refused to return to its scabbard. Instead, his eyes, sharp as blades, locked with those of the house's Luo. He too seemed determined to claim Jiang Xuan at all costs. Watching the two locked in confrontation, the black-robed figure who had remained silent spoke in a cold, ominous voice. "Gentlemen, please keep your tempers in check. Don't ruin the harmony."
Truth be told, my Death Academy has some interest in this child as well.
Hearing the cloaked figure speak, Jiang and Jinsan froze. Jiang then turned his gaze toward the cloaked figure, his expression puzzled as he spoke.
Old Yun, you're not joking, are you? What connection does this Jiang Xuan have with your Death Academy? He doesn't possess any undead attributes, does he?
Compared to his tense standoff with Sword 3, Yujiro showed the robed figure considerable respect. This boy possesses an undead artifact capable of infinite growth.
Do you think he has a connection to my Death Academy? Luo pondered the robed figure's words. Truth be told, if Sword 3 competed with him for Jiang Xuan, Jiang wouldn't panic. But if Elder Yun also claimed him, Jiang would be genuinely at a loss.
After all, the Yun Lao before him was a 300-year-old monster.
Jiang knew he couldn't defeat him. For a moment, Jiang felt a headache coming on. Damn it, why does Jiang Xuan have to be so damn good? Now I can't even get it even if I want it. Jiang muttered inwardly. The quiet blue-haired woman beside him chuckled. Since all three academies want him, why not just let Jiang Xuan choose? He can just go wherever he chooses, right?
Hearing this, the black-robed man shook his head.
Xingyao, that's not fair. Why would Jiang Xuan possibly choose my Death Academy? Xingyao smiled. Well then, Elder Yun, what do you suggest we do? In my opinion, we should let the legendary consciousnesses decide.
As the others pondered, the bearded giant who had been sleeping spoke up.
Compared to you choosing, wouldn't the legendary consciousnesses know better how compatible Jiang Xuan is with them?
Whichever academy has the highest compatibility will be responsible for his training.
Hearing this, Ross's eyes lit up. Gordon has a point. The legendary consciousness will surely provide a far more detailed assessment of Jiang Xuan than we can.
This way, we can truly discern which academy suits Jiang Xuan best. Hearing Ross's words, the others nodded in understanding. Yet while they agreed, the robed figure Yun Lao remained somewhat pensive.
This approach is feasible. But the emergence of the legendary consciousness seems a bit too conspicuous, doesn't it?
Upon hearing the robed figure speak, Ross chuckled.
Flashy, you say? Then why not reform the college entrance exam system?
After all, the third stage is where we select the prodigies. There are quite a few geniuses this year.
We might as well reform the third stage. The previous sparring was too vague. I think we should reform it into sparring with legendary consciousness.
That way, not only will these newcomers see the gap between themselves and true prodigies, but also help us better categorize these newcomers into academies.
That way, everyone won't get so worked up when recruiting in the future. Faced with Ross's proposal, the group fell silent.
While abruptly reforming the 300-year-old entrance exam felt sudden. This proposal was undeniably superior to the previous system. In the end, the entire leadership of Legend Academy agreed to this reform. Truth be told, if Jiang Xuan had known about this roundtable meeting, he would have been utterly astonished. For he never imagined that the college entrance exam reform, which had been causing him some frustration, originated from himself. And just as Legend Academy confirmed the restructuring, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Only 1 hour remained until the global college entrance exam began. Chapter 76, Jiang Xuan's combat power soars, Lei Jiu's departure.
Take this wind-fire domain.
Within the sparring dungeon, Hua Ling's words echoed. The wind and fire elemental spirits beside her instantly erupted with blinding light.
In an instant, the entire sparring arena was engulfed in raging flames. Whoosh! A terrifying gale swept through the air.
The already raging flames grew even more intense and fierce.
In an instant, the entire battlefield transformed into a sea of flames. Flame formula. Hua Ling's words rang out.
In the next instant, the flames across the entire battlefield surged toward her. Moments later, a character formed entirely of flames. The character for flame materialized before Hua Ling.
Go! Hua Ling commanded.
The massive character, filled with blazing flames, charged directly toward Jiang Xuan on the opposite side of the battlefield.
A third-tier skill flame character technique, huh? Looks like you've picked up a new skill.
Jiang Xuan's lips curved into a faint smile as he examined the new skill appearing in his skill bar. Yet, facing the flames bearing down on him, he showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he merely drew a breath. Suddenly, lightning crackled around Jiang Xuan, who had been standing calmly. Purple thunderbolts erupted from the scabbard of the purple lightning sword at his waist. As the thunder surged, a soft utterance escaped Jiang Xuan's lips. Thunder draw sword technique. In the next instant, the treasure sword appeared in Jiang Xuan's hand. A flash of lightning erupted. The sword in Jiang Xuan's hand had already returned to its scabbard. The colossal character of flame charging toward him was cleaved clean in two by Jiang Xuan's single strike. Under the assault of terrifying thunder, vast amounts of fire elemental energy dissipated into nothingness. Seeing her attack fail to disrupt Jiang Xuan in the slightest, Hua Ling immediately pouted and whined, "I'm done fighting. I'm done. You just casually sliced my skill in half. Who'd want to fight you now?" With that, Hua Ling abandoned her fight against Jiang Xuan. Seeing Hua Ling give up, Jiang Xuan merely smiled. "Didn't you want to fight me?
Now you're upset because you can't beat me? Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Hua Ling's little mouth puffed out even more. Yet her eyes fixed on Jiang Xuan were filled with utter astonishment. For Hua Ling had never imagined that in just half a month, Jiang Xuan's combat prowess could improve so rapidly. After her regretful defeat in the 2-star breakthrough dungeon half a month ago, she had devoted herself to rigorous training. During this period, her progress had been remarkable. Though her level hadn't risen much, her combat strength had surged dramatically. The reason for this was quite simple. Hua Ling had met with the current leader of Sky 9 Islands. The leader directly gifted her the sage's research notes on all natural elemental magic. With the insights of a predecessor as sage, no less. Hua Ling's progress naturally accelerated at an extraordinary pace. Take the flame character spell she just unleashed, though a 3rd-tier skill, her mastery of it had reached a level 6 proficiency. Consider that it had only been about a week since Hua Ling broke through to the 2-star realm. To raise the proficiency of a 3rd-tier skill to level 6 in a week was already astonishing. Yet even so, facing Jiang Xuan before her now, Hua Ling still felt utterly powerless. What's more, her previous helplessness wasn't due to Jiang Xuan. It stemmed from Jiang Xuan's Thundersource Ancestral Dragon. Yet now, Jiang Xuan was fighting her to a standstill without relying on the Thundersource Ancestral Dragon. Frankly, if Jiang Xuan had the Thundersource Ancestral Dragon's aid, wouldn't he be unstoppable? For a moment, Hua Ling, who had believed her advancement to the 2-star realm and the insights of the sage would guarantee victory over Jiang Xuan, felt even more bewildered. Because she couldn't shake the feeling. How could Jiang Xuan's combat power be improving faster than hers, an elemental mage? In truth, Hua Ling's perception wasn't an illusion. Over the past fortnight, Jiang Xuan's combat strength had surged at an astonishing pace. Part of this was due to Jiang Xuan being a super workaholic. Another factor was the aid of the time element. Having awakened the time element, Jiang Xuan now possessed an exceptionally precise grasp of temporal flow. While 1 second passed in the normal world, Jiang Xuan could make it last 3 seconds. Therefore, the time he devoted to cultivation was not merely a fortnight, but a full month and a half. During this month and a half, Jiang Xuan barely ventured into dungeons. Instead, he focused solely on honing the skills he currently possessed. His proficiency metrics have now reached an absurdly high level. Jiang Xuan. Level 24. Rank 2-star. Class Beastmaster. Strength 9230 plus 24 plus 2 plus 36. Agility 5630 plus 22 plus 2 plus 2. Constitution 8424 plus 22 plus 2 plus 36. Spiritual Perception 14224 plus 22 plus 84 plus 12. Technique Basic Swordplay Mastery. Technique Mystic Thunder Sword Arc Mastery. Insight Mystic Thunder Sword Intent Thunder Sword Skill Power plus 50%. Skills 7th tier Thunderclap Sword Strike level 1, 6th tier Mystic Thunder 9 Strike Combo level 3, 6th tier Cloud Dust Fall level 2, 3rd tier Skill Flame Character Decision level 1, 3rd tier Skill Sword Draw Slash level 6, 2nd tier Skill Slag Domain level 6, tier 2 Shadowblade level 8, tier 2 Skill Psychic Slash level 8, tier 2 Skill Thunder Summoning level 8, tier 1 Spirit Shield level 10, tier 1 Thunder Claw level 10, tier 1 Lightning Flash level 10, tier 1 Psychokinesis level 10. World Blessings, Primordial Myth, Resource Critical Strike, Experience Hourglass. Indeed, Jiang Xuan had now reached level 24. His foundational swordsmanship had reached perfection, and even the Xianlei sword technique had attained mastery. As for skills, aside from 2 tier 6 abilities and the newly acquired Yin character technique, Jiang Xuan's skill proficiency had been uniformly elevated to level 6. His proficiency in lower tier skills has even reached level 10. But the most terrifying aspect isn't the sheer number of skills Jiang Xuan possesses. It was Jiang Xuan's own attributes. Though his attributes hadn't yet reached the flawless perfection of the Thundersource Ancestral Dragon, they could still be described as those of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Frankly, with this attribute distribution, Jiang Xuan couldn't compare to a 9-star legendary profession like Hua Ling. He might fall slightly short of an 8-star profession. Yet it's already on par with many 7-star professionals. And this is all without Jiang Xuan even equipping his gear. If he were to equip the Cloud Peak Shenyuan Sword, Cloud Peak Battle Technique Light Armor, and the 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings, paired with the 30% equipment enhancement from the Molten Casting of the Black Tortoise, Jiang Xuan's stats would be nothing short of explosive. That's precisely why Hua Ling found Jiang Xuan's combat prowess so terrifying. After the brief spar ended, Jiang Xuan and Hua Ling exited the sparring instance. How was it? Were you satisfied with the sparring just now? The moment Jiang Xuan emerged, Xiaofeng immediately approached to ask. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan replied, "Of course I'm satisfied. Thank you, Captain Xiao, for lending the sparring instance to Hua Ling and me. Don't mention it. Given our relationship, if you ever need it, just come and use it directly." As he spoke, Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow at Jiang Xuan and chuckled. "By the way, Commander Xiao, how much longer before Sister Ziyue returns to Lingchuan? She's been in the imperial capital for nearly a week now, hasn't she?" Noticing Lei Ziyue's absence, Jiang Xuan asked curiously. "I wouldn't know about that. She's been promoted to Thunder Dragon Sword Sovereign. The higher-ups will definitely focus their cultivation efforts on her. Don't worry, Jiao is perfectly safe in the imperial capital. Those veteran commanders in the military have been itching for a peerless prodigy to emerge from the barracks for ages. Right now, those veterans probably cherish Jiao like she's made of gold. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan inquire about Lei Jiao's situation, Xiaofeng replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan nodded his head in understanding. Alright, the college entrance exam dungeon begins in 3 minutes. You two should stay here and make any final adjustments. I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Xiaofeng turned and left. Hua Ling and Jiang Xuan knew the Gaokao was about to begin. They stopped chatting and instead sat in meditation to prepare themselves for the opening of the Gaokao instance. Ding! Blue Star Time, April 1st, 8 a.m. Global College Entrance Exam officially commences. Candidates, please enter the exam instance in an orderly manner. Chapter 77, The Gaze of the Blue-Haired Woman. Vocational Assessment. Hearing the notification chime, Jiang Xuan saw the qualification to enter the Gaokao instance appear before his eyes. Jiang Xuan, I won't lose to you in the Gaokao. With that defiant remark, Hua Ling vanished in a flash. It was clear Hua Ling had already entered the Gaokao dungeon. Seeing her vanish, Jiang Xuan smiled. But he said nothing more, his figure flickering and vanishing from the spot as well. Jiang Xuan felt only a flash of light before his eyes. From his previous location within the Lingchuan Legion, he now found himself beneath a vast expanse of blue sky. Looking down, he was surprised to find himself standing atop the white clouds. Is this the Gaokao dungeon? Surveying the empty expanse around him, Jiang Xuan hesitated. Just as his doubts deepened, figures began materializing around him one after another. Before long, over 100 people had gathered on the cloud layer where he stood. These individuals appeared to be as young as Jiang Xuan. Clearly, they were all participants in the Global College Entrance Exam. Candidates, welcome to Examination Hall 13415. Please take a moment to rest. The exam is about to begin. Once all figures above the clouds had materialized, a system notification sounded from the sky. The voice was ethereal, almost soothing to the ear. It was clearly engineered to be this way. Its purpose was to ease the nerves of the examinees in the testing hall. The intention was good, but in reality, most people in the examination hall looked extremely nervous. Great-great-grandfather. Great-great-great-grandfather. 18 generations of the Su family ancestors, I beg you to bless me with passing this first stage of the assessment. My lord, if you grant me passage through this exam, I will dedicate everything I have to you. Mom, I'm scared. I don't want to take the college entrance exam anymore. Compared to these anxious candidates in the exam hall, Jiang Xuan was in a much better state. His formidable strength left him entirely free of nerves. Instead, he simply closed his eyes to rest and wait for the assessment to begin. Just as Jiang Xuan waited for the assessment to begin, a loud, chattering voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. Hey, beautiful, feeling nervous about the exam? If you are, you can lean on my chest for support. Hearing the words beside him, Jiang Xuan looked up. A young man in a suit was twirling his greased hair, raising an eyebrow at the blue-haired woman beside him as he struck up a conversation. In terms of looks, this suit-clad youth certainly wasn't anything special. But his designer clothes did hint at a well-to-do background. The blue-haired girl he was chatting up, on the other hand, possessed a truly outstanding aura. Though her features weren't breathtaking at first glance. When combined, they created a sense of effortless beauty. Most importantly, the blue-haired woman was tall and slender. Even in loose-fitting clothes, her impressive figure was impossible to hide. Compared to Lei Zhixiao, she was only slightly less striking. After all, Lei Jiyue was the most physically gifted person Jiang Xuan had ever encountered in both his lifetimes. This alone speaks volumes about the blue-haired woman's exceptional nature. However, when the young man in the suit tried to strike up a conversation, the blue-haired woman didn't even glance at him. Instead, she simply turned and walked away. Just as the blue-haired woman turned to leave, seeking solitude, her gaze swept over Jiang Xuan, and her steps halted instantly. She stared at Jiang Xuan as if he were some kind of unseen monster. Hey, lady, got something on my face? Seeing the blue-haired woman staring at him intently, Jiang Xuan chuckled. Hearing this, the blue-haired woman realized she'd been acting out of character. Sorry, I was just a bit distracted. With that, the blue-haired woman turned and walked away. But not long after leaving Jiang Xuan's side, her gaze returned to him once more. Her slightly furrowed brow and that look of confusion. This caused Jiang Xuan, who was using his mental energy, to narrow his eyes slightly. Why is this woman staring at me? Could it be that I, or something else besides me has caught her attention? I haven't released any elemental energy either? For a moment, Jiang Xuan felt both curious and puzzled by the blue-haired woman's behavior. Just as he was pondering this, a slightly threatening voice reached his ears. Buddy, you better stay away from that girl. She's mine. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan saw the youth who had been chatting up the green-haired woman now standing beside him, glaring coldly. Hearing the youth's words, Jiang Xuan chuckled.
Honestly, this was the college entrance exam. In such a high-pressure environment, this guy was still hitting on girls. To be fair, the girl across from him did have something going for her. However, Jiang Xuan paid no heed to the threat from the youth before him. He merely glanced at him before turning and walking away. Watching Jiang Xuan walk away, the suit-clad youth seemed to think Jiang Xuan was afraid of him. A smug look spread across his face. Then, he scurried off to chat up the blue-haired girl. Jiang Xuan paid no mind to this minor incident. After waiting roughly 5 minutes, Jiang Xuan saw a flash of light before him. 2 figures had also arrived atop the cloud layer. Both appeared to be in their early 40s. Both possessed the strength of the 3-star realm.
Silence, everyone. My name is Jia Ru. This gentleman is He Bai. We are your proctors. Please remain quiet now. The first phase of the Global College Entrance Exam's vocational assessment is about to begin. The short-haired middle-aged man at the front spoke with measured composure. As he spoke, another middle-aged man immediately summoned a massive instrument. Though this was a data-driven world, each individual could only view their own detailed information. As for others' information, only when activating the insight skill could one see. Only basic details like level, class, and elemental attributes were visible. Four-dimensional attributes and skill mastery were not directly visible. Only through special means could they be accessed. Clearly, this massive apparatus is designed for meticulously scanning the detailed data of everyone present. This is precisely the first stage of the Global College Entrance Exam, the vocational test. Is the first stage still the career assessment? It seems the first stage assessment hasn't been reformed. Seeing the first stage assessment, it was nearly identical to previous college entrance exams. Jiang Xuan was well aware that the current assessment had not undergone any reforms. To be honest, he had initially worried that a reformed assessment might yield poor results for him in this first stage. After all, his innate professional aptitude wasn't outstanding. If the first stage truly favored certain professions, he would very likely be eliminated immediately. But now it seemed he needn't worry about the first stage at all. It seems the changes are most likely focused on the second or third stages. Just as Jiang Xuan had this thought, Examiner He Bai had already finished calibrating the equipment. Jia Ru, the assessment can begin. Upon hearing He Bai's words, Jia Ru nodded. A list immediately appeared in his hand. He then addressed the crowd. The Global College Entrance Examination, Phase 1, Vocational Assessment, is now officially underway. First candidate, Zhang Yang. Chapter 78, Jiang Xuan's career rating is only C? The moment Jia Ru's voice fell, the suit-clad youth who had been chattering incessantly beside the blue-haired woman abruptly looked up. I'm first? Well then, I'll show you all what a genius looks like. Zhang Yang showed no sign of panic regarding the test. Instead, he raised an eyebrow at the blue-haired girl beside him, his expression teasing. Hey, beauty, it's not too late to agree to be my girlfriend now. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the blue-haired woman's expression turned icy. She didn't utter a single word. Clearly, she had no desire to speak with Zhang Yang. Instead, her gaze kept drifting toward Jiang Xuan. Noticing her actions, Zhang Yang shot Jiang Xuan a furious look. Oomph. He's just some pretty-faced pretty boy. Does being good-looking put food on the table? Oomph. Young master, I'll show you what a true genius looks like. At that moment, Zhang Yang's gaze shifted to the blue-haired girl beside him. Once I show you my true strength, won't you all be begging to date me? The thought made the corners of Zhang Yang's mouth curl upward involuntarily. He then strode toward Jia Ru with an air of arrogance. You're Zhang Yang? Jia Ru glanced at the man before her, checked his identity information, then nodded. Come in. Don't be nervous. This machine won't harm you. It will scan your information shortly. Then it will evaluate your various abilities. As Jia Ru spoke, He Bai activated the machine. Watching the activated machine, Zhang Yang strode in with apparent nonchalance. A sharp clang echoed. The machine's doors slammed shut. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The machine roared to life. Moments later, a prompt sounded from the sky. Candidate, Zhang Yang. Occupation, Gale Battlemaster, rating A. Level rating A. Strength rating A. Agility rating A+. Constitution rating A. Spiritual perception rating B+. Skill rating A+. Overall rating A. Congratulations, candidate Zhang Yang. You have passed the first stage of the professional assessment. As the notification tone faded, the crowd was instantly stunned by Zhang Yang's ratings. Simultaneously, viewers in the Global College Entrance Exam livestream witnessed Zhang Yang's rating. Holy crap, an A rating? Zhang Yang's career rating is actually 6 stars? A storm fighter? This Zhang Yang also has the surname Zhang? Could he be from the Zhang family of the imperial capital in the Dragon Spine Empire? The Zhang family has a lineage of fighters, and his skill rating is A+. I'd say he's definitely from the imperial capital Zhang family. Wow, he's already a 6-star rated profession right after the entrance exam. This Zhang Yang will be at least a 7-star martial sovereign level in the future, right? A 6-star Storm Master? I'd say Zhang Yang's admission to Legend Academy is practically guaranteed. In the livestream chat, everyone watched Zhang Yang's strength rating and gave him their full approval. After all, an A-tier rating has historically been sufficient credentials for admission to the legendary academy. To be honest, last year's third-place finisher in the global exams, Xu Xian, didn't even have stats as impressive as Zhang Yang's. As Zhang Yang's information evaluation concluded, the machine's hatch opened and Zhang Yang strode out. Compared to the confidence he displayed upon entering, the Zhang Yang who emerged radiated an equally formidable self-assurance. It was clear Zhang Yang had heard his own exam rating. Frankly, with this rating, Zhang Yang was absolutely guaranteed a spot at Legend Academy. Ha! With my skills, shouldn't you be throwing yourself at me already? With this thought in mind, Zhang Yang's gaze immediately turned to the green-haired woman nearby. Many present gazed at Zhang Yang with eyes brimming with admiration. But the green-haired woman's eyes held not a shred of admiration. In fact, she didn't even glance at Zhang Yang. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xuan. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yang's previously joyful expression froze. He never could have imagined such a thing happening. While Zhang Yang's personality was indeed as flamboyant as his name suggested. But as a member of the Zhang family, he was certainly no fool. The blue-haired woman didn't even glance at him. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xuan. This prompted Zhang Yang to suppress his emotions slightly and begin scrutinizing Jiang Xuan. To be perfectly honest, setting aside his initial prejudice, Zhang Yang did sense that Jiang Xuan was no ordinary man. The reason was simple. Jiang Xuan didn't carry the same nervousness others did. Under normal circumstances, people would feel at least some nervousness when facing such a crucial assessment. After all, the global college entrance exam was an assessment that could shape one's entire life. Failing to achieve a good score meant your life was essentially over. At the very least, there's a 99% chance of ending up as an ordinary person. Yet Jiang Xuan showed little sign of anxiety toward such a crucial exam. Could it be? Is this guy also a master? The thought weighed heavily on Zhang Yang's mind. For a moment, he remained silent, instead beginning to observe Jiang Xuan quietly. While Zhang Yang studied Jiang Xuan, the examination proceeded as before. Compared to Zhang Yang's impressive performance, the rest of the examinees' results were rather lackluster. Li Shu, rating D, failed. Zheng Yuan, rating D, failed. Feng Shuang, rating C, pass. About 10 minutes passed as 30 individuals completed the assessment. Only 6 individuals managed to pass the first stage of the assessment. And for the vast majority of those who passed, their rating was merely C. Apart from Zhang Yang, forget about B, not even a single C+ was in sight. Despite receiving only a C rating, they were still incredibly excited. For them, a C-level rating meant they had secured eligibility to pursue higher education at university. After the assessments of over 30 candidates, the examiner, Jiaru, finally called out the name Jiang Xuan had been waiting for. Next up, Jiang Xuan. As soon as Jiaru finished speaking, Jiang Xuan, who had been waiting patiently, stepped forward. As Jiang Xuan entered the crowd, both the blue-haired woman and Zhang Yang turned their gaze toward him. It was clear both were eager to know what rating Jiang Xuan would ultimately receive. The moment Jiang Xuan's name was called, the online audience froze in surprise. Jiang Xuan? That name sounds familiar. Wait, wasn't that guy who broke the record for clearing the first 100 floors of the Cloud Peak Tower named Jiang Xuan? Holy crap, could he be that Jiang Xuan? Upon learning this, the audience fixed their piercing gazes on Jiang Xuan. Clearly, they were filled with anticipation regarding his professional rating. You're Jiang Xuan? Yeah, step into the machine. Hearing Jiaru's words, Jiang Xuan stepped straight into the machine. Watching Jiang Xuan enter the device, Zhang Yang's gaze fixed intently on it. Let me see what you're really made of. No sooner had Zhang Yang's words fallen, the machine began to activate. Moments later, a notification tone sounded in the sky. Candidate, Jiang Xuan. Occupation, Beastmaster, rating, C. The moment the notification sounded, Zhang Yang, who had previously regarded Jiang Xuan as extraordinary, instantly sneered with disdain. Put. I thought he was something special. Just a beast tamer, huh? And I thought this little chick had some serious eye-testing skills. Turns out she's just a pretty-faced delinquent. As he spoke, Zhang Yang's gaze shifted toward the blue-haired woman. For a moment, he felt his chances of winning her over had increased. After all, a girl who only cared about looks should be easy to handle with his family background. But when Jiang Xuan's professional rating appeared, the blue-haired girl visibly frowned. This can't be possible. The life force emanating from this person is so thick. How could his class rating possibly be C tier? Could my life perception be malfunctioning? Chapter 79, Xing Yao, Dean of the Academy of Life. Rating, S+. Qingli was utterly bewildered. Because in her perception, Jiang Xuan radiated an incredibly potent life force. His life force was so profoundly potent that it far surpassed any peer she had ever encountered. In fact, Jiang Xuan's aura was even more potent than her own.
After all, Qingli was the strongest young talent of this era in the 10,000 mountains.
And vital energy is directly proportional to one's strength.
This was precisely why Qingli kept her eyes fixed on Jiang Xuan. For she was utterly curious. How powerful could Jiang Xuan truly be, with such a rich life force? But now you're telling Qingli that Jiang Xuan's professional rating is only C? This left Qingli utterly stunned. Could it be that her senses were wrong? Yet when Qingli turned her gaze toward Jiang Xuan within the machine, she distinctly felt the profound vitality emanating from his body.
For a moment, Qingli was at a loss.
Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream who had believed Jiang Xuan to be the Dragon Spine Empire's new prodigy also lost interest in watching further.
Just a C-rank beast master? Looks like this guy just shares the same name as Jiang Xuan. Hey, everyone, hurry to exam room 18734. An S-rated candidate just showed up. Holy crap? S-rank? Isn't that an 8-star profession? Whoa, the top candidate of this year's exam showed up so fast? I gotta go check it out.
In an instant, viewers in the livestream began rushing off to see the candidate with the 8-star rating.
Just as everyone assumed Jiang Xuan was merely an ordinary, unassuming individual. The next second. Beep. Beep. Beep.
The machine emitted a startling sound. Hearing the sound, examiner Jiaru froze momentarily before turning to He Bai beside him.
Old He, what's going on? Is the machine malfunctioning?
Faced with Jiaru's question, He Bai also looked bewildered.
No idea. This has never happened before. He Bai stared blankly at the dashboard, its needles wildly fluctuating.
He had been overseeing the global college entrance exams for a full decade. This was the first time he'd ever encountered a situation like this. Just as everyone began to suspect the equipment might be malfunctioning, the sky's alert sounded once more.
Candidate, Jiang Xuan.
Occupation, Beastmaster, rating, C.
Level rating, unrated. Strength rating, unrated. Agility rating, unrated. Spiritual perception rating, unrated. Skill rating, unrated. Overall rating, unrated.
Suddenly, a multitude of unrated labels filled the sky. This stunned not only everyone present but also the viewers in the livestream who had been about to leave.
Ha? Unrated? What the hell is going on? Is the testing machine glitching? Holy crap, could it be that Jiang Xuan is so weak the machine can't even score him? Ha? Just how weak does one have to be for the machine to fail to rate them? Even a trainee should get a D rating from the machine. Watching the machine's behavior, the viewers in the livestream chat were all looking perplexed.
Zhang Yang, who had previously assumed Jiang Xuan was just an ordinary amateur, also furrowed his brow slightly.
For most present, the meaning of unrated might be unclear.
But Zhang Yang vaguely recalled conversations with his great-grandfather from his childhood. In their conversations, his great-grandfather had vaguely mentioned this unrated evaluation. Yet, time had blurred the meaning of that rating in his memory. As Zhang Yang was deep in thought, the machine slowly opened and Jiang Xuan emerged at a leisurely pace.
To be honest, Jiang Xuan was equally bewildered.
He never imagined the machine would give him an unrated evaluation. This left Jiang Xuan feeling rather awkward. He had no idea what this unrated evaluation actually meant. Just as everyone stood stunned by this rating, suddenly, the sky shifted. A figure with blue hair abruptly materialized within the Gaokao instance. As her figure materialized, sharp-eyed viewers in the livestream instantly recognized her origins.
Holy crap, isn't that Dean Qingyao from the Academy of Living Beings? Why did she suddenly show up here? Could this assessment have actually drawn her attention?
Dean Qingyao, head of the Spirit Academy, one of the 9 legendary academies. Despite her youthful and beautiful appearance, she is now 80 years old. An 8-star practitioner specializing in life elements, her combat prowess is unmatched.
Upon seeing Qingyao's arrival, Qingli's expression shifted slightly amidst the crowd. Clearly, Qingyao's presence had taken her by surprise. Yet amidst her surprise, Qingli lowered her head. Evidently, she did not wish Qingyao to see her face. Oh? This girl is in this exam hall too? Well, this is quite the coincidence.
Seeing Qingli, Qingyao's lips curved into a slight smile. It was clear that Qingyao recognized Qingli.
However, Qingyao did not greet Qingli.
Instead, she turned to the 2 examiners beneath her Jiaru and He Bai and said, "You 2 may withdraw.
I'll be taking over the assessment for this examination hall."
Upon hearing Qingyao speak, Jiaru and He Bai exchanged glances.
They nodded in understanding and promptly exited the examination hall. Hearing Qingyao's words, the viewers in the livestream were stunned. Qingyao personally taking over this exam hall? No way. The Dean of Legend Academy is personally supervising the exam? Could this exam hall possibly hold some peerless prodigy? Just as everyone stood dumbfounded in disbelief, Qingyao descended from the sky, landing lightly before Jiang Xuan. "You must be Jiang Xuan? You look even more handsome in person than in the video." Qingyao smiled warmly as soon as she saw Jiang Xuan. "You know me?" Jiang Xuan was taken aback by Qingyao's greeting. While he knew many influential figures, he had never encountered someone of Qingyao's caliber before. That she recognized him now truly caught him off guard. "You're quite the renowned figure. Alright, if you don't mind, could you give me your hand? The machine's malfunctioning. I'll conduct your assessment rating for you." As she spoke, Qingyao extended her hand toward Jiang Xuan. Seeing Qingyao's outstretched hand, Jiang Xuan hesitated slightly but eventually placed his hand in hers. The moment Jiang Xuan and Qingyao made contact, a brilliant green radiance suddenly blossomed all around Qingyao. A potent surge of life energy poured forth from her body. Her eyes also shone with an intense radiance. In an instant, Qingyao began scanning Jiang Xuan's attribute data. As Qingyao processed the data from Jiang Xuan's body, a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes as she gazed at him. "You possess the time element?" Seeing Qingyao's astonishment, Jiang Xuan remained silent, merely nodding in response. Seeing this, Qingyao couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Now I finally understand why your data couldn't be rated." Her gaze flickered twice as she looked at Jiang Xuan. Qingyao released Jiang Xuan's hand and spoke slowly. "Jiang Xuan, assessment rating, S+. Chapter 80, is Jiang Xuan's S+ a scandal?" Zhang Yang's shock. The moment Qingyao announced Jiang Xuan's overall rating, everyone present froze in place. Clearly, no one had anticipated Jiang Xuan's overall rating would reach the S+ level. As for the viewers in the livestream, the moment Qingyao revealed Jiang Xuan's rating, the entire chat exploded. S+? This can't be possible? But isn't Jiang Xuan's profession rating only C? And he's just a 1-star beast master. How could his overall rating possibly be S+? Rigged. This is totally rigged. In an instant, the live stream audience erupted in fury. The Global College Entrance Exam was the most highly anticipated annual assessment on the entire Blue Star. While the participants are primarily 18-year-old high school graduates, many students who didn't take it, parents of children taking or about to take it, and even numerous teachers follow the event closely. Ever since the exam went live globally a decade ago, the number of viewers on exam day has consistently reached over 1 billion. So when many witnessed Jiang Xuan, a beastmaster with merely a 1-star professional rating, receive an S+ rating directly from Qingyao, many present naturally suspected foul play. After all, the notion that a low professional rating equates to actual weakness is deeply ingrained in many people's minds. Yet Qingyao paid no heed whatsoever to the flood of comments in the livestream chat. Instead, she calmly addressed the other examinees in the testing hall. The assessment continues. Next candidate, Zhao Feng. With Qingyao's words, the assessment resumed. Although the testing method in Jiang Xuan's examination hall had shifted from automated machines to manual evaluation, Qingyao's presence did not result in a surge of qualified candidates. In fact, the number of passers was even fewer than before. However, Qingyao's testing pace was remarkably swift. Each candidate only needed 10 seconds for her to announce their rating. Time passed swiftly. During this testing period, no other candidate in Jiang Xuan's examination hall achieved the same exceptionally high rating as him. The highest rating that appeared afterward only reached Class B. The candidates in Jiang Xuan's testing hall didn't achieve very high ratings. Yet in other testing rooms, a constant stream of prodigies kept emerging. The emergence of so many prodigies sparked intense discussion in the exam livestream chat. Holy crap, Sadal in exam room 973 has a 7-star profession, Judgment Hammer. Only 7 stars? Check out Guro in exam room 7138, he's awakened the 8-star profession, Skywalker of Thunder. That's a dual element lightning and spatial class combo. If he develops properly, his combat power will be unimaginable. I admit 8 stars is strong, but this year it's nowhere near enough. I'm from exam room 329. Guess what class I saw? A 9-star legendary class elemental mage. The same class as the legendary sage, right? Ha? Seriously? Elemental mage? Wait, after a century, our Blue Star has spawned another legendary class? Holy crap. I gotta see this for myself. As the livestream chat erupted with excitement, countless viewers flooded into exam room 329's livestream to witness the spectacle. This was a legendary class 1 that hadn't appeared on Blue Star for over a century. Now, one had emerged. Naturally, everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of his prowess. And so, as everyone was drawn in by Hua Ling's stream, Jiang Xuan's exam hall had reached its final candidate. Last candidate, Qingli. Qingyao announced, her gaze shifting toward Qingli amidst the crowd. Compared to the coldness she directed at others, her gaze toward Qingli held a certain tenderness. It was the gaze of an elder looking upon a younger relative. Jiang Xuan, with his keen eyes, also noticed Qingli's appearance. She bore a faint resemblance to Qingyao. Though no single feature stood out dramatically, their combination created an overwhelming sense of beauty. It felt as natural and effortless as a masterpiece crafted by nature itself. If one had to point out the most similar feature, it was undoubtedly their identical long, green hair. Only Qingyao's hair had a slightly more yellowish tint, while Qingli's was a deeper emerald green. Could these two be related? Observing Qingyao and Qingli, Jiang Xuan felt a twinge of doubt.
Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, though Qingli had kept her head bowed, upon hearing Qingyao call her name, she stepped forward to stand beside her.
Give me your hand.
Qingyao looked at Qingli, a faint smile on her face as she spoke slowly. At those words, Qingli extended her delicate hand.
The instant Qingli's hand touched Qingyao's,
a surge of vital energy began to emanate from Qingyao's body.
Simultaneously, a vast and boundless surge of life force began to emanate from Qingli's body.
This life force was even more potent and concentrated than that within Qingyao herself. Its sheer intensity made everyone present feel as though they were immersed in the bosom of the goddess of life. It felt as though a single deep breath could add a year or two to one's lifespan. Such pure life force.
It seems Qingli is no ordinary person either.
Observing the profound vitality radiating from Qingli, Jiang Xuan murmured thoughtfully. Though he had sensed from their first meeting that Qingli was no ordinary person, but witnessing her abilities firsthand still left him somewhat astonished.
Once Qingli's life force reached its peak,
Qingyao's face lit up with satisfaction before she murmured softly, "It seems you've been diligently cultivating these past days."
As the words fell, Qingyao's voice echoed through the air. Candidate, Qingli. Occupation, Life Saint Spirit User, Occupation Rating, S+. Overall Rating, S+. The moment Qingyao's voice faded, the live stream audience erupted in an instant. An S+ rated profession? Holy crap, another 9-star legendary class has emerged? Life Spirit Summoner? I've never heard of this class before. Whoa! This is a brand new legendary class.
In an instant, the live stream viewers erupted in astonished cries. It was already incredibly unlikely for a legendary profession to appear in the global college entrance exam.
Now another legendary class had emerged.
And one that had never been seen before. This instantly ignited the entire exam livestream.
2 legendary professions emerging in a single year. It was simply unimaginable. Just as everyone was reeling from the shock of Qingli's class,
Zhang Yang, who had been chatting with Qingli all along, snapped out of his earlier reverie.
But Zhang Yang wasn't stunned by Qingli's legendary profession.
Instead, his face was filled with bewilderment and confusion as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Xuan. He recalled his great-grandfather telling him about someone who had once caused the testing machine to fail to generate a rating.
And that person was none other than Shi Ningxuan, the undisputed strongest being in Blue Star's history. Chapter 81, Second Stage Assessment. Is Jiang Xuan about to make a fool of himself? This can't be possible.
This Jiang Xuan is clearly just a 1-star beastmaster.
How could his rating possibly be on par with Shi Ningxuan's?
At this thought, Zhang Yang no longer paid attention to Qingli. Instead, all his focus now was fixed on Jiang Xuan. If Zhang Yang had previously held some disdain for Jiang Xuan, now he was filled with nothing but curiosity. He genuinely couldn't fathom it. How a beast tamer with only a 1-star professional rating could possess abilities comparable to Shi Ningxuan's?
Could it be? Could he really be the Jiang Xuan rumored online, the one who conquered the 100th floor of the Cloud Peak Tower and shattered the 100th-floor record?
Staring at Jiang Xuan before him, Zhang Yang's mind raced.
Amidst the shock unfolding within Zhang Yang's mind,
as Qingli's professional rating appeared, the first phase of the assessment at Jiang Xuan's testing site officially concluded.
The announcement from the sky echoed in the ears of everyone present. Phase 1 assessment concluded.
Candidates who have not achieved a C-grade rating are requested to leave the examination hall.
As the announcement sounded, many figures within the examination hall began to dissolve into digital data. Give me one more chance. Just one more chance. This time I'll definitely get C-grade. My family has been counting on me to make something of myself for 3 generations. I beg you. Give me another chance.
Watching their bodies gradually dissolve into virtual form, these D-grade candidates wept bitterly, kneeling to beg for another chance at the exam. Their cries were heart-wrenching. Yet Qingyao paid no heed to their tears. It was undeniable that Qingyao felt a twinge of pity for their elimination. But this was reality, and it was also the rule. Those who failed the assessment would naturally be expelled from the examination hall. There was nothing to be done about it. They had only themselves to blame for their weakness. Watching the crowd being cleared from the examination grounds, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. If I hadn't received the world's blessing, I might have ended up the same way. After all, with my current family circumstances, the Beastmaster profession is truly beyond my means. After a moment of inward lamentation, Jiang Xuan took another deep breath and composed himself. As the unsuccessful candidates were escorted out, the examination hall, which had been slightly crowded, now held only a dozen or so individuals. The second phase of the Global College Entrance Examination is about to begin. All candidates, please prepare. As the notification chime sounded, the live stream chat filled with comments. Finally, the second stage, the combat rating assessment, is here? Finally we'll see these masters' true combat prowess. Wow! An 8-star Thunder Walker, an 8-star Twin Mask, and even a 9-star Elemental Mage and Life Spirit Summoner. I can't even imagine how spectacular this year's combat rating will be. Exactly. I have a feeling this year's combat rating will be the most spectacular since the global college entrance exam broadcast began.
Quick, lock onto the live stream. I'm recording every single one of these prodigies' ratings. My kid will study them carefully, who knows? Maybe my child will become an unparalleled genius someday. As the second phase was about to begin, the crowd in the livestream room was filled with excitement. The candidates undergoing the second stage assessment were also extremely tense. If the first stage tested whether one possessed the qualifications to become a professional or demonstrated cultivation potential, then the second stage was a pure assessment of the candidate's current abilities. The results of this phase would directly influence which schools they could attend. It's important to note that vocational universities are ranked in tiers. The most prestigious is undoubtedly Legend Academy. However, Legendary Academy admits only a handful of students each year. Last year, they only recruited over 30 students. Don't underestimate these 30-odd students.
In the second phase, the lowest rating they achieved was S. S+ ratings were far from uncommon. But the vast majority of them are ineligible for admission to Legend Academy. They could only apply to other universities. But keep in mind that many top vocational colleges require at least an A-level combat rating. Thus, many candidates striving for top-tier institutions feel immense pressure. Compared to the anxiety felt by most, Jiang Xuan remained relatively calm. Because in the earlier notification, Jiang Xuan had noticed that the second stage assessment remained unchanged.
Could Auntie's information have been wrong? Has the global college entrance exam not undergone any reforms this year?
Seeing that the second stage assessment remained unchanged, Jiang Xuan felt a twinge of doubt. But doubts aside, the second stage assessment remained unchanged. This could be considered an advantage for Jiang Xuan. After all, he had done some research on the second stage. Securing an S+ rating to advance to the third round should pose no difficulty this time. Here, Jiang Xuan waited for the second stage assessment to begin. Meanwhile, within the Legendary Academy, Dean Jinsan, Dean Wuji Luo, Dean Yun Lao, and other deans of the Legendary Academy. They too were glued to the livestream, awaiting the commencement of the second phase.
They were eager to see how much Jiang Xuan had improved since his battle with Chun Yude. How much Jiang Xuan had improved.
Jiang Xuan, let me see just how formidable you've become. If your swordsmanship has truly reached perfection,
I'll do whatever it takes to snatch you away from that bastard Luo.
Watching Jiang Xuan in the livestream, Jin-san made up his mind. As for Yujiro, his gaze was equally fixed on Jiang Xuan.
He wanted to witness Jiang Xuan unleash his thunder and lightning once more. He wanted to confirm up close whether his own thoughts were correct. If it was correct, he would fight to the death to bring Jiang Xuan to his academy. After all, in Wu Qiluo's view, Jiang Xuan possessed such extraordinary thunder talent and his pet beast's lightning element was so powerful. Without specialized cultivation, it would be a complete waste of such a gift. As for Elder Yun, his reaction was comparatively calm compared to Jinsan and Yu Luo. Yet his gaze, too, remained fixed on Jiang Xuan. It was clear he harbored high expectations for Jiang Xuan as well. Yet amidst all these elders' high hopes, the viewers in the livestream channel didn't hold particularly high expectations for Jiang Xuan. Instead, there was a hint of schadenfreude in their reactions. Oomph. A 1-star rated Beastmaster getting an S+ rating? That's definitely a blatant scam. But what's the point of an S+ professional rating? His combat rating will show his true colors. You'll see. This Jiang Xuan might just burst into tears later when he can't beat his opponent. Look at him, pale and delicate. Clearly some rich kid. Oomph. When he makes a fool of himself later, I'm going to film it. I'll make sure the whole world knows about his embarrassment. And so, countless netizens across the web were watching Jiang Xuan's second stage assessment for various reasons. A piercing alert sounded through the sky. Global College Entrance Exam, Stage 2 Assessment Combat Rating. Officially commence. Candidates, select the demonic shadow you wish to challenge. Chapter 82, Sunday Bloodline Demon, you one-shot it? Due to your S+ class rating, you are unable to select demons. The demon bloodline level you may challenge is limited to Sunday Standard. Do you wish to proceed with the assessment? The prompt from the sky had barely faded. Jiang Xuan heard a dungeon prompt audible only to himself. So I can only challenge demons of Sunday level bloodlines? Seems the higher your rating in the first phase, the tougher this combat power assessment gets. Though taken aback by the prompt, Jiang Xuan didn't voice any complaints. After all, if his class rating weren't S+, he would still choose to battle the Sunday bloodline demon. So, facing the prompt in his ear, Jiang Xuan responded, proceed with the assessment. Detected candidate's intent to proceed with assessment. Assessment being arranged. Candidate Jiang Xuan, you are the first to undergo the combat rating assessment. Please wait a moment. I'm the first one, huh? It's a bit early, but finishing the assessment sooner isn't bad either. After all, the real showstopper is the third stage. Only by unleashing my full power in the third stage can I secure the top spot in the college entrance exams. With that thought, Jiang Xuan waited silently for the assessment to begin.
as candidates in the examination hall selected the demons they would challenge. Viewers in the livestream also witnessed Jiang Xuan's choice. This Jiang Xuan is quite the character. Does he really think he's that good? He's just a measly 1-star beastmaster and he dares to challenge a demon with the Sunday bloodline? We know you're on the dark side. But this is dark to the point of being darkly stupid. Hold on, S+ candidates are only allowed to test against Sunday bloodline demons. Looks like this kid doesn't know how dangerous the exam is. He's just trying to show off. He's in for a world of hurt next. I'll bet $10 this kid won't last a minute before the Sunday bloodline demon kills him. 1 minute? I say it won't even take 30 seconds. He's just a beast tamer. What does he think he's doing, trying to cause trouble? Viewers in the livestream chat were overwhelmingly pessimistic about Jiang Xuan. Meanwhile, the deans of Legend Academy were chatting amongst themselves. How long do you think Jiang Xuan will take to deal with this Sunday bloodline demon? Ross stroked his chin and asked first. 1 minute, tops, said Wu Jiluo. That kid's Thunder Dragon beast will crush it the moment it appears. I reckon the fight will be over within 30 seconds, Jian-san countered. That Thunder Dragon possesses extraordinary sword talent. With its terrifying sword techniques, the battle should conclude in no more than 30 seconds. The deans of the major legendary academies argued amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the second phase of the examination officially commenced in the other testing grounds. Examination Hall 13415, second stage assessment commences. First candidate Jiang Xuan. As the notification sounded, the examination hall flickered. The proctor, Qingyao, along with the other examinees, were all cleared to the rear. Jiang Xuan stood alone amidst the clouds, his body forming a vast open space. Countless clouds swirled around the open space. Moments later, a demonic creature materialized before Jiang Xuan. Its body was formed from flowing crimson gold clouds, its surface covered in scale-like energy crystals, and a fiery orb resembling a blazing sun suspended from its chest. This demonic beast possessed 6 pairs of burning cloud horns on its head. As its 12 fluttering tails danced, they carved a fiery fissure through the air. Gazing at the colossal demon before him, Jiang Xuan saw its basic information appear before his eyes. Demon, Blazing Sky Cloud Fiend. Level, LV24. Bloodline grade, Sunday. Elemental attributes, fire, wind, lightning. Holy crap, this is the Blazing Sky Cloud Fiend? Jiang Xuan got matched with this demon? Jiang Xuan, you're living the high life. It's widely regarded as one of the top 3 offensive demons among the Sunday bloodline demons. It wields the power of flames, wind, and clouds, possesses blazing speed, and boasts immense attack power. I recall Shi Ningshuang encountered one just like this during her college entrance exams. Even back then, Shi Ningshuang had a tough time dealing with it. Ha, this Jiang Xuan from the Dragon Spine Empire is truly living the high life. In my opinion, forget 30 seconds. If Jiang Xuan can last 5 seconds against it, that'd be a victory. As the Blazing Cloud Fiend appeared, the live stream audience watched Jiang Xuan with the gleeful anticipation of spectators at a spectacle. The Blazing Cloud Fiend was one of the most formidable demons within the Sunblood lineage. Its combat prowess was terrifying, ranking among the top 10 demonic beasts in the Sunday Bloodline's demonic beast rankings. Though the Qishao Cloud Fiend before them wasn't of the highest rank, it's important to remember that demons of the same level possess combat prowess far surpassing that of humans of the same rank. Even many 8-star professionals wouldn't dare claim a guaranteed victory against it. And now, Jiang Xuan had stumbled directly into a confrontation with this monstrously powerful creature. Already viewed as an underdog, Jiang Xuan naturally drew laughter from the live stream audience. For a moment, everyone watched the livestream with rapt attention. Clearly, they all wanted to witness Jiang Xuan getting crushed and instantly killed by the Blazing Sky Cloud Fiend beast. However, unlike the viewers who wanted to see Jiang Xuan's humiliation, Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he studied the Blazing Cloud Fiend beast before him. The Blazing Cloud Fiend beast, huh? It is indeed a troublesome opponent. Perfect opportunity to try out my newly mastered Thunderbolt sword. As the words fell, Jiang Xuan gazed at the Blazing Sky Cloud Fiend beast before him. Instantly, a long sword sheathed in its scabbard appeared in his hand. Seeing the scabbard appear in Jiang Xuan's hand, the viewers in the livestream were all taken aback. Ha! Is that the 5-star equipment Purple Thunder sword sheath? Holy crap, the sword inside is actually the 6-star Cloud Peak equipment Cloud Peak Genuine sword? Seriously, what kind of family does this Jiang Xuan come from? He actually carries such a precious treasure with him? But isn't Jiang Xuan a beast master? Why is he suddenly wielding a sword? Watching Jiang Xuan grip the sword in his hand, the viewers in the livestream chat fell silent. After all, everyone knew his profession was a beast tamer. But what did Jiang Xuan mean by wielding a sword? Just as confusion spread among the crowd. Roar! The Blazing Sky Cloud Fiend beast let out a thunderous roar. In the next instant, vast quantities of thunderfire elements coalesced within the Qishao Yinsha beast's maw. The Blazing Sky Cloud Fiend beast is about to unleash its ultimate move. It's unleashing the 6th tier skill, Dual Element Lightning Fire. This is a rare dual element skill. What good are Jiang Xuan's gear then?
This thunder-fired dual element strike will definitely take him down instantly.
As viewers in the livestream watched the blazing Skycloud Fiend prepare to unleash its skill, convinced Jiang Xuan would be instantly wiped out.
A crack of thunder echoed through the air.
The Cloud Peak Primordial Sword, long concealed within its purple lightning scabbard, shot out in an instant. The moment the sword left its sheath, terrifying thunder surged forth. Accompanying the thunder, the lightning element the cloud-piercing Sky Fiend had been gathering was instantly drawn toward Jiang Xuan. The dual elements of thunder and fire it had been unleashing now reduced to fire alone. Realizing it could no longer command the thunder element, the blazing Skycloud Fiend stood frozen in place, momentarily stunned.
The next second, the Cloud Peak Primordial Sword in Jiang Xuan's hand flashed with thunderous light. A humming sound filled the air. A bolt of thunder sliced through the clouds. By the time the others reacted, Jiang Xuan's figure had already materialized behind the blazing Skycloud Fiend beast. Now, Jiang Xuan appeared calm and composed. He merely sheathed the Cloud Peak Primordial Sword slowly into its purple lightning scabbard. The moment the sword touched the scabbard, a sword-cut fissure instantly appeared on the core of the blazing Skycloud Fiend beast's chest. The core, once blazing like the scorching sun, was now split clean in two. Roar! The core was cleaved in two. The blazing Skycloud Fiend roared in fury. It sought to retaliate, but with its core severed, its form rapidly digitized and dissipated into the heavens and earth. As the Qishao Cloud Fiend beast's form continued to dissipate, the viewers in the livestream who had been waiting to see Jiang Xuan humiliated were all stunned into silence. Not buddies? You're just a one-star beastmaster. You just one-shot that demonic beast with the Sunday bloodline with a single strike? Chapter 83, The Legendary Dean's Frenzy Talent Grab. Watching Jiang Xuan eliminate the Sunday bloodline demon with a single strike, the livestream viewers who had been ready to mock Jiang Xuan were now frozen in shock and confusion. Holy, am I seeing things? A demon this powerful? Jiang Xuan took it down in one hit? No way. Isn't Jiang Xuan a beast tamer? How come his swordsmanship is so powerful? That sword technique must be at least 7th tier, right? But he only awakened a month ago. Is this really his level? In the livestream chat, countless viewers stared at Jiang Xuan, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Clearly, no one had anticipated that Jiang Xuan's combat prowess would be this formidable. While the viewers in the livestream were stunned and perplexed. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, the dean of the martial arts academy, who was also watching the livestream. He was so stunned he immediately stood up. This can't be possible. That sword strike just now. If my eyes don't deceive me, that was the 7th tier skill, Thunderbolt Sword Strike, right? Isn't that a 7th tier skill that requires not only mastery of Thunder Sword intent, but also perfecting one's own sword technique? Jiang Xuan's swordsmanship has reached perfection? And he's actually mastered sword intent? Gazing at Jiang Xuan, Jiang Xuan was utterly stunned and bewildered. Though he had long suspected Jiang Xuan would deliver a major surprise during the global high school exams, he never imagined the magnitude of that surprise would be this immense. If Jiang Xuan was the only swordsmanship prodigy Jiang Xuan believed could rival Xiao Jianzong's Chunyu Di in the past decade, then the abilities Jiang Xuan had now displayed could no longer be described as merely matching Chunyu Di. It had completely surpassed Chunyu Di. In fact, the talent Jiang Xuan now displayed was nearly on par with the legendary figure, the Holy Weapon Master, Duel. No! Under no circumstances can we let this Jiang Xuan go. Only within our martial arts academy can his innate talent for swordsmanship be fully realized. This conviction wasn't held solely by Sword 3. After witnessing Jiang Xuan's strike, Wu Jilua too had resolved that Jiang Xuan must enter the Elemental Academy. Compared to Sword 3, Wu Jilua saw something else in Jiang Xuan's strike, a terrifying mastery over the element of thunder. After all, the Thunderbolt sword technique was no simple feat to master. To unleash that strike, Jiang Xuan must compress the thunder element to its absolute limit. Only when lightning elements were compressed to their absolute limit and then released in an instant could they unleash such astonishing power. Under normal circumstances, at his current 2-star realm, Jiang Xuan's command over lightning elements would struggle to reach such heights. Yet not only had Jiang Xuan mastered it, but the skill's execution was remarkably refined. This was precisely what Hu Jilua valued most. His mastery of the element of thunder is truly formidable. Even with the aid of that legendary bloodline beast, a beast merely lends its power to its host. To condense lightning elements to such a level, it requires absolute innate talent. Judging solely by his command of elements, Jiang Xuan is no less skilled than Hua Ling, perhaps even slightly superior. Master one element, and you master them all. If Jiang Xuan can refine lightning elements to this level, his mastery of natural elements like fire, earth, and wood must be equally formidable. At this thought, Luo Yu's mind conjured a vision after Jiang Xuan contracted 2 extraordinary beasts, mastering the natural elements to their utmost limit. Truth be told, even if Jiang Xuan hadn't chosen elemental mage as his profession, he would likely rival one in skill by then. After all, the profession of Beastmaster possessed extraordinary adaptability. With this realization, both Jiang Xuan and Wu Jilua had made up their minds. Even if the legendary phantom didn't choose Jiang Xuan later, they would defy all objections and recruit Jiang Xuan into their academy. At this moment, Jian San and Wu Ji Luo shared the same resolve. Watching the livestream alongside them, Ross's eyes also flashed with a hint of light as he observed Jiang Xuan. Senior Charo was right after all. This Jiang Xuan is truly no ordinary talent. If that's the case, my battle academy wants to recruit him too. Such thoughts swirled within Ross's mind. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Xingyao heard the notification chime from the sky. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Xuan before her, and her beautiful eyes flickered with admiration. This boy is truly perfect. Too bad he lacks the life element. It seems he's destined not to join my academy of life. Xingyao also held great admiration for Jiang Xuan. A prodigy like Jiang Xuan hadn't appeared in over a century. But alas, the Academy of Living Beings had strict requirements for recruiting students. Otherwise, Xingyao would have undoubtedly competed fiercely with Jian San and Wu Jilua for Jiang Xuan. Yet recalling how she had detected the element of time within Jiang Xuan during his profession rating, her beautiful eyes flickered. Time element, huh? I wonder if Time Frost and the legendary Phantom will take an interest in him. A flicker of doubt crossed Xingyao's mind. Doubts aside, Xingyao watched Jiang Xuan depart from the challenge and smiled. Congratulations, Jiang Xuan. An S+ rating. That's the highest rating in the second stage. With 2 S+ ratings, you're practically guaranteed to advance to the third stage assessment. Hearing Xingyao's congratulations, Jiang Xuan smiled. This is all thanks to Senior Xingyao's help. Without you, I wouldn't have achieved dual S+ ratings. He glanced at Xingyao and offered a bit of flattery. You're quite the smooth talker, aren't you? Alright. No more chit-chat. Go get some rest. This year's third stage assessment is different from previous years. Only with sufficient stamina can you achieve good results in the third stage. Heeding Xingyao's advice, Jiang Xuan nodded in understanding. Without further ado, he found a secluded spot and sat down on the ground. The moment he sat down, Ling Meng, who had been in the pet beast space, flew out and immediately threw herself into his arms. Watching Ling Meng burrow into his embrace, Jiang Xuan gently patted the little creature's head and chuckled. What's up? Was the pet beast space uncomfortable? I just wanted to get some fresh air now that I'm free. Hearing this, Ling Meng's pale pink eyes shot Jiang Xuan a look of grievance before emitting a soft whimper. That sniffle seemed to accuse the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon and the Molten Forged Black Tortoise of up to no good in the pet beast space. Listening to Ling Meng's complaint, Jiang Xuan smiled. Alright, Lei Yuan, Meng Wu, and Xu Xian are all just trying to get stronger. Not everyone can level up just by sleeping like you do. If you find it too noisy in there, then stay outside. Hearing Jiang Xian's words, Ling Meng let out a series of grunts and snorts. Then she curled up in Jiang Xian's arms and closed her eyes. Before long, the little one began to snore softly. Hearing Ling Meng's snores, Jiang Xuan smiled. What a sleepy little thing. No sooner had Jiang Xian's words fallen. He suddenly sensed someone appear beside him. Turning to look, Jiang Xuan saw Qingli plop down right beside him. Qingli showed no sign of shyness whatsoever. She looked at Ling Meng in Jiang Xian's arms. Is this your spirit beast? Looks pretty cute, doesn't it? Are all your spirit beasts this cute and cuddly? Chapter 84, An ordinary little fox possesses legendary bloodlines? Seeing Qingli suddenly approach, Jiang Xuan was somewhat taken aback. Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the assessment? And you still have time to chat with me? Jiang Xuan couldn't exactly say he had much fondness for Qingli. But at the very least, he didn't dislike her. He didn't resist her initiative to engage, instead joining her in casual conversation. It's no big deal. It's just an assessment. It's not like we're going to war to fight for our lives. Qingli seemed rather unconcerned. Oh, right. Let me introduce myself, Qingli. From the spirit wood spring in the 100,000 mountains. As she spoke, Qingli extended her hand to greet Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, from Lingchuan City, Dragon Spine Empire. You're from Lingchuan too? Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's introduction, Qingli looked slightly surprised. Oh? Have you met others from Lingchuan before? Jiang Xuan asked with a smile. Not exactly met, but I recall Shuxin from last year was also from Lingchuan. I didn't realize Lingchuan had so many geniuses, Qingli replied. Of course. Lingchuan is truly a land of talents. Faced with Qingli's praise, Jiang Xuan showed no sign of embarrassment. But what I'm curious about is, you're clearly a beastmaster? How could you be this skilled? As she spoke, Qingli cupped her chin with her jade-like hand, her beautiful eyes blinking as she voiced the question that had lingered in her mind for so long. From the moment she first laid eyes on Jiang Xuan, Qingli had sensed he was no ordinary man. Truthfully, Qingli had long wanted to have a proper conversation with Jiang Xuan. But Zhang Yang had been constantly pestering her, preventing her from succeeding. Now that Zhang Yang had gone to take his assessment, Qingli finally had the perfect time and opportunity to have a leisurely chat with Jiang Xuan. Hearing Qingli's confusion, Jiang Xuan didn't respond directly. Instead, he smiled and asked, "What's up? Are you here early to scout out your opponent? Planning to take me down later?"
Hearing Jiang Xuan's teasing question, Xingli rolled her eyes at him helplessly.
Well, if that's how you want to see it, I suppose it's not entirely wrong. Truthfully, I'm just curious.
You're clearly a beastmaster, yet everything you exhibit far surpasses the limits achievable by anyone in that profession.
Especially your level. Level 24. Even Jiang Xuan, hailed as the strongest in history, was only this strong when she took the college entrance exam. As she spoke, Xingli's gaze didn't waver at all, staring straight into Jiang Xuan's eyes. At first glance, Xingli wasn't particularly beautiful. But the way she stared at Jiang Xuan made Jiang Xuan feel a bit flustered. Poof. In that moment, Ling Meng in Jiang Xuan's arms sensed his emotional shift and let out a soft humming sound. Ling Meng, stop that. Hearing Ling Meng snort, Jiang Xuan pretended to be annoyed and patted the little creature's body. It was clearly Ling Meng's humming, teasing Jiang Xuan. Hearing this, Ling Meng showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, its ethereal tail twitched twice as it emitted a soft, chuckling snort. Ha! Was your spirit beast just teasing you? While Jiang Xuan and Ling Meng were chatting here, Xingli, standing nearby, voiced her surprise. Your spirit beast actually possesses intelligence that rivals that of humans? As she spoke, Xingli stared at Ling Meng in disbelief. Hearing Xingli's words, Ling Meng and Jiang Xuan both froze in surprise. After all, most of Ling Meng and Jiang Xuan's communication relied on psychic energy. Put simply, their communication relied heavily on telepathy. Honestly, without that telepathic link, Jiang Xuan wouldn't have a clue what Ling Meng meant by her grunts. Yet Xingli, standing nearby, had actually understood it on the spot. This left Jiang Xuan somewhat taken aback. Ling Meng, observing Xingli, blinked her eyes in turn. Clearly, this little one was also quite curious. How exactly had Xingli understood her thoughts? Because just now, Ling Meng hadn't sensed any spiritual energy emanating from Xingli. Did you understand what it said just now? Jiang Xuan asked. Seeing Jiang Xuan's puzzled expression, Xingli didn't hide anything. Well, I wouldn't exactly say I understood it. I just sensed its life energy flicker for a moment. That frequency of vibration was very similar to the frequency of joking. So your pet beast truly possesses human-like intelligence? For Xingli, she was born in the 10,000 mountains. The 10,000 mountains were the wildest realm among the 7 kingdoms. Countless dungeons litter the entire land. Moreover, many non-instance demons and monsters dwell within its depths. Her understanding of these creatures wasn't particularly deep. But she possessed at least some basic knowledge. Under normal circumstances, for a demonic creature to attain human-level sentience, its cultivation level must reach at least the diamond realm. Yet this little fox in Jiang Xuan's arms clearly possessed only a silver-level cultivation. How could it wield wisdom rivaling that of humans? Could this seemingly plain little fox be a demon with legendary bloodlines? In Xingli's understanding, only demons with legendary bloodlines could possess human-level intelligence at such a low cultivation level. After all, judging by this little fox's appearance, it was just an ordinary, cute little fox, nothing special at all. Honestly, if this fox had appeared alone, Xingli wouldn't have guessed its bloodline rank exceeded bronze. That was precisely why Xingli stared at Jiang Xuan in such astonishment as she voiced her earlier question. Just as Xingli was lost in confusion, a notification sounded in the sky. Candidate Zhang Yang defeated Starlight Bloodline Demon. Phase 2 combat rating A+. Next candidate Xingli. Xingli, your assessment is coming up soon. Why aren't you preparing? Just as Jiang Xuan was about to say something, Xingyao's voice drifted over from afar. Hearing her words, Jiang Xuan smiled. You should go take your assessment first. Who knows? By the time the 3rd stage of the assessment comes around, all your doubts might be resolved. Hearing this, Xingli still felt a bit annoyed by Jiang Xuan's cryptic remarks. But she merely puffed out her cheeks and huffed. She promptly rose to prepare for the 2nd stage assessment. As Xingli departed, Jiang Xuan had just closed his eyes to rest when a voice, filled with utmost respect, reached his ears. That? Lord Jiang Xuan, please do not take offense at my earlier indiscretions. Startled by the sudden display of deference, Jiang Xuan froze. He then saw Zhang Yang, who had been brimming with arrogance moments before, now looking at him with a sheepish grin, like a kitten whose fur had been stroked into submission. Zhang Yang had specifically come to apologize to Jiang Xuan. After all, Jiang Xuan was someone who, like Jiang Xuan, had rendered the rating system completely useless. Zhang Yang had witnessed Jiang Xuan's battle with the blazing cloud fiend beast earlier. Honestly, Zhang Yang believed he couldn't defeat that blazing sky cloud fiend beast even if he gave it his all. Yet Jiang Xuan had taken it down in a single strike. This alone demonstrated Jiang Xuan's terrifying prowess. Therefore, Zhang Yang knew it wasn't too late to bow his head now. If he stubbornly clung to his pride, he'd only suffer in the future. Listening to Zhang Yang's apology, Jiang Xuan smiled. He didn't hold Zhang Yang's actions against him. After all, a tiger doesn't quarrel with a fox. Waving his hand dismissively, Jiang Xuan signaled that Zhang Yang's apology was unnecessary. Seeing Jiang Xuan's magnanimous response, Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief.
He then offered that if Jiang Xuan ever needed anything in the future, he should feel free to ask.
Jiang Xuan found Zhang Yang's offer both amusing and exasperating. Good grief, is he here to pledge his loyalty now? This was a minor interlude following the second phase of the assessment.
As the assessment progressed, the second stage officially concluded roughly an hour later. Ultimately, the global college entrance exam that had started with nearly 50 million participants. After the second stage screening, only 38 individuals remained. At the same time, a notification tone sounded from the sky.
Phase 2 assessment concluded. Candidates whose combat ratings fail to surpass their class ratings will be removed from the examination hall. Test venues are merging. The third stage assessment is about to begin. Chapter 85, 9 Legendary Spectres as Examiners?
The alert sounded clear and resonant. Jiang Xuan, who had been in the examination hall, suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. The next second, the examination hall that had only held 3 people moments before was suddenly filled with many more.
Jiang Xuan.
Before Jiang Xuan could get a clear look at them, Hualing had already skipped over to his side with light steps. Her expression, which had been cold and distant during the assessment, instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. If Hualing had previously given off the aura of a new generation demon lord, the girl beside Jiang Xuan now radiated the sweet charm of a neighbor's little sister.
What a coincidence you passed the exam too.
Jiang Xuan teased upon seeing Hualing.
What do you mean? Am I that weak?
Hualing wrinkled her nose, slightly indignant. But her confidence wasn't entirely solid.
Compared to Jiang Xuan, she really was a bit weak.
Watching Jiang Xuan and Hualing strike up a conversation. And Hualing was even adopting a petite, demure posture beside him. For a moment, the viewers in the livestream were all stunned.
Holy crap? How come Hualing seems like a completely different person after meeting Jiang Xuan? Is this really the same elemental empress who used to radiate such overwhelming presence, acting like she ruled the entire universe? Isn't Hualing's current state clearly showing she has a special relationship with Jiang Xuan? Could it be these two know each other? Know each other? Looks more like they've already kissed. With how clingy they are, I'd be shocked if they weren't dating. My goddess already has a boyfriend? Oh my god. Just kill me now.
Viewers in the livestream watched Jiang Xuan and Hualing's interaction and began wailing one after another. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan and Hualing had barely exchanged a few words. A familiar, husky voice rang out, clear and bright.
Old Jiang, I knew you'd pass the assessment. While Jiang Xuan chatted with Hualing, Sadal approached from nearby, still carrying that Cloud Peak Warhammer on his back.
Though petite in stature, Sadal's stride carried an air of arrogance.
It didn't match her demeanor at all.
Besides the familiar faces of Sadal and Hualing, Jiang Xuan spotted other acquaintances in the crowd. Zhou Yuntian, whom he'd encountered twice before, was now among the crowd. Beyond that, Jiang Xuan spotted the pair of Western-looking twin sisters he'd seen before in the Cloud Peak Tower. These two had also passed the assessment and advanced to the third stage.
These people are all masters. Looks like I'll be facing them soon.
With that thought, Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes as he studied the crowd. A surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air. Jiang Xuan began calculating his odds of victory against them. But just as he began assessing their strength, Xingyao, who had also teleported to this examination site from the front of the crowd, spoke up. Welcome, candidates, to the third stage of the assessment.
I am your instructor for this assessment.
Looking at the crowd before her, Xingyao spoke with grace and poise.
You are all the most outstanding prodigies of this year. Each of you strives to advance your studies at the Legendary Academy.
I won't waste time on unnecessary words.
I will now explain this year's third stage assessment. Unlike previous years, the Deans of Legend Academy have discussed and decided to reform the third stage assessment this year. The previous phase where participants battled each other to determine the victor has been eliminated. As Qingyao's voice faded, Jiang Xuan and the others in the examination hall froze in surprise. Although Jiang Xuan had long been aware of the planned reforms to the college entrance exams, the first 2 stages remained unchanged. Consequently, he had subconsciously assumed the third stage would not undergo significant alterations. Now, the PvP segment of the third phase had been completely scrapped. This prompted Jiang Xuan to voice his confusion. Dean Qingyao, the PK has been cancelled. How will the global college entrance exam rankings be determined? Facing Jiang Xuan's question, Qingyao smiled. Rankings will still be determined. However, the specific placement within the rankings will be determined based on your performance in the third phase of the assessment. As for what the third stage assessment entails, it's quite simple, engaging in direct communication with the legendary phantom. Communicate directly with the legendary phantom? Hearing Qingyao's words, many present were filled with confusion. Legendary phantoms? What legendary phantoms? Could it be those 9 legends?
Those 9 legends are either missing or already deceased.
How could anyone communicate with them? Just as everyone was puzzled,
Xingyao swept her hand through the air.
The once plain examination hall instantly transformed. Suddenly, 9 human-shaped phantoms materialized out of thin air within the examination hall.
As these 9 apparitions materialized, the viewers watching the livestream were stunned.
Holy crap, is that Saint Timekeeper Timefrost? Is that the Holy Artisan, Gervardo? The Sage, Gogol? The Holy Spirit, Shihan? The Holy Warrior, Tamerlane? The Holy Messenger, Qingzan? The Holy Soldier, Herdos? The Holy Jailer, Aizharain? The Holy Armament, Per? Are these the 9 legendary figures in Blue Star's history? Holy, did the Legend Academy pull out all the stops for this global exam? They actually summoned the illusory forms of all 9 legends?
Seeing the 9 apparitions materialize before them, it wasn't just the viewers in the livestream who were utterly stunned. Even the examinees like Jiang Xuan felt immense pressure upon seeing these legendary figures. Honestly, if the elimination rounds had followed the previous rules, Jiang Xuan wouldn't have felt too much pressure. After all, he had already defeated most of them before. Apart from the twin sisters and Qingli, who could pose a slight challenge, the others didn't feel particularly daunting. As for Hua Ling, she was all too familiar. While he couldn't say defeating her would be a sure thing, it certainly wouldn't be too difficult. Therefore, securing the top spot seemed entirely within his grasp. But now, with this sudden rule change, this directly summoned the 9 legendary phantoms.
Jiang Xuan was genuinely feeling the pressure.
He had no idea what kind of trick the Legendary Academy was playing. Thus, Jiang Xuan, who had been relatively calm, suddenly felt a surge of tension. After all, if he failed to secure the top spot, he wouldn't be able to enter the Legendary Academy's treasury to obtain the Time Spirit Mirror. In that case, all his hard work would be wasted. As Jiang Xuan's heart raced with anxiety, Xingyao's voice continued from the other side. This is the 3rd stage of this year's global entrance exam. All examinees will be observed by 9 legends. The legendary apparitions will quantify your current state and assign a score. The highest scoring candidate will be crowned this year's global college entrance exam champion. As Xingyao finished speaking, she glanced at Jiang Xuan in the examination hall. Her beautiful eyes flickered briefly before she continued with a smile.
Enough talk, the assessment begins now. First examinee, Jiang Xuan. Chapter 86, The Spirit Dream Fox Lord appears. The Sacred Spirit Phantom wants to take a disciple?
As Qingyao's voice faded, Jiang Xuan, who had been standing among the crowd, suddenly felt an immense, overwhelming power surge around him. This force was so overwhelming that Jiang Xuan couldn't resist it at all. Moments later, Jiang Xuan soared into the air under everyone's gaze. He was immediately transported before the 9 legendary phantoms. Watching Jiang Xuan approach the 9 legendary figures, the deans of the legendary academies in the livestream now all stared at the broadcast with solemn expressions. I hope Lord Herdos will approve of Jiang Xuan. That would make recruiting him into the martial arts academy much smoother. Watching Jiang Xuan in the livestream, Jian-san prayed silently. Given Jiang Xuan's mastery over lightning elements, Lord Gorger simply cannot fail to recognize his talent. Now I just need to wait and snatch him up. Compared to Jian-san's hesitation, Wuji Luo was brimming with confidence. After all, Jiang Xuan's mastery of lightning elements was already on par with Hua Ling's. Gugger was the most approachable teacher among the 9 legendary beings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have founded the Mage Sanctuary, Sky 9 Islands. Therefore, in Wu Jiluo's view, Jiang Xuan gaining Gogol's recognition was a foregone conclusion. All he needed to do was prepare to snatch the opportunity.
Compared to the eager anticipation of Yueji Luo and Jian-san,
the other deans like Elder Yun and Ross remained relatively calm. These elders were more eager to see exactly how high Jiang Xuan's final score would climb. After all, everyone was genuinely curious about the level of growth Jiang Xuan had achieved. In truth, evaluating this growth was straightforward. It involved comparing Jiang Xuan's current level to the levels these legendary beings had achieved at the same stage. Each legendary being specialized in different areas. Therefore, each legendary phantom received a different rating. However, the ratings for the 9 legendary phantoms were ultimately averaged. Thus, this rating system holds considerable authority. In truth, this rating system has always been in place at the Legendary Academy. Typically, these resources are accessible only to students of the Legendary Academy. Primarily, it serves to evaluate the current progress of these individuals. Under normal circumstances, a score of 60 is already considered quite good. A score of 70 is considered excellent. Scores of 80 are rare as hen's teeth, appearing only once every few years. As for those scoring above 90, only one such individual has emerged in the past 50 years. That individual is Shu Xin, who enrolled just last year. It's important to note that Shu Xin's professional rating is merely a 6-star psychic. Yet with this profession, she can rival the Saint Spiritist, Shihan. This alone demonstrates her extraordinary potential. Precisely because of this, Shu Xin gained the recognition of the Holy Spirit's Phantom and is now Shihan's final disciple. The entire Mind Academy now treasures Shu Xin like a precious gem. It's clear the Academy aims to mold Jiang Xuan into a second Saint Spiritist. But that was all just talk. Accompanying Jiang Xuan before the 9 legendary phantoms, Xingyao's voice echoed in his ears. Jiang Xuan, do not hold back your abilities.
Release all your power.
Only then can the legendary phantoms give you the most precise evaluation.
Hearing Qingyao's words, Jiang Xuan looked up at the 9 colossal legendary phantoms before him. For a moment, he felt their gazes fixed upon him. To be honest, the pressure was crushing. Give it your all, huh? If that's the case, then let's all come out.
As the words fell, the space around Jiang Xuan began to shift. Watching the spatial distortions around Jiang Xuan, the viewers in the livestream were stunned.
What's going on? Could Jiang Xuan have mastered spatial elemental abilities? Just as the viewers in the livestream were filled with astonishment and confusion. Swish! A little fox flashed into existence beside Jiang Xuan. It promptly landed in Jiang Xuan's arms.
Seeing this adorable little fox in Jiang Xuan's arms, one that seemed utterly harmless, the viewers in the livestream were stunned.
Wait, is this the spirit beast Jiang Xuan contracted? It looks way too girly.
Jiang Xuan looks so rugged on the outside, how did he end up contracting such a plain fox? Seeing the plain-looking Lingmeng, the viewers in the livestream immediately began discussing.
Jiang Xuan couldn't see the chatter from the viewers.
But as he gazed at Lingmeng nestled in his arms, ready to sleep, he gently stroked the little creature's head with affection and whispered, "All right, Lingmeng.
We're in the middle of an exam. Please revert to your true form for now."
Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Lingmeng reluctantly complied without hesitation. In an instant, Lingmeng, who had previously seemed harmless, suddenly erupted with terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy. The moment the fluctuations appeared, the phantom of the Holy Spirit began to tremble.
The Holy Spirit's phantom is moving? Could Xuxin's words be true? Jiang Xuan's spiritual energy isn't weaker than hers?
Watching the trembling of the Holy Spirit's phantom, Ula, the dean of the Academy of the Mind, who was watching the livestream, wore a look of astonishment.
Just as Ula was startled, a dreamlike pale pink mist suddenly filled the entire examination hall. As the mist appeared,
Raimu's previously plain form instantly transformed into a mass of white mist, merging with the pale pink haze.
What's going on? Where did Jiang Xuan's fox go all of a sudden? Witnessing Ling Meng's sudden vanishing act, everyone froze in shock. Amidst their bewilderment, swish! A tail as translucent as glass yet tinged with dreamlike hues emerged from behind Jiang Xuan. Accompanying the tail's appearance came a terrifying mental pressure so intense it left everyone present gasping for breath.
Had Qingli not acted swiftly, conjuring a shield of life energy to counter this terrifying mental pressure, a large portion of the entire examination hall would have collapsed on the spot, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure.
Whoa, what on earth is the origin of that fox Jiang Xuan contracted? How could its psychic energy be this powerful?
Even when Xuxin was at the 2-star stage, her mental power was only this strong, right? Feeling the terrifying mental energy radiating through the livestream, Woola spoke in alarm.
And just as Woola was reeling from the shock, swish! 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 8 more illusory tails, identical to the previous ones, suddenly extended from behind Jiang Xuan.
The moment these 8 tails appeared, the already terrifying psychic energy surged to new heights. For a moment, the air in the entire examination hall seemed to freeze solid under the weight of this terrifying psychic force.
Impossible! How is this possible? He's clearly only at the Silver Realm. How could this fox unleash such overwhelming psychic energy?
Ula, who had already been unsettled, immediately stood up, staring at the 9 tails in the livestream with utter disbelief. As the headmistress of the Mind Academy, she could keenly sense just how dense and terrifying the spiritual energy in the exam hall was. Even when Ula had reached the 5-star stage of her cultivation, her spiritual energy had never been this intense.
For a moment, Ula stared at Jiang Xuan, utterly dumbfounded. And just as Ula was dumbfounded,
Ling Meng's figure slowly materialized within the mist.
The Ling Meng of today bore no resemblance to the petite fox of before.
Instead, she had transformed into a stunning 9-tailed fox standing 2 meters tall, adorned with 9 jade-like tails and shrouded in mist, radiating an otherworldly beauty.
When Ling Meng's figure fully materialized beside Jiang Xuan, any trace of her former simplicity vanished. Instead, an otherworldly beauty, dreamlike in its perfection, took its place. And most crucially, this beauty wasn't merely superficial. Instead, it radiated an intense, powerful beauty. And so, when Lingmeng Fox Lord revealed her true form to the world for the very first time, the livestream audience erupted in chaos. Holy! Is this real? Is this the 9-tailed fox that was in Jiang Xuan's arms? No way! The spiritual energy radiating from this 9-tailed fox is terrifying. Dude, please, just put that power away. I talked too much earlier, don't rub it in. At that very moment, as the livestream audience was utterly stunned by the appearance of the Spirit Dream Fox Lord, the sacred spirit's shimmering form, which had been trembling all along, suddenly burst into dazzling crimson-purple light. The next second, a voice echoed from within the phantom. Score 100. The instant the words fell, the Holy Spirit's phantom gaze fixed directly on Jiang Xuan as it asked, "Are you willing to become my disciple?" As the words left the Holy Spirit's lips,
Everyone present, even the viewers in the livestream, including Jiang Xuan and Wu Jiluo, froze in shock.
Ha! The Holy Spirit's Phantom is recruiting disciples now? When did legendary phantoms start recruiting disciples so casually? Chapter 87, 3 more legendary specters are taking disciples? No way! The moment Jiang Xuan's pet beast appeared, the Holy Spirit Phantom wants to take on disciples? And the Holy Spirit Phantom even gave him a 100 rating outright? Doesn't that mean Jiang Xuan's current abilities are on par with those of the Sacred Spirit user, Jihan? Holy crap! Isn't Jiang Xuan just a 1-star beast master? A 1-star beast master matching a legendary profession? That's just too absurd. Seeing the Holy Spirit's evaluation of Jiang Xuan and its intention to take him as a disciple, the live stream audience was instantly dumbfounded. While Jiang Xuan's performance in the second stage had already earned the viewers' recognition, but to claim he now rivals Holy Spirit practitioners of the same rank, the viewers in the live stream room still found it hard to accept. After all, we're talking about a Holy Spirit practitioner, the most powerful psychic practitioner Blue Star had seen in 5 centuries. A terrifying existence capable of turning heaven and earth upside down with a single thought. And now you say Jiang Xuan can match her? No way! Are you serious? Whoa, could he be that Jiang Xuan who conquered the 100th floor of the Cloud Peak Tower and shattered the records for the first 100 floors? Watching Jiang Xuan, the viewers in the livestream chat began making bold speculations. After all, Jiang Xuan's current performance was utterly insane. Add to that the recent events at the Cloud Peak Tower that had made him known across the entire Blue Star. Initially, everyone assumed this Jiang Xuan must be some prodigy who had awakened a legendary class. Therefore, no one had considered him to be the Jiang Xuan from the Cloud Peak Tower. But now, Jiang Xuan had directly received a perfect score from the Holy Spirit's Phantom. This evaluation had never been achieved since the Sacred Spirit's Phantom first appeared. Instantly, everyone connected Jiang Xuan with the Jiang Xuan from the Cloud Peak Tower. The news sent the livestream into an uproar once more. While the viewers in the livestream were utterly stunned by Jiang Xuan, Ula, who was also watching the livestream, fixed her gaze on Jiang Xuan. Her eyes grew earnest. It was clear that Ula, who had previously shown no interest in Jiang Xuan, at this moment, a resolve had formed within her. No matter what it took, the Soul Academy must recruit Jiang Xuan. After all, Jiang Xuan had been acknowledged by the Sacred Spirit Phantom, who even intended to personally take him as a disciple. It was well known that since its inception, the Holy Spirit's Phantom had only taken disciples twice. The first was Xuxin last year. Ula had witnessed Xuxin's growth firsthand after she received the Holy Spirit's inheritance. Though still a 6-star class, her combat prowess now rivaled that of an 8-star practitioner of the same rank. Truthfully, even Zhou Xiangyu of the Demon Fist had received the Saint Warrior's discipleship inheritance. Yet in terms of combat prowess, Ula didn't believe Xuxin was significantly weaker than Zhou Xiangyu. If Xuxin were to undergo a class change, her future potential was beyond imagination. Remember, when Xuxin first obtained the Holy Spirit's Phantom, her rating was only 95 points. Now, Jiang Xuan had directly achieved a staggering 100 points. Ula would never hand Jiang Xuan over willingly. With that thought, Ula glanced at Xuxin beside him, who was also watching the livestream with him. Xuxin, he said, get ready. Come with me to snatch him away. At Ula's words, Xuxin froze. But a smile quickly spread across her face. Yes, Dean. And so, as Ula set out to snatch Jiang Xuan. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, Wu Jiluo, and the others who had been certain of securing Jiang Xuan suddenly paled. How did Jiang Xuan directly receive the Holy Spirit's request to take him as a disciple? This is bad, really bad. Jiang Xuan rubbed his bald head, his face clouded with worry. Ula will definitely try to snatch Jiang Xuan too. And since Jiang Xuan got the Holy Spirit's invitation to become her disciple, she has far more reason to want him than I do. Are we just going to hand over such a promising sword cultivator like this? The thought filled Jiang Xuan with sudden irritation. Originally, Jiang Xuan believed his rivals were only Wu Jiluo and Old Yun. Now, he had to contend with Ula as well. What's more, Ula's reasons for recruiting Jiang Xuan were far more compelling than theirs. For a moment, Jiang Xuan felt utterly hopeless. Just as Jiang Xuan was succumbing to despair. It wasn't just Jiang Xuan who felt this way. Wu Jiluo, who had also been determined to secure Jiang Xuan, now wore a look of utter disbelief. Clearly, the sudden intervention of the Holy Spirit's Phantom had caught even Wu Jiluo completely off guard. Could it be that Jiang Xuan is simply being handed over to Ula? The thought filled Wu Jiluo with bitter resentment. His mind raced, desperately searching for a way to snatch Jiang Xuan from Ula's grasp. A bolt of lightning suddenly erupted within the livestream. Looking up, they saw a bolt of thunder crash down from the sky. In an instant, the once clear instance was shrouded in dark clouds. Rolling black clouds surged across the heavens. From within the clouds, endless terrifying bolts of lightning surged forth. The moment such terrifying lightning appeared, the previously motionless silhouette of the sage stirred. The sage's apparition, holding a thick tome, looked up at the sky. Gazing upon the rolling thunder, he burst into hearty laughter. Fine thunder! Fine thunder! As the words fell, the sage's apparition lowered its gaze to Jiang Xuan and declared, "Score 100. Young man, would you care to become my disciple?" The sage's apparition descended. The crowd, already stunned by the divine spirit's offer to take a disciple, was now utterly dumbfounded. Wait, wasn't it just a flash of lightning in the sky? The sage's phantom just gave a perfect score of 100 and wants to take him as a disciple? Ha! A legendary phantom giving a 100 rating and recruiting disciples? When did things get so straightforward? While the live stream audience was dumbfounded by the sage's shadow taking on a disciple. At home, Luo held his bulging belly, unable to hide his excitement, and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! The sage's phantom is taking on disciples too. Hurrah! You can't snatch Jiang Xuan away now. With that, Yujiro soared through the air, choosing to enter the instance to snatch the disciple. The moment Wu Qilua moved, a dragon's claw reached out from the sky. The next second, a colossal bone sword cleaved through the dark clouds. The Thunder Origin ancestral dragon, 30 meters long, its head encased in a crown of pure white bone, slowly materialized before the crowd. Thus, the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon descended from the heavens. Wielding his bone sword, he landed behind them, as if serving as Jiang Xuan's personal guard. Witnessing the Thunder Source ancestral dragon's arrival, even those watching through the livestream were stunned by the terrifying aura emanating from it. Holy crap! This demon's pressure is way too intense. Could this also be one of Jiang Xuan's spirit beasts? Could the sage's phantom have acknowledged Jiang Xuan because of it? Seriously, who exactly is this Jiang Xuan? Having one freakish pet beast is already beyond belief. He actually has two. And to have two legendary illusions acknowledge him at once? That's downright monstrous. The livestream audience stared at the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon and spirit dream fox lord beside Jiang Xuan, utterly speechless from the sheer shock. But just as everyone thought the recognition from two legendary phantoms was Jiang Xuan's limit, the Holy Prison Phantom and the Holy Weapon Phantom, which had remained motionless, stirred. Wanbian, I never imagined we'd meet here. After all these years, to see you reduced to this state. But since you've chosen to follow my human race, why not let me aid you in becoming the undead overlord? The Holy Prison Phantom spoke, gazing at the white bone crown atop the Lei Yuan ancestral dragon's head. As the Holy Prison Phantom finished speaking, sensing the terrifying sword intent emanating from the Thunder Origin ancestral dragon, the Holy Weapon Phantom likewise spoke. Never in my existence have I witnessed such breathtaking sword talent. You possess the potential to surpass me. As the words fell, both the Sacred Weapon Phantom and the Holy Prison Phantom fixed their gaze upon Jiang Xuan, then declared in unison, "Score 100. Young man, would you be willing to follow me and study the Great Supreme Sword Way of the Undead?" Chapter 88, For Dean's Recruit. The assessment isn't over yet? What? The Sacred Weapon Phantom and Sacred Prison Phantom want to take Jiang Xuan as disciples too? No way. Is this legendary phantom glitching? One perfect score might be understandable. How is it possible for every single one to have a perfect score? And how could all these legendary illusions want to take Jiang Xuan as disciples? This is getting a bit ridiculous. As everyone watched Jiang Xuan being taken as a disciple by two more legendary phantoms, doubts began to surface in their minds. After all, one taking on a disciple was understandable. Two disciples might still be within the realm of possibility. But now you're taking on 4 disciples at once. That's just a bit too outlandish, right? However, the viewers in the livestream began to doubt the legendary aura. Jiang Xuan, whose spirits had already sunk to rock bottom, watched as the Sacred Weapons Phantom acknowledged Jiang Xuan. He burst into laughter. I knew it. I knew it. Jiang Xuan, here I come. As he spoke, the sword at Jiang Xuan's waist drew from its scabbard. A flash of sword light erupted. Jiang Xuan transformed into a streak of sword light, shooting skyward. As for Elder Yun, who was also watching the livestream, his withered face flickered with a flicker of light in his eyes upon hearing the words of the Holy Prison's Phantom. So this growth tier equipment is actually the 10,000 changes? One of the 4 lords of the undead realm? It possesses the potential to ascend into a necromantic overlord, becoming a supreme being above all legends. How on earth did Jiang Xuan acquire it? Old Yun was stunned, but sensing that Ula, Yujiro, and Jian San had already set out from the academy, he smiled. Never mind. No point dwelling on it. After waiting all these years? Finally, the one the master told us to wait for has arrived. Even if I descend into hell, I can hold my head high when I meet the master again. As the words fell, a figure cloaked in black robes materialized beside Elder Yun. Let us depart. The cloaked figure offered no words. It merely lifted the hem of its robe, revealing the skeletal hand concealed beneath. Thus, the black-robed figure placed its hand beneath Elder Yun's shoulder. In an instant, space warped, and the cloaked figure and Elder Yun vanished from the dimly lit chamber. Sensing the disappearance of the 4, Ross of the Battle Academy chuckled. I was actually hoping to recruit this Jiang Xuan myself. But with him being such a hot commodity, I guess I'm out of luck. As he spoke, Ross glanced at the towering youth beside him in the courtyard. Standing over 2 meters tall, his entire body radiated terrifying dark energy and was covered in bulging muscles.
Xiangyu, Ross said, this Jiang Xuan is going to be a formidable opponent for you in the future.
Hearing Ross's words, Zhou Xiangyu's pupils suddenly contracted.
The terrifying dark energy surged around him, coalescing onto his left fist.
The next second, Zhou Xiangyu unleashed a punch.
The puppet before him, forged entirely from steel, was sent flying over 10 meters away. Zhou Xiangyu then turned his gaze to Ross and said, "Don't worry, Dean.
I won't lose to him."
As he spoke, the puppet Zhou Xiangyu had sent flying returned to his position, and he resumed sparring with it. Observing Zhou Xiangyu's combative demeanor, Gordon, dean of the Artisans' Academy, remarked leisurely from the sidelines.
"You deans are truly blessed.
All these years, you've never lacked for geniuses. Unlike my Artisans' Academy, which hasn't had a single student in 10 years.
Ah. I wonder if I'll even get to recruit a decent student before I die." Gordon sighed. Ross patted his old friend on the shoulder and said, "Don't be so gloomy. Who knows? Maybe heaven will send you a prodigy soon enough." Ha!
The other 7 academies are all counting on your Craftsman's Academy to produce talent. Hearing this, Gordon pursed his lips.
"You're quite the tease, aren't you? Fine, I won't hold it against you.
But your student is making rapid progress. This puppet probably won't last much longer. Wonder if Eula's new mechanical core research has come to fruition yet.
Otherwise, your student won't have a puppet to train with."
Listening to Gordon, Ross chuckled. Yura is a mechanical genius that comes along once in a century, even without inheriting the legacy of the sacred artifact master.
But the Holy Mechanist's manuscripts are all stored in the Mechanical Academy.
Yura's just a bit too young otherwise, she could probably assemble an entire million-strong mechanical army by hand. Gordon nodded in agreement at Ross's words.
That girl's mechanical talent is truly remarkable. The Mechanical Academy hasn't admitted students in a century.
She had no teacher to guide her, yet in just 5 or 6 years, her mechanical prowess has reached remarkable heights. It's hard to imagine where this girl's potential might lead.
But that's still considered fortunate. Since its founding, the Time Academy hasn't had a single student. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder if Jiang Xuan is some kind of anomaly.
For a human to master the power of time, that's downright insane.
Gordon sighed at this point. Hearing Gordon's lament, Ross let out a long, drawn-out sigh. That's the time attribute, after all. Even among the 6 major upper attributes, it's exceptionally noble.
I vaguely recall when we enrolled together, a single glance from her rendered my bodily functions utterly decrepit.
That feeling, I never want to experience it again in my lifetime. Gordon, do you think Jiang Xuan found a way to break through to legendary in the River of Time? Gordon shook his head. I don't know, and I don't care. 7 stars is the absolute limit for me in this lifetime. As for the supreme realm of 9 stars, I neither know nor care to imagine it. Teacher Yun has arrived at the exam site. Let's watch the live stream.
As he spoke, Gordon turned his gaze toward the live stream. Hearing this, Ross said nothing more and also turned his attention to the live stream. Though Master Yun had departed last, he was now the first to arrive at the examination hall.
The moment he entered the venue, Qingyao immediately greeted him. Master Yun. In response to Qingyao's greeting, Elder Yun waved his hand, signaling her to relax the formality. Just as Elder Yun appeared, Ula, radiating contentment, also appeared in the examination hall.
Moments later, the figures of Wu Jiluo and Jian San also materialized.
Dean Yun of the Death Academy, Dean Wula of the Mind Academy, Holy Spirit's Heir Shushin, Dean Yu Jiluo of the Element Academy, and Dean Jiansan of the Martial Arts Academy? Holy crap, all these big shots are here. Could it be they're all here because of Jiang Xuan?
Jiang Xuan, join our Elemental Academy. I guarantee you'll become a powerhouse like the sage in the future.
Wu Jiluo had a fiery temper. The moment he entered the exam hall, he started recruiting. The moment he heard Wu Jiluo speak, Jiansan couldn't hold back any longer. You big-headed fool, Wu Jiluo. How dare you ambush me like this?
Though inwardly resentful, Jiansan quickly interjected.
Don't listen to his nonsense.
Jiang Xuan, with your sword talent, joining our Military Arts Academy is absolutely the best choice for you.
Bull. Wu Jiluo roared like thunder. What, you wanna fight? I've had my eye on you for ages. Seeing Wu Jiluo's furious outburst, Jiansan showed no sign of backing down.
He immediately clashed swords with his longtime rival, Wu Jiluo. Viewers in the livestream watched as these powerful figures rarely seen together now appeared en masse in the examination hall.
Moreover, they witnessed 2 major figures clashing over recruiting Jiang Xuan, even coming to blows. Everyone in the exam hall felt envy toward Jiang Xuan.
For a moment, the skeptics in the livestream who had questioned whether the legendary phantom was glitching were rendered speechless. After all, if even the headmaster of the Legendary Academy didn't believe the legendary phantom had glitched, it was downright embarrassing for them to have doubted it. You two just made fools of yourselves in front of everyone.
Let Jiang Xuan decide for himself which academy to join.
Seeing Jiansan and Wu Jiluo about to act, Elder Yun spoke softly.
Hearing this, Jiansan and Wu Jiluo's anger dissipated. Their gazes immediately turned toward Jiang Xuan in the examination hall. Their earnest gazes clearly conveyed their hope that Jiang Xuan would choose their academy. Inside the examination hall, Jiang Xuan looked at the 4 deans before him, along with his aunt who had also arrived. A faint smile touched his lips as he spoke softly. "Deans, my assessment isn't over yet. Perhaps we should discuss the academy selection after the assessment concludes?" At Jiang Xuan's words, everyone present froze in surprise. "Huh? The assessment isn't over yet? No way? Jiang Xuan still has abilities he hasn't shown yet? Chapter 89, 8 Legends Gathering? No, make that 9. The moment Jiang Xuan spoke these words, not only did the viewers in the livestream room lose their composure, the 4 deans of the legendary academy present all stared at Jiang Xuan in stunned silence. After all, the abilities Jiang Xuan had already displayed were utterly extraordinary. Could he possibly have more abilities yet to be revealed? The only one who didn't seem overly surprised was Qing Yao, dean of the Living Beings Academy. After all, when Qing Yao had conducted Jiang Xuan's professional rating, she had already gained a rough understanding of his capabilities. Frankly, now that Jiang Xuan had mastered the time attribute, Qing Yao wouldn't be overly astonished by any earth-shattering feats he could achieve. After all, the last person to wield the time attribute was none other than Shi Ningshuang. As the crowd stared at Jiang Xuan in astonishment, the ground beneath his feet began to crack. Rolling lava surged forth from the fissures. As the lava surged forth, a swirl of red-hot metal shards instantly appeared within a 10-meter radius around Jiang Xuan. These fragments were nothing less than. They were the terrifying molten slag distilled from the hundreds of Cloud Peak equipment pieces melted down by the forge of the Black Tortoise. As the slag materialized, the imposing specter of the divine artisan, wielding a colossal hammer, slowly raised his weapon. Look! The sacred artisan's phantom is moving too. Could Jiang Xuan actually activate the sacred artisan's phantom? Seeing the holy artisan's phantom stir, Gordon, who had been comfortably watching the livestream while lounging in the Battle Academy, instantly sat bolt upright. Holy crap! The sacred artisan's phantom moved? No way! Does this kid possess craftsmanship so extraordinary it even startled Gervado? While everyone was stunned by the changes in the holy artisan's phantom, a serpentine head composed entirely of magma machinery suddenly thrust forth from the cracked ground. As the mechanical serpent head emerged, the gears on the long-dormant holy weapon's phantom began to turn. A humming sound filled the air. A hoarse voice, like the grinding of mechanical gears, emerged from the shadow's mouth. Flesh suffers, machinery ascends. Perfect. Perfect. This is the most perfect mechanical creation I have ever witnessed in my lifetime. The eyes of the holy weapon's phantom, long since transformed into mechanical orbs, flashed with brilliance. It stared intently at the newly forged weapon appearing beside Jiang Xuan, as if beholding a flawless work of art. Just as the 2 legendary phantoms trembled, a colossal turtle shell, entirely constructed from magma machinery, burst forth from the earth. The magma that had been pooling on the ground now surged upward as the mechanical turtle shell rose. After Jiang Xuan's figure ascended 3 meters, the crowd finally saw a colossal turtle, entirely mechanical, swimming within the molten lava. This colossal turtle was none other than Rongshuan, the molten form of the Black Tortoise within Jiang Xuan's molten forging. Melting Mystic was enormous in size. Half its body was now submerged in the scalding magma. Even so, its height reached 3 meters. As for its size, the diameter of its shell was at least 20 meters. Truth be told, the Lei Yuan Zulong size was already monstrous among its peers. Yet compared to Rongshuan, it seemed like a mere rookie. While Zhu Wu's size isn't as large as Rongxian's, it appeared nearly as large as the Thunder Origin Dragon. Precisely because the Smelt Xuanwu and Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon were so enormous, it made Ling Meng somewhat reluctant to stay with these 3. But that was all beside the point. With the appearance of the molten casting Xuanwu, the Holy Fighter and Holy Fate illusions, which had remained motionless among the 9 legendary shadows, now turned their gaze toward the newly arrived molten cast Xuanwu. Though the molten casting Black Tortoise was a pet beast, molten and casting were 2 separate entities with independent consciousnesses, merely symbiotic beings. Because they each possessed their own consciousness, the abilities they wielded were distinct. Zhu Wu's core abilities lie in forging weapons and providing combat support. Its functions were primarily supportive. Rongshuan served as the core driving force of this body. Though its movements are somewhat restricted, it possesses terrifying physical prowess and vitality. Saint Warrior Tamer stands as the sole legendary being among the 9 who achieved legendary status through physical prowess alone. To earn its recognition, one must possess extraordinary innate talent and immense strength. Clearly, the molten casting Black Tortoise has met its demands. Indeed, the present-day molten casting Xuanwu surpasses even the original Tamer in power. As for the trembling of the Sacred Destiny's Phantom, this is primarily due to the forged Black Tortoise's construction being fundamentally different from other demons. It is composed entirely of mechanical components. Back then, Jiang Xuan's understanding that the molten casting Black Tortoise required equipment as sustenance was actually based on a misunderstanding. The molten casting black tortoise itself did not require sustenance. It only needed to connect with the magma beneath Blue Star's surface, which provided an endless supply of energy for its operation. Its desire to devour equipment stems purely from the fact that consuming gear enhances its combat prowess. Since the molten black tortoise's power source is Blue Star's magma, at its current level of power, Blue Star effectively functions as an unlimited power source, a supercharged battery for the molten black tortoise. Remember, Blue Star is the only planet in the entire solar system that harbors life. The vitality concentrated across the entire Blue Star is intensely potent. Thus, the life force emanating from the molten casting Xuanwu is exceptionally robust. This vitality surpasses that of even other Saint commanders at the same level. Thus, the Sacred Destiny's phantom form was finally activated. Score 100. With the emergence of the forged black tortoise, all 4 awakened legendary phantoms delivered their evaluations. Simultaneously, these 4 legendary phantoms extended requests to take Jiang Xuan as their disciple. Watching the scene unfold in the examination hall, over 1 billion viewers worldwide were utterly stunned. No way! 8 out of the 9 legendary shadows were activated? And all 8 gave him a perfect score of 100? They're even competing to take Jiang Xuan as their disciple? Are you sure this Jiang Xuan just awakened his profession this year? This is ridiculous. Seeing Jiang Xuan activate 8 legendary phantoms single-handedly, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. For this was a phenomenon unprecedented since time immemorial. Observing the scene in the examination hall, the 5 deans present fell silent. Even Hua Jiluo and Zhen San, who had been locked in fierce rivalry moments before, now fell silent. Frankly, if 4 legendary phantoms had acknowledged Jiang Xuan, they might have fought for him. But now that all 8 had recognized him, how could they possibly compete? Which of the 8 great academies would pass up such a prodigy? The recognition of 8 legendary phantoms. Everyone, let us deliberate carefully on Jiang Xuan's affiliation. Watching Jiang Xuan receive the endorsement of all 8 legendary phantoms, the eldest among them, Elder Yun, spoke slowly. Hearing Elder Yun's words, the other deans nodded in agreement. Clearly, they all agreed with Elder Yun's suggestion. Only Qingyao kept her gaze fixed on Jiang Xuan within the examination hall. After a moment, Qingyao took a deep breath and said, Elder Yun, it's not just the recognition of 8 legendary phantoms, but 9. Qingyao's words sent a shockwave through the assembled deans. Qingyao, what do you mean? Luo, known for her bluntness, immediately voiced the question on everyone's mind. The other deans also turned their gaze toward Qingyao, clearly wanting to understand her meaning. Observing the puzzled expressions, the sharp-minded Shuxin noticed the mysterious, ancient aura emanating from Jiang Xuan in the examination hall, an aura that hadn't been present before. She gasped in surprise, Dean Qingyao, are you saying Jiang Xuan has awakened the element of time? Chapter 90, Time-Stopping Space. Has Time Frost returned? As a student of the legendary academy, she knew full well that the sacred timeless shadow had never acknowledged anyone. Though the legendary academy had established the Time College, not a single student had ever been recruited since its founding. Though Shi Ningxuang had vanished into the river of time. According to the words she left behind when establishing the legendary shadow, the Time Academy treats all candidates equally. As long as one awakens the attribute of time, they would receive her evaluation. Now that Qingyao had spoken thus, Shuxin sensed an unfamiliar aura emanating from Jiang Xuan, one she had never perceived before. Her quick mind naturally dared to voice this conjecture aloud. What? Jiang Xuan has awakened the time element attribute? How could that be possible? Upon hearing Jiang Xuan had awakened the time element attribute, Yu Jieluo was the first to exclaim in shock. As an 8-star practitioner, the dean of the Elemental Academy, and a former classmate of Shi Ningxuang, Wu Jiluo had also conducted extensive research on the time element. Truth be told, Wu Jiluo was a genius when it came to elemental mastery. He had long since mastered the 9 natural elements to their utmost limits. Though he hadn't mastered certain elements, he could temporarily borrow them through the inherent properties of elemental synergy. As for the higher-order elemental attributes like mechanical, spiritual, and life, Wu Jiluo cannot master them. Yet he has studied their properties in great detail. Even when facing masters who wield these elemental attributes, Wu Jiluo can handle them with ease, never finding himself at a disadvantage. It could be said that of the 16 attributes, Wu Jiluo had thoroughly researched 14. Only the chaos and time attributes remained beyond his grasp. The chaos element was simply too mysterious. It has never appeared on the entire Blue Star. As for the time element, it was equally enigmatic. Currently, only Shining Frost on the entire Blue Star has ever mastered it. Compared to the chaos element, which has never been seen, Wu Jiluo has studied the temporal techniques left behind by Shi Ningxuang. To be honest, Wu Jiluo's temperament was a bit hot-headed, but his talent was undeniable. To put it bluntly, his grasp of the elements might very well rival that of the sage Gogol. Yet even so, when faced with these temporal arts, Wu Jiluo was utterly baffled. Forget studying them, he couldn't even comprehend them. Wu Jiluo knew full well the extraordinary nature of the time element.
There was no denying that Jiang Xuan's current abilities had surpassed his own comprehension. But Jiang Xuan was, after all, merely a beastmaster. The abilities he was now displaying were essentially those possessed by the three beasts by his side. Three beasts that was the absolute limit for a 2-star practitioner to contract. It was clear that Jiang Xuan currently possessed no fourth beast. Therefore, in Hu Jieluo's view, Jiang Xuan simply couldn't possibly master the element of time. Impossible. Jiang Xuan absolutely cannot master the time element. He can't even contract a fourth beast right now. None of these three beasts have mastered the time element. How could Jiang Xuan, a mere beast tamer, possibly possess it? Could he have awakened the time element himself? Here, Wu Jiluo voiced his doubts about Shuxin's speculation. But no sooner had Wu Jiluo voiced his doubts. Within the examination hall, Jiang Xuan lifted his gaze toward the motionless sacred time phantom. Compared to the other legendary illusions, the sacred time illusion appeared remarkably plain, just a simple human figure. It bore none of the heavy armor of the sacred artisan's phantom, nor the advanced weaponry of the sacred soldier's phantom. Nor was it surrounded by elemental energy like the sage's phantom. Instead, the Holy Era phantom appeared utterly ordinary. An ordinary person in every way, ordinary in appearance, build, and even demeanor. Yet, when Jiang Xuan's gaze fell upon this ordinary Holy Era phantom, a silver light instantly flared within his seemingly normal left eye. In an instant, the time element within Jiang Xuan erupted without the slightest concealment. As the temporal elements surged, Jiang Xuan instantly perceived everything around him as if time itself had been suspended. The thunder source, Lingmeng, melting mystery, and forging martial arts surrounding him all froze in place. Outside the examination hall, Hu Jiluo gaped in astonishment, while Elder Yin lowered his head in deep thought. Wula stared at Qingyao, his expression one of pure shock. Jian San rubbed his signature bald head, finding the entire situation rather mind-boggling. Indeed, even these formidable deans seemed frozen in place, utterly motionless as if time itself had halted. Not to mention Jiang Xuan's aunt, Xuexian, along with examinees like Hua Ling and Chang Li. Observing the unfolding chaos around him, Jiang Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. What on earth is going on? Just as Jiang Xuan was puzzling over these sudden changes, a calm voice sounded beside his ear. Don't worry. This is my time-stopping space. I've merely paused time here. Hearing the voice, Jiang Xuan froze. When he followed the source of the voice, he saw the previously motionless sacred time phantom now standing before him. Unlike other legendary illusions, this sacred time figure was strikingly lifelike. It didn't appear as a mere shadow but rather like a living person standing before him. Interesting. Fascinating. I never imagined Jihong would entrust the time pocket watch to you. And not only can you draw time elements from it, but you've even used it as a catalyst to awaken your own time element. At that moment, the sacred time phantom gazed at Jiang Xuan. Though her expression remained composed, her words betrayed a hint of astonishment. I had assumed this X-factor would require millennia of waiting before manifesting. Yet here you are, appearing after merely 100 years. After a moment of muttering to herself, the holy time phantom extended her hand. How about we get acquainted? I am sure Ning Xuan. Hearing the holy time phantom speak and seeing her extended hand, Jiang Xuan stared at her for a long moment. Yet he chose not to take it. Observing Jiang Xuan's hesitation, the holy time phantom seemed to perceive his apprehension. She spoke softly, "Don't be so afraid of me. We are both human, both from Blue Star. Among the myriad races of the cosmos, we belong to the same kind. Besides, I'm merely a temporal clone she left behind. I cannot harm you." After listening to the holy time phantom's words, Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before slowly raising his hand. My name is Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, huh? The Holy Era Phantom smiled. Alright, you're mine now. Follow me. With that, the Holy Time Phantom waved his hand casually. The time that had been frozen resumed its flow. At that moment, Jiang Xuan and his spirit beast vanished from the examination hall. Witnessing this scene in the examination hall, the deans all froze in shock. Xuexian and Hua Ling also froze, then urgently asked, "Where's Jiang Xuan? How did he suddenly vanish?" Just as everyone was bewildered, Old Yun's deep, hoarse voice slowly echoed through the room. It's not just Jiang Xuan who's vanished. The Sacred Era's illusory form is gone too. Hearing Elder Yun's words, those present finally noticed that of the 9 legendary illusions in the examination hall, only 8 remained. The Sacred Era shadow, which had remained motionless all along, had vanished. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of both the Sacred Era shadow and Jiang Xuan, everyone present froze in shock. No way? Could it be that Jiang Xuan had truly gained the recognition of the Sacred Time Phantom? Amidst the collective bewilderment and confusion, a voice drifted down from the heavens. Old Jilin, after all these years, I never imagined you'd still be in such fine shape. Jiang Xuan, I'll take him away for now. I'll return him shortly. As for this fellow's score, I'll give him 100. Hearing this distant voice, the expressions of those present Yu Ji Luo, Jian San, Wu La, and others changed abruptly. That's sure Ning Xuan's voice.
Could she have returned from the river of time? Chapter 91, 900 is the score limit, not Jiang Xuan's limit.
The deans of Legend Academy were utterly astonished. It wasn't just the deans of Legend Academy who were stunned. The Blue Stars elite, watching this globally broadcast spectacle, also wore expressions of astonishment. Especially the Dragon Spine Empire's Grandmaster Ming Jihong and the three Regent Kings of the Thunder Prison Royal Court.
Has she truly returned?
Watching the livestream, Ming Jihong rose to his feet, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Toba Mo, the Thunder King of the Thunder Prison Royal Court, wore an expression as ashen as death.
How could this be possible? Didn't Shi Ningxuan die? How could she possibly return? Could it be that Shi Ningxuan never left Blue Star? Was her departure from Blue Star merely a ruse? Watching the vanishing holy image of Shi Ning in the livestream, Talmu's expression darkened considerably. The Thunder Prison Royal Court and the Dragon Spine Empire, their rivalry spanned thousands of years in Blue Star's history. The Thunder Prison Royal Court had long coveted the vast Dragon Spine Empire, seeking to annex it into their domain. The Dragon Spine Empire, however, had consistently resisted the Thunder Prison Court's invasions. Historically, the Thunder Prison Court had nearly devoured the Dragon Spine Empire entirely 150 years ago. However, the emergence of the Patriarch's rebellion slowed this process. The Papal Rebellion plunged the entire Blue Star into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Shi Ningxuan's rise to power coincided with the demise of the Saint Warrior Tamer. This allowed the Dragon Spine Empire to regain its former glory. Even Lingchuan City, where Jiang Xuan now resides, and Beihan City, home to the Sword Thunder Pool, were once territories of the Thunder Prison Royal Court. Shi Ningxuan had vanished for a century. The Thunder Prison Court, once weakened by the Pope's rebellion, now regained its strength, plunging the Dragon Spine Empire back into decline. The Thunder Prison Court's high command believed devouring the Dragon Spine Empire would be effortless. But now, Shi Ningxuan's sudden reappearance. This instantly placed immense pressure on Tuoba Mo, one of the three Regent Kings of the Thunder Prison Royal Court. For if Shi Ningxuan truly remained on Blue Star, then attempting another invasion of the Dragon Spine Empire would be tantamount to courting death. Quick! Send word to the Dark King and the Undead King, summon them to the Royal Hall for council. And recall every student from the Royal Court studying at the Legend Academy back to the court immediately. Toba Mo pondered for a moment. He knew this matter was of grave importance and demanded thorough deliberation. The Thunder Prison Royal Court was thrown into turmoil by Shi Ningxuan's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, the five deans in the examination hall exchanged glances as they watched Shi Ningxuan lead Jiang Xuan away. Though they felt a twinge of reluctance, they understood that Jiang Xuan's departure signaled the end of their connection. After all, Shi Ningxuan had appeared and taken Jiang Xuan away. He must have entered the Time Academy for advanced studies. As for snatching talent? Bro, I value talent, but I'm no fool. Stealing talent from Shi Ningxuan? Only the most brain-dead fool in history would do something like that. She's a legend. A living legend who could wipe us out with a single thought, got it? Everyone, snap out of it. He's already gone. As he spoke, Elder Yun turned to Qingyao beside him and said, Qingyao, please continue overseeing the college entrance exam. Hearing Elder Yun speak, Qingyao, who had just recovered from her shock, nodded in agreement. But then Qingyao seemed to remember something. She turned her gaze back to Elder Yun, her expression puzzled. Elder Yun, how do we handle Jiang Xuan's score? How should we handle it? All 9 legends have given him perfect scores. And you ask me how to handle it? As he spoke, a chuckle escaped Old Yun's raspy voice. Just give Jiang Xuan 900 points. Hearing this, Qingyao shot Elder Yun an awkward glance. She then announced Jiang Xuan's score to everyone in the examination hall and the live stream audience. First candidate, Jiang Xuan. Third stage assessment score, 900 points. Qingyao announced Jiang Xuan's assessment score. Neither the candidates present nor the viewers in the livestream room raised the slightest objection at that moment. For they knew Jiang Xuan deserved this score. Many even believed that 900 points represented the absolute ceiling for this assessment, not Jiang Xuan's current limit. And so, Jiang Xuan's score was revealed. The global college entrance exam continued. However, compared to the stunning opening, the subsequent performances of the participants were somewhat lackluster. Zhang Yang, Zhou Yuntian, these 6-star professionals who had consistently achieved strong results in the past failed to even reach 500 points in this assessment. In short, these so-called prodigies all failed to pass. The only ones who performed decently were Hua Ling, Qingli, Guluo, and the twin girls from the Unicorn Alliance. Even among them, Hua Ling achieved the highest score. That barely scraped together a score of 680. It was still a considerable distance from the 900-point mark. For a moment, the crowd in the livestream who had been questioning Jiang Xuan about rigging the results now saw his true strength. But after Jiang Xuan revealed his true capabilities, his reputation was thoroughly established across Blue Star. Yet the people of Blue Star harbored a profound mystery about Jiang Xuan. Despite holding only a 1-star professional rating, where on earth did Jiang Xuan acquire these monstrously powerful pets? In an instant, netizens worldwide launched detailed investigations into Jiang Xuan.
As for the netizens' investigations into Jiang Xuan, he remained completely unaware. But he didn't care much about it either. He had no dark past to hide. But all that was beside the point. At that moment, as Jiang Xuan watched himself being led by the Holy Time Phantom directly into the dungeon where the legendary academy resided, he couldn't help but feel puzzled.
That's the senior. Why are you bringing me to Legend Academy? But I haven't even enrolled yet, have I? Facing Jiang Xuan's confusion, the Saintier's phantom smiled faintly. Don't ask. You'll find out soon enough.
Though Jiang Xuan felt utterly bewildered by the Holy Time Phantom's words, he refrained from pressing further and instead began surveying his surroundings.
Unlike other academies in the real world, Legend Academy was situated within a dungeon.
It was said to be created by the first legendary saint chosen in Blue Star's history, Jiang Xuan. The dungeon's level was so high that it nearly matched the main world where Blue Star existed. Initially, Jiang Xuan had intended this instance solely as a dwelling for himself and his disciples. However, when Jiang Xuan taught his second disciple, the legendary Holy Spirit user Jihan's disciples also began residing within this space. Thus, this instance gradually evolved into the Legendary Academy, renowned throughout the entire Blue Star. Compared to the grandeur of external academies, the Legendary Academy was remarkably simple. It hardly resembled an academy at all. Instead, it resembled a family residence. Under Xuan's guidance, Jiang Xuan only managed a cursory glance at the Legendary Academy before he could fully take in the academy's interior. Xuan led Jiang Xuan into a quiet, secluded room. The room contained no furniture whatsoever. Instead, at the heart of the space stood a grand door. A door intricately carved with a clock. What is this, Senior Shi? As Jiang Xuan gazed at the door, his mind filled with questions. The ethereal voice of Shi slowly echoed. The Gate of Time and Space. Chapter 92, The Gate of Time and Space, the cosmic source war spanning the universe. The Gate of Time and Space? Hearing Xuan's words, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but frown. Senior Shi, what exactly is this spacetime gate? Why have I never heard of it before? Facing Jiang Xuan's confusion, the Sacred Time Phantom smiled. Don't be so flustered. You can think of the time-space gate as a dungeon. Except the instance beyond this gateway isn't a static one like those in our real world. Rather, it's a dynamic instance that changes based on the individual. A dynamic instance? As he listened to the Holy Time Phantom's explanation, Jiang Xuan felt increasingly lost. Having traversed to this world for so many years, Jiang Xuan prided himself on his deep understanding of it. Yet the term dynamic instance was entirely new to him. Still, Jiang Xuan wasn't foolish. After pondering the Holy Time Phantom's explanation for a moment, he spoke slowly. So you're saying, the instance behind this door isn't fixed? If I open this door, I could potentially enter any instance I've never encountered before? Brilliant! The Holy Era's phantom eyes flashed with approval. But don't worry. The instances spawned by this temporal gateway will match your current cultivation level. You needn't fear entering some high-tier instance. As she spoke, the Holy Time Phantom approached the portal and touched it with her slender fingers. The next instant, the clock on the gate, which had been as still as stone, began ticking. Tick-tock. The sound of the clock's movement reached Jiang Xuan's ears. The ticking wasn't particularly loud. Yet with each tick, Jiang Xuan felt his own heartbeat leap and sink, and sensation he found utterly peculiar. His heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the clock's rhythm. The Holy Hour's phantom gazed at Jiang Xuan and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Indeed, you too can resonate with it. Since that is the case, you have earned the right to enter it. Come, place your hand upon the clock. As she spoke, the Holy Time Phantom guided Jiang Xuan to the front of the spacetime gate. She then gestured for Jiang Xuan to reach out and touch the gateway. Jiang Xuan felt a twinge of unease at the Sacred Time Phantom's suggestion. Although Xuan was a legendary figure on Blue Star, Jiang Xuan remained uncertain whether she harbored hostility toward him. Seeing this Holy Time Phantom instruct him to place his hand on the clock of the spacetime gate, Jiang Xuan was unsure of her purpose. Yet despite his caution, Jiang Xuan recognized that though the Holy Time Phantom was merely a lingering apparition, her current power far surpassed his own. Even if he wished to refuse, he would be powerless to resist if she forced him. Rather than risk provoking her displeasure, Jiang Xuan chose to comply for the moment. Fine. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Even if she truly intends to harm me, I might still find a way to escape. With that thought, Jiang Xuan reached out to touch the clock. Observing his hesitation, the ethereal form of Shangshi seemed to perceive the worry in his heart. She offered a soft smile. You're quite the meticulous one, aren't you? But don't worry, I won't harm you. This gate of time and space is something that Time Frost brought back from the River of Time. Only those possessing the element of time can enter it. And the dungeon within holds immense fortune for you at this stage. A tremendous blessing? Hearing the Holy Time Phantom's words, Jiang Xuan, who had been about to reach out, instantly withdrew his hand. Because in Jiang Xuan's memory, enormous fortune was not a term that carried positive connotations. Thus, Jiang Xuan looked at the holy time phantom before him and cautiously spoke, "Senior time, how about you explain this time space gate in more detail?" Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the holy time phantom chuckled softly. "Well, you're certainly cautious, aren't you? Alright, since you asked, I'll tell you everything I know. It'll save you from overthinking. The genius's fortune I mentioned earlier refers to the dungeon behind this spacetime gate. Jiang Xuan, do you know why Blue Star's spiritual energy revived, why the world went digital, and why the instance descended? The cause of Blue Star's anomalies?" Hearing Shangshir's phantom speak thus, Jiang Xuan's curiosity was instantly piqued. "I don't know. Please enlighten me, senior." Seeing Jiang Xuan's eager expression, the Holy Era's phantom did not put on airs. He continued, "The reason Blue Star has undergone such changes. It is because it has received the blessing of the world's rules. It has become a source star." The blessing of the world's rules? Source star? This. Upon hearing the Holy Era's phantom's words, Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow. After all, the reason Jiang Xuan had undergone such a transformation now was precisely due to the world-bestowed blessing of a rule-level ability. Primordial Myth, Resource Critical Strike, Experience Hourglass. These were all abilities never before seen on Blue Star. Now, hearing the Holy Time Phantom speak of such things naturally startled Jiang Xuan. Nevertheless, feigning ignorance, Jiang Xuan pressed on, "Elder, what exactly is the world's blessing? What is the source star?" "You may understand the world's blessing is the will of the cosmos." As he spoke, the Holy Time Phantom condensed a shadowy image of Blue Star in his hand. And the source star is the planet that has received the will of the cosmos. In truth, Blue Star is not the first planet in this universe to receive the world's blessing. Based on what I've learned during my long journey through the River of Time, instances like our Blue Star's spiritual energy revival have been occurring since 1,000,000,000 years ago. Jiang Xuan was taken aback by this revelation. In truth, our Blue Star has already experienced one previous awakening of spiritual energy, a global digitization event. That occurred 200 million years ago, before humanity even existed. And the revival of spiritual energy is not necessarily a good thing. For it signifies our Blue Star becoming embroiled in the cosmic source war. As he spoke, the ethereal Blue Star in Xingshir's hand instantly elongated. Instantly, an entire galaxy coalesced within the saintly era's grasp. The cosmic source war, a conflict that began in ancient times. I still don't know the origin of this war. But I know its essence lies in powerful source planets devouring weaker ones. The condition for joining this cosmic source war is the emergence of an existence surpassing legend on our Blue Star. Truthfully, my core has long possessed the potential to ascend to mythic status. However, while journeying through the River of Time, she fully understood the brutality of the cosmic source war. When a weak source planet fails, the annihilation of the entire planet follows. That's how the spiritual energy revival 200 million years ago faded away. The dominant powers of those formidable source stars are far beyond what my core could withstand, even if it ascended to mythic status. Thus, she chose to remain unbroken. Her ceaseless travels through the River of Time serve to absorb diverse abilities and temper herself. For once one enters the realm of mythology, all personal abilities cease to grow. And the dynamic instances behind these spacetime portals aren't located within Blue Star itself. They exist within source stars across the cosmos, stars that, like Blue Star, have undergone mutations. Having devoured other source stars, these realms possess resources many times greater than our Blue Star. The quality of equipment found there is beyond comparison to anything on Blue Star. Moreover, they hold countless rare treasures and natural wonders. It was precisely through this spacetime gate that my main body achieved legendary status at the age of 25. Truthfully, my main body intended to make this spacetime gate available for all of Blue Star's inhabitants to use. But the portal has a limitation. Only those possessing the element of time can pass through it. All these years, my core entity kept me here not to take disciples, but to await the emergence of the next individual possessing the element of time. What I never anticipated was the time element within you also originated from my original host. At this point, the Holy Time Phantom fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xuan and declared, "I did not bring you here to harm you. Because I can sense my host is nearing its limit. Perhaps within a few years, she will break through into the mythic realm. At that moment, Blue Star's coordinates will be exposed. Blue Star will be drawn into the cosmic source war." With that, the saintly Time Phantom retracted the illusory galaxy in his hand and turned his gaze toward the nearby portal of time and space. "Having said all this, will you enter the portal of time and space? That depends entirely on your choice." Chapter 93, The End of an Era. Accept guidance from 9 legends? The Holy Time Phantom gazed at Jiang Xuan, awaiting his response. Having listened to the Saint of Time's lengthy discourse, Jiang Xuan's mind was filled with profound shock. The cosmic source war. Source star. The weak perish. Indeed, Blue Star's digitization isn't that simple. Jiang Xuan had always been curious about why Blue Star had undergone digitization. After all, in Jiang Xuan's memories, Blue Star's societal development differed somewhat from his previous life. But in terms of technology and humanities, it was still quite similar. Logically speaking, since digitization hadn't occurred in his previous life, it shouldn't have happened on this blue star either. Now, through the Holy Era Phantom's explanation, Jiang Xuan finally understood the root cause of it all. With the cause clarified, Jiang Xuan gazed at the spacetime gate before him and took a deep breath. Moments later, he glanced at the sacred time phantom before placing his hand atop the still clock of the spacetime gate. The instant his hand touched the clock, a dazzling silver light erupted from his left eye. This silver light erupting from Jiang Xuan's left eye bore similarities to what had happened before. Yet it also differed in certain ways. The most striking difference was that the silver light within Jiang Xuan's left eye formed a clock reflection before him, identical to his own pupil. The inverted clock image landed upon the motionless clock face of the spacetime gate. The ancient clock, seemingly abandoned for untold ages, began to turn. As the clock turned, ancient dust swirled. In an instant, a flood of memories began swirling through Jiang Xuan's mind. These memories encompassed every recollection from Jiang Xuan's past and present lives. Like a revolving lantern, these memories echoed through Jiang Xuan's mind. An ancient, deep voice echoed in his ears. Time traveler, welcome to our pact. I am your temporal guide. Under my guidance, you may travel to any instance that has existed, or will exist, within this universe. As this era will conclude in 20 years' time, you may only select instances occurring no later than 20 years hence. Would you like to enter an instance? Listening to the voice by his ear, Jiang Xuan gazed at the temporal gateway before him. He knew the voice was emanating from the portal itself. Here, Jiang Xuan had just forged a contract with the portal. Meanwhile, the voice of the sacred time phantom also reached his ears. However, upon hearing the words spoken into his ear, Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow. This era will end in 20 years? What does that mean? As doubt filled Jiang Xuan's mind, the holy time phantom beside him turned its gaze toward him. Well, you've already forged a contract with the portal of time and space, haven't you? Facing the holy time phantom's inquiry, Jiang Xuan nodded. Yes, I've completed the contract. But what does it mean when the gate of time and space says the era is about to end? Looking at the holy time phantom, Jiang Xuan voiced his confusion. I'm not entirely sure about that either. According to my physical forms investigations, this era seems to be calculated from the very birth of the universe. What significance the end of an era holds that I cannot say. However, my original form speculates that the end of an era likely signifies the conclusion of the cosmic source war. Lately, major powerful factions across the cosmos have been voraciously devouring weaker ones. It appears they are preparing for the end of the era. That is all I currently know regarding these developments. Listening to the Holy Era's phantom explain, Jiang Xuan nodded his head in understanding. So I can enter the spacetime gate anytime now? Upon hearing this, the Holy Time Phantom nodded. Yes. Simply push open the gate and you'll pass through. What do you think? Want to give it a try? Faced with the Holy Time Phantom's suggestion, Jiang Xuan shook his head. I'll pass for now. I have more important matters to attend to. For Jiang Xuan, this dungeon run could take an unknown amount of time. If it were just a day or two, that would be manageable. But if it stretched to 10 days or even half a month, that would be too long. Besides, Jiang Xuan also wanted to know how he'd performed in the global college entrance exam. After all, he had been waiting all along to get his hands on the time spirit mirror. Therefore, he wasn't particularly anxious about the dungeon run. Is that so? Well, that's fine too. If you wish to enter the instance, simply come to this courtyard and activate the portal of time and space. Seeing Jiang Xuan decline, the sacred time phantom didn't grow angry but spoke calmly instead. Do you wish to return to the examination grounds? If so, I'll escort you back. Facing the Holy Time Phantom's suggestion, Jiang Xuan nodded his head in agreement. With a sweeping gesture of her hand, the Holy Time Phantom vanished from the room along with Jiang Xuan. Moments later, Jiang Xuan and the Holy Time Phantom reappeared in the examination hall. Look! Jiang Xuan's back. The moment Jiang Xuan appeared, the sharp-eyed Sadal immediately shouted out. Hearing this, Hua Ling hurried over, scanning Jiang Xuan from head to toe. Jiang Xuan, are you okay? Hearing Hua Ling's concerned inquiry, Jiang Xuan smiled. Why worry that something might be wrong with me? Hua Ling's cheeks flushed at Jiang Xuan's teasing. Who was worried about you? I was just curious where you went. Though Hua Ling protested, her words clearly didn't convince even herself. Seeing her face flush crimson, Jiang Xuan stopped teasing her. Instead, he reached out and ruffled her hair, murmuring softly, Alright, I was just joking. Look how red you've gone. Just now, the Holy Time Phantom took me to the Time Academy. She just told me a few things. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Hua Ling responded in surprise, Huh? So you chose to enter the Time Academy? As Hua Ling spoke, the other deans in the examination hall turned their gaze toward Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, our elemental academy isn't half bad either. Why not give us a try? Watching Jiang Xuan, the outspoken Wu Ji Luo immediately spoke up. Hearing Wu Jiluo's words, Jian San beside him quickly added, If you join our martial arts academy, you can choose any sword technique you desire. We'll even forge the weapon most suited to you. Jiang Xuan was pulling out all the stops to recruit Jiang Xuan. Beyond that, Elder Yun, Xingyao, and Wula all vied to win Jiang Xuan over. Clearly, every academy head yearned to recruit this peerless prodigy under their banner. At that moment, Jiang Xuan observed himself becoming the prized catch in the eyes of all the academy heads. Yet, he merely shook his head. Thank you all for your generous offers, deans. The moment Jiang Xuan spoke these words, the hearts of all the deans present skipped a beat. They understood all too well that he was rejecting their offers. After all, Jiang Xuan was likely to be personally instructed by Xuan.
She was the strongest legendary figure in Blue Star's history.
The foundations of their respective academies were no match for Xuan's.
Just as the deans concluded they couldn't recruit Jiang Xuan's voice slowly echoed. Actually, I don't wish to specialize in any single academy. If possible, could I enroll in all 9 academies simultaneously? To receive instruction from all 9 legendary phantoms? Receive instruction from all 9 legendary phantoms at once? Jiang Xuan's ambitions are a bit too grand, aren't they? Chapter 94, Jiang Xuan's Confession.
Heading to the legendary treasure vault to select treasures. The moment Jiang Xuan uttered these words, countless people were stunned. In truth, it wasn't unprecedented in the history of the legendary academy for someone to choose to study at multiple academies. However, while such cases existed, the outcomes were invariably poor. The vast majority of prodigies ultimately faded into obscurity. The primary reason for this was the inherent limitation of one's energy. Mastering a single art to its utmost perfection is already an immense challenge in itself. You can't bite off more than you can chew. To attempt mastering 2, 3, or even 4 disciplines simultaneously is simply too idealistic. Yet history does record prodigies who achieved it. Among them, the most renowned is undoubtedly Xuan. As for the second such figure, none has yet emerged on Blue Star. Thus, when Jiang Xuan boldly chose to pursue all disciplines simultaneously,
everyone was stunned by Jiang Xuan's audacity. Jiang Xuan, do you realize how difficult it is to master a single path to its utmost limit? Choosing to pursue studies across multiple academies.
This will significantly slow down your progress. Looking at Jiang Xuan, Wula immediately offered a friendly explanation of the disadvantages of pursuing multiple disciplines.
Wula is absolutely right. Jiang Xuan, we do acknowledge your exceptional talent. But not everyone in this world is like Xuan. To be on the safe side, I still recommend you choose only one academy.
Old Yun, who had remained silent until now, looked at Jiang Xuan and spoke slowly.
He had witnessed Jiang Xuan's exceptional talent firsthand.
Truth be told, in his 3 centuries of life, only 2 individuals in this world had ever made him feel their potential was boundless. The first was, of course, Xuan, who had burst onto the scene a century ago.
The second was undoubtedly Jiang Xuan. It must be understood that Xuan's status as a prodigy in all disciplines was not something cultivated overnight.
Xuan initially studied at the Elemental Academy.
Only after mastering the way of elements to its utmost did she gradually branch out to study at other academies. Truth be told, Xuan's rise to legendary status by the age of 26. Her extraordinary talent was one factor.
But the most crucial factor was the extraordinary uniqueness of her profession. The flow of time for Xuan differed from that of the real world. What might be a single day on Blue Star could equate to an entire year for Xuan.
It is precisely because of this unique aspect of her profession.
She possesses sufficient time to master various disciplines.
Back when Xuan first ascended to legendary status, Old Yun once had a brief conversation with her.
Truth be told, the shining frost he encountered back then didn't feel like a woman in her late 20s at all. Instead, she seemed more like an ancient being who had lived for millions of years. That level of insight into the nature of life was something Elder Yun considered himself unlikely to attain in his lifetime. Jiang Xuan had gained the recognition of the sacred time phantom.
Master Yun naturally knew Jiang Xuan also possessed the time attribute.
However, despite mastering the time attribute, Jiang Xuan's profession remained that of a beast master. This was utterly incomparable to the legendary profession of time mage. Therefore, Master Yun subconsciously still believed Jiang Xuan could not rival Xuan.
That was why he urged Jiang Xuan to take it easy. As soon as Elder Yun spoke,
the other deans present immediately chimed in agreement. Even the fiery-tempered Wu Ji Luo spoke up, urging Jiang Xuan to reconsider. Facing the collective admonitions of the deans, Jiang Xuan smiled.
Deans, there's no need to worry about me too much. I have quite a bit of confidence in myself. Truthfully, the reason I wish to join the 9 academies, it's not for myself, but for my beloved pets. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Elder Yun and the other deans exchanged surprised glances. For his pets? What did that mean?
Seeing the unexpected expressions, Jiang Xuan continued, Deans, my pet beasts are not bound by an acquired contract.
They are bound by innate contracts. A pet with a natural contract? What does that even mean? Listening to Jiang Xuan's explanation, the deans were all thoroughly confused. Jiang Xuan, what exactly are you implying? Xingyao asked.
These pets of mine were not bound through an acquired contract.
They entered into contracts with me gradually as my cultivation realm advanced. Jiang Xuan explained.
The spirit dream fox emerged from the pet beast space. Glancing at the Lingmeng fox lord beside him, Jiang Xuan continued, "This is my second spirit beast. It contracted with me when I ascended to the one-star realm."
The Thunder Source ancestral dragon you saw earlier? That one contracted with me when I awakened my profession. Hua Ling can attest to that.
As for the molten forged black tortoise, I contracted it when I ascended to the two-star realm. Both Hua Ling and Sadal can attest to this. Having said this, Jiang Xuan looked up at the assembled deans before him and stated, "Therefore, I am different from other beast masters. Their future development paths are determined by their contracted pets. My path, however, is not fixed."
The assessment just now, I believe you all witnessed it. Each of my pets specializes in different abilities.
As he spoke, Jiang Xuan reached out and stroked Lingmeng's small head beside him.
This is Lingmeng. Its specialty lies in the spiritual realm.
And Lei Yuan, Rongshen, and Zhu Wu each have their own distinct areas of expertise. Therefore, my true intention isn't to enroll in one of the 9 legendary academies myself.
Rather, I want my spirit beasts to enter and study there. For instance, Lingmeng would grasp far more profound insights at the Mind Academy than she ever could at the Element Academy. And Lei Yuan would undoubtedly achieve greater mastery at the Elemental Academy or the Martial Arts Academy.
The same applies to Molten Mystic and Forged Martial.
Deans, I trust you understand my meaning?
Speaking with an air of casual indifference, Jiang Xuan gently stroked Lingmeng's small head. Whether Lingmeng found Jiang Xuan's touch too soothing or simply wanted to build momentum for him. In an instant, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from its body. The sheer purity of this spiritual energy startled even Ula, a 7-star practitioner.
Ula could keenly sense that the spiritual energy emanating from Lingmeng was exceptionally pure.
Witnessing the formidable spiritual energy erupting from Lingmeng, Elder Yun, who had been preparing to give Jiang Xuan a stern lecture, fell silent. Truthfully, Jiang Xuan's words had somewhat shattered Elder Yun's perspective. In his understanding, the strength of a beastmaster hinged entirely on the quality of the contracted beast. Thus, in his mind, beast pets existed to serve the beastmaster.
This very principle granted the beastmaster profession remarkable adaptability. Yet Jiang Xuan didn't need to contract beasts through postnatal contracts at all. Instead, he could contract a beast every time he broke through a realm. Frankly, even among Jiang Xuan's current 3 pets, any one of them could easily rival the legendary masters of other professions. This means that while Jiang Xuan's official class is indeed a 1-star beastmaster, yet he possesses 3 prodigious beasts rivaling legendary professions. More importantly, as Jiang Xuan's cultivation realm advances, he can contract beasts of equal caliber. This is what makes him truly terrifying. A single legendary being is already invincible enough. If Jiang Xuan truly ascends to the legendary realm, he would have 10 legendary beasts following him. Frankly speaking, if that were to happen, Jiang Xuan's future potential wouldn't just be on par with Shi Ningxuan. Even Elder Yun believed Shi Ningxuan wouldn't hold a candle to Jiang Xuan. At this thought, Elder Yun glanced at Jiang Xuan. After a moment, he nodded. I never imagined you harbored such secrets. My earlier words were rash. From today onward, you are a student of the Legendary Academy. You may freely enter and exit any of the 9 legendary academies. You may utilize their resources, cultivation techniques, and training grounds. Listening to Elder Yun's words, Jiang Xuan grinned. Thank you, Elder Yun. After speaking, Jiang Xuan looked at Elder Yun before him and continued, Oh, Elder Yun, may I ask how I did on my exam just now? At Jiang Xuan's inquiry, Elder Yun shot him a disapproving look. Are you playing dumb, boy? All 9 legendary phantoms gave you a perfect score of 100. Your score is naturally 900 points, the top scorer in this year's global college entrance exam. Upon hearing he was this year's global top scorer, Jiang Xuan's face lit up with delight. So that means I can enter the legendary treasure vault to choose a treasure. Chapter 95, The Time Spirit Mirror. A mysterious hand blocking out the sky. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Elder Yun nodded in surprise. He hadn't expected this to be what Jiang Xuan had been anticipating all along. Seems there's a treasure in the vault that caught your eye. And the college entrance exams are finally over. You should come back with us to Legend Academy. While you collect your treasure, you can tour the various academies. With that, Elder Yun waved his hand. The black-robed figure beside him immediately appeared at Jiang Xuan and Elder Yun's side. The next instant, the skeleton hand of the black-robed figure rested on Jiang Xuan's shoulder. Jiang Xuan suddenly felt the space before his eyes warp. He found himself back in a simple, unadorned pavilion. This is the legendary treasure vault. If you see any treasure you fancy, just go ahead and choose it yourself. Though the attic appeared unassuming, the wall compartments were filled with an astonishing array of items. For instance, a hammer that appeared utterly ordinary. Or a withered vine that seemed utterly lifeless. Jiang Xuan even spotted a handful of soil tucked away in one compartment. In short, these items appeared, at first glance, to be utterly plain. Not a trace of grandeur or sophistication. It certainly didn't look like a place where legendary treasures would be stored. But the moment Jiang Xuan focused his gaze on these treasures, detailed descriptions of them appeared before his eyes. Treasure, Kuan Iron Hammer. Grade, 8 star. Treasure, Eternal Vine. Grade, 8 star. Treasure, Earth Spirit Soil. Grade, 9 star. That's right. Don't be fooled by their plain appearance. But looking around, these items are all treasures of at least 8 star grade. Many even reach the astonishing 9 star level. Seeing these treasures, it would be a lie to say Jiang Xuan wasn't envious. The steel hammer. This is undoubtedly the perfect fuel for forging the Black Tortoise. Consuming such a hammer would undoubtedly elevate its molten slag domain to a higher tier. The Eternal Vine? That was even better. Under the operation of Jiang Xuan's 5-star equipment, the Cloud Peak 10,000 Spirits bottle. The quantity of 10,000 Spirits elixir he could transform would likely be enough to boost his attribute points to a level comparable to a 5-star profession. As for the Earth Spirit Soil, Jiang Xuan couldn't think of a use for it just yet. But who would ever complain about having too many good things? The treasures within the tower were indeed plentiful. But Jiang Xuan knew he could only choose one item from this vast collection. Though his heart ached at the thought, he hesitated little before fixing his gaze on a plain-looking silver mirror tucked away in a corner. Treasure, Time Spirit Mirror. Grade, 8 stars. Description, infused with spiritual energy to view any event that has occurred in this world. The description of the Time Spirit Mirror was simple, consisting of just one sentence. But for Jiang Xuan, that single sentence was the very reason he sought the Time Spirit Mirror. For it was only through this artifact that he could finally uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. Master Yun, I choose this Time Spirit Mirror. Hearing Jiang Xuan choose the Time Spirit Mirror without a moment's hesitation, Elder Yun was somewhat surprised. You've already made your choice? Aren't you going to look at anything else? Truthfully, there are many treasures in the vault far superior to the Time Mirror. Facing Yun Lao's well-meaning suggestion, Jiang Xuan shook his head. No need. This Time Spirit Mirror is the treasure that suits me best. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Elder Yun looked at him twice. Very well. Since you've made your choice, simply place your hand on the compartment. You bear the mark of the world's top-ranked student in the college entrance exam. The restrictions on the compartment will unlock automatically. To Elder Yun, it didn't matter which treasure Jiang Xuan chose. Truthfully, he wished Jiang Xuan would take every treasure in the vault. But alas, this legendary treasure vault held seals and restrictions left by the sages. Unless Blue Star faced utter destruction. Otherwise, Elder Yun could not access these treasures. As for the Time Mirror, in Elder Yun's view, it was likely the most unassuming treasure in the entire legendary vault. Its sole function was to illuminate the past. Frankly, this function seemed rather useless to Elder Yun. But seeing Jiang Xuan's persistent desire for this Time Spirit Mirror, combined with his previous possession of time elements and his abduction by the sacred Time Phantom, perhaps this Time Spirit Mirror holds some purpose for Jiang Xuan that I am unaware of. Old Yun pondered silently. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan stepped forward to the chest containing the Time Spirit Mirror. Following Elder Yun's guidance, he reached out to take the Time Spirit Mirror. The moment Jiang Xuan's hand touched the Time Spirit Mirror, the mirror, which had previously appeared simple and unassuming, suddenly erupted with a dazzling silver light. Instantly, an ancient and weighty aura emanated from the mirror. The once unremarkable Time Spirit Mirror instantly became dazzlingly brilliant. Now it finally resembled what an 8-star treasure should look like. Watching the light radiating from the mirror, Jiang Xuan reached out and lifted it from the compartment. The moment the Time Spirit Mirror was drawn from the compartment that had once held it dissolved into a stream of data and vanished. At that moment, Jiang Xuan gazed at the Time Spirit Mirror in his hand. Instead of showing joy, his expression turned solemn. For he knew he was about to uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. With this thought, Jiang Xuan took a deep breath to steady his emotions. The next instant, without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy into the Time Spirit Mirror. As Jiang Xuan's spiritual energy merged with the Time Spirit Mirror, a blinding light suddenly filled his vision. Then, two familiar figures appeared before his eyes. These familiar figures were none other than Jiang Xuan's long-lost parents. Now before Jiang Xuan's eyes, his parents were relentlessly pushing forward through the 3-star breakthrough dungeon. Judging by their progress, they had less than 10% remaining to clear the 3-star breakthrough dungeon. All they needed to do was defeat the final dungeon boss to claim the 3-star breakthrough dungeon. Thanks to thorough preparation, even facing the final boss proved no great challenge for the elderly couple. The final boss was slain by their combined efforts. Empowered by the dungeon's energy, they successfully ascended to the 3-star realm. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan's brows furrowed deeply. Logically speaking, his parents had already successfully cleared the 3-star breakthrough dungeon. They should not have encountered any problems. They should have returned safely from the dungeon. Yet his parents had ultimately vanished. This truly puzzled Jiang Xuan. Just as he was puzzling over why his parents had vanished despite everything seemingly going smoothly, In an instant, the once bright dungeon plunged into utter darkness.
A mysterious giant hand plunged into the instance from the sky. Without any chance to resist, his parents were snatched away by that giant hand.
The next moment, the dungeon shattered, and Jiang Xuan could see nothing more.
When Jiang Xuan channeled his spiritual energy once more, hoping to uncover who had abducted his parents,
the time mirror malfunctioned.
Seeing the time mirror cease functioning, Jiang Xuan's mind flashed back to that colossal hand so vast it could block out the sky, and so inhuman in appearance, causing his brows to furrow deeply.
Could it be? Could the owner of that giant hand be so powerful that even the time spirit mirror can't detect their information? Chapter 96, Elder Yun's Promise. Does Goddess Xuxin have a boyfriend? But what exactly is the origin of this mysterious giant hand? How did it suddenly appear in the breakthrough dungeon?
With that thought, Jiang Xuan turned his gaze back to the time spirit mirror, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it. Jiang Xuan began examining the situations of others who had entered the 3-star breakthrough dungeon. After observing the breakthrough instances of over a dozen individuals, some failing, some succeeding. Yet that mysterious giant hand had never appeared. None of these people's 3-star breakthrough instances had that mysterious giant hand. Then how exactly did my parents encounter that mysterious giant hand? Was it by chance, or was it inevitable? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Xuan suddenly recalled that his maternal grandparents had also vanished during a 3-star breakthrough dungeon. As these thoughts swirled, Jiang Xuan channeled more spiritual energy into the time spirit mirror. Immediately, the scene of his grandparents entering the 3-star breakthrough secret realm appeared before his eyes. Like his own parents, his maternal grandparents had also successfully defeated the final boss within the 3-stars breakthrough dungeon. They both ascended to the 3-star realm simultaneously. After both ascended to the 3-star realm, that eerie, previously unseen phenomenon reappeared. It mirrored the situation his parents had faced. A mysterious giant hand suddenly burst into the 3-star breakthrough dungeon, snatching his maternal grandparents away. The dungeon then shattered. Just like with Jiang Xuan's parents, he could no longer see any trace of his grandparents afterward.
Could this mysterious hand be specifically targeting married couples?
Pondering this, Jiang Xuan searched the time spirit mirror for other instances of couples entering the dungeon together.
A peculiar pattern emerged.
In these instances where couples entered the instance together, whether they succeeded or failed, Jiang Xuan never saw the mysterious giant hand appear. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. The mysterious hand hasn't appeared in these couple-based dungeons either.
Could it be that this mysterious hand targets not the couples themselves, but the bloodline within me?
This thought struck him, and suddenly he recalled that his aunt had also entered a 3-star breakthrough instance not long ago. Yet she hadn't been snatched away by the mysterious hand. Pondering this, Jiang Xuan felt his mind start to race. From a bloodline perspective, his aunt shared the same lineage as his maternal grandparents and mother. His parents and maternal grandparents had all been snatched away by the mysterious hand, yet his aunt remained unscathed.
Could it possibly be that his aunt wasn't related to him by blood?
The thought sent Jiang Xuan's mind reeling. He had been trying to connect the disappearances of his parents and maternal grandparents, but now his train of thought had completely derailed. Still, Jiang Xuan had at least uncovered the reason behind his parents' and maternal grandparents' disappearance.
The mysterious giant hand in the 3-star breakthrough dungeon? Looks like I'll need to pay close attention to this when I enter the 3-star breakthrough dungeon.
Jiang Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully.
What's wrong, Jiang Xuan? You look troubled. Seeing Jiang Xuan's troubled expression, Elder Yun asked with concern.
Facing Yun Lao's inquiry, Jiang Xuan knew this matter was of great importance.
He chose not to reveal it to Yun Lao. Truth be told, even if he did share it, he doubted it would make much difference. On Blue Star, Elder Yun was indeed formidable. He possessed the peak combat prowess among 8-star practitioners.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the strongest below legendary rank. Yet even someone as formidable as Elder Yun could not touch the 3-star breakthrough dungeon. Therefore, the mysterious force that abducted his parents possessed power that was absolutely extraordinary.
The opponent's cultivation level has undoubtedly reached the legendary realm.
Thus, revealing this matter would only add to Elder Yun's mental turmoil. It served no purpose whatsoever in resolving the problem.
Moreover, in Jiang Xuan's view, the way this mysterious force abducted people seemed both methodical and utterly random.
Even if he entered the 3-star breakthrough dungeon, this mysterious hand might not appear. Thus, when Elder Yun inquired, Jiang Xuan composed himself and replied with feigned ease, nothing much. Just came across some cultivation materials that seem rather challenging. Hearing Jiang Xuan's reply, Elder Yun, a seasoned veteran who'd lived over 3 centuries, instantly recognized the truth behind his words.
But since Jiang Xuan didn't wish to speak plainly, old Yun didn't press him further. Instead, he merely glanced at Jiang Xuan and said earnestly, if you don't wish to speak of it, so be it. But remember, from this day forward, Legend Academy stands as your strongest support. If you ever face any difficulties, don't hesitate to tell us. As long as we can resolve it, we will help. Master Yun's voice was sincere. And he truly meant every word. In truth, these words applied not only to Jiang Xuan, but to every student of Legend Academy. For once you enter Legend Academy, you become one of its own. The Academy would protect everyone unconditionally. Back then, the Thunder Prison Royal Court wielded immense power, and many sought to force Jiang Xuan to her death. But in the end, Legend Academy forcibly protected Jiang Xuan. Therefore, what Elder Yun said was not false. It was his genuine conviction. Jiang Xuan thanks Elder Yun for his kind words. Rest assured, if I ever face real trouble, I'll speak up straight away. Jiang Xuan grinned, revealing his pearly whites. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Elder Yun nodded. Alright, since the selection of treasures is complete, let us depart. With that, Elder Yun led Jiang Xuan out of the pavilion. Moments later, Jiang Xuan found himself back at the Legendary Academy. Xiao Xian, you're back. The moment Jiang Xuan appeared alongside Elder Yun, Shu Xian immediately ran over. Completely unconcerned with others' gazes, she immediately rushed over to Jiang Xuan and began showering him with affection. Auntie, stop it. Everyone's watching. Seeing Shushin completely disregarding her image, Jiang Xuan spoke up to remind her. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan glanced at the stunned expressions of the Legend Academy students watching him. After all, since Shushin joined Legend Academy a year ago, her striking beauty had earned her the title of the Academy's undisputed goddess. After all, Legend Academy admitted very few students each year. Truth be told, looks, like talent, were something you either had or didn't, it couldn't be forced. Therefore, Legend Academy students were generally plain-looking, with few exceptions. Let alone someone like Shu Xian, who would be considered exceptionally beautiful even in a city. Thus, in the eyes of the Academy's community, Shushin was nothing short of a goddess. Yet this goddess remained elusive as a dragon, rarely seen. Even when she did make an appearance, she always wore an icy expression. But the moment Jiang Xuan appeared, Shu Xian instantly melted like ice melting in the sun, practically glued to Jiang Xuan every moment. For a moment, the students of Legend Academy were all stunned. Could it be that Jiang Xuan and Shu Xian had known each other all along? And had the goddess Shu Xian secretly harbored feelings for him all along? Chapter 97, Shu Xian isn't his biological aunt? The battle for the Cloud Peak Tower continues. Everyone was filled with confusion. But many students glared at Jiang Xuan with seething hatred. After all, Shu Xian was widely regarded as the goddess of the entire Legend Academy. In the past, she treated everyone with icy indifference, appearing like a goddess carved from ice. Naturally, everyone harbored hopes and fantasies of becoming a couple with her. But now, Shu Xian was so intimately close with Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan instantly became the Academy's public enemy. Still, everyone dared not voice their resentment. After all, the Academy students had witnessed the live broadcast of the Global College Entrance Exam. As students of the Legendary Academy, they knew how unforgiving the Legendary Vision's evaluations could be. Even Chun Yudi and Zhou Xiangyu, standing before two legendary shadows, had barely managed to secure a 90 rating. Others had also been evaluated by the legendary specters. Yet the vast majority scored no higher than 60. As their cultivation levels rose, not only did these scores fail to improve, but for most, they actually declined. Yet Jiang Xuan achieved a perfect score outright. Truth be told, the current Jiang Xuan might not be weaker than the students from the previous class at the Legendary Academy. In fact, 80% of them wouldn't even be able to block a single strike from him. Not to mention the three peerless beasts by his side. So, Jiang Xuan had snatched Shu Xian away. But everyone could only seethe with resentment inwardly, not daring to voice it openly. Jiang Xuan remained oblivious to the crowd's thoughts. Likewise, he didn't care much about such matters. Instead, he turned his gaze to Shushin before him, leaning down to whisper softly into her ear. Holy, whispering sweet nothings in public like this? Jiang Xuan. For stealing my wife, I hate you. Watching Jiang Xuan and Shu Xian's intimate display, the seniors' hearts bled inwardly. As for why Jiang Xuan leaned close to whisper in Shu Xian's ear, it wasn't to whisper sweet nothings. Instead, he was explaining what he had just witnessed in the time spirit mirror. Auntie, the disappearance of my parents and grandparents probably isn't that simple. Shushin lowered her gaze and whispered, what did you see in the time spirit mirror? A giant hand. A mysterious giant hand I've never seen before. It appeared in my parents' 3-star breakthrough instance, and it also appeared in my maternal grandparents' 3-star breakthrough instance. Jiang Xuan replied. A mysterious giant hand? Shu Xian was astonished. After all these years, so many people have entered this 3-star breakthrough instance. She had never heard of a mysterious giant hand appearing within the 3-star breakthrough dungeon. Logically speaking, even if such a mysterious hand did appear, it would likely target those prodigies. Yet in Blue Star's history, excluding Hua Ling and Qingli, only 9 legendary profession holders have emerged to date. None of these 9 legendary class holders had encountered the mysterious hand in the 3-star breakthrough instance. Her sister and brother-in-law, along with her parents, were ordinary professionals. Among them, the one with the best aptitude was her brother-in-law, who was also Jiang Xian's father Jiang Hua. Yet his profession rating barely reached the 4-star level at Shi Refiner. The other 3 had reached a maximum of 3 stars.
Take his parents, for instance, their profession ratings were a mere 2 stars. Yet these ordinary people were snatched away by a mysterious force that shattered the dungeon.
This truly puzzled Shu Xin. Could it be that the mysterious force is targeting people based on bloodline?
At this thought, Shu Xin turned to look at Jiang Xuan before her. For now, this was the extent of her speculation.
Auntie, I know what you're thinking. I've considered the bloodline theory too.
Though Shu Xin didn't voice her inner thoughts, Jiang Xuan understood the meaning behind her gaze. If it truly were about bloodline, then when you entered the 3-star breakthrough dungeon, you should have been snatched away by that mysterious hand too. I might have witnessed the same scene you saw in the 3-star breakthrough dungeon. I didn't see any trace of that mysterious hand inside.
So I quickly abandoned that notion.
After all, we grew up together since childhood.
You can't possibly not be my aunt, right?
As she spoke, Jiang Xuan blinked her eyes and added playfully.
Hearing this, Shu Xin looked up at Jiang Xuan, then rubbed her eyes and said, "Is there any possibility that I really am not your aunt?"
Hearing Shu Xin speak like this, Jiang Xuan froze in surprise.
"Auntie, this isn't the time for jokes."
He frowned slightly, looking at Shu Xin in front of him with surprise. After all, Jiang Xuan was a transmigrator. From the moment he opened his eyes, he possessed a clear understanding of this world.
In Jiang Xuan's memories,
he had met Shu Xin not long after opening his eyes. At that time, Shu Xin was only 1 year old. Yet her appearance hadn't changed much from how she looked now. Now, if you were to tell Jiang Xuan that Shu Xin wasn't his aunt, he'd find it hard to accept at first. Seeing Jiang Xuan's stunned expression, Shu Xin, who had been maintaining a serious facade just moments ago, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle.
"Haha, just kidding. Xiao Xian, you don't have any mischievous thoughts in that little head of yours, do you?"
With that, Shu Xin shed her earlier sternness and playfully poked Jiang Xuan's head with her finger. "Auntie, this is a serious topic.
Can we not joke about it?"
Seeing Shu Xin's expression, Jiang Xuan gave her a helpless look and pursed his lips.
"It's just that you seem so tense. Just trying to lighten the mood."
Shu Xin snorted lightly. "But this mysterious big hand is indeed strange. Don't worry, I'll handle investigating this matter.
You just focus on diligent cultivation at the academy for now.
After all, you managed to enroll in 9 different academies at once.
That pressure looks overwhelming even to me."
As a psychic, Shu Xin's mental energy had now reached a level where she could multitask with 4 different focuses simultaneously.
But that merely meant she could handle 4 tasks at once.
Simultaneously studying and refining 2 abilities was incredibly difficult. While Jiang Xuan's spirit beast, Lingmeng, was indeed formidable, even capable of simulating classroom scenarios for him. But to master the abilities of all 9 academies,
honestly, it wasn't just difficult. In Shu Xin's view, it bordered on the impossible. Therefore, Shu Xin believed Jiang Xuan should focus his efforts primarily on his studies. Jiang Xuan nodded in agreement at Shu Xin's suggestion. "Don't worry, Auntie. Don't you trust my abilities?"
Saying this, Jiang Xuan patted his chest with a smile, his face beaming with pride.
"You little rascal. Wouldn't die without bragging."
Watching Jiang Xuan's smug expression, Shu Xin shot him a disapproving glance, though this glance was tinged with a hint of flirtatious charm. Their playful banter concluded. Guided by Shu Xin, Jiang Xuan soon arrived at his residence within Legend Academy. The place wasn't large, just a 50 square meter room, but the entire space gave off a very comfortable vibe. Upon arriving at the residence, Jiang Xuan and Shu Xin parted ways. Before parting, however, Shu Xin reminded Jiang Xuan to contact her first before attempting the 3-star breakthrough dungeon.
Jiang Xuan acknowledged her request.
After Shu Xin departed, Jiang Xuan wasted no time. Stretching lazily, he remarked, "After resting for half a month, it's time to get back to my usual intensity. First, I'll clear the Cloud Peak Tower, then head to the Gate of Time and Space." With that, he took out a teleportation scroll. Jiang Xuan vanished from the room, returning once more to his loyal Cloud Peak City.
Chapter 98, Gear Upgrade. Space-Time Dungeon, Sky Suspended Mountain.
Upon entering Cloud Peak City, Jiang Xuan headed straight for the Cloud Peak Tower without a word.
"I'm challenging the 101st floor of the Cloud Peak Tower." As soon as Jiang Xuan's words fell, the previously empty 101st floor of the tower suddenly manifested 10 identical tiger-like demons. Blazing Phoenix Tiger, LV-24, Realm, Silver, Fire Attribute, Diamond Bloodline. He stared at the strange demon before him, a tiger-like creature with fiery feathers, yet possessing the eyes of a phoenix. A demon with a diamond bloodline, huh? Indeed, the pressure here on the 101st floor is distinctly different. Jiang Xuan murmured under his breath. Never mind. Breaking the record is more important. Lei Yuan, Ling Meng, Rong Shen, Zhu Wu engage. As the command echoed, the 3 great beast companions emerged from the beast companion space. The great battle was about to begin. Half an hour later, at Cloud Peak City, Jiang Xuan's figure emerged from the Cloud Peak Tower. The instant Jiang Xuan stepped out of the Cloud Peak Tower, a notification tone slowly echoed through the sky. "Congratulations to challenger Jiang Xuan for successfully breaking the record of the 110th floor of the Cloud Peak Tower." This announcement sounded The crowd in Cloud Peak City showed no surprise whatsoever.
After all, Jiang Xuan had already effortlessly shattered the 10-floor record earlier today.
Moreover, he had previously shattered the 100-floor record in Cloud Peak City. Moreover, just today, Jiang Xuan had achieved the unprecedented feat of 900 points.
A 900-point achievement that could be called unprecedented in history, with no likely successor in the future. Therefore, the fact that Jiang Xuan broke the 10-tier record again today did not strike anyone as strange. As for these 10 layers of the Cloud Peak Tower, while they didn't grant Jiang Xuan an extraordinary boost, the improvement was still significant. None of the 10 treasures obtained reached the 10,000-fold critical hit rate. Thus, Jiang Xuan did not obtain any 7-star equipment. Instead, he obtained 3 6-star equipment pieces, 5 5-star equipment pieces, and 2 4-star equipment pieces.
Among the 3 6-star items, one was a mage-type defensive piece called the Cloud Peak Illusion Weave Robe.
Another was a mage-type offensive equipment piece called the Cloud Peak Heavenly Spirit Arm. The third was a shield named Cloud Peak Molten Fire Shield. Jiang Xuan gifted both the Cloud Peak Illusion Weave Robe and the Cloud Peak Heavenly Spirit Arm to Ling Meng. After all, these 2 pieces could enhance her abilities. As for the Cloud Peak Molten Fire Shield, Jiang Xuan gave it to Rongxian. After all, Rongxuan primarily wields fire elemental power. Compared to the agile style of the Forged Blade, Melting Xian's approach was more akin to a stationary tank. It was an absolutely perfect match for the Cloud Peak Molten Fire Shield. As for the other equipment, Jiang Xuan gave Zhuwu a 5-star Cloud Peak Mixed Steel Helmet. Unlike Lei Yuan, who could wield weapons,
Zhuwu itself has no hands, so its attacks primarily involve using its own body. Secondly, it opens its mouth to spew fiery magma.
Compared to Lei Yuan, who could learn swordsmanship, Zhuwu's attacks were more primitive. Compared to weapons, the Cloud Peak Mixed Steel Helmet is exceptionally well suited for the Forged Warrior. First, it protects the vital area of its head. Second, the Cloud Peak Mixed Steel Helmet possesses unique skills. Unlike other helmets, whose equipment skills lean more toward defense, the Cloud Peak Mixed Steel Helmet's skill is energy absorption. As long as an opponent's attack cannot breach the helmet's defenses, the helmet absorbs 50% of the attack's force. This absorbed power is then channeled into Zhuwu's next attack. Whenever Zhuwu unleashes a physical attack, this Cloud Peak Hybrid Steel Helmet provides him with a significant power boost. Though only a 5-star piece of equipment, its effectiveness is not much inferior to the Cloud Peak Molten Shield. As for the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon, Jiang Xuan had originally intended to give it a piece of armor. After all, with the bone sword wielded by Xiaogu's avatar, the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon lacked for no weapon. What surprised Jiang Xuan, however? The Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon declined the armor Jiang Xuan offered. Instead, it chose the 5-star Cloud Peak equipment, the Cloud Peak Windswept Sword. This was a sword inherently imbued with wind elemental energy. Possessing this sword granted direct access to wind elemental power. It shared a similar essence with Jiang Xuan's 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings. Wind and thunder are elements belonging to the same maternal lineage. Their compatibility is exceptionally high. Clearly, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon deemed its defensive capability sufficient. He preferred his attacks to become even more ruthless. Jiang Xuan did not object to the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon's choice. Thus concluded the 10th layer of the Cloud Peak Tower. Jiang Xuan's pet beasts all received significant enhancements. As for the remaining equipment, since it served no purpose, Jiang Xuan directly fed it to the Molten Casting Xuanwu. Though the Molten Casting Xuanwu's slag domain didn't advance after consuming the 5 pieces of gear. However, it now required only about 30,000 more slag to reach the next tier. All Jiang Xuan needed was to obtain 3 more 5-star Cloud Peak equipment pieces to elevate the slag domain to a 4th tier grade. This was not a difficult task for Jiang Xuan. That wraps up the Cloud Peak Tower. Then it's time to head to the Spacetime Gate. With that thought, the teleportation scroll was once again clasped in Jiang Xuan's hand. Jiang Xuan was transported back to the Legendary Academy. Upon arriving at Legend Academy, Jiang Xuan walked straight into the Time Academy, still shrouded in dust. Upon entering the Time Academy, Jiang Xuan gazed at the portal of time and space within the chamber. Jiang Xuan placed his hand directly on the portal. Do you wish to challenge the time-space instance? Hearing the prompt sound in his ears, Jiang Xuan immediately whispered, yes. The moment the word fell, Jiang Xuan felt a dizzying blur before his eyes. In an instant, Jiang Xuan, who had been inside the Time Academy moments before, now felt as though his vision was spinning. The next second, he found himself transported from the Plain Academy to a mountainous wilderness of crystal-clear waters and lush greenery, resembling a secluded paradise. Before him, a mountain peak hung suspended in the sky, appearing like a divine sanctuary. Where is this? Surrounded by this unfamiliar environment, Jiang Xuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Immediately, an alert sounded in his ear. Detected, Spacetime Challenger. This is Mount Suspended Sky on the ancient immortal planet, 3 million years ago, 190 million light-years from Blue Star. As you are a temporal challenger, under no circumstances may you reveal your identity as a being from the future. If exposed, you will be automatically corrected by the laws of spacetime, erasing your consciousness.
Your mission: enter the suspended heaven mountain. Under no circumstances must you reveal your origins from the future. Under no circumstances. Under no circumstances. Hearing the series of system alerts ringing in his ears, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Whoa! If I reveal my identity, the laws of spacetime will actually erase my consciousness? That seems a bit harsh, doesn't it? But this doesn't seem like a simulation, but a real world. Could it be that the revival of spiritual energy on other planets differs from that on Blue Star?
Upon this thought, Jiang Xuan found it plausible.
Never mind, I won't dwell on it. So this dungeon quest is actually about joining the suspended heaven mountain? So that must be Xiantian Mountain.
Gazing at the mountain peak towering above the heavens, unlike anything of this world, Jiang Xuan murmured softly.
Though he now knew the distant peak was Xiantian Mountain, it also planted a massive question in Jiang Xuan's mind. This Mount Xiantian was suspended in the air. How on earth was he supposed to climb up there? Just as doubt filled Jiang Xuan's mind, a clear yet faint voice drifted into his ears from the distance. Mother, rest assured. As long as I have a breath left, I will carry you up to the sky-hanging mountains. Chapter 99, The Youth Wei Jing. A single sword stroke makes a sword master? Hearing the voice beside him, Jiang Xuan froze in surprise. When he followed the sound with his gaze, he saw a youth clad in tattered hemp robes, his feet shod in straw sandals worn beyond repair, trudging through the mountain forest. The youth didn't appear old, roughly 13 at most. His face bore all the marks of youth. Despite his small stature, the youth was currently carrying a woman who appeared to be on the brink of death. Her clothes were still plain and unadorned. Yet, judging by her features, she possessed a certain beauty. Yet her condition appeared dire. Death was clearly drawing near. My son. Mother can't hold on much longer. Don't waste your strength anymore. The frail woman slumped over the boy's shoulders, watched as he struggled to carry her forward. A sorrowful expression spread across her face as she tried to stop him. Yet despite his laborious steps, the youth faced her admonition with unwavering resolve. Mother, he declared firmly, I will never abandon you. Rest assured, I'll carry you to Mount Xiantian. The immortals on the mountain won't abandon you. Besides, Mother, didn't you say father was an immortal too? Perhaps he's on Mount Xiantian too. As he spoke, a smile as bright as September sunshine spread across the boy's face. Even though he was now low on energy, he hadn't given up on taking his mother to Mount Xiantian. Listening to the boy's words, Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind filled with thoughts. Mount Xiantian? Does this child even know how to reach Mount Xiantian? And what of the immortals dwelling there? From the boy's conversation with his mother, Jiang Xuan gained some understanding of this temporal realm. This instance seemed somewhat reminiscent of the world depicted in the cultivation novels of his past life. Immortals dwelled upon the suspended heavenly mountains. And this child was carrying his gravely ill mother up the mountain to seek treatment. Though it's a 3-star temporal instance, Mount Xiantian probably isn't as straightforward as it seems. But if the mission is to become a disciple of Mount Xiantian, then I'll follow this child for now. With that thought, Ling Meng appeared on Jiang Xuan's shoulder. In the next instant, Ling Meng released her spiritual energy, completely concealing Jiang Xuan's presence. For Jiang Xuan, he knew his identity must not be revealed. Once exposed, his life would be forfeit. Therefore, the fewer people who knew of him, the better. Thus, as Jiang Xuan followed the youth along their journey, he also had the Black Tortoise Forge craft him a set of clothes based on the ancient attire he remembered. After all, he was still wearing the casual clothes from Blue Star. To be honest, in this world leaning toward antiquity, if he were to pull out that outfit, it would be no different than publicly declaring his identity as a time traveler. Once dressed, Jiang Xuan followed the youth at a leisurely pace. The boy walked slowly, and Jiang Xuan felt no urgency. Because time within the temporal dungeon didn't consume any of the real world's time. Why was Jiang Xuan so confident? This was mainly because his experience hourglass hadn't activated. Still, Jiang Xuan wasn't idle along the way. Following behind the youth, he continuously engaged in meditation training with Ling Meng's assistance. In his meditative state, Jiang Xuan relentlessly honed the skills he had already mastered. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a day had passed. Following the youth, Jiang Xuan couldn't keep up with a particularly fast pace. After all, the youth's body wasn't made of iron. Due to his frail physique, he needed to rest after walking for a while. To help the boy reach Xiantian Mountain as soon as possible, Jiang Xuan decided to lend a helping hand. He activated the 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Wings, harnessing the power of the wind to help the youth move a bit faster. Throughout the journey, the youth chatted incessantly to keep his mother awake. He chatted non-stop. From the boy's conversation with his mother, Jiang Xuan learned the boy's name, Wei Jing. Thus, they journeyed for another year and a night. Jiang Xuan finally followed Wei Jing to the very base of the suspended heaven mountain. Gazing up at the mountain suspended in the sky, Jiang Xuan felt enveloped by a mysterious force.
This mysterious force weighed heavily upon him.
It seems Mount Shintian truly is no ordinary place.
Speaking, Jiang Xuan began to look around.
But there doesn't seem to be any way to enter Mount's suspended sky from the summit? Just as doubt filled Jiang Xuan's mind.
Wei Jing, who had carried his mother to the peak, first laid her down on an open patch of ground nearby.
Then, Wei Jing knelt on both knees and bowed toward Shintian Mountain. I am Wei Jing from Qingshi Town.
I beg the divine beings to save my mother. As he spoke, Wei Jing bowed deeply toward the suspended heaven mountain. The moment Wei Jing bowed, the skies abruptly darkened.
A black wind raced down from Mount Shintian.
Watching this dark wind in the sky, Jiang Xuan felt a touch of surprise.
Is that all it takes? This seems a bit too simple, doesn't it? Just as doubt filled Jiang Xuan's mind.
A black bear emerged from the whirlwind 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, and thickly coated in jet black fur.
Compared to ordinary black bears, this one bore a human-like form.
As if the black bear had become a spirit. As Jiang Xuan gazed at the black bear spirit before him, its basic information appeared before his eyes.
Demon, black bear spirit. Realm, silver. Elemental attributes, wind, earth. Bloodline grade, diamond.
Jiang Xuan blinked at the black bear demon before him.
Ha! It's only at the silver realm, yet this demon can already take human form? So this temporal instance must contain a method for demons to assume human form? As doubt swirled in Jiang Xuan's mind,
Wei Jing gazed at the black bear demon before him and prostrated himself, pleading, "Lowly Wei Jing begs the immortal to save my mother." Hearing Wei Jing's plea, the black bear demon lowered its gaze upon him, a smirk curling its lips.
Seems like a devout human. But do you know the rules of this suspended heaven mountain?
To receive aid, you must offer sufficient compensation.
Since you wish to save your mother, what price are you willing to pay? Hearing the black bear demon's words, Wei Jing froze. He had never heard of seeking divine aid requiring payment.
Just as Wei Jing was lost in thought, a thunderous roar echoed down from Mount Shintian.
Wretched beast! You dare continue wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm?
The roar echoed, and the black bear demon, who had been putting on an act before Wei Jing, instantly wore a look of panic. Then he roared back at the heavens.
Damn you! If you hadn't ambushed me, do you think I'd be afraid of you?
Oof.
But this little brat's demon blood is quite tender.
Let me devour him to restore my foundation, then I'll come back for revenge. With that, the black bear demon swept his massive paw, stirring up a whirlwind of darkness. He was about to snatch Wei Jing away. But just as the black bear demon's scheme was about to succeed, a buzzing sound filled the air. A sword cry as thunderous as an explosion resounded. A figure abruptly materialized beside Wei Jing. Then, the figure's sword flashed fiercely. The blade was drawn. Wei Jing, who had been seized by the black bear demon, instantly fell to the ground. Now, the black bear demon watched as his black wind was severed. A cry of shock erupted from its heart. This can't be possible. My black wind is comparable to a 6th grade technique. How could this sword sever it? As the words left its mouth, the black bear demon stared at the unfamiliar figure that had suddenly appeared before it, unable to contain its disbelief. Could it be? Could you be a sword arts grandmaster? Chapter 100, Lingmeng's 3rd tier skill spirit sealing technique. At that moment, the black bear demon stared at the figure who had suddenly appeared and severed its black wind with a single strike. Its face betrayed both astonishment and fear. For the black bear demon, the black wind it cultivated was deeply rooted in its very bloodline. Logically speaking, only a 6th realm being could sever its black wind. Yet this youth before it clearly lacked the aura befitting a 6th realm being. Yet he had severed its black wind with a single strike. This meant the opponent's mastery of the sword had reached a level capable of severing wind. Severing wind, this was an ability unique to sword Dao masters. Yet this youth before him appeared so young. This was what truly stunned the black bear demon. And the one who had struck. None other than Jiang Xuan, who had been lurking in the shadows all along. Truthfully, Jiang Xuan hadn't intended to intervene at first. But when he saw the black bear demon about to devour Wei Jing, he couldn't bear to stand by and watch. After all, he had followed Wei Jing all this way and could see that this child genuinely wanted to save his mother. A person with such pure and sincere heart. Jiang Xuan simply could not stand by and watch him be devoured by the black bear demon before his eyes. Thus, he chose to intervene. The moment Jiang Xuan made his move, not only was the black bear demon utterly stunned. Upon Mount Shintian, the man who had pursued the black bear demon down from the sky now stared at Jiang Xuan in utter astonishment. As a disciple of Shintian Mountain, he knew all too well how devastating the black wind of this black bear demon could be. Truthfully, even the second senior brother, hailed as the pinnacle of swordsmanship on Mount Shintian, wouldn't dare claim he could sever the black bear demon's black wind with a single strike. Yet Jiang Xuan had accomplished precisely that feat, leaving the man utterly astonished. Yet while the man stood in awe, the black bear spirit knew that with Jiang Xuan's arrival, it would certainly be unable to devour Wei Jing. It wasn't stubborn. With a flick of its thoughts, the black bear demon prepared to transform back into the black wind and flee the area. Fellow Daoist, I am Xianling, a 3rd-generation disciple of Mount Shintian.
I implore you to help me capture this black bear demon. Once we reach Xiantian Mountain, I shall reward you handsomely."
Seeing the black bear spirit about to flee, the man in the sky immediately called out to Jiang Xuan. Hearing the man's words, Jiang Xuan looked up at him.
Though clad in plain robes, the quality of his garments was exceptionally fine.
His ethereal, otherworldly demeanor indeed befitted a disciple of the immortal realm. For Jiang Xuan, this temporal realm trial was straightforward. His objective was to become a disciple of Suspended Heaven Mountain. Since the man was a disciple of Xiantian Mountain, his assistance might make completing the task of joining the mountain's ranks considerably easier.
"Ha, lad, I admit your swordsmanship is extraordinary. To sever my black wind, you are indeed a formidable opponent. But to think you could trap me.
You're a million years too young. Xianling, the grudge against Xiantian Mountain, I'll settle it with you next time."
With that, the black bear demon instantly transformed into a black whirlwind, preparing to depart. Seeing the black bear demon already transformed into a black wind, Xianling's face flashed with anxiety. He knew that once the black bear demon transformed into a whirlwind,
below the fourth realm, almost no one could stand against him.
Just as Xianling believed the black bear demon was certain to escape, Jiang Xuan glanced up at the black bear demon, who was about to transform into a black wind and flee.
The next instant, he murmured softly,
"Ling Meng, seize it."
Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's command, Ling Meng, who had been perched on his shoulder, instantly exhaled a faint pink mist. Third-tier skill Spirit Locking Technique activated. Soul Binding Technique, a third-tier psychic skill Ling Meng Foxmaster mastered upon ascending to the Silver Realm. Its purpose was straightforward. It harnesses spiritual energy to sever the target's resonance with spiritual power. It must be understood that whether on Blue Star or within this temporal realm, spiritual energy serves as the core driving force of one's power.
Once that resonance is severed, even legendary beings become utterly powerless. Thus, this spirit sealing technique is quite powerful. But it has its flaws. Once one's cultivation surpasses Ling Meng Fox Lords, the technique becomes ineffective. That said, the black bear demon's cultivation level was only at the silver rank. Jiang Xuan could avoid revealing too much of his own power. Thus, employing this spirit sealing technique against the black bear demon was a perfect choice. A pale pink mist wafted from Ling Meng's mouth. In an instant, the pale pink mist reached the black bear spirit, which had already transformed into a black wind and was preparing to flee. "Oomph. A mere mist thinks it can stop me? Damn it. No. This can't be. Where's my spiritual power? Why can't I sense my spiritual energy anymore?"
Just as the black bear demon was about to roar in defiance, it suddenly realized it could no longer sense the spiritual energy within its body. The dark wind it had conjured dissipated instantly, unable to sustain itself without the spirit power it drew from.
The black bear demon was utterly dumbfounded. After all, it had lived for so long. It had never encountered anything like this. Yet just moments ago, that seemingly ordinary little fox perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder had merely exhaled a wisp of mist and it had stripped him of his spiritual energy. Even a fifth realm cultivator might not be capable of such a feat. Yet that seemingly ordinary little fox on Jiang Xuan's shoulder had done it. This caused the black bear demon's pupils to contract sharply as it cried out in shock. "You, who exactly are you? How did you make my spiritual power vanish? Give me back my spiritual power, damn it." His eyes glowing crimson, the black bear demon charged toward Jiang Xuan like a mad beast. Before Jiang Xuan could react, Raimou let out a soft hum. First tier skill Psychokinesis activated. Its body froze solid in place. It couldn't move an inch. At that moment, Xianling descended from the sky. He had witnessed the entire scene from above. He watched as the black wind surrounding the bear spirit, which had already transformed into a whirlwind, vanished instantly. And now, it was pinned to the spot. Combined with the words spoken by the black bear spirit just now, Xianling looked at Jiang Xuan, his breath catching in his throat. He then spoke sincerely, "Xianling, thank you for your help, senior." Hearing Xianling address him as senior, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but smile. "Senior? I don't look any older than you." Though Xianling possessed an ethereal, otherworldly demeanor, his face was thickly covered in beard, clearly marking him as just over 30. Being called senior by a 30-year-old, Jiang Xuan suddenly felt something was off. Then perhaps, the accomplished are the seniors. "Senior, you subdued the black fiend with such ease. By both reason and courtesy, I ought to address you as senior. By the way, is this your spirit pet?" As he spoke, Xianling's gaze shifted to Ling Meng perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder. Having witnessed the entire incident, Xianling understood that Jiang Xuan's victory over the black fiend was entirely due to the seemingly ordinary little fox on his shoulder. His curiosity was piqued. Facing Xianling's inquisitive gaze, Jiang Xuan nodded. "MHM. By the way, you said I helped you earlier. You'll repay me, right?" Jiang Xuan addressed Xianling directly. "Senior, just name it. Anything within my power, I shall do my utmost to fulfill. I will do my utmost to fulfill it." Hearing this, Jiang Xuan smiled. "You're too kind. I wish to become a disciple of Xiantian Mountain. Could you help me?"
At Jiang Xuan's words, Xianling beside him froze in shock.
Enroll in Xiantian Mountain? No.
Senior, you're already so powerful, why would you need to join Xiantian Mountain?
Chapter 101, The Hidden Secret of Xiantian Mountain, the Birth Spirit Transformation Technique?
Xianling looked at Jiang Xuan, puzzled. After all, in the Dongling realm, Xiantian Mountain was hardly considered an outstanding sect. Since its founding, it had only existed for a mere 100 years. A century ago, the suspended heaven ancestor had ascended to the 6th realm, and only then had the mountain sect been established.
Xiantian Mountain had indeed once enjoyed great renown.
However, after the passing of the suspended heaven patriarch 70 years ago, the mountain gradually declined. Even within the Eastern Spirit realm, it no longer ranked among the top-tier sects. Yet here stood Jiang Xuan, choosing to join Xiantian Mountain, a decision that truly puzzled Xianling. As Xianling pondered this, his gaze fell upon Ling Meng perched upon Jiang Xuan's shoulder.
Could it be? Could this senior have come for the Birth Spirit Transformation Technique?
The Birth Spirit Transformation Technique, a closely guarded secret of Xiantian Mountain.
A unique cultivation technique mastered by the suspended heaven patriarch. Truthfully, this technique had little practical use.
Its sole ability is to aid spirit pets in developing sentience, thereby enabling them to take human form. Though seemingly insignificant at first glance, one must understand that the vast majority of demons and monsters in this world possess little wisdom.
Once they gain sentience, or even transform into human form,
it grants a significant enhancement to one's own power. The black bear spirit Jiang Xuan faced earlier was precisely such a spirit pet that had just mastered the shape-shifting art. However, this particular creature was born with a savage temperament and a stubborn streak. Thus, upon taking shape, it fled from Xiantian Mountain. Though the little fox perched on Jiang Xuan's shoulder possessed extraordinary combat prowess. But judging by its appearance, though highly intelligent, it clearly hadn't undergone shape-shifting yet. Once it fully transformed, its combat prowess would undoubtedly surge dramatically. Seeing Jiang Xuan's intention to join Xiantian Mountain, Xianling conceived this idea. Yet though thoughts raced through Xianling's mind, he refrained from asking Jiang Xuan any detailed questions. Instead, he clasped his fists and said, Xiantian Mountain would be greatly honored to have a senior like you join our ranks. Yet I am merely a third-generation disciple of Xiantian Mountain, so my words carry little weight.
Nevertheless, since you wish to join Xiantian Mountain, then please follow me. With that, Xianling waved his hand, summoning the black bear spirit back into his grasp.
He then gestured invitingly, beckoning Jiang Xuan to accompany him to Xiantian Mountain. Facing Xianling's invitation, Jiang Xuan did not hesitate. He began to walk, ready to follow Xianling up Mount Xiantian. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to depart, Wei Jing, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up.
Honored immortals, I beg you please take me and my mother to Xiantian Mountain too. My mother is dying. Please save her. I'll do whatever you ask. Hearing Wei Jing's words, Jiang Xuan turned to glance at the child.
He remained silent, but Xianling beside him sighed softly.
Child, do you understand that immortals and mortals are worlds apart? It's not that I'm unwilling to help you. It's just that your mother is gravely ill. Even if we reach Xiantian Mountain, we won't be able to cure her. Xianling's words were true.
He called them immortals, but they were merely mortals who possessed slightly greater mastery of certain abilities. They too were subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death. They did not possess eternal youth. Reviving the dead or restoring flesh to bones, such feats were beyond their power. Yet as Xianling spoke, tears streamed down Wei Jing's cheeks as he wailed, Please,
take me and my mother to the mountain.
My mother told me my father was also a divine being who ascended the mountain. If you take me up the mountain, perhaps my father can save my mother.
At Wei Jing's words, Xianling's expression darkened. This child's father was also one of the mountain's inhabitants? Could this child be the illegitimate son of some senior disciple, or even a master or elder? This boy absolutely must not be brought to Xiantian Mountain. As a celestial sect, Xiantian Mountain imposes strict requirements upon its disciples. Unless one is deemed incapable of further cultivation in this lifetime, breaking one's virginity is strictly forbidden. And now you claim this child is the offspring of someone on the mountain? If we bring him up the mountain... Xianling instantly felt the immense pressure mounting. Just as Xianling pondered how to refuse Wei Jing's request, Jiang Xuan spoke up beside him. Brother Xianling, this child seems to have a strong obsession with ascending the suspended heavenly mountains. Why not take him and his mother up the mountain together? Having traveled alongside Wei Jing, Jiang Xuan had grown quite fond of the young boy. Truth be told, if not for Wei Jing, Jiang Xuan would never have met Xianling. In a way, Wei Jing had done him a favor. If possible, returning the favor to Wei Jing wouldn't be out of the question. The moment Jiang Xuan spoke, Xianling, who had been pondering how to refuse him, froze in surprise. What? Is there something inconvenient about it?
Seeing Xianling stammering, Jiang Xuan felt curious.
Well, sort of. Xianling dared not reveal the truth. Then what should we do? Jiang Xuan asked, puzzled. We can't just leave these two people here on the mountaintop, can we? And that woman is already on the verge of death.
Even if we can't cure her, we should at least find a quiet place for her to rest, Jiang Xuan continued. Listening to Jiang Xuan's words, Xianling nodded and said, "You're right, senior." At this point, Xianling turned his gaze toward Wei Jing.
Since the senior has spoken, this junior must express his gratitude.
Upon hearing this, Wei Jing immediately bowed in gratitude toward Jiang Xuan, saying, "This junior, Wei Jing, thanks you, senior."
Hearing Wei Jing's words, Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, signaling it wasn't necessary. After all, as a time traveler from another era, being bowed to by someone from 3 million years ago felt rather peculiar to Jiang Xuan. "Young man, while I agree to take you and your mother up the mountain, but once you're up there, you mustn't speak nonsense. Especially not a single word of what you just said. The mountain has many rules. One wrong word, and you'll lose your life." Hearing Xuanling's words, Wei Jing hurriedly nodded in understanding. "Alright, bring your mother over."
Hearing Xianling's words, Wei Jing quickly helped the unconscious woman beside him over. Xianling's expression grew complex as he looked at the unconscious woman. I wonder if bringing you up the mountain is a blessing or a curse.
Never mind.
Even if it causes a huge commotion,
it won't concern me either.
With that thought, Xianling chanted a spell. The next moment, a cloud of auspicious mist drifted down from Mount Xiantian. Guided by Xianling, the cloud carried Jiang Xuan and his companions up Mount Xiantian. Standing atop the cloud, Jiang Xuan soon took in the scenery of Mount Xiantian. The environment here was exquisitely beautiful, like a fairyland beyond the mountains. Dotted across the mountain were numerous dwellings. At a glance, it seemed quite a few people resided on Mount Xiantian. So it was that Xianling swiftly guided Jiang Xuan to a small courtyard within Mount Xiantian. The courtyard appeared modest in size, yet it was immaculately clean and tidy throughout. Jiang Xuan also noticed several young demons being raised within the courtyard.
"Senior, this is Mount Xiantian. Regarding your request to join Xiantian Mountain,
I shall go explain it to the headmaster immediately.
This is my residence.
Please wait here for a moment."
Hearing Xianling's words, Jiang Xuan nodded in understanding.
As Xianling prepared to leave, he turned his gaze toward Wei Jing. "Young one, first help your mother to her room to rest.
I'll find someone to tend to her. But her illness is beyond cure, even immortals couldn't save her.
Therefore, you should not harbor too much hope."
Without waiting for Wei Jing to respond, Xianling turned and left the courtyard.
Watching Xianling depart, Jiang Xuan sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Ling Meng, who had been perched on his shoulder, now darted nimbly into his embrace.
Thus, Jiang Xuan gently stroked Ling Meng as he waited for Xianling's return.
Observing the young demons raised within the courtyard, Jiang Xuan fell into deep thought.
It seems every small courtyard on this suspended heaven mountain keeps some demons. Could this be a sect specializing in beast taming?
Jiang Xuan still knew little about Xiantian Mountain. After observing for a while, he began to ponder. While Jiang Xuan pondered, Wei Jing, who had just helped his mother into her room to rest, emerged from the chamber. The moment Wei Jing stepped out of the room, he immediately knelt on both knees before Jiang Xuan and said, "This humble one, Wei Jing, thanks the divine senior for saving my life earlier."
Chapter 102, Xiantian Mountain's second generation disciple Yuxuan.
Seeing Wei Jing kneel directly before him, Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Truthfully, in his 2 lifetimes, he had never been paid such homage before. Gazing at Wei Jing kneeling before him, Jiang Xuan spoke, "There's no need to thank me.
I didn't do anything for you. Instead of wasting time thanking me, you should go tend to your mother."
As he spoke, Jiang Xuan glanced toward the house.
Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Wei Jing did not rise from the ground.
Instead, he remained kneeling and said, "I have already checked on my mother.
She's merely exhausted and has fallen asleep. Benefactor, are you some kind of immortal?"
After explaining his mother's condition, Wei Jing turned to question Jiang Xuan about himself.
Upon hearing Wei Jing's probing about his identity, Jiang Xuan began to scrutinize Wei Jing from head to toe.
After a moment, he spoke softly.
"Immortal? I'm no immortal. Then how could you sever the black wind with a single sword strike?"
Mother said only immortals possess such power.
Wei Jing remained skeptical.
Hearing this, Jiang Xuan smiled. "It's just that my mastery of the sword has reached a very high level." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan formed his fingers into a sword shape and gave a light flick. A simple sword chi shot forth. The sword energy passed through a leaf that had just fallen. The leaf, which had been swaying like a small boat in the wind, was instantly cleaved in two. The severed leaf drifted with the breeze, landing precisely in Wei Jing's palm. "Wow, and you say you're not a god?" Though Wei Jing appeared mature carrying his mother, he was still just a child barely over 13. Witnessing this power far beyond his comprehension, he became even more convinced that Jiang Xuan was a god. And a very, very powerful one at that. Seeing the admiration in Wei Jing's eyes, Jiang Xuan smiled. "I'm just as ordinary as you are. The only difference is that I've mastered the method of manipulating spiritual energy. If you too could master the method of manipulating spiritual energy, you could be just like me."
Listening to Jiang Xuan's explanation, Wei Jing didn't understand.
But he was quite obedient and didn't press for further explanation.
Instead, he looked at Jiang Xuan and asked, "So, divine brother, can I keep these 2 leaves?"
"They're just leaves. If you like them, feel free to take them." Jiang Xuan ruffled Ling Meng's hair, dismissing the matter with a casual wave. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's consent, Wei Jing's grimy little face broke into a bright smile. He then carefully tucked the leaves he had cut off into his possession. Watching Wei Jing, who looked as if he'd found a treasure, Jiang Xuan momentarily didn't know how to respond. After all, in his eyes, it was merely a leaf I'd casually severed. And so, Jiang Xuan sat in the courtyard while Wei Jing chatted with him, occasionally chiming in with a word or two. Through their conversation, Jiang Xuan keenly sensed that the dirty little boy before him gazed at him with eyes brimming with excitement and awe. It was as if a young boy had finally met the idol he'd longed to see in his dreams. However, Jiang Xuan and Wei Jing hadn't been together long. A man dressed as a physician rode a white deer into the courtyard. He introduced himself as the physician sent by senior brother Xianling. He had come specifically to treat Wei Jing's mother. Upon hearing that a divine being would treat his mother, Wei Jing respectfully exchanged a few words with Jiang Xuan before excitedly leading the divine physician into the house. As for Jiang Xuan, he sat in the courtyard for a short while. He spotted a massive shadow looming overhead. Looking up, Jiang Xuan recognized the shadow as a golden eagle. This golden eagle was enormous. With its wings spread wide and its full aura unleashed, it made the young demons in the courtyard tremble in fear, even the white deer standing at the gate quivering. Golden Cloud Eagle, LV 30, Silver Realm, Diamond Bloodline. Gazing at the golden cloud eagle in the sky, Jiang Xuan instantly discerned its detailed information. From a strength perspective, this golden cloud eagle was quite formidable. But taking down this creature would be quite easy for Jiang Xuan. Yet he held back from acting. His keen spiritual senses had naturally detected 2 figures perched atop the eagle. One was none other than Xianling, who had just departed. The other was a man dressed in middle-aged attire, equally lavishly clothed, clearly a person of some standing. This man was most likely the important figure Xianling had sought out. This golden cloud eagle was clearly the middle-aged man's pet beast. That was why Jiang Xuan had held back. As the massive shadow descended steadily, the golden cloud eagle finally came to rest on the ground. Whether intentionally or not, its landing kicked up a cloud of dust throughout the courtyard. Yellow sand swirled throughout the small courtyard, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Despite the swirling sand, Jiang Xuan remained unaffected, aided by Ling Meng. Senior Jiang Xuan, this is third uncle, the second-generation disciple of Xiantian Mountain, Yu Xian. The moment he dismounted from the golden cloud eagle, Xianling enthusiastically introduced the person beside him to Jiang Xuan. Senior brother Yu Xian, this is the Jiang Xuan I mentioned, the one wishing to join our suspended heaven mountain. At Xianling's introduction, Jiang Xuan glanced at the middle-aged man named Yu Xian. To be honest, Jiang Xuan didn't have a very favorable impression of him. He couldn't shake the feeling that this man looked down on him, treating him with disdain. Jiang Xuan was easygoing, but that didn't mean he had no temper. Since the other showed him no respect, Jiang Xuan naturally gave him no warm welcome, merely replying in a low voice, "I am Jiang Xuan. Having heard of Mount Xuantian's great reputation, I have come to pay my respects." Hearing Jiang Xuan's casual words, Yu Xian glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to the plain-looking Ling Meng in his arms. Upon seeing Ling Meng, dressed in the utmost simplicity, Yu Xian, who already held little regard for Jiang Xuan, now wore an even more contemptuous expression. "Oh. So you wish to join our suspended heaven mountain? Do you know that our suspended heaven mountain is one of the great sects of the Eastern Spirit Realm? We don't accept just anyone." Hearing Yu Xuan's words, Xianling, standing nearby, immediately interjected, "Senior Uncle Yu Xuan, this Jiang Xuan Senior is quite formidable. When that black bear demon fled earlier, it was he who helped me." Xianling was about to speak up and give Yu Xian a proper introduction to Jiang Xuan. Yu Xuan roared in anger. "Shut up! When elders speak, how dare you, a junior, interrupt? I haven't even settled the score with you for letting that black bear demon escape. And now you bring this stranger of unknown background back to Xiantian Mountain. Xianling, as a disciple of the headmaster, I refrained from reprimanding you earlier. But when elders speak, you juniors should keep silent." Hearing Yu Xuan's rebuke, Xianling, who had been about to speak, fell silent. As for Jiang Xuan standing nearby, he keenly sensed that Yu Xian's words weren't just directed at Xianling, they were equally aimed at him. In that instant, Jiang Xuan's lingering goodwill toward Xiantian Mountain vanished completely. If it weren't for the time-space mission he had to complete, he would have pounced on Yu Xian and beaten him senseless right then and there. But faced with Yu Xian's veiled criticism, Jiang Xuan didn't hold back. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "So you're saying, does Mount Xiantian no longer welcome me?" Hearing Jiang Xuan's explosive tone, Yu Xian coldly replied, "Xiantian Mountain welcomes all who are friendly. However, since you wish to join Xiantian Mountain, you must undergo a trial." "What trials?" Jiang Xuan pressed. Hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Yu Xian took a sudden, forceful step forward. Immediately, colossal spiritual energy surged forth from his body, crashing down upon Jiang Xuan like raging mountains.
Amidst the rolling, terrifying pressure, Yu Xian's voice boomed. Defeat me. Chapter 103, Ling Meng, you call me a low-grade spirit pet? Senior Uncle Yu Xuan, this seems a bit inappropriate, don't you think? You possess third realm strength, while Senior Jiang Xuan is only at the second realm. Hearing Yu Xuan speak thus, Xianling immediately grew anxious. However, Yu Xian paid no heed to Xianling's pleas, fixing his gaze solely on Jiang Xuan instead. If you wish, you may leave Xiantian Mountain at this very moment. Yu Xian's forceful attitude only deepened the resentment Jiang Xuan already harbored toward him. At that moment, Jiang Xuan looked at Yu Xian before him, and a summary of her information appeared before his eyes. Yu Xian. Level, LV33. Realm, 3 stars. Profession, Shi Refiner. Although the revival of spiritual energy on Ancient Immortal Star differs from that on Blue Star, the information panel from Blue Star proved quite useful to Yu Xian before him. To be honest, Yu Xian's cultivation level was formidable. A 3-star level that's a full realm higher than Jiang Xuan's. Therefore, purely from the perspective of paper strength, Yu Xian before him was undoubtedly stronger than Jiang Xuan. Yet, despite Yu Xian's provocation, Jiang Xuan showed no sign of fear. Instead, he merely raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where do you want to fight?" Indeed, Jiang Xuan accepted Yu Xian's challenge. Because his mission in the spacetime instance was to become a disciple of Xiantian Mountain. Only by completing this mission could he leave the temporal realm. Frankly, Jiang Xuan didn't care about antagonizing Yu Xian. After all, once this instance concluded, the next one he entered would likely not be Xiantian Mountain. Thus, offending Yu Xian carried little burden for him. Besides, he'd been fed up with the guy for ages. Now that he had a legitimate reason to beat him senseless, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel a secret thrill of satisfaction. However, just as Jiang Xuan had agreed to the duel with Yu Xuan, Xianling, standing nearby, hurriedly interjected, "Master Uncle, you can't do this. He is, after all, a guest here." Xianling tried to dissuade Yu Xian. But Yu Xuan waved his hand dismissively, sending a surge of spiritual energy that sent Xianling flying backward. This isn't your place to meddle." His words trailing off, Yu Xian turned to Jiang Xuan. "Boy, I'll admit you have some talent to reach the second realm at such a young age. But that's no reason for you to get cocky. If you lose later, not only you, but that brat and woman you brought up the mountain, all of you will be kicked down the mountain together." As he spoke, Yu Xian pointed at Wei Jing, who had poked his head out to see what was happening outside, and at the woman lying on the bed inside the room. Yu Xian's words were ruthless. His tone grew noticeably harsher when he uttered the words child and woman. His face twisted into a distinctly more ferocious expression. It was as if Jiang Xuan had touched upon some forbidden taboo of his. Jiang Xuan frowned at this. Initially, Jiang Xuan had held quite favorable impressions of Xiantian Mountain. Throughout their journey, the people of Xiantian Mountain had been remarkably hospitable. But Yu Xian's appearance had completely eroded Jiang Xuan's goodwill toward Xiantian Mountain. Even though they were in a temporal instance, Yu Xian had genuinely ignited Jiang Xuan's boiling rage. "Fight right here?" Hearing Jiang Xuan's question, Yu Xuan snorted coldly. "Oof. Do we need to change locations to deal with this upstart? I'll finish you in 3 moves." Before Yu Xuan could finish his sentence, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A pale pink blade of light shot straight towards Yu Xian. "Uncle Master, watch out." The commotion Yu Xian caused drew a crowd of nearby Xiantian Mountain disciples. They were all curious to see who their master's younger brother was about to fight. Just as they gathered around, the blade streaked toward Yu Xian. The disciples immediately cried out in alarm, warning him to be careful. However, though the disciples' warnings were swift and Yu Xian's reflexes were quick, the blade's speed was simply too great. In an instant, Yu Xian had no time to react and could only duck his head to dodge. Though his head duck was swift, the blade still swiftly made contact with his long hair. In an instant, the hair coiled atop his head was severed cleanly. While it didn't shave him into a buzz cut, it left him with hair hanging wildly about his face. As for the light blade he had dodged moments before, it struck the distant stone pavement instead. The blade carved a gash nearly half a meter deep into the stone. Staring at the gash in the distant stone, Yu Xian sucked in a sharp breath. Had he not dodged in time just now? He'd be utterly baffled. "You bastard, you ambushed me!" Yu Xuan roared in fury. "Kid, I'll admit you're pretty skilled. But thinking you can kill me with just that much skill, it's not enough." Enraged, Yu Xuan roared. In an instant, immense spiritual energy coalesced in his palm. He lashed out with a fierce palm strike toward Jiang Xuan. Surging wave palm. Though Yu Xian struck only air, when the spiritual energy in his palm resonated with the spiritual energy in the atmosphere. A massive hand, fully formed from spiritual energy and standing a full 3 meters tall, surged straight toward Jiang Xuan. Facing this colossal hand, Jiang Xuan remained seated at the table, utterly unmoved. He merely let out a soft hum. The next instant, a thunderous clang echoed. A shield, 3 meters tall and entirely formed from spiritual energy, materialized before Jiang Xuan. First tier skill Spirit Shield, activated.
Through Jiang Xuan's diligent study, the first-tier spirit shield was no longer the feeble, fragile construct it once was. Facing the 3-meter-wide palm before him, the spirit shield not only withstood the blow effortlessly, but remained without a single crack.
Whoa, what's his background? He's clearly only at the second realm, yet he's holding his own against a third realm master?
He looks younger than all of us, yet the spirit force shield he's constructed has already reached the highest standard.
How on earth did he cultivate?
Watching Jiang Xuan's effortless display, the disciples of Suspended Heaven Mountain were utterly stunned. After all, senior uncle Yuxuan was already the third strongest combatant in Xiantian Mountain. Now that even his Shishuan had failed to defeat Jiang Xuan with the surging wave palm, everyone felt profound shock and astonishment. It wasn't just the disciples who were stunned. Yuxian, who had believed he could easily handle Jiang Xuan, was equally shocked. After all, he hadn't anticipated Jiang Xuan being this formidable.
This won't do.
I can't take this guy down anytime soon. Since I can't eliminate him, I'll kill that mother and son first.
Before they ruin my reputation.
At this thought, Yuxian's eyes turned cold. A whistle instantly escaped his lips. The next moment, the golden cloud eagle perched on the green stone platform let out a piercing cry to the heavens. It then spread its wings and soared into the vast sky. Yuxian smoothly mounted the eagle's back.
Kid, you've got some talent.
But my abilities extend far beyond this.
Golden cloud eagle, storm. As it spoke, the golden cloud eagle in midair immediately began flapping its wings. In an instant, terrifying wind elements swept across the entire courtyard. The storm unleashed by the golden cloud eagle was no ordinary tempest. It was a tempest saturated with potent wind elemental energy.
Wind, though formless, could still be deadly. Countless wind blades, interwoven within the tempest, shot straight toward Jiang Xuan. To be honest, only a fraction of these wind blades were actually aimed at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan could easily block them with his spirit shield. But the rest of the storm and wind blades were hurtling straight toward the house behind Jiang Xuan. Remember, Wei Jing, his mother, and even the doctor from Xiantian Mountain were inside that house. Yet this bastard had unleashed such an area of effect skill without a shred of regard for others' safety. It was clear he intended to destroy the house and everyone inside. Now, as the endless barrage of wind blades approached, poised to slice through the distant house like a torrential rain of blades,
Yuxian's lips finally curved into a faint smile. You're dead.
Even if the sect master interrogates me, it's merely the deaths of two ordinary mortals. I still possess the qualifications to inherit the position of sect master.
I never intended to involve you in this conflict.
Once you've journeyed down the path to the underworld, don't blame me for being heartless.
If you must blame someone, blame the one who brought you both up the mountain. The moment Yuxuan's inner thoughts faded,
a voice of contempt suddenly echoed from the depths of his heart. So you're the divine father the child spoke of. I once believed you exalted immortals were all enlightened sages.
Seems you're no different from scum.
Hearing the scornful voice within his heart, Yuxian was instantly stunned. For he could distinctly sense that the voice belonged to none other than Jiang Xuan. For a moment, Yuxian, perched atop the golden cloud eagle, stared at Jiang Xuan, his heart screaming in shock.
You can read minds. Though Yuxuan was stunned, his composure returned moments later.
Kid, I'd advise you not to meddle in the affairs of Xiantian Mountain. With that mother and son gone, we can make peace.
If you wish to join Suspended Heaven Mountain, I can recommend you.
I know you came seeking the birth spirit transformation technique. With your talent, if I put in a good word for you with the head instructor, within 2 years, you'll surely obtain the spirit birth transformation technique. Since Jiang Xuan could read minds, Yuxian saw no point in pretending and laid his cards on the table. Yet faced with Yuxian's overtures, Jiang Xuan merely snorted coldly.
This Xiantian Mountain. I'd rather not pay homage. Hearing Jiang Xuan's angry retort, Yuxian burst into laughter. Refuse to pay homage? Refuse it all you want, but you still can't save them. I admit you're formidable and quite astonishing.
But the golden cloud eagle storm has already sealed off the entire building.
How do you plan to save them? With just that low-grade spirit pet in your arms? Listening to Yuxuan's booming laughter, Jiang Xuan smiled. Low-grade spirit pet? The moment Jiang Xuan's inner voice faded,
the wind blades, which had been about to plunge into the house under the golden cloud eagle's control, instantly froze mid-air, motionless. Seeing the wind blade halt instantly, Yuxian, who had been smiling moments before, froze in place.
What's going on? Golden Cloud Eagle, why aren't you attacking?
Faced with Yuxian's urgent commands, the golden cloud eagle flapped its wings violently. Yet the wind blade remained stubbornly still, as if severed from its connection. At the same time, it cast a lazy glance at Yuxuan hovering mid-air.
Then, seemingly indolent, it finally leapt from Jiang Xuan's embrace.
The moment it touched the ground, a misty haze surged forth. The next second, a 2-meter-tall fox with 9 jade-colored tails appeared beside Jiang Xuan, looking as though it had stepped out of a dream. As Ling Meng revealed her true form, everyone present was rendered speechless by the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Ling Meng. At that moment, Ling Meng lifted its elegant head, its beautiful eyes gazing playfully at Yuxuan in the sky.
That mocking gaze seemed to say, "Am I a lowly spirit pet? Then how come your noble golden cloud eagle broke down?" Chapter 104, The Sect Master of Suspended Heaven Mountain Yu Hao, a pet beast that merged with the Tao? At this moment, Ling Meng radiated supreme arrogance. Not a trace remained of the humble demeanor it had displayed while nestled in Jiang Xuan's embrace. Now, it looked down on everyone before it like a noble queen. Even though Sky, the golden cloud eagle, was of a higher rank, it paid it no mind whatsoever. What kind of spirit pet is this? It looked so plain just moments ago? How could it suddenly display such formidable power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Senior Master Yu Xuan's golden cloud eagle can grow into a 5th realm great demon, yet now it's being completely overwhelmed by this fox. Could this fox's potential reach the 6th realm, or even the 7th? Witnessing Ling Meng's sudden transformation, the numerous disciples who had been observing the battle were now staring at Ling Meng in utter shock. It must be noted that while Xiantian Mountain was a cultivation site on this ancient immortal star, these disciples had never witnessed a 5th realm demon, let alone one surpassing it. Thus, witnessing Ling Meng suddenly unleash such formidable combat prowess naturally sent shockwaves through their hearts. However, Jiang Xuan paid no heed to the collective astonishment. Instead, he merely let out a light snort. The next moment, the swarm of wind blades unleashed by the golden cloud eagle broke free from its control. They immediately changed course, hurtling directly toward the golden cloud eagle and Yu Xuan. Oh no! Seeing the wind blades hurtling toward them, Yu Xuan's heart sank. He swiftly summoned all his spiritual energy, leaping off the golden cloud eagle in a single bound. The moment Yu Xuan landed on the ground, the countless wind blades pierced straight through the golden cloud eagle's body. The golden cloud eagle, with its wingspan nearly 5 meters wide, once resembling a giant bird obscuring the sky, now plummeted straight toward the ground. With a thud, the golden cloud eagle crashed heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. Gazing at the golden cloud eagle he had nurtured for over a decade, now lying on the ground like a dead dog, Yu Xuan glared furiously at Jiang Xuan. "I'll kill you." With that, the enraged Yu Xuan charged straight at Jiang Xuan. Undeniably, Ling Meng's combat prowess had surpassed Yu Xuan's expectations. But in Yu Xuan's eyes, Ling Meng was merely a second-stage demonic being. Jiang Xuan was also a second-realm being. As a third-realm powerhouse himself, he hadn't wanted to fight Jiang Xuan earlier because he didn't want to target him specifically. He only needed to eliminate that woman and child. Now that his most cherished spirit pet had been so utterly ruined by Jiang Xuan, truth be told, even if the golden cloud eagle were revived, it would never be able to advance in this lifetime. You must understand that Yu Xuan had always been counting on the golden cloud eagle to break through to the 3rd realm, hoping to surpass his own limits through it. But now, the golden cloud eagle was already like this. In Yu Xuan's eyes, Jiang Xuan had repeatedly sabotaged his future. Of course, he had developed a murderous intent. Observing Yu Xuan's murderous intent, Jiang Xuan let out a cold snort. So what if he's a 3-star? Today, I will kill a 3-star cultivator. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan's hand slid to the Yungdian Shenyuan sword at his waist. 3rd tier skill, sword drawing technique. 6th tier skill, 9-fold thunder strike. Both activated simultaneously. Combined with Ling Meng's formidable psychic power, which directly pinpointed Yu Xuan's 7 vital points within Jiang Xuan's mind. Even with Yu Xuan possessing 3-star strength, Jiang Xuan was confident he could kill him. In an instant, the crowd witnessed Jiang Xuan, who had seemed calm moments before, erupt with an aura as explosive as thunder. With each breath, the purple lightning scabbard at his waist blossomed with boundless thunder. Is that lightning? This guy can actually wield the power of lightning. Who exactly is he? As the thunder and lightning manifested around Jiang Xuan, the faces of the Xiantian Mountain disciples all betrayed utter shock. For thunder and lightning power was one of the innate great powers. Within the entire Xiantian Mountain, only the current patriarch could wield it. Yet this young man before them could summon thunder with a single strike. How could this not be astonishing? Watching the thunder coiling around Jiang Xuan, Yu Xuan sucked in a sharp breath. He knew he'd truly hit a brick wall. Yet even so, Yu Xuan gritted his teeth and declared, "So what if you command thunder? Take this heaven-shaking palm." As he spoke, Yu Xuan condensed all his spiritual energy and unleashed a palm strike toward Jiang Xuan with tremendous force. With that strike, half the spiritual energy of suspended heaven mountain surged toward Jiang Xuan. In the next instant, a colossal palm print exploded toward Jiang Xuan. Watching the palm print before him, Jiang Xuan remained composed. He merely gave Yu Xuan a calm glance. The next instant, everyone felt a flash of light before their eyes. Jiang Xuan, who had been standing still, instantly transformed into a bolt of thunder, vanishing from his spot like a streak of lightning. The Cloud Peak primordial sword within the purple lightning scabbard had already been drawn. Now, Jiang Xuan was channeling every ounce of his strength into unleashing his most powerful strike. He no longer cared whether the spacetime mission could be completed. He was determined to kill this disgusting creature before him. Just as Jiang Xuan's blade was about to strike the throat of the feathered creature before him, a colossal aura surged forth from the heavens. The next second, a golden light descended from the heavens. Jiang Xuan's strike failed to take down Yu Xian.
Instead, it struck the golden light directly.
A sharp clang echoed through the air. Jiang Xuan and Yu Xian were sent flying backward by the immense force rebounding from the golden light.
The golden light where Yu Xian stood remained completely unchanged.
Yet on Jiang Xuan's side, the golden light now bore distinct cracks.
That's the Patriarch's golden light incantation. The Grandmaster has intervened. Witnessing the golden light's appearance, the disciples on Xiantian Mountain exclaimed. A figure stepped through the air. A white-haired elder, radiating an ethereal and virtuous aura, landed between Jiang Xuan and Yu Xian. Senior brother Yu Hao, this rogue has forcibly entered Xiantian Mountain. We implore you to apprehend this villain. The moment Yu Hao appeared, Yu Xian immediately turned the tables. But no sooner had Yu Xuan spoken than the seemingly gentle Yu Hao suddenly glared at him with eyes wide with fury, roaring at him.
How dare you? Junior brother, do you truly not know what you've done down below?
Now you seek to silence me by murder and insult my integrity.
You. Get yourself to our master's grave and keep vigil there for 3 years. With that, Yu Hao swept his arm wide.
A monkey the size of a small mountain materialized out of thin air.
The ape immediately seized Yu Xian and leapt away.
Watching Yu Xian being dragged away by the ape, Jiang Xuan turned his gaze to the figure before him, the sect leader known as Yu Hao.
Yu Hao. Level, 48. Realm, 4 stars.
Occupation, purple-robed celestial master.
Dao merged pet beast, mountain moving ape.
Indeed, compared to the previous Yu Xian, this Yu Hao possesses greater strength.
4-star realm. This was absolutely beyond Jiang Xuan's current capabilities. To be honest, even if Jiang Xuan exhausted every tactic at his disposal, he felt he couldn't defeat this Yu Hao standing before him. Therefore, seeing Yu Hao appear before him, coupled with the other party's earlier actions, Jiang Xuan chose not to act rashly. After all, judging by his movements, this didn't seem like a hostile encounter. However, glancing at Yu Hao's information panel, a question arose in Jiang Xuan's mind. A Dao merging pet beast? What did that even mean? Chapter 105, Mission accomplished.
10,000 times critical hit 7-star treasure.
After all these years on Blue Star,
he had never once heard of the term Dao merging pet beast. Even after arriving in this temporal instance, this was his first encounter with such a creature. As a beast tamer, Jiang Xuan found this deeply intriguing. Just as Jiang Xuan's curiosity piqued, Yu Hao abruptly shed his earlier fury. Turning with a broad smile, he addressed Jiang Xuan. I am Yu Hao, Patriarch of the Suspended Heaven Mountain.
My junior brother's actions earlier were rather abrupt. I beg your forgiveness. Hearing Yu Hao's words, Jiang Xuan murmured softly, that sounds nice. He was trying to kill me just now.
I've long heard of Xiantian Mountain's prowess and wish to pay my respects at your mountain gate.
Is this how Xiantian Mountain treats its guests?
Observing Yu Hao, Ling Meng informed Jiang Xuan that this Yu Hao seemed to harbor no ill will toward him. On the contrary, he genuinely wished to mend their relationship. That was why Jiang Xuan spoke as he did. Hearing this, Yu Hao's face lit up with delight. So you came to pay your respects to the mountain after all.
Oh dear. My junior brother was truly rash. Xianling, why didn't you tell me sooner?
As he spoke, Yu Hao shot Xianling a look, feigning reproach.
Hearing this, Xianling looked helpless. Didn't I tell you? Didn't you tell my master to come pick him up with me? Now look, you're dumping all the blame on me?
Hearing Yu Hao's words, Xianling dared not say much more. He could only admit it was his own fault. Junior brother, I didn't know you were here to pay respects to the mountain. Though young in years, you've already attained such cultivation. Your future prospects are truly boundless.
If you wish to join my Suspended Heaven Mountain, I'll be the first to approve. With that, Yu Hao cheerfully walked over to Jiang Xuan's side.
His demeanor bore little resemblance to a sect leader, instead evoking the familiar warmth of a neighborly old gentleman. You've already embarked on cultivation, and your combat prowess is no small feat. Being a third-generation disciple is too much of a waste for you. How about this? I'll personally take you as my disciple as a second-generation disciple of Suspended Heaven Mountain.
What do you say?
Hearing Yu Hao's words, Jiang Xuan glanced at him.
Since you put it that way, I'll take your offer.
To Jiang Xuan, whether he was a third-generation disciple or not didn't matter. All that mattered was completing his mission.
Very well. From this day forward, you are my second-generation disciple of Xiantian Mountain. What's your name? Yu Hao asked. Jiang Xuan replied. Jiang Xuan? In that case, your monastic name at Xiantian Mountain shall be Yu Xuan. That's a fine name. All third-generation disciples of Mount Xiantian use Xian as the prefix for their monastic names. Your monastic name perfectly embodies the essence of bridging the past and future. Yu Hao looked at Jiang Xuan with growing satisfaction. How could Yu Hao not be pleased? Here was a second-realm cultivator who not only kept such a formidable demon beast by his side but could even crack his own golden light incantation. Even ordinary fourth-realm cultivators couldn't achieve that. Yet Jiang Xuan had managed it. This alone demonstrated Jiang Xuan's formidable prowess. Xiantian Mountain was no longer the formidable force that once dominated the entire Dongling realm. Regarding Yu Xian's affair, Yu Hao had known all along. He had secretly carried on an affair with a woman from the mountain below, and even fathered a child. Truthfully, such transgressions would have earned him the expulsion from the sect and the destruction of his cultivation base had his master still been alive. But alas, Xiantian Mountain was suffering from a severe shortage of talent. There were barely a dozen second-generation disciples left. Among them, Yu Xian was considered quite capable in combat. He was considered one of the mountain's elite combatants. Therefore, Yu Hao chose to turn a blind eye to the matter. Even when the truth came out, Yu Hao had no intention of expelling Yu Xian from the sect. Instead, he merely punished him with 3 years of wall-facing reflection. Frankly, this was a lenient punishment compared to having his cultivation base destroyed and being expelled from the sect. Now that Jiang Xuan, such a promising young elite fighter, wished to join Xiantian Mountain, Yu Hao naturally welcomed him with open arms. Though Yu Hao remained uncertain of Jiang Xuan's motives, the latter's resolute protection of Wei Jing and her son revealed a fundamentally kind-hearted nature. From a character standpoint, someone with such sincerity in their heart even if he had ulterior motives didn't seem like a bad thing for Xiantian Mountain. Thus, Yu Hao immediately chose to take him as a disciple. Just as Yu Hao made his decision to recruit Jiang Xuan into Xiantian Mountain, the voice of the Portal of Time echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to Spacetime Challenger Jiang Xuan for successfully completing the 3-star Spacetime Dungeon, Xiantian Mountain Quest. Ding! Instance rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to Jiang Xuan for obtaining the 3-star treasure time map. 3-star treasure timeline map? What is this thing? Could it be something similar to the Spacetime Mirror? Just as Jiang Xuan was wondering what this system awarded 3-star treasure time map could be, a voice sounded in Jiang Xuan's ear once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a treasure. World Blessing Resource Critical Strike activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a 10,000x critical hit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 7-star treasure time landscape map. As the voice faded, Jiang Xuan immediately noticed the time scroll lying in his system inventory undergo a sudden transformation. What had once resembled blank paper now glowed with a faint golden hue, its surface adorned with mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. The entire landscape within the painting appeared perfectly natural. Mountains stood majestic and towering, their slopes adorned with forests of pine and cypress. Rivers surged ceaselessly, flowing endlessly. The entire scene looked truly extraordinary. Gazing at the time landscape map in his system inventory, Jiang Xuan's vision instantly displayed the artifact's basic information. Treasure, time landscape map. Grade, 7 stars. Description, a mustard seed treasure preserved within the river of time, containing a miniature world. The holder may traverse into it, where time flows at 1/7 the speed of the outside world. Those possessing time elements can further reduce the flow of time within the map. Reading the description of the Time Mountain River map, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but pause. Ha! This time river map contains a miniature world? Moreover, the pace of time within this miniature world differs from the real world? Moreover, he could even use time elements to enter and amplify the effect? Holy crap, this time-space landscape painting is just too insane. You see, the reason Jiang Xuan's combat prowess is so insane right now is precisely because he's been empowered by the time element. He gains twice the training time compared to ordinary people. Now, with this mountain river map of time, the extra time Jiang Xuan gains is utterly absurd. Suddenly, those difficult 6th and 7th tier skills no longer seem so daunting to master. While Jiang Xuan rejoiced inwardly over acquiring the time-space landscape painting. Meanwhile, the temporal instance's notification sounded. Remaining time in this spacetime instance, 3 days. This instance will conclude in 3 days. Note, this instance does not consume any time from the challenger's own timeline. Hearing the notification from the time-space instance, Jiang Xuan felt a surge of joy. I can stay here for 3 more days? So that means I can borrow 3 more days for free to enhance my abilities? I wonder if the time-space river map can be used within this temporal instance. While Jiang Xuan pondered these thoughts. Meanwhile, heart-wrenching sobs echoed from a distant house. Mother! Mother, wake up! Wake up! Don't leave me! Chapter 106, Taking a Disciple, 9-star Technique Chaos Beast Spirit Art. Listening to the sounds from within the house, Jiang Xuan recognized the voice's owner without a doubt. None other than Wei Jing's child. Poor child. To lose his mother at such a young age. Hearing Wei Jing's heart-wrenching sobs, Yu Hao beside him spoke with palpable sorrow. Immortal, I beg you, please save my mother. I'll do anything you ask. Inside the house, the man carrying the medical kit was about to step out when Wei Jing, the child, clung to his leg, refusing to let him leave. His heart-wrenching sobs left the doctor feeling helpless. Child, I know you desperately want to save your mother. But she was already gravely ill. Combined with the rough journey, it's a miracle she even made it up the mountain alive. Even with my spiritual abilities, I cannot bring the dead back to life or restore bones to flesh. Therefore, I truly cannot save your mother. The doctor's words were harsh, but they were the cold, hard truth. Wei Jing's mother was already beyond saving.
The long, bumpy journey up the mountain had taken its toll. She was already a candle flickering in the wind. Child, try to find peace. At that moment, seeing Wei Jing clinging to the doctor's leg, Yu Hao, the leader of Xintian Mountain, approached and spoke words of comfort.
Master.
The doctor immediately greeted him upon seeing Yu Hao.
In response to the doctor's greeting, Yu Hao waved his hand, signaling that such formalities were unnecessary.
But seeing Wei Jing still clinging tightly while sobbing uncontrollably, he gently waved his hand. With a finger seal and incantation, the previously wailing Wei Jing instantly quieted. He suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy. He drifted off to sleep. Even as he drifted off, his lips kept murmuring his mother's name. What a pitiful child. Watching Wei Jing lying sound asleep on the ground, Yu Hao bent down to pick him up, then sighed softly. Xian Hu, find a feng shui treasure spot on the mountain to bury the woman in this room. Hearing Yu Hao's words, the physician named Xian Hu nodded in understanding. What about this child, master? Xian Ling, standing nearby, asked as he looked at Wei Jing.
This child has had a hard life too.
But since he has come to the mountain, it signifies a karmic connection with our Xintian Mountain. In that case, let us take him in. Hearing Yu Hao's words, Xian Ling couldn't help but pause. It was well known that Xintian Mountain had strict criteria for accepting disciples. Typically, this involved screening for innate cultivation aptitude. Yet his master had accepted Wei Jing without any assessment whatsoever. This truly caught Xian Ling off guard. What is this child's name? Yu Hao asked, looking at Xian Ling. At this, Xian Ling froze, for he too did not know Wei Jing's name. Seeing Xian Ling stammering without answering, Jiang Xuan, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. Wei Jing. It seems younger brother Yu Xian is quite familiar with this child, then.
Otherwise, how about this child becomes your disciple, junior brother Yu Xuan? Upon hearing Yu Hao's suggestion, Jiang Xuan shot him a puzzled glance. That seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? I'm still cultivating myself. I simply don't have the time to teach him. As far as Jiang Xuan was concerned, he had a favorable impression of Wei Jing. But as for taking Wei Jing as a disciple? That was something Jiang Xuan genuinely had no interest in. The reason was simple, he, Jiang Xuan, was not a native of this timeline. In 3 days, he would depart from this temporal instance. As the old saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Even if he took Wei Jing as a disciple, he could only teach him for 3 days. Wouldn't taking Wei Jing as a disciple just be wasting his time? Therefore, Jiang Xuan chose to refuse. But even as Jiang Xuan voiced his refusal, Yu Hao walked over to him, Wei Jing in his arms, and said, Hey, little junior brother Yu Xian, with your brilliant talent and formidable strength, teaching this little brat should be no problem at all. Whispering into Jiang Xian's ear, Yu Hao added, Little junior brother, you know this child's background. Junior brother Yu Xuan holds grudges like a hawk. On Mount Xintian, you're the only one who can protect this child. As Jiang Xuan prepared to respond. But Yu Hao continued speaking. Rest assured, I'll take charge of his training from now on. You're merely his nominal master. If you take him in, I'll also pass down the birth spirit transformation technique. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xuan met Yu Hao's earnest gaze and finally nodded in agreement. Seeing Jiang Xuan's nod, Yu Hao smiled. In that case, I'll ask you, junior brother, to bestow a Taoist name upon this child. 3rd generation disciples belong to the Xian generation. Upon hearing Yu Hao speak, Jiang Xuan replied, let's name him Xian Jing. Jiang Xuan didn't overcomplicate the naming process. After all, even for his own spirit beasts, he had simply adopted their innate names. After hearing Jiang Xuan's suggestion, Yu Hao nodded. Very well. From now on, this child shall be your disciple Xian Jing. With that, Yu Hao, still holding Wei Jing, turned to Jiang Xuan and said, let's go, junior disciple. Now that you've joined Xintian Mountain, I'll introduce you to the other disciples and show you your quarters here. As for the spirit birth transformation technique, I'll present it to you shortly. As he spoke, white clouds rose beneath Yu Hao's feet. He then carried Jiang Xuan and Wei Jing together, soaring toward the summit of Xintian Mountain. Guided by Yu Hao, Jiang Xuan soon arrived at a Taoist-style temple atop Mount Xintian. Compared to the mountain slopes below, the summit was remarkably quiet. Looking around, Jiang Xuan could scarcely spot a soul. Fellow disciples, come out and meet our new junior brother. As Yu Hao's voice echoed out. Whoosh! 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 Several figures emerged from the Taoist temple. They appeared tall and slender, short and stout. Though their forms varied, each possessed an ethereal, otherworldly aura, radiating the presence of enlightened masters. Master Instructor, is this the junior disciple who fought with brother Yu Xian on the mountainside? The moment he saw Jiang Xuan, a plump man fixed his piercing gaze upon him. Junior brother, I am Yu Sure. If you don't mind, you may call me 6th senior brother. Haha, you sure put up a good fight just now. I've been itching to give that Yu Xuan guy a beating for ages. Yu Sure blurted out without restraint. Ahem. Yu Sure, watch your language. Don't say anything that undermines unity. Upon hearing Yuji's words, Yu Hao cleared his throat.
Hearing this, Yu Yao remained silent, but his smiling face clearly showed how much he was enjoying himself. Thus, through Yu Hao's introductions, Jiang Xuan quickly became acquainted with all his fellow disciples. Later, under Yu Hao's arrangements, Jiang Xuan moved into a neatly cleaned detached courtyard.
Little junior brother, this is your residence. This child will be staying with you for now.
With that, Yu Hao placed Wei Jing in a smaller, clean room within the courtyard. Then, Yu Hao handed a book to Jiang Xuan.
As for this
is the birth spirit transformation technique I promised you earlier. I imagine this technique is precisely why you sought initiation into Xiantian Mountain. After all, with this technique, you and your spirit beast can achieve Dao union. Once the fusion succeeds, your already formidable combat prowess will skyrocket. Though I don't know your true intentions, your heart is pure and kind. I trust you with the birth spirit transformation technique. With that, Yu Hao placed the book in Jiang Xuan's hands. Then, Yu Hao sighed softly.
Little junior brother, I know you won't stay long at Xiantian Mountain. But if there is a future, should Mount Xiantian face peril, I hope you will aid us in preserving its legacy. With that, Yu Hao said no more.
He turned and walked away from the courtyard. Watching Yu Hao's retreating figure, Jiang Xuan couldn't shake the feeling that this Yu Hao was acting rather peculiar.
What surprised Jiang Xuan, however, the secret of the spirit merging pet was actually hidden within the birth spirit transformation technique.
Let me see what secrets this birth spirit transformation technique holds. With that thought, Jiang Xuan immediately prepared to open the book in his hands. But the moment he turned to the first page, a notification sound rang in his ears once more.
Ding!
Host detected acquiring 5-star technique, Birth of Spirit Transformation Formula.
Resource critical strike activating.
Ding! Congratulations to the host on obtaining a 10,000-fold critical hit.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 9-star technique, Chaos Beast Spirit Art. Chapter 107, Merging with a Pet Beast? Jiang Xuan possesses chaos elements? 9-star technique, Chaos Beast Spirit Art? Holy, this just crit me a 9-star technique?
Hearing the notification chime beside his ear, Jiang Xuan froze in place. Originally, Jiang Xuan believed that obtaining the 7-star treasure map of time and mountains was already the most precious thing this spacetime instance had granted him. But now, this spacetime instance had crit rolled the originally 4-star spirit birth transformation technique into a 9-star Chaos Beast Spirit Art.
This was insane. Shocked to his core, memories of the 9-star technique Chaos Beast Spirit Art flooded Jiang Xuan's mind.
But upon seeing this 9-star technique, the Chaos Beast Spirit Art, Jiang Xuan instantly fell silent.
The reason was simple. Because the Chaos Beast Spirit technique was not something easily cultivated. To cultivate this technique, one must possess a specific trait. That person must possess chaos elements. For this was chaos element. The rarest element among the 16 primordial elements of the cosmos. Even the element of time has manifested on Blue Star. Yet the chaos element alone has never been seen. So when Jiang Xuan saw this rule, he fell instantly silent. So you actually need the chaos element to learn this technique?
It seems mastering a 9-star technique truly demands a certain threshold after all. At this realization, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His previously surging excitement instantly cooled. After all, he had believed that obtaining this Chaos Beast Spirit technique would instantly propel him to new heights. Now, he was truly grateful. Although he believed he lacked the aptitude to cultivate the Chaos Beast Spirit Art, the memories in his mind had granted him a detailed understanding of the Dao merging pet beast. Merging with a pet beast was different from the contracts he had formed with the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon and others. This was a form of union where the bond between human and beast spirit was far more intimate. Simply put, a Dao merging pet beast existed in a state of soul coexistence with its contractor. In this state, the contract holder could become one with their Dao merging pet beast.
In other words, the contractor and their pet beast could merge into one.
In this state, the combat power of the Union Path practitioner surges dramatically. However, this state of union also has its drawbacks. The most significant drawback is the terrifyingly high consumption of spiritual energy. At Jiang Xuan's current cultivation level, he could only sustain the fusion for about 2 minutes. Furthermore, the pet beast must be in perfect harmony with the practitioner.
Otherwise, the union cannot be achieved.
The birth of spirit in transformation technique is the most basic method of merging with the Dao. Its requirements for merging are extremely stringent. First, the practitioner must be a virgin. Second, the beast companion must develop sentience and transform into a form resembling its master. Only then can the success rate of the union be increased. Even under such stringent conditions, practitioners can only inherit 50% of their pet beast's abilities. This combat enhancement for practitioners is utterly extraordinary. In this state, a 4-star practitioner could even fight on equal terms with a 5-star practitioner. It was precisely through this ability that the venerable Xiantian forged his legacy within the Eastern Spirit Realm. Though Xiantian Mountain has since fallen into decline, only Yu Hao remains as the sole practitioner who has mastered the birth of spirit and transformation technique. Yet, with just this one individual, Xiantian Mountain still holds its place among the top-tier sects of the Dongling realm. This alone demonstrates the immense power of the Birth Spirit transformation technique. As for the Chaos Beast Spirit technique, its cultivation requirements are even more stringent than those of the Birth Spirit transformation art. Yet once mastered, it surpasses the Birth Spirit transformation art by immeasurable degrees. First, the Chaos Beast Spirit technique imposes no restrictions whatsoever on the appearance of the pet beast. Second, when the user achieves Dao union with their beast spirit, the Chaos Beast Spirit art grants them access to 100% of their beast companion's power. Simply put, the user's combat prowess becomes as formidable as their pet beast. Third, the Chaos element is exceptionally unique, possessing a powerful characteristic, extraordinary receptivity. It is precisely this quality that grants the Chaos element the ability to envelop and contain other elements. Thus, unlike the Birth Spirit transformation art which can only merge with one beast, those who master the Chaos Beast Spirit art can merge with multiple beasts. There is no limit to this number. In other words, a practitioner of the Chaos Beast Spirit art can fuse with as many spirit beasts as they possess. Merging with just one beast already skyrockets one's combat prowess. If one were to fuse 10 at once, Jiang Xuan dared not imagine how formidable that individual would become. Indeed, a 9-star cultivation technique is a 9-star cultivation technique. This ability is indeed a bit overpowered. It's just a pity I lack chaos elements, making this technique rather unsuitable for me. Ha! What's happening? I can actually channel my spiritual energy along the pathways of the Chaos Beast Spirit art? But I don't possess chaos elemental energy, do I? Watching his spiritual energy begin to circulate exactly as demonstrated by the Chaos Beast Spirit art, Jiang Xuan was utterly dumbfounded. In his memory, hadn't he failed to awaken the chaos element? How on earth was he able to channel it exactly as the Chaos Beast Spirit art demonstrated? Could it be that he possessed chaos elements after all? This mysterious phenomenon left Jiang Xuan utterly bewildered. If he truly possessed chaos element, why wasn't it displayed on his information panel? All of this left Jiang Xuan utterly perplexed. After pondering for a long while, he still couldn't fathom the reason. But the thought of mastering the Chaos Beast Spirit art lifted his spirits and he pushed the gloom aside. Why overthink it? Being able to learn it is a good thing for me. Mastering the Chaos Beast Spirit art would undoubtedly bring me tremendous growth. Once I master it, Lei Yuan, Ling Meng, Zhuwu, and Rong Shen will all be able to merge with me. That way, when facing formidable opponents, I'll possess formidable self-defense capabilities. His voice trailed off as Jiang Xuan stopped dwelling on it. He began to carefully ponder the profound applications of the Chaos Beast Spirit art. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to delve deeper, Wei Jing, who had fallen asleep earlier, slowly awoke from his unconscious state. Where am I? Still groggy, Wei Jing looked around the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling disoriented. But in the next instant, Wei Jing recalled everything that had happened before and cried out, "Mother! Where is my mother?" As he spoke, Wei Jing scrambled to his feet, rushing toward the door. Just as he reached for the doorframe, his foot suddenly caught on nothingness. He realized he was floating in midair. What's going on? Just as Wei Jing was puzzling over why he was floating in midair, the next moment, Jiang Xuan's figure appeared before Wei Jing. Simultaneously, his voice echoed slowly. "Your mother has passed away. I know you don't want to accept this outcome, but this is reality. Her illness was too severe, no one could save her." As Wei Jing listened to Jiang Xuan's words, he opened his mouth to speak, but found he couldn't utter a sound. "The Grandmaster took pity on you and accepted you as a third-generation disciple of Xiantian Mountain. From this moment on, your Taoist name shall be Xianjing. You are also my disciple. I know what you're about to say. I will take you to see your mother. Whether you choose to study under me is of no consequence to me. But you must know that the one who killed your mother is here within Mount Xiantian. If you seek vengeance, you must first cultivate sufficient strength. He killed your mother, and he will kill you too. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. But I will only teach you for 3 days. After 3 days, I will leave Xiantian Mountain. After that, I may never appear before you again. Everything that comes after, you must bear alone. That is all I have to say. As for why I'm doing this, that's up to you to decide." With that, Jiang Xuan turned to leave. But just as he was about to leave, he turned his head to glance at Wei Jing and said, "My parents also vanished when I was 13. I grew up through hardship and struggle, yet I still reached my current level. The old you might have been a child who only knew how to cry. But after today, or perhaps after 3 days, you'll have no one to rely on but yourself. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Survive. That is the best answer you can give your mother." With that, Jiang Xuan withdrew his psychic force, and Wei Jing landed on the ground. Ling Meng, who had been nestled in Jiang Xuan's embrace, let down and rushed to Wei Jing's side. Jiang Xuan glanced at Wei Jing once, then turned and walked away. "Your mother is buried in a feng shui treasure spot on the mountain. Follow her, and you will see your mother. After seeing her, if you come to understand, return to this courtyard to find me. If you don't, then go wherever you please." With those words, Jiang Xuan entered the main house of the courtyard. Gazing at the empty main hall in the distance and the lazy Lingmeng licking its paws before him, Wei Jing, who had been on the verge of wailing and throwing a tantrum, fell instantly silent. Then, as if suddenly matured beyond his years, the once childish boy stared at Jiang Xuan's courtyard for a long moment. He then dropped to his knees and banged his forehead 3 times against the ground, facing the main hall where Jiang Xuan had entered.
Master, I understand.
With those words, Wei Jing, his eyes now bloodshot, followed Ling Meng out of the courtyard. Sensing Wei Jing had left the courtyard, Jiang Xuan in the main house said nothing. He simply retrieved the map of time and mountains from his backpack. The next moment, a flash of light erupted. Jiang Xuan stepped inside.
Chapter 108, Half-Month Training, The Three Kings Meeting at the Thunder Prison Court. Is this the interior of the Time Mountain River map?
Jiang Xuan gazed upon the magnificent landscape of mountains and rivers before him, utterly stunned by the breathtaking beauty. After all, he had never witnessed such magnificent and splendid mountains and rivers before. Though the scenery was beautiful, for Jiang Xuan, the landscapes within the Time Mountain River painting were merely a secondary attraction. The true purpose of the Time Mountain River painting lay in the significant difference between the time within it and the time outside. Lei Yuan, Rong Xian, Juwu, come forth. After gazing at the magnificent landscape for a moment, Jiang Xuan summoned the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon and the Melting Forge Black Tortoise from his pet beast space without hesitation. Compared to Jiang Xuan's delight at the scenic beauty before him, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon and the Melting Forging Black Tortoise showed no artistic sensibilities whatsoever. They felt nothing for the scenic beauty of the mountains and rivers. Jiang Xuan said nothing about this. Instead, he looked at them and declared, the environment in the pet beast space is too cramped. From now on, you two will reside within this timeless landscape painting. I believe it should be able to accommodate both of you in your true forms for the time being. As a beast master, Jiang Xuan possessed a natural pet beast space. This space expanded as his cultivation level increased. In theory, a beastmaster's pet space should easily hold their own pets. But the Lei Yuan Zhu Long and the Molten Casting Xuanwu were simply too massive. The Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon was actually somewhat manageable. Even in its current fully powered state, its length only reached around 20 meters. Though lengthy, its footprint is not particularly large. The Molten Casting Black Tortoise, however, was a different story. Born with formidable innate strength and bone structure, its frame dwarfs that of the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon. Moreover, this creature differs from the Thunder Origin Ancestral Dragon. Being mechanically constructed, its form cannot be reduced in size. Therefore, Jiang Xuan's pet beast space was quite large. Yet the moment it entered, it occupied the majority of the space. Compounding this, the Molten Casting Black Tortoise inherently possessed fire elemental properties. Wherever it resided, the surrounding environment would undergo automatic transformation. This peculiar trait made the Lingmeng Fox Lord rather reluctant to stay in the pet beast space. After all, who could endure living in a place that constantly felt like a furnace? But now, with the time-space landscape painting, things were much better for the Molten Casting Black Tortoise. Its form is immense, yet the internal space of the time-space landscape painting is equally vast. At a glance, it appears to be half the size of Blue Star. For now, it can still accommodate the Molten Casting Xuanwu. With the arrival of these two beasts, the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon glanced around. Then this fellow took his little bone and flew toward the farthest peak. Soon, thunderclouds rolled over that peak. Lei Yuan began practicing swordsmanship with Xiaogu, now transformed into a bone sword. As for the Molten Casting Black Tortoise, it sought out the lowest lying area within the entire Time River map. It drew forth the subterranean magma, then submerged its entire body into it. Seeing both creatures had found suitable dwellings, Jiang Xuan smiled. He wasn't idle either, immediately beginning his study of the 9-star technique, Chaos Beast Spirit Art. Time passed swiftly. The 3 days allotted in the space-time instance passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Wei Jing personally attended his mother's burial. Compared to his previous boisterous self, Wei Jing had become much quieter. Since his mother's passing, he had grown much more reserved. He no longer radiated the same cheerfulness as before. Despite this change in demeanor, Wei Jing did not become despondent. Instead, he remained by Jiang Xuan's side, diligently cultivating his arts. What surprised Jiang Xuan was, Wei Jing possessed remarkable talent. Though ancient immortal star didn't have the concept of awakened professions, it shared the same notion of spiritual energy affinity as Blue Star. The higher one's spiritual energy affinity, the greater the amount of spiritual energy they could contain. Naturally, the higher this affinity, the greater the upper limit one could reach. Unlike Blue Star, where spiritual energy affinity required cultivation, Wei Jing's spiritual energy affinity is innate. Wei Jing possessed quite favorable spiritual affinity. Though it hasn't yet reached the same high value as Jiang Xuan's 121. It has already surpassed the 100-point threshold. On Blue Star, this would at least qualify him to awaken a 6-star profession. Wei Jing not only possessed natural talent but also worked diligently and steadily. Training alongside Jiang Xuan within the Time River map. 3 days passed in the outside world, while 21 days elapsed within the River of Time. During these 21 days, Jiang Xuan imparted sword techniques to Wei Jing. To be honest, Jiang Xuan's teaching was quite strict. Yet despite this, Wei Jing never uttered a single word of complaint. Even when utterly exhausted, he gritted his teeth and persevered in his training. Seeing Wei Jing's relentless dedication, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but recognize his own past reflection in the young man. In Jiang Xuan's eyes, Wei Jing was merely a child he had chanced upon in the temporal realm. Truthfully, Jiang Xuan wouldn't even consider teaching him swordsmanship. He could have simply ignored him. Because to Jiang Xuan, Wei Jing was nothing more than an NPC within the instance. Once Jiang Xuan left this instance, he would never see Wei Jing again. Therefore, Jiang Xuan could have easily ignored Wei Jing entirely. But seeing Wei Jing's relentless dedication, Jiang Xuan found himself genuinely moved. After all, when his own parents vanished, his state mirrored Wei Jing's exactly. The only difference between him and Wei Jing was, he still had his aunt and Hua Ling by his side. Wei Jing, however, was all alone. Suspended Heaven Mountain was a beastmaster sect. But Jiang Xuan's beast taming differed greatly from that of ordinary beast tamers. Therefore, in the realm of beast taming, Jiang Xuan truly had little to teach Wei Jing. Still, feeling pity for Wei Jing, Jiang Xuan directly gifted him the birth spirit transformation technique to study. Thus, the 3 days within the spacetime instance swiftly passed. Jiang Xuan departed from Xiantian Mountain. Not long after stepping beyond the mountain's borders, he murmured to himself, "Depart the spacetime dungeon." With that thought, Jiang Xuan vanished in a flash, disappearing entirely from the ancient immortal star of 1,000,000 years ago. On Mount Xiantian, Wei Jing gazed in the direction Jiang Xuan had departed. Clutching tightly the leaf once severed by Jiang Xuan's fingertip sword energy, he murmured softly, "Master, rest assured. I, Wei Jing, will never betray your expectations. I will become the strongest swordsman on the ancient immortal star. Blue Star, Legend Academy, Time Institute." Jiang Xuan's figure materialized. As expected, the journey through the spacetime dungeon doesn't consume my time in the real world. No wonder Shi Xuan achieved legendary status at the age of 26. With this gateway to time and space, it's truly hard not to grow stronger. Seeing that the time on Blue Star matched the moment he had departed, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sighing aside, when Jiang Xuan turned his gaze back to the time-space gate, he received a notification from the portal. As you have recently challenged the spacetime instance, the portal requires time energy to condense and recover. The next spacetime dungeon will open in 15 days. Reading the notification from the portal of time and space, Jiang Xuan stroked his chin. I have to wait half a month before I can challenge the time-space dungeon again? That is a bit long. But it's perfect timing. I still haven't visited the various colleges of the legendary academy. I'll use this half month to see if these academies have any cultivation techniques or secrets. And I'll clear out the Cloud Peak Tower while I'm at it. With that plan in mind, Jiang Xuan stepped out of the Time Academy. Meanwhile, at the Thunder Prison Royal Court on Blue Star, the 3 region kings of the Thunder Prison Royal Court convened. Chapter 109, 3 Kings Deliberate, Dark King Sutojina. Gentlemen, I presume you are already aware of the events that unfolded during the Global College Entrance Exam? Seated upon a throne entirely forged from crystallized lightning elements, Tuoba Mo spoke in a solemn tone to the man and woman seated upon their own thrones before him. Tuoba, do you believe Shi Xuan has returned to Blue Star? Facing Tuoba Mo's inquiry, the woman seated upon the shadow throne spoke slowly with an icy expression. Her name was Sutojina, a name that might not stand out. But her other identity was renowned across Blue Star. For she was none other than the Dark King, one of the 3 rulers of the Thunder Prison Court. Tuoba, aren't you worrying a bit too much? It's merely a legendary phantom. If Shi Xuan truly returns to Blue Star, given her temperament, wouldn't she come straight for the Thunder Prison Court? In contrast to the Dark King's coldness, the man seated upon a throne entirely composed of skeletal remains spoke with a steady, gravelly voice. This man was the last of the 3 kings, the undead king, Hudel. Indeed. Shi Xuan has always been fiery-tempered. And she's so close to that Ming Jihong fellow. In recent years, the entire Blue Star knows how the Thunder Prison Court has been constantly at odds with the Dragon Spine Empire. If she really comes back, we wouldn't be sitting here chatting at all. Dark Queen Sutojina seemed to know Shi Xuan very well. Fixing her gaze on Tuoba Mo, she spoke with unwavering certainty. Listening to the exchange between the two before him, Tuoba Mo fell into deep contemplation. Though these 3 figures before him were the current 3 kings of the Thunder Prison Court, Toba Mo was still a good 10 years younger than Sutojina and Hudelu. Sutojina and Hadilai were contemporaries of Shi Xuan. Especially Sutojina, she was the same age as Shi Xuan, and both had entered the Legend Academy in the same year. Therefore, compared to Tuoba Mo, Sutojina knew far more about Shi Xuan. As for Hadilai, he is the eldest among the 3. However, having spent a full 30 years in the Death Academy, he too had some interactions with Shi Xuan. In Hudelu's memory, Shi Xuan had a terrible temper. She was the kind of person who, when displeased, once beat the Saint Fighter teamer so badly that his life force nearly burned out. If she truly returned to Blue Star, the three of them sitting here would have long since met their end. How could they possibly still be sitting here chatting? Hearing Huter and Sutojina's words, Tuoba Mo, who had been tense moments ago, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. My apologies, my apologies. Compared to you two, I don't know much about Shi Ningshuang. Since Shi Ningshuang hasn't returned, there's no need to discuss what I was worried about. Since you're both here anyway, shall we discuss the details of our attack on the Dragon Spine Empire in 6 months? Facing their reproach, Tuoba Mo showed no anger. Instead, he proposed discussing the precautions for the attack on the Dragon Spine Empire. Upon hearing this, Hudilai spoke first. I have nothing to add on my end. My 3 million undead army is already assembled. With the aid of the devouring god, my main combat forces have long been assembled. As he spoke, a lion-like spirit form materialized around Hudiliu. This lion spirit stood behind Hudilai, though it made no movement. Its emerald green eyes sent a chill down the spine of Lei Wang Tuoba Mo, an 8-star professional. My preparations are also complete. The training of 30,000 elite assassins is nearly complete. Once hostilities commence, they should pose no difficulty in eliminating the city lords across the Dragon Spine Empire. Sutojina spoke, her expression as cold and unchanging as ever. Yet her words were laced with icy venom. It seemed that killing had long ceased to weigh on her conscience. Oomph. If it weren't for that agreement signed by the Legend Academy, the one forbidding those above the 7-star rank from harming practitioners below 6-star or ordinary people, I could wipe out these city lords single-handedly. Hutaru snorted coldly, a sense of injustice simmering within him. It seemed he harbored resentment toward the agreement. Observing the displeased Hutalu, Tuoba Mo remarked in a solemn tone, there's no alternative. With our current strength, we're not yet capable of waging war against the legendary academy. But once we seize control of the Dragon Spine Empire, once we've tapped into the primordial spiritual energy at the heart of the Dragon Spine Mountains and ascended to the legendary realm, those old fools at the Legend Academy will have to give us a wide berth when they see us. The moment Tuoba Mo mentioned the term primordial spiritual energy, Hudlu's previously displeased expression twisted into a wild grin. You bet. Once we obtain the primordial spiritual energy, I'll be the first to refine that bastard Yun Risi into my spirit skeleton. Hearing Hudalai's somewhat deranged words, Sutojina and Tuoba Mo remained silent, seeming to tacitly approve of his plan. Since both of you are prepared, then I have nothing more to say. Seeing that Sutojina and Hudalu had finalized their plans, Tuoba Mo nodded with a satisfied expression. Toba Mo, we're ready on our end. How about your side? Has your little sweetheart already gained control over several high-ranking officials in the Dragon Spine Empire? Yours is the main event, after all. Hudley looked at Tuoba Mo as he asked. Don't worry about my side. 2/3 of the Dragon Spine Empire's high command is already under my control. That Ming Jihong probably doesn't even realize most of his men have already become mine. Once war breaks out, these high-ranking officials will either defect to our side or meet their end on the spot. Facing Hudlu's inquiry, Tuoba Mo spoke with considerable confidence. Hudlu nodded in acknowledgement of Tuoba Mo's work. Truthfully, I had intended to launch the attack next month. But Tana was injured, so to secure a decisive victory over the Dragon Spine Empire in one strike, we must wait until she recovers. As he spoke, Tuoba Mo looked somewhat resigned. Tana's injured? Wasn't she staying at your palace the whole time? How did she get injured? Sutujina asked with rare confusion. You know the trouble Jiang Xuan has been stirring up lately. Originally, I intended for Tana to turn Jiang Xuan into a puppet. But everything went according to plan. I never expected that Jiang Xuan wouldn't contract the Jade Dragon steed in the end, but instead refined it into a pill. That's why Tana's soul was injured. Rough estimates suggest it'll take at least 3 months to recover. Toba Mo sighed in response. It was all because of this Jiang Xuan? I watched this year's Global College entrance exam. That Jiang Xuan actually managed to summon the Sacred Era's illusory form. He's quite the figure. Back in the academy, even Ning Shuang couldn't achieve a perfect score. But this Jiang Xuan managed to. And those 3 beasts of his are truly monstrous. We should still treat this guy with caution. If we're not careful, he might just become another Shi Ningshuang. Upon hearing Tuoba Mo mention Jiang Xuan, Hudilai fell into deep thought. That's true. But this Jiang Xuan has already entered the Legend Academy. We can't exactly kill him in broad daylight at the Legend Academy, can we? If we did, your master would be the first to slaughter us. Tuoba Mo responded, his gaze fixed on Hudilai. Hudlu fell silent upon hearing this. Toba Mo was right. If they killed Jiang Xuan in broad daylight, that old bastard Yun Risi would kill all 3 of them, even if it cost him his life. Hudlu knew Jiang Xuan was the wildcard in this situation. But he truly didn't know how to deal with Jiang Xuan. Just as Hud and Tuoba Mo were debating how to deal with Jiang Xuan, Sutujina, who had remained silent, slowly rose to her feet. Since this Jiang Xuan is a wildcard, leave him to me. I'll make sure he dies without even realizing it.
Upon hearing Sutojina's declaration, both Hadilai and Tuoba Mo shot her a glance. Perhaps in terms of raw combat prowess, Sutojina was the weakest among the three kings. But when it came to assassination skills, she wasn't just the best among the three kings. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the best on Blue Star. Seeing Sutojina prepare to act personally, Hadilai and Tuoba Mo both nodded in agreement. Since you're taking charge, Sutojina, that's undoubtedly the best course of action.
Alright, now that we've exchanged all necessary information, everyone should return to their respective royal palaces. For the time being, let's minimize our interactions to avoid arousing suspicion from the Dragon Spine Empire. Hearing Tuoba Mo's words, Hadilai immediately mounted the soul lion behind him and then dissolved into a soul form, vanishing from sight.
Sutojina glanced at Tuoba Mo and said, "Tuoba, tell Tana that I avenged her." With that, shadows swirled around Sutojina. Then she vanished entirely into the shadows. Killing your own father, yet feeling guilty toward your sister? Wow! The emotions in your Sutuji family are truly complicated. But if Sutojina intervenes, then Jiang Xuan will be like that old saying from the Dragon Spine Empire. A grasshopper after autumn, he won't be jumping around for much longer. As he spoke, Tuoba Mo's lips curled upward, a faint snort escaping his throat. So what if he's been acknowledged by the sacred Eris Phantom? Death is your ultimate destiny. Chapter 110, Academy Laughter, the Holy Artificer's Manuscript. April, the air was turning warm. Beneath the spring breeze, within the Martial Arts Academy, Lei Yuan, bone sword in hand, practiced his sword techniques relentlessly. Not bad, not bad. That's its sword strikes like a dragon, becoming one with the blade. This is how you wield the mightiest sword path. Watching Lei Yuan's sword dance through the air, Jian San, the academy's headmaster, nodded enthusiastically, his words brimming with praise. Listening to Jian San's guidance, Lei Yuan showed no sign of rest, gripping the small bone that had transformed into his bone sword as he trained with all his might. Within the Martial Arts Academy, Lei Yuan diligently honed his sword techniques. At the Spirit Academy, Ling Meng sat cross-legged beneath a spiritual energy waterfall, meditating alongside Shushin and Wola. The spiritual energy waterfall was composed entirely of dense and vast mental energy. Every second of its wash caused Ling Meng's own spiritual energy to surge violently. This sensation was unbearable for most normal spirit element wielders. Even Ula, a 7-star practitioner, looked less than pleased beneath the cascade. Yet Raima lay within the cascade as if in deep meditation, allowing the cascade to wash over her body. At first, the spiritual energy within Ling Meng's body remained somewhat uncontrolled. Yet as time passed, the turbulent spiritual energy within her grew increasingly restrained and steady. The frequency of its fluctuations was even lower than Yura's. Truly worthy of a legendary bloodline. After only 3 days in the spiritual energy waterfall, it has already fully adapted to its cleansing. Such talent. Truly beyond comparison with us ordinary beings. Ula gazed at Ling Meng, a sigh of admiration rising in his heart. Meanwhile, at the Artisan's Academy. Haha, excellent. Excellent. The weapons you forged are truly exceptional. Why, do you want to eat these materials? Go ahead and eat, go ahead and eat. As long as you want them, eat as many as you like. Gordon, who had always lain on his chair sleeping all day, now shed his usual lazy demeanor. Now, gazing at the massive casting black tortoise before him, his eyes brimmed with affection. Materials worth tens of millions were casually given to the molten casting black tortoise as food rations. The reason Gordon was so generous was primarily because the weapons forged by the casting black tortoise were of exceptionally high quality. After all, as a 6-star professional forge blacksmith, the gear he'd forged numbered in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. But truth be told, over all these years, Gordon has never been satisfied with any piece of equipment he's forged. The reason is simple. Even though Gordon had mastered the art of forging to its absolute peak, the gear he crafted still couldn't compare to the equipment produced by the Cloud Peak Tower. Consider this, even the legendary master craftsman, Gervardo, could only produce legendary equipment that was merely on par with the Cloud Peak gear. So in Gordon's eyes, calling the artisan profession useless wasn't without reason. Thus, Gordon, once obsessed with crafting gear surpassing Cloud Peaks, has now become that old man who sleeps all day. In Gordon's eyes, no matter how hard he tried, it was all futile. But now, the emergence of the Xuanwu Forge has truly changed Gordon's perspective. After several days of experimentation, Gordon discovered that the quality of equipment forged by the melting black tortoise was steadily improving. Although the forged Xuanwu could currently only produce 2-star gear, the quality of gear it produced now rivaled that of 2-star Cloud Peak equipment. More importantly, this is still far from the limit of what the molten black tortoise is capable of. This meant that as long as the molten black dragon continued to refine its forging techniques, it had the potential to craft gear surpassing even the quality of Cloud Peak equipment. This is not merely Gordon's lifelong pursuit. It was also the lifelong pursuit of the sacred artisan, Gervardo. The emergence of melting casting Xuanwu transformed Gordon's previously indolent demeanor. Now, he finds joy in teaching the forge of Xuanwu every single day. As for the molten black tortoise, it greatly enjoyed Gordon's instruction.
After all, crafting equipment was something the molten black tortoise truly loved doing.
Not to mention, Gordon possessed vast quantities of rare materials that even Jiang Xuan couldn't provide. Thus, the molten black tortoise was always eager to visit Gordon. And Gordon was equally delighted to see the molten black tortoise come to him every day. After all, Gordon, whose inner furnace had been extinguished for so long, had finally rediscovered that fiery passion he once felt. It seems Jiang Xuan's three pets truly possess extraordinary talent. It's been ages since I've seen Gordon smile so genuinely. Within the legendary academy, Ross listened to Gordon's hearty laughter, a smile spreading across his own lips. Hearing this, Xinyao beside him chuckled, indeed it is. All these years, Gordon had thought he'd never reach the pinnacle of the forging craft in his lifetime. Now, with Jiang Xuan's molten casting black tortoise bursting onto the scene, Gordon is naturally overjoyed. As she spoke, Xinyao glanced at Ross beside her and added, by the way, I haven't seen Jiang Xuan around lately. Where is he? Could he still be with Elder Yun? Hearing Qingyao's question, Ross shook his head. No, Jiang Xuan only met with Elder Yun 3 days ago. Since the day before yesterday, he entered the Mechanical Academy and hasn't come out since. He hasn't left the Mechanical Academy since entering? Hearing this, Qingli looked toward the distant Mechanical Academy with surprise. Within the legendary academy, the Mechanical Academy was arguably the least prominent faculty aside from the Time Academy. This was primarily because, compared to other elemental attributes, the mechanical element was exceptionally rare. Over the past century, Eula was the only student enrolled in the entire Mechanical Academy. Therefore, Qingli was genuinely surprised to see Jiang Xuan dive headfirst into the mechanical engineering school and not emerge for 3 days. That kid must have gotten the true teachings of a holy mechanic in the Mechanical Academy. While Qingli was surprised, the rarely seen Elder Yun appeared among the crowd, gazing toward the direction of the Mechanical Academy as he spoke slowly. Master Yun. Upon seeing Elder Yun, Qingli and Ross immediately greeted him with respectful expressions. In response to their greetings, Elder Yun waved his hand dismissively, signaling they needn't be so formal. He then looked toward the Mechanical Academy in the distance and smiled. That smile left both Ross and Qingli stunned. After all, Qingli and Ross had been at Legend Academy for over 50 years. They had known Elder Yun for 50 years as well. Yet in all that time, they had never once seen him smile like this. For a moment, they felt a bit dazed. Master Yun is actually smiling. What on earth did Jiang Xuan do? While Ross and Qingli were still reeling from the shock of seeing old Master Yun smile. Inside the mechanical engineering department, Jiang Xuan stared at the wall covered in handwritten notes before him, his scalp prickling with dread. Damn it! This is the ultimate weapon designed by the holy mechanics? No. Could this guy be another time traveler too? Chapter 111, One Fox equals a million soldiers? The reason Jiang Xuan was so shocked was precisely because the wall-mounted blueprint before him depicted a colossal humanoid mecha. Yes, it was precisely the kind of humanoid Gundam that Jiang Xuan had only seen in anime and movies in his previous life. Compared to his past life, humanoid mecha creation was still in the conceptual stage. Yet this sketch detailed every intricate component of the mecha's construction. The design was so intricate that even the placement of every single screw and gear was meticulously depicted. Yet a blank space remained precisely where the chest of the mecha should be. This blank space seemed to be the final, unfinished part of the blueprint. Well, pretty mind-blowing, huh? The blueprint for the ultimate weapon? Observing Jiang Xuan studying the wall-sized blueprint, a woman aboard a spacecraft composed entirely of mechanical parts asked, swaying her long legs that resembled tender jade. She wore a revealing outfit, a leather vest covering her upper body. Her lower body was clad only in hot pants that fully exposed her long, white legs. Her entire body was white-haired, her skin fair, making her appear as though she had stepped straight out of a two-dimensional world. And this person was none other than Yura, the sole student and acting dean of the Mechanical Academy. As she spoke, Yura leapt off the mechanical aircraft. She immediately approached Jiang Xuan, studying the sketches on the wall before him. Truthfully, she remarked, the sacred mechanic is a true genius. If such weapons could truly be wielded by commoners, even an 8-star professional might not stand a chance against it. And with more piloting experience, even legendary beings might have to avoid some of its sharp edges. As she spoke, a gleam flashed in Eula's beautiful eyes. Yet moments later, Yura let out a soft sigh. What a pity! Creating this manuscript already consumed the holy armorer's entire life's work. And even so, the sacred artifact master never discovered what substance could serve as the core power source for this ultimate weapon. As she spoke, Yura touched the wall before her as if caressing a priceless treasure, yet her expression appeared somewhat downcast. Her expression seemed filled with regret that the ultimate weapon described in this manuscript had never seen the light of day. Listening to Eula's words, Jiang Xuan gazed at the manuscript before him and spoke softly, Senior Eula, I might have an idea for creating this ultimate weapon. At this, Eula froze, turning abruptly to face Jiang Xuan. Huh? You have an idea? Yura froze. Eula hadn't been familiar with Jiang Xuan at first.
But after learning that Jiang Xuan had earned a perfect score from the sacred weapon Phantom, Yura truly came to know him. Since entering the Mechanical Engineering Academy, Yula and Jiang Xuan had spent some time together. During this time, though Jiang Xuan was a novice, his grasp of mechanical construction proved remarkably solid. In Yula's view, Jiang Xuan truly possessed the potential to become a formidable mechanic. Thus, Yula had been mentoring Jiang Xuan throughout this period. Initially, Jiang Xuan hadn't shown much interest in mechanical creations. For him, his own forged black tortoise was already the ultimate mechanical creation. He had come to the Mechanical Academy merely to see what the holy mechanics had left behind that he could utilize.
He had entered the academy out of mere curiosity.
Then, Jiang Xuan found himself unable to leave the Mechanical Academy.
The reason was simple.
The Mechanical Academy was a man-eating machine.
Every single creation within it struck a deep chord within Jiang Xuan's heart.
Take, for instance, the 30-meter-tall mechanical creature resembling a shield machine from his past life, yet constructed like an armadillo.
Or the colossal mechanical bird, entirely composed of machinery.
Jiang Xuan was utterly captivated by these supremely stylish mechanical creations.
But more importantly,
during his conversation with Yula, Jiang Xuan made a startling discovery. Unlike his own pet beasts, these mechanical creations placed absolutely no ability requirements on the practitioners who commanded them. In other words, as long as energy could be supplied, even ordinary people without awakened professions could pilot these mechanical constructs. And to his astonishment, Jiang Xuan discovered his own psychic energy could also be channeled into these mechanical constructs, enabling him to control their movements. This revelation truly stunned Jiang Xuan. After all, Jiang Xuan's mental energy wasn't particularly strong to begin with.
But he had Lingmeng Fox Lord by his side.
As a mythical beast specializing in psychic elements, Lingmeng had allocated all her attribute points to spiritual perception. The sheer terror of her psychic energy was far beyond anything Jiang Xuan could hope to match. In Jiang Xuan's assessment, among his three pet beasts, Lei Yuan currently served as the primary combat force, while Rong Xian and Zhu Wu formed the defensive core.
Lingmeng also played a vital role as a support.
She had taught Jiang Xuan countless skills and knowledge, much of which he hadn't even mastered himself. Yet Jiang Xuan had always felt he had barely scratched the surface of Lingmeng's potential. Given Lingmeng's potential, its capabilities should extend far beyond what he had witnessed. Now that Jiang Xuan discovered psychic energy could control these mechanical constructs, he instantly envisioned Lingmeng's future potential.
That vision was Lingmeng wielding her terrifying psychic power to command an army of millions of mechanical constructs. In that case, Lingmeng alone could become an entire army. Its combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable.
Thus, Jiang Xuan threw himself wholeheartedly into studying at the Mechanical Academy. As for Lingmeng, she had shed her former lazy demeanor and now trained within the spiritual energy waterfall of the Spiritual Academy. This shift was largely due to Jiang Xuan sharing his vision with her. Compared to Lei Yuan, the combat maniac who favored close-quarters fighting,
Rui Meng seemed to genuinely relish the role of a commander.
The thought of one day commanding an army of millions. Lingmeng instantly shed her previous laziness and became exceptionally diligent. Meanwhile, during his time studying at the Mechanical Academy, Jiang Xuan had also earned Yura's recognition. After all, Jiang Xuan possessed formidable psychic power, and his meticulous attention to detail was something few could match. Mechanical creations were, by their very nature, entities where success hinged on the minutest details. Thus, Jiang Xuan's progress had been remarkably swift during this period. It was precisely because Yula witnessed Jiang Xuan's astonishing rate of advancement. She had acknowledged him and brought him to the sacred grounds of the Mechanical Academy to view the blueprint for the ultimate weapon left behind by the Holy Artificer. But now, upon seeing this very manuscript, Jiang Xuan boldly claimed he could solve the drive core problem in a way even the sacred mechanic master hadn't conceived. This instantly soured Yula's previously favorable impression of him.
She sensed that Jiang Xuan seemed overly confident. Facing Yula's skepticism, Jiang Xuan didn't rush to respond.
Instead, he first looked up at the detailed blueprints on the wall before explaining thoroughly, a humanoid mecha of this size requires an incredibly complex energy system.
But have you ever considered, Senior Yula? What if we created a miniature sun to serve as the core drive for this mechanical giant? Wouldn't that allow the mecha to function? Chapter 112, I Am the Universe Conclusion.
Time passed swiftly, years flying by.
Within the Mechanical Academy, Jiang Xuan's proposal had sparked unprecedented inspiration in Yula.
Though her abilities were limited, Yula threw herself wholeheartedly into nuclear fusion research. As for Jiang Xuan, he continuously traversed the spacetime gate, encountering many wonders.
A planet constructed entirely of mechanical structures. A planet entirely populated by elemental spirits. He even returned to the ancient immortal star once more. He reunited with his former disciple, Wei Jing. But this time, the once weak Wei Jing had become immensely powerful. He seized the ancient divine planet's primordial seed, becoming the formidable Jing sword god who commanded the starry skies. On Blue Star, much had changed.
After the meeting of the three kings at the Thunder Prison Royal Court, Jiang Xuan faced numerous assassination attempts that threatened his life.
During one such attempt, the 9-star technique Chaos Beast Spirit Art proved invaluable.
Jiang Xuan merged with the Primordial Thunder Dragon. That day, a bolt of thunder sword light sliced across the heavens. The entire sky of Blue Star was forcibly parted down the middle by Jiang Xuan. That day, the name Dragon Sword Immortal resounded across Blue Star. Subsequently, the Dragon Spine Empire and the Thunder Prison Royal Court formally declared war. Jiang Xuan entered the fray, reuniting with Lei Jiyue. Upon seeing Lei Jiyue again, their feelings erupted. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, their bond deepened rapidly. Lei Jiyue's Thunder Dragon, influenced by the Thunder Source Ancestral Dragon, advanced at an astonishing pace. Ultimately, Lei Jiyue ascended to legendary status, becoming the peerless swordsman beneath Jiang Xuan. Amidst the great battle, Jiang Xuan learned that his aunt, Xuan, was not his biological aunt. Her true identity was that of the Mind King, one of the three kings of the Thunder Prison Court, the youngest and most beautiful queen. She was the younger sister of the Dark King. Xuxin's power surged dramatically. The advancement of the Spirit Dream Fox Lord also made Xuxin immensely powerful. With a mere thought, she commanded the heavens and earth. 1,000,000 mechanical armies swarmed like locusts, devouring the entire Thunder Prison Royal Court. When Lingmeng Fox Lord and Jiang Xuan merged as one, Jiang Xuan became ethereal as a dream. His psychic power surged to unimaginable heights. So powerful that the entire Blue Star could cease its rotation. The titled Divine Spirit of Thought was no empty claim. As for Hualing, she was a pure-hearted child. Her affection for Jiang Xuan had always been unconditional. Her defiance toward him stemmed from a refusal to become dependent, to be completely absorbed into his existence. The 9 Sky Islands were in constant descent. The 9 Islands mages sought to strip Hualing of her 9 elemental enhancements to fortify the islands. No one knew what happened that day. All that was known was that on that day, the 9 Sky Islands plummeted from the heavens. Magma dyed half the East Sea crimson. A mechanical black tortoise, massive enough to crush the Blue Star, roared as it erupted. The utterly maddened peerless beast shattered the 9 great elements left behind by the sage. From that day forward, no sages remained in this world. Only the true divine mage Hualing. Continuously advancing, Jiang Xuan finally met Shining Xuan. The two clashed fiercely. She, who had originally returned to Blue Star intending to seize the Blue Star Source Seed and ascend to mythic status, ultimately abandoned that plan. For she knew Jiang Xuan surpassed her in power. The Blue Star Source Seed was more suited for Jiang Xuan than for her. And so, Jiang Xuan ascended to mythic status. All 999 mythical beings of the universe had now emerged. The God War commenced. The emergence of the Source Seeds. This was distributed by the cosmic will to select the sustainer. During the God War, Jiang Xuan encountered many familiar faces from the Gate of Time and Space. Sword God Jing Wei Jing. The Heaven-crippled Elder, Zhou Daiyuan. Light Dark Archon Corrado. Mechanical Prophet Gen Kara ###. Amidst the Divine War, Jiang Xuan also encountered his greatest adversary, the God Demon of Destruction, Duel. He was also the master of the Dark Hand that had abducted Jiang Xuan's parents. From a bloodline perspective, Duel was actually Jiang Xuan's ancestor. Duel was an existence abandoned by this world. Thus, he possessed an elemental attribute that should never have existed in this world: chaos. Chaos is a profoundly mysterious force. By continuously devouring others who also possess the chaos element, chaos grows ever stronger. Thus, Duel scattered his bloodline throughout the cosmos. By continually nurturing his offspring, he devours them. During the 3-star breakthrough trial, Jiang Xuan had clashed with Duel. At that time, Jiang Xuan had just obtained the world's blessing, immortality, which allowed him to narrowly escape death. Thus began the ultimate showdown between Jiang Xuan and Duel. The battle was exceptionally brutal. Divine bones scattered across the cosmos. Wei Jing, in an attempt to save Jiang Xuan, fell by Duel's blade. Zhou Daiyuan was a man of deep loyalty. Jiang Xuan had once saved his life in dire peril. In the end, he chose to sacrifice his entire being to Jiang Xuan, enabling Jiang Xuan to achieve the rare status of a dual god entity. Corrado, ruler of the Dark Star. She regarded Jiang Xuan as the brightest light in her dark existence. For Jiang Xuan, Corrado chose to sacrifice herself. She transformed into nourishment for Jiang Xuan's 9th pet beast, the twin elemental butterfly, aiding him in breaking through Duel's blockade. Source Kara ###. It was Jiang Xuan's creation. It boasted of being the most perfect masterpiece of Jiang Xuan's entire life. In the end, it used its own life to blast open the chaos for Jiang Xuan. In the final battle against the Supreme God, Jiang Xuan descended into utter madness. He no longer desired to be the universe's greatest. He only wanted to kill Corrado. In that instant, the 10th world's blessing cosmic reboot activated. The entire universe began anew. Only then did Jiang Xuan realize. Jiang Xuan's 10 primordial mythical beasts had all sacrificed their divine status for him. Amidst swirling chaos, 10 gods coexisted. The final divine battle commenced. Dotel was judged and annihilated by Jiang Xuan. In the end, Jiang Xuan became the cosmic sustainer.